Well, hello, people of Defend Their House, and welcome back to, I was going to say a top 10 chat. I guess it is a top 10 chat, but 10 times over.
Yeah.
So if you watch our top 10 games of 2022, at the very end of that video, we tease the idea that now, for context, that we have done 10 top 10 lists across the year from 2013 up until 2022. We thought it'd be funny if we tried to rank and organize all 100 games from across those 10 lists.
It's so stupid.
It's a very stupid idea.
It's so stupid.
What I'm really jealous of is the people watching this video have the timestamp of how long this video is, and I can't wait to see how long this video is.
Yes, I mean, like, my rough math beforehand was like, okay, minimum there's 100 games on the list, right? Minimum, even though we know there's more like 175 or something.
Yeah.
But I did it for 100, so let's say, you know, my list is 100 games. If I talk about each game for 1 minute, which is not going to happen, or for 3 minutes, sorry, that's 300 minutes, which is 5 hours.
That seems reasonable.
3 minutes per game seems like, you know, if we're really moving. So times 175, you know, We're talking 8 hours.
What's our longest review? It was like the Death Stranding one, which was like 4 hours?
Cyberpunk was 4, yeah.
Oh my god, just Cyberpunk. That was a hideous talk.
So it'll be a long video, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, not to break the fourth wall, but we're going to be recording it in chunks, so it's probably best that you guys listen in chunks, but I think it's funny if we just upload it in one giant behemoth.
Oh,
honestly.
Absolutely, yeah. I wish we had gotten it figured out so I could post it on April 1st. That would have been a really good April 1st joke. Post an 8-hour-long top 100 video, and it's not a joke either. But this took like quite a while. We proposed this like back in December, and I set a date, like a stake in the sand, for just saying like we got to just start, because we'll just keep tweaking the list forever and being like, is this at 55 or 45? And it's just. This took a long time though. It was exhausting, and I sort of have just like I've just sort of been like, okay, I could probably tweak things a little more. I did a few more changes this morning for this chunk that we're gonna do, but I think it's fine where it is.
I bet I'm gonna find something that like fell through the cracks. You know, as I'm going through the list, I'm gonna spot something like, oh shit, that should not be where it is. But
yeah, maybe, yeah.
So far. I mean, again, breaking the fourth wall again, I haven't even finished mine. I haven't finished my list yet.
Mine's pretty close. Like, it's probably 99%, I would say. But it's hard to know. I might wake up one morning and be like, fuck that, I'm moving all these, like, I'm going to completely reorganize, like, the middle chunk or something. I don't know. Who knows?
We'll see. That's a problem for future Joe.
Exactly. And a little, like, the rules are very basic. It's the games that were our top 10 from the year. And the only addendum to that is... there were some times where, for me, especially, it would be like I put a game on the list twice, or like I put The Witcher 3 DLC on a list one time, right? And I've removed that and put in my number 11 at my number 10, for example. So there's like 2 games, maybe 3 that have never actually appeared on a top 10 list, but I always do like the top 15 or so. Yeah. So the few times where I did something silly for number 10, which I do like to do, I have shifted that thing in. So that's the only one for me. I think that's...
Yeah, I don't think I have anything, because I'm a bit stricter.
You're a stickler for the rules.
I am a stickler. I make my own rules and I like them. So yeah. I don't think we have anything else to add. I mean, the purpose of the list is more like a reflection of time passing.
Definitely, yeah.
And I think both of us have noted like where the games were on their list at the time of doing the original lists. Yeah. And it's kind of like, where are they now? Has time been kind to these things?
Yeah, it's interesting looking how many games from each year have appeared in... I've done the stats for the bottom 25 right now, 75 to 100, and you have as well. Mm-hmm. And it's an interesting distribution. It's
Mine is screaming recency bias, I will say.
Yeah, interesting. Mine's not. I
reckon I can read you this list of stats and it won't spoil anything. like with
Yeah.
no context.
Oh, yeah. No, definitely.
So in my bottom 25,
Yeah.
which is how we're recording it, but
Yeah.
6 of them are from 2013, 4 of them are from 2014, 3 of them are from 2015, 2 of them are from 2016, 1 of them is from 2017, 1 of them is from 2018, there's a pattern here, and then randomly 3 of them from 2019, 1 from 2020, 2 from 2021, and 2 from 2022. But from 2013 all the way up to 2018, there was a perfect curve downwards, which is kind of interesting.
Yeah, I mean, tastes change a lot, right, over time, and
I mean, I think games have just got better. Like that's just how
I agree.
It goes,
yeah,
right?
yeah, that's how. Yeah, of course, yeah, and
not always.
No, not every game is better, but like people get better at making games as more time passes, and our tastes sort of solidify. And you look back on things, and you're like, this was amazing 10 years ago, but I don't know about it anymore. Mine is 2013 has 4, 2014 3, 2015 5.
Whoa, 2015.
2016 2, 2017 1, 2018 2, 2019 2, 2020 3, 2021 0.
Ooh,
shockingly.
Nice.
2022 4.
Wow. 2022.
So 2013, 15, and 2022 are all up there with 4 or 5. And so it's, it's kind of all over the place. It's interesting.
Stats. I love stats, man.
Yeah. At some point, we'll have stats for the whole thing at the end as well. I'll make some graphics or something. We'll be able to determine like what year was the best for us if we like assign a point value or something. We'll do some dumb stats for the end of it all.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's cool. Right, who starts?
You can start.
Sure. Wow. The place of honor.
Yeah.
The worst of the best, I guess. My number 100. We're going to be talking about some genres which haven't aged well. And for me, the genre which has aged the worst by a million miles is walking simulators.
Oh, yeah, I bet.
My number 100, which was my number 7 in 2013, is Gone Home.
Oh, yeah.
Right at the bottom. I liked Gone Home when it came out. I don't think I'd ever played a game where you were being told a story by rummaging through someone's house. But I'm being honest, if I saw that on Steam nowadays, there's no way I would look at it twice. Like, I wouldn't even look at it. It's just, at the time, it was an interesting way of telling a story. 2013 was, 10 years ago. Indies were kind of fresh and new and trying different things. But yeah, nowadays, I would not play this game at all, unfortunately. I liked it at the time.
Yeah, it was the first. It was kind of like the first of its kind at the time. Remember, like all the dumb debates around, like, is this even a video game? And it's like, shut up, everybody. But yeah, Gone Home. We did a review of that one. It's on the channel. It was like one of the most reviewed reviews of Gone Home at the day, back in the day.
It did really well.
Which was, it was like GameSpot's review and then ours for views or something like that.
I still wouldn't say that it's not like down here because I dislike it.
No.
I still kind of look back on it fondly, especially when you had that anticipation of it maybe being a horror game.
Right.
But yeah, my tastes have really gone in a different direction, and I would just not be interested in this genre anymore at all.
Yeah, a lot of this bottom 25 for me is like, I'm never going to play this game again. And that's not necessarily because it's terrible or anything. It's just like, we've moved so far beyond it,
Yeah.
Yeah.
A lot of reading in Gone Home. I don't like reading notes anymore. I really hate reading notes.
Yeah, it's getting old, isn't it? It's like 20 years of rummaging around reading everyone's trash. Yes, the prestigious number 100. It's the only BioWare game on this list. I'm amazed they ever got a game on the top 10 of any year, and that's Dragon Age Inquisition.
As soon as you said BioWare, I was pretty sure that was the one, yeah.
I mean, that's like, what's it going to be? Anthem? Mass Effect?
What else made it from BioWare?
That's it.
Yeah, I don't think I'd have a BioWare game in that 100, I don't think.
No, in the last 10 years, they did Dragon Age, Mass Effect, Anthem. That's it. So, Dragon Age Inquisition.
Number 100,
Like 3 months after that game came out, I was like, I shouldn't have even put this on my top 10. And that was in 2014.
I thought people quite liked it.
It's fine. Yeah, it was fine. It was fine. I never finished it. It was acceptable. It was acceptably mediocre, if not a little better than that. But
what year was it? I can't remember even talking about this.
2014. 2014 was a not great year. I remember nothing of my time with that game, and I would not want to play it. But it was also like sort of the beginning of the open world format for BioWare, and they just can't do it. Like, open world doesn't work. Make it like linear storytelling, with choices. Anyways, there you go. Congratulations, BioWare.
Congratulations, BioWare. You got on
did
just.
it. You did it.
Next
Good
to
job.
a walking simulator. Well done.
Yeah.
All right. 99. This was actually number 6 of 2014,
Ooh.
so this is quite a fall.
2014.
Yeah, my number 6 of 2014. This is another genre which I've really fallen away from, which is like Ubisoft open world stuff.
Oh yeah.
My number 9 is Shadow of Mordor.
Ah, yes, right. Mm-hmm.
I didn't even finish this game.
No, I remember
and
that.
I didn't even touch the sequel. I don't know how it got to number 6 of 2014.
2014 was like a notoriously dry year.
All I remember from that game is just like slashing orcs and then running around and doing like outposts and Ubisoft towers. That's all I remember from that game. Maybe I was really blown away by the vengeance system.
The Nemesis system.
I think maybe that tech got itself bumped the game up the list. I don't know, but looking back at that game, you could not pay me to play that game. I don't want to play that game or that genre. It's just not my thing whatsoever.
Yeah.
I guess 2014 Joe was kind of into it. Not enough to finish the game, but
next gen was still new as well, so there was sort of like there was a lot of like in end of 2013 into 14, there was a lot of just like, well, it's out and I want to use my console and it's got a new system, a gameplay system. Yeah. There's a lot of open world stuff in the bottom 25 for me, I would say.
That franchise just vanished as well after that second game. They just gave up on it, I guess.
Yeah, they did, yeah. Number 99 is another congratulations to this developer that starts with a B.
I know what it is.
And I never want to play this game ever again, and I don't really know if I want to play any more games from Bethesda.
I already knew.
It's Fallout 4. Literally the only thing that stopped it from being number 100 was I put like 40 hours into the jank-ass building mechanics because I kind of enjoyed building in that game. That's the only thing I liked in Fallout 4.
It's crazy, like, how as soon as you said the letter B, I was like, Fallout 4. I don't know how I pieced it together. I remember you saying it was lucky to make it to number 10.
Yeah. This was number 10 in 2015, and I was like, you're fucking lucky. Like, I think I mostly just put it on there because there was, like, nothing else, and, I have like 80 hours in that game, and I swear 60 of that is probably like fiddling with their terrible build system to make like a giant sign that says fuck off. Which was worth it. It's funny. But yeah, man, like, it's wild that Bethesda put out, I'll be generous and say 2 games, even though Fallout 76, I don't know, barely counts if you ask me, but like in 10 years they put out Fallout 4.
Wow, yeah, that's it, isn't it?
And like Fallout 4 feels like, in my brain, just like the oldest game of all time, and I look at Starfield and I'm just like, I don't know. So yeah, we'll see.
That's a talk for another time.
That's a talk for September.
That's going to
when
be very
Starfield
interesting.
comes out. Yeah. So there you go. Congratulations, Bethesda, right
And
up there
BioWare.
with BioWare. Good job.
What a fall from grace.
Oof.
My number 8 is another walking simulator. It is The Beginner's Guide.
Oh yeah.
Which was my number 5 in 2014. I still put some merit behind The Beginner's Guide. It was, again, the early indie days, and I remember that game being like super weird and interesting with what the guy making it was trying to do. It was I remember it being like a strange fourth wall breaking commentary on creation, and the guy had like taken his friend's unpublished games and published them to the internet, and I couldn't tell if it was like real or if this was some sort of, I don't know. It was a really interesting experience, and Gone Home is just like, I don't know, man. But the beginner's guide it's at least got something weird going on. It's like a strange character study into a guy trying to accomplish something and reflecting on being a creator and being jealous of someone else, being angry at someone else. It was at least interesting. But like I said, with Gone Home, I like games which are fun now. Not walking around.
What a radical concept.
Yeah, if I want like a cool message, I'll read a book. I don't know.
Yeah. What's interesting though about the beginner's guide is that like almost a decade later, I still don't know what parts of it were legitimate, or if it was entirely him just making the game up, which is cool.
Yeah.
I did not like that game, but yes, it still sort of stands out a little bit in the mind.
Yeah, there's never really been anything else like it. I can't.
Was that really
remember.
2014? Like, did he do Stanley
15.
Parable in? Oh, 15. Okay,
Yeah.
Right.
That's my number 8. I still recommend checking it out. It's interesting.
Yeah. 98. Oh my god, I can't believe we're doing 100 games.
I know.
Here's another open world game. This was partially on my list in 2020. 2020 had like very few games, so I put a few of the like PS5 launch games in the top 10 to discuss them because we didn't get around to talking about them formally. Miles Morales, Spider-Man.
Oh yeah,
Miles Morales. I quite enjoyed the 10 hours it took to do everything in that game, probably because it was 10 hours long for an open world game.
Yeah.
There's something like refreshing about that. The combat was better than the first game. Everything about Miles Morales was better, except for maybe the story, which was like slightly not as compelling, but they improved everything from the first game, and I didn't care for the first Spider-Man all that much, honestly. And they improved it a bit. But also, like, it's just like a super generic open world action game, and yeah, I don't know. I'll be very curious to see what they do with 2 this year, because they need to do a lot to get me interested.
Same.
Like, I can see myself playing like sort of like Harry Potter. It's like 5 hours in, I'm like, okay, that's an open world game. I'm done. So we'll see. It'll be interesting. But, Miles Morales probably could have gone a little higher because I had a consistently good time with it. But it's also like just so generic at this point to me.
Like I said, I've hit such a roadblock with the genre.
I know, yeah. The open world is just, you got to really do some cool stuff to get me into it nowadays. So
I didn't think I got to Morales for like 7 months after it came out, just because I just was not in the mood for it. And when I played it, I did enjoy it because it was 10 hours and easy to clean up, like a 100% playthrough of it. But yeah, like you said, when it comes to Spider-Man 2, I don't know what they're going to do to make it feel like super fresh, because, I mean, it has to be New York City and swinging around, so...
I guess so, yeah, right? Like, pretty much, yeah.
We will see.
Third game in New York City swinging around. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, we'll see, though. Insomniac's a good... They're clever. Hopefully they come up with something, but I don't know. We'll see.
Yeah, but, these IPs are just...
yeah, that's the problem.
Yeah. Anyway. Number 7, 97. I wish it was 7. This is my number 9 of 2013. So it's actually stayed in the exact same place, and that is Resogun.
Oh yeah, Resogun.
Yeah, Resogun was cool.
PS4 launch game.
Yeah. Right. I don't have a lot to say about it. It was the only thing I had like preloaded onto the PS4 when I got it. I had 0 games. So I have some fond memories of sitting in my university flat and only playing Resogun for like 2 days straight because it's all that I had, and just thinking the PS4 was fun because some sound effects came out of the controller. That was enough to entertain me back then.
Yeah. It's cool how that company has evolved as well. Because those guys made Returnal and are now owned by Sony and making like AAA weird action games. So
yeah, they will come up again.
Mm-hmm.
For sure.
Not my number 7 with a 9 in front of it. It's one you've already talked about. It was my number 4 in 2014. Stale year for Shadow of Mordor.
Yeah.
That's it. I don't know.
Yeah.
That style of open world of just like it's an Assassin's Creed game but with Batman combat and like just endless checklist stuff. It really feels like ancient to me at this point.
Except it's not. It's very modern and relevant.
Yeah. It feels more ancient by the fact that like nothing about it, gameplay, visuals, setting, any of that is interesting anymore.
I mean, the Nemesis system was like more interesting than anything some of these newer games are doing, honestly.
That's true, yeah. And we always wondered, we were like, I wonder what other games are going to do systems like this, and we've never seen a Nemesis. It's patented, that's why. They own it. So look forward to the Nemesis system in the Wonder Woman game this company is working on next. That's going to be really exciting.
I remember it was close to Alien Isolation, and we got into some big talks about like the future of AI, dynamic AI in video games, and it never really came to much.
We might finally start to see it this gen, maybe a little bit, because the CPUs can actually do something now as we shed the PS4 after a decade, but the PS4 CPUs were just terrible. We didn't know that at the time, but so sort of a shame. Anyways, Shadow Mordor. There you go.
All right. My 96 is Battlefield 1, which was also my number 10 of 2016, so it stayed in the same place. This is like one of my Mythbuster work games. I didn't actually end up playing a lot of it outside of making videos. If I judge games based on the fun I had making video content, it would probably be higher, because we had a lot of fun goofing around in Battlefield 1, but I just didn't end up playing the actual game that much. It just scraped onto my list in 2016, and, Battlefields have a great first 5 to 10 hours of the spectacle, but when that wears off, you kind of have to like the gameplay loop and the gunplay, and, I don't know, World War I didn't really do it for me. I liked being on the horse and slashing people, and that was kind of all I connected with.
And the Zeppelin crashing down.
That was always amazing. Yeah, we saw a lot of that because of Mythbusters.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was my 96.
My 96 is Battlefield 5. I put it in at number 10 in 2018 as a mild joke, because everyone was giving that game so much shit and it's so gross for the reasons why. But I had played it with the boys and we had fun with it. I think Battlefield 5 is horribly boring, but it felt good. Like the movement and the shooting was solid, but Battlefield 1 and Battlefield 5, for me, just very, very boring Battlefield games for what I like about Battlefield.
After 2030, what's the new one called?
2042, yeah.
Yeah.
Which sounds like it's gotten there, but
Battlefield 5 had like a renaissance, didn't it?
Yeah, it's true. Battlefield 5 is still very popular, but World War 1 and 2,
it's a weird follow-up to Battlefield 1, just to do a World War 2 after, it was a weird sequel, whatever you call it, follow-up.
Yeah. I think I have maybe 15 hours in that game, maybe.
Yeah,
maybe
that's bad
10.
for you.
Yeah, yeah.
All right, 95.
Oh my god.
This one's a little interesting because it was actually my number 7 of 2021. So quite a recent game, which has dropped down from number 7 to theoretically would be number 10 now. It's Subnautica Below Zero. Yeah, this game, time's a weird thing. Yeah. Because I definitely enjoyed Subnautica Below Zero, but overall, it's just kind of vanished into the gaming, when it comes to like the gaming respect, the gaming ethos, mythos. Just like no one talks about it anymore because I just don't think it brought enough on top of what Subnautica did to be remembered after like 6 months it came out.
Yeah.
I played it. It was a cool expansion on the idea of Subnautica, but because it just offered, I don't know, not enough on top of what Subnautica did, it's just kind of slowly trickled down my list of games that I revere. I mean, I still had a good time with it. I would still recommend it. But, I was interested to see when I was going through systematically when I make my list, like I do it pretty simply. I just say like, do I like this game more than this game? And I kind of just do it all the way up like a ripple and see where things land. And I was a little surprised to see Subnautica Below Zero land at 95. Time is a weird thing. You can enjoy a game at the time, and then in 1 year, where it sits in your memory is a strange thing. And Subnautica Below Zero is like the first example of a really recent game just kind of evaporating and disappearing when it comes to my memory of it. It was a long wait as well for that game, and I just don't feel like it brought a whole lot to the idea of Subnautica. Still liked it.
Yeah, a lot of these games in the bottom chunk are like, I look at them and it's just like my eyes just glaze over, or I just look at it and feel nothing, you know? My number 95 is also very recent. It's from 2022. We talked about it only 2 months ago.
Oh my god.
It was number 9. I don't even know what I put at number 10. Oh, right, I remember. Okay, anyways. And it's Mario and Rabbids Sparks of Hope.
Ah, yeah.
I think I liked the first game more, even though the first game was more flawed.
Okay.
I found it more challenging.
Yeah.
I found the story stuff more fun, especially like the classic roasting opera singer who roasts Mario and all of his dumb mustache and his dumb Mario Kart games, and that like whole opera sequence stands out still to this day. I didn't finish it. Part of it's also because like the Switch sucks.
Yeah, that thing sucks, man.
And it barely runs the game at 30 FPS. But most of it was just the battles just were super repetitive, even on hard. There was no challenge to them at all, and I was just steamrolling everything. And I like turn-based strategy to be challenging because that makes you have to strategize. And if there's no strategizing, it's just turn-based. There's nothing to it. And so, I'm still glad I put it on that list and that it's coming up here because I like those two games. I like the concept, but I think the first one stands out to me a lot more. Some of that is...
it feels like that sequel never came out.
Oh, I know. Of all the games on this list, this one feels like the one that least had any impact or anything. Like, it's like this game did not come out at all. I
think the only person I ever heard talk about it. I'm not even sure if I saw a review of it.
I know. It's like it doesn't exist. It's fascinating.
Yeah, I don't know if we needed two of those.
Yeah, I don't know. The first game had a lot of problems and they improved a lot of them, but they just didn't. I don't know. Yeah, it just didn't. The magic was lost a little bit, I think, which is too bad. So there you go. Congratulations, Mario, you did it. And Ubisoft. I think that's the only Ubisoft game on my entire list. So, the big boys, Bethesda, BioWare, Ubisoft, the bottom 90, the bottom 95.
Yeah, I think I have a couple of games published by Ubisoft.
Yeah.
What are we on? 94. My 94 is Saints Row 4.
Ah, yes.
I really like Saints Row. It's a really good series, and I like how they kept ramping up the craziness all the way up to 4. And I didn't think we needed Saints Row 4, but I feel like it was a worthwhile pinnacle of the madness. And I remember having a really good time with it. Yeah. Shame they didn't stop at 4, but you know how companies be. They always try to keep it going a little longer. I didn't even try the Saints Row reboot, so I don't really care. But yeah, I like 1, 2, 3, and 4. I enjoyed the entire journey of Saints Row. And I think 4 was where they should have left it. It was a good crescendo of the madness, and I had a good time with that game. Yeah.
I only ever played 3 and 4, and I think 3 has, like, the better writing.
Yeah, 3 is probably the best, I'd say.
Yeah, 3 is kind of incredible. But 4 was super fun. Like, it was still very funny. It also is just it's so fucking stupid. It's unbelievable.
Yeah, has some great licensed music parts as well.
Oh, yeah. But it was also just like a fun to play game because they basically made it a Crackdown game, and it was like a better Crackdown game than Crackdown ever managed. And Saints Row 4 was a good time. I would never want to play it again. Same with 3 either, both of them. But they were good times back in the day for sure.
It was like the video game equivalent of Fast and Furious, just like slowly getting more unhinged.
That's a very good comparison, and it's too bad that I don't know, Saints Row feels like we've lost something. Like video games I feel like Saints Row can't exist anymore because games are too serious and too expensive, and it's like Saints Row 3 and 4 are kind of like shit posts, but in game form and taken seriously, and that's something that I just don't feel like we're ever going to get that again, which is too bad. Yeah. 94. This is a game I look at and remember enjoying quite a bit at the time, but couldn't tell you anything about it anymore or ever play it again, and that's Rise of the Tomb Raider. Lara Croft. Right. Remember those games?
I do.
Yeah.
The second one was good.
The second one was definitely the best of the lot, and I liked that sort of. I still like, they don't do it very much anymore, but I still like the format of like, it's linear, but it's kind of wide, you know, and there's like these areas that are sort of wide and you can explore, but they're not open worlds. They're like 15, 20 hours. It
was the best of that trilogy for sure.
Oh, definitely. Yeah. And it was also like one of the first like actually interesting games that was on the Xbox One at the time, because I believe it was exclusive there for a year.
I didn't think I played it for like a year, right? I can't remember.
Yeah, I believe that's accurate. I think it was on Xbox in 2015, and then it only hit fall 2016 on PlayStation. And that was like part of it as well. It's like, oh, I'm finally using this Xbox I bought when it was accidentally listed for $100 on Amazon for 5 minutes.
I forgot about that.
I got that in like mid 2014. So Rise of the Tomb Raider, definitely the best of the lot, and I still think there's merit to that structure of game.
Me too.
Yeah, and sort of like like Metro Exodus, but a smaller areas, or something like that. Like just that, sort of wide linear, as Naughty Dog like to call it.
I still like that format a lot to this day, honestly.
Yeah.
I don't know what to call it, but I know exactly what you're talking about. Semi-open world, but it's not quite.
Yeah.
I feel like that tag has never really worked to describe it.
No. It's tricky to nail exactly what words to use for it, but it's a structure I would like to see more from, because it tapped into the sweet spot of game length, which is like 15 to 20 hours. You're never in anywhere too long. You sort of get that OCD collectathon compulsion when it's small areas as well, and you're like, it's 5 things. I'll collect 5 things. Fuck it. Yeah.
It's like open world game design without the overwhelming exhaustion of it. And you can be thorough without having a brain aneurysm.
Having to get a second, like having to treat it as a full-time job. Yeah. It was a good game. Good set pieces. It looked amazing at the time. I remember that as well. It was Rise of the Tomb Raider. Solid game.
Yeah. I like that entire trilogy, actually.
I did not like 3.
I remember.
Yeah.
93 is Halo Infinite.
Oh my god, right, you put that on your list, right? Yeah. I forgot about that.
It was my number 8 of 2021, and it would now be at number 9, so it's fallen down 1 spot on my 2021 list. I'm not going to talk about it again. At the time, I was having a really fun experience with Big Team Battle. I enjoyed the multiplayer a lot. The campaign was not good.
No.
But yeah, I was just really enjoying playing the multiplayer. But yeah, time was not kind to Halo Infinite. Multiplayer games are weird. They've done a lot to try and fix the problems. And I don't know, I feel like once you really fall off a multiplayer bandwagon, it's really hard to kind of want to get back on one of those when you're so far behind. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Because Halo Infinite is definitely in a better spot, and I did enjoy it. It's got like a couple more big team battle maps, and I just like can't be bothered, you know? Because when you get back into a multiplayer game, there's that hump of like, oh, I'm rusty. I don't really remember my controls or how to be good at this game. I'm gonna get beaten down and bullied for the first few matches. And you gotta like really want it to get like back into it and over that hump. And yeah, I don't think I do. Which is a shame, because I was really enjoying my time with it when I made that list. And a year and a bit later, I have not played it since, and I don't really care.
There's also just like a lot of Halo baggage, you know.
Yeah.
I feel like Halo
shouldn't let
hasn't
that affect your love of a game, but you are right. Like a community feeling does help.
Yeah, like the amount of fucking rough stories that Halo's had over the last 18 months is exhausting. And it's in a better place, but it's still just I don't know.
I feel like multiplayer games nowadays, they're live services, so you want to feel positive about its future and the people who are driving the train. And if you don't have that confidence, it's like hard to want to invest in like getting good at a game, investing your time in it, and dedicating towards a game where you don't know if it's going to survive like a year, or if they're just going to move on to something else when it comes to the live service world. Maybe that's part of it. And like you say, the community is in a weird, dark place. And I don't know. Who cares anyway? 93.
Yeah.
Who cares?
Yeah. 93. This was a number 10 in 2013. Papers, Please.
Oh, yeah.
It's a solid game that I never actually played all that much of. I've only played like 2 hours of it, but it's one of those games that, I sort of respect more than I ever enjoyed, which is, I mean, it was deliberately not supposed to be very enjoyable. But it's like, that game is, Papers, Please to me stands out as being iconic still, like 10 years later. And it continues to sell a lot and comes up every now and then. And
it's very relevant now. That Contraband Cop became a pretty quick indie darling, and it's literally just like a Unreal asset rip, which has taken the whole idea of Papers, Please and made it 3D. That's it. That's the whole
really?
game.
Oh, interesting.
And it's good, because Papers, Please is good and smart.
Yeah. Papers, Please is a very intelligent game, which is not surprising. I mean, Lucas Pope is a genius game designer, which we'll talk about again later.
Yeah. It's like the birth of like the busy work genre before it came to be.
Well, yeah, and also like morally a little weird and also monotonous, and it's like, is monotony fun and things like that. Yeah, very clever game. The fact that he's making like his current game that he's working on is for that what's that? The Playdate? Lucas Pope is making
Crank?
with the one with the crank. He's like making a game for that. Like the fact that he's making a game for that makes me want to buy exactly, right? Like it makes me want to buy a $150 piece of crap that I'll never use except for his game, because he's such a smart game designer. So
I think I'd spend $150 on a Lucas Pope experience. I think I would
too. Yeah, I mean, like Papers, Please was like $5 and Obra Dinn was like $10. So I would happily give him $150, $200 or something, because I feel like he's not gotten a lot of money from me when he should have. So Papers, Please. Still a very cool, iconic game 10 years later, I think. But I never played a ton of it, so.
Yeah, one day I'll beat that game. Maybe.
Yeah, I know, right? I think about it every now and then. I'm like, I should reinstall Papers, Please, and get back into it. But I never do, because there's always games coming out and it's exhausting.
Yeah, it is. All right, my 92 is the first 2020 game, or at least list-wise. It was my number 10. And that is Grounded. Not gonna go into Grounded too much. I still think that game has a lot of really cool ideas, a lot of cool sections, really cool map. I honestly think Grounded might be the game which overstays its welcome the most out of any game I've ever played, ever. I used to think it was The Last of Us 2.
Oh my god.
Or like the end of Red Dead Redemption 2, but Grounded just won't fuck off, man. Oh my god, dude.
We still have to beat it.
We still haven't beaten that game. We're like 40 hours in.
We started it in October. It's almost April.
Oh my god. Like, again, I stand by like the positive sentimentalities I have with the game. It has some cool ideas, some cool moments. The whole thing is an interesting concept, and we have had fun, but it just doesn't end, man. And it's not like a 50-hour game. It shouldn't be 50 hours. It's not that good. It's not good enough to warrant that much time.
No, it's not. And it's not fun enough either.
No, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, it's not fun enough for like 50 to 60 hours.
Yeah. Oh, God.
God, the game's exhausting.
I forgot we still haven't beaten that game.
That game would be so good if it was a trimmed-down 20-hour experience. It really would be.
Yeah, it would be. And if it wasn't the most miserable fucking nightmare thing ever made.
Yeah. Somehow still above Halo Infinite, though.
Wow. Well, yeah, I would agree with that.
There's been some good times. There really has been some good stuff in that game.
Yeah. And when it's all said and done, it will be looked back upon as certainly a journey.
Yeah.
Positive or negative, we will look back on Grounded and say, oh wow,
that was something.
Yeah. That game, when we beat that, we need to do like a dedicated like post-mortem podcast discussion or something, and bring in like a therapist for it as well.
We probably still got a long way to go.
Yeah, we do. It's gonna be like an 8-month thing to beat that game, probably, if not more.
I can't wait till the credits roll.
I can't wait to get the achievement for beating it, though. It'll be like 0.1% of people have gotten it. It's gonna be satisfying.
Yeah, we worked for it.
My anxiety is like my chest is tightening just thinking about Grounded, so I'm gonna move on.
Halo Infinite into Grounded talk? Jesus.
Deep breath. Okay, I'm feeling better. 92. This was number 9 in 2018. Dead Cells. Dead Cells was a game I put a lot of time into and enjoyed quite a bit at the time. Never beat it. It's too fucking hard. But I had fun playing it. And when I looked at Dead Cells, I was like, oh, right, Dead Cells. I forgot Dead Cells existed. So that's why it's so low down on the list.
Yeah.
It's a good game. Tight combat, like tight controls, really good feeling controls, good visuals, good music. But that genre, it's like the most popular thing in the world still, which is fine. But it's been done. I've liked the roguelite thing more in other games. So it was a good sort of like one of the early sort of ones for me that was like, oh yeah, I can enjoy this genre. But yeah, so
the game had good combat.
Yeah, it did.
And movement.
I remember the movement. The movement specifically felt just perfect, which is not a small
slam.
Thing. Yes, the
slam.
Yeah. But like they're still putting out content for that game. Like there's a giant Castlevania update coming out for it.
I did see that recently.
Like soon, which is crazy. So
I think it's out now.
It might have just come out or something. Yeah, but I don't know. I enjoyed it a lot at the time, but I at a certain point I did also buy it on the PC and cheat engine to make it as crazy as possible for fun. And once you do that, you're like, okay, I'm never playing this game again. And that's pretty much exactly what happened, which I knew would happen. So that's fine. So there you go, Dead Cells.
All right, 91. This was my number 8 for 2018, and it's the first game from 2018 I've mentioned, so this would have fallen down 2 slots, which is kind of interesting. I'm not sure why, honestly. It is Thronebreaker, the Gwent standalone Witcher game.
Yeah.
I don't know why it's fallen down 2 slots. Again, like when I talked about Subnautica Below Zero, some things just don't stay in your mind for whatever reason. Maybe it's fatigue with all these card games coming out. Not that I've even played that many, but maybe it's because since I played like Griftlands and games that are trying to do a bit more with the card genre, I really like the presentation of the story in Thronebreaker. And 91 out of my top 100 games across 10 years is not a terrible place. But yeah, I just think the genre's gone further since. And it just doesn't stick in my memory as something super significant, even though I definitely had a good time playing it.
Yeah, that's like Dead Cells for me.
It was cool.
Yeah.
But yeah, the card genre, Dead Cells is a good comparison because those 2 genres have just like gone leaps and bounds over the last couple of years.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah. That game definitely, it took a very long time, but people finally like have played Thronebreaker, which is kind of nice. I was just checking, it's at 12,500 reviews on Steam. I remember when that game came out, we were like the only people on Earth that were discussing it, and it was kind of shocking because it's a good fucking game.
It is.
Yeah.
I will say, just like, what are the big card games we played since? I've been playing obviously Marvel Snap.
You've played a lot of Slay the Spire.
Slay the Spire, Griftlands. I just think I think Gwent overall is just a bit, I don't know, I just don't think it's got the legs to go all the way as one of the big boys.
Yeah.
They keep trying to push Gwent over and over again in different games and multiplayer things, and I don't know, man,
I think they're retiring the multiplayer game, I think.
I don't want to be mean, because I like The Witcher. I don't know, I just don't think Gwent's got enough going for it compared to what is going on and popular nowadays in the card genre.
Oh yeah, so they're going to stop support for the Gwent online game in 2024, which is an impressive run. I mean, Gwent, like, to think about where it started as just like the dumb mini game in The Witcher 3, you know, the fact that they got like almost a decade out of standalone Gwent is kind of amazing. But yeah, I'm with you. Yeah, it's like, it went as far as it could go, and now it's being put to bed, and that makes sense to me. Yeah,
the story stuff was the best part, I'd say. Oh yeah, it was really cool.
Yeah. 91. It appeared in 2022, but it's actually from 2013, and that's Neptune's Pride.
Oh right.
Yeah, we talked about it very recently. It's a very cool, fun, nightmarish thing. Yeah, I have nothing really to add.
We're moving on quickly.
So over to you, number 90.
10 down.
Yeah, it only took 30 minutes, 35 minutes.
Yeah, let's not think about the maths behind that.
No.
My number 90 is Manifold Garden.
Oh, yes.
Super cool, psychedelic, trippy, like fourth dimensional perspective puzzle game.
Yeah.
I don't have much to say about it except to maybe just use this as a platform to give it a shout out because it's still very, very niche. I think it was maybe locked behind the Epic Game Store for a while.
It actually appeared first. It was made for the Apple Arcade push where Apple was like, buy an Apple TV to play games. So that's where it was for like a year or something. Yeah. And then I think you might be right. It might have been Epic. And then it finally came to Steam like a year ago or 2 years ago. Yeah.
Yeah, really cool puzzle game. I will just use this as a moment to give it a shout out if you're a puzzle fan because it really flew under the radar, maybe because of the storefront stuff. But yeah, if you like puzzle games, you should give it a go. It's cool. It's really cool.
It's very good. Yeah, it looks amazing as well.
It really does.
Yeah, that was a cool game. I enjoyed playing that back in the whenever. I think I did actually play some of that on my Apple TV or something because that was where it was, and I remember people were like recommending it. I was like, oh, I'll give this a try. It's free with a trial or whatever, and yeah, cool game. I never finished it.
It gets cool, man. It gets.
But
cool
I think I got like very close to finishing it, or maybe I did. I don't know. Good game though. Yes.
Yeah.
Speaking of psychedelic crazy trips, this isn't one of them. It's Demon's Souls from 2020, the remake.
Nice.
I enjoyed Demon's Souls quite a bit. Yeah. I had fun with it. I used the magic, and I kind of followed a guide as well to get like the most powerful items because I wanted to see just how broken it was, and it was gloriously broken. I literally one-shot the final boss. As in, I fired magic once and he died instantly. And that's still probably the funniest thing I've ever seen in a From game or any sort of quote-unquote difficult game. I laughed for like 5 minutes after doing that. And it looked amazing. It still looks amazing. Like almost 2.5 years.
Sounds amazing.
Yeah, it's still one of the PS5 showcases for sure. But, you know, a lot of stuff in that game is quite old. From has come a long ways since then, of course. But a glorious remake, a magnificently well done, and I appreciate that they actually stuck to the original and like didn't modify it really at all.
I was going to say the exact same thing. It's nice to see and feel how far From has come, and like feel the broken balance and all this weird stuff that would now be completely like modernized.
Yeah, and the sort of clash of like there's like a lot of bullshit. It's broken, janky. In terms of balance, and then like some bad bosses, like that clash with the insane super AAA visuals is fun. I agree. Yeah. I had a good time playing through that game. I'm glad I was able to beat it, and I think I've beaten Demon's Souls, Bloodborne, and Elden Ring, so those are the 3. I've never beaten a Dark Souls game. I don't think. No, I haven't. Yeah. Demon's Souls.
Demon's Souls.
Demon's Souls.
Maybe it flows better in Japanese. It probably does.
I'm sure it does. I'm sure. Oh man, all the translation stuff in that game is so fun. That's the one that has like "you defeated," right? Where
yeah.
Maybe Demon's Souls should be higher. I don't know. It's like almost a joke game at this point, you know. Like, but in a
it is it is higher on someone's list.
Yeah. I'm sure it'll come up again. So
it will come up again. Spoilers. We've got a big moment here.
Oh.
My number 89 is my number 1 of 2014.
Oh, yes, right.
You know what it is.
Yeah.
It is Valiant Hearts.
Oh.
You know, Valiant Hearts, still to this day, is a great little indie thing. It really is. And I highly recommend playing it. I was sad to see that the sequel was like a mobile game, which...
Oh.
Yeah, they announced it somewhere as a new Valiant Heart game, and it's on phone only. But this was 2014. This was, I would say, 2013 to 2015 was like Joe's super deep indie phase. The indie genre was coming out with all these new formats, and they just felt so new and fresh. And I really liked the small scope and seeing like all these small emotional stories. But yeah, I've already kind of gone over it with Gone Home. I'm old and grizzled, and I just want good, fun games now. So yeah, these little indie games have unfortunately fallen a little bit over time when it comes to my reverence. You know, overall, it's a little sad to see a number 1 game at 89. But you know, that's the point of this whole list, is to see like, how our tastes have changed. I still look back on Valiant Hearts very fondly, and I still find it really cute to see it at number 1. It shows like my entire personality and like game taste has evolved and changed completely. Because yeah, I don't even know if I'd play it. If that came out nowadays, I wouldn't even play it, which is really sad to say. But you know, I'm just burnt out on indie stuff. But at the time, this was very fresh and cool.
Also made by Ubisoft, so not an indie game. Which is funny.
Was it made completely by them? I thought it was like published.
Yeah, it was made in-house by Ubisoft, by a team in Montreal, using the UbiArt, rest in peace, engine from Rayman.
I thought maybe it's one of those like EA things where they kind of take smaller studios under their wings.
I am pretty sure it was Ubisoft Montpellier, which is one of their like the early. It's the Rayman people.
Oh man,
I guess.
What a good studio.
And I guess those guys are working on Beyond Good and Evil 2, which will never come out.
What a waste.
Yeah, they're the Rayman team. That was, how depressing.
Yeah, it is depressing.
Yeah. That was a good era. Like, there was a lot of experimentation happening from bigger companies it's all gone now.
Yeah, especially from Ubisoft.
Yeah. Well, speaking of Ubisoft, I was wrong. There is another Ubisoft game on my list.
Oh my god.
It was number 4 in 2013. Which I'm fine with. This was like my PS4 launch game because it was cross-gen, and it was Assassin's Creed 4 Black Flag.
Oh, yeah, I think that's completely fine, yeah. That game is still revered to this day, honestly.
Yeah. This was the last Assassin's Creed game I enjoyed. I have played maybe 10 hours of a couple of them since, and now I don't even play the AC games at all.
Yeah.
I remember still at the time finding a lot of their mission design not great. There was a lot of eavesdrop and follow, and you know that. Remember that era of Assassin's Creed?
Oh my God.
Yeah. But you know, even with those problems, the sailing and the pirate setting and the general sort of fun tone of it still stands out to this day. It was such a standout.
Still making a second game just out of the pirate mechanics, and it still hasn't come out.
It was such a standout that Ubisoft has spent like 8 years trying to make Skull and Bones, and it's still not out.
Skull and Bones, man.
And no one cares anymore because we're just like, why would we play it anyways? I also remember enjoying the modern day storytelling quite a bit because it was just like a side story, and you worked for Ubisoft and you were making Assassin's Creed 4 Black Flag, and it turns out Ubisoft was like owned by the evil Abstergo company, and man, all of that sure sounds about right.
That was cool.
Yeah, it was fun. They had fun with AC4, you know, especially after 3, which was just like a total mess. and I
It
never
looked
really
good
played.
on PS4 for the time as well.
Yes, that was a big part of it. It looked really sharp, and I played it, a lot of it in like the first 2 weeks of the PS4 being out, and the sailing was great. The sea shanties, just good vibe, good personality. But man, I would never ever play this game ever again.
Yeah.
I don't want to play an Assassin's Creed game ever again.
No.
So there you go. Anyways, yeah. So congratulations, Ubisoft. I was wrong. You got 2 games on the list. Good job.
Yeah. Back to back.
Yeah.
From our list.
Yeah.
All right. 88 was the start of Joseph Fares and his weird shit from Hazelight?
Hazelight, I think.
Hazelight. It's Brothers, A Tale of Two Sons.
Oh, right. I forgot that was... that was 2013, right?
Yeah. My number 8 in 2013. According to my stats, it would now be number 7.
Was that not on my list back in the day? Huh. I gotta check.
But it's now moved up a step.
Nice.
Yeah. This game is really, really cool. I'm sure at this point it looks dated, but if you liked, what's it called? The one with the newest one?
It Takes Two.
It Takes Two and A Way Out. I would still recommend going back to this game. You control 2 brothers, one with each thumbstick of a controller, and it's a really unique mechanic for platforming and puzzle solving that no one's done since. And it's used in storytelling right at the end, and it's really kind of small and clever. If you haven't played it, I think it's actually still worth going back to. I recommend it. That's a cool little thing.
I bet it holds up, and I think visually it probably holds up, because it has just a nice art style, a sort of painterly art style, and I thought this was on my list, but it wasn't. It was, which is too bad, because it still stands out to this day. It was a cool game.
It's been 10 years and it's moved up my list, so something in my head is holding it somewhere.
Yeah, it was better than A Way Out, that's for sure.
Yes, it stood out more for sure. More memorable.
Yeah. If people haven't played Brothers, I would definitely recommend checking that out. I'm sure it's on every platform on Earth, and you can probably get it for like $4 when it's on sale.
Yeah,
so
I don't think A Way Out made it.
No, I don't think.
10.
No, it definitely didn't make mine.
But the other 2 did, so yeah.
Yeah. Okay, number 88. This is the next few for me are sort of themed, and I'll let you figure out if you can figure out the theme when I name the name of the game here. This was my number 10 in 2017, despite being my most played game of on Steam until at the time at least, and it was Brendan Green's Battlegrounds. Sorry, PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds.
That's quite low down. Okay.
Yeah. Well, I
was expecting it to be a little higher.
PUBG, I don't know. The PUBG relationship is complicated. I stand by my enjoyment with it at the time, absolutely. It was a phenomenon for a reason, and it started a very dark trend with Battle Royales being the only thing anyone fucking makes or cares about.
Yeah, wow. What a thing.
I had a lot of great times with PUBG, but also PUBG, I'm never going to play it again, first of all. We've gone back to it once or twice, I think in like 2020, and then very briefly for like an evening once, maybe 18 months ago. And it's just horrible. It's just horrible. But, I'm thinking about the time I spent playing it when I was actually playing it, when I put like 400 hours into it. There was never once a time where PUBG during those days was like great. It was always like, oh, I'm having a great time, and then, it crashes. Or there was so many technical issues, so many janky things.
I thought that game felt and looked horrible.
Oh yeah, it did.
Cool. I did like the gunplay. The gunplay was cool.
Yeah. Look, like it's hard to sift through the PUBG feelings because like a lot there were like so many amazing moments, like we still have a video pinned in our Discord of like a classic PUBG game with crazy Russians in our team, and it's incredible. Like some of the funniest multiplayer games ever in PUBG, some of the greatest moments
it was like
ever.
Storytelling game.
Yes, but like it hasn't stood the test of time for me. The genre is dead to me, and
fair.
All those positive stories were always undermined by technical problems. Always. And it's kind of a shame, because if there was a game that like tapped into the emergent, funny storytelling, momenty things that PUBG taps into while being actually like fun and good, if a game did all that, it would be like one of the all-time greats, you know. But it's just, I look at PUBG and all the other multiplayer games on this list that will come up, and I just look at them and I'm like, this is the one I least want to play, and so I put it at the bottom of
That's fair.
my multiplayer games. So
yeah, I hated playing that game, but I almost look back on it fondly as well, because it was one of my favorite stream games, Twitch games to ever watch.
It's an incredible spectator sport,
Yeah, when you're not dealing with the cumbersome shit and the requeuing, you're watching someone else do it. I look back very fondly on like 2016 to 2017, like Shroud, Doc, Summit, all those people like coming up and playing those games.
That was the like peak of Twitch.
It was,
fun as well. And it's still a great, like I checked in on Doc streaming yesterday, and he was playing PUBG, and he was driving a cop car, and he's like, how do I turn the sirens on? How do I turn the sirens on? And someone says Shift E, and that just got him to jump out of the vehicle.
He jumped out,
and he splattered, and then he just ended his stream without saying another word. And it was incredible. It was hilarious, you know. And it's like, PUBG is still funny and fun to watch, but I've moved on.
That's fair.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would say my 87 is kind of in a similar position. My 87 is Halo 5.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know what to really say about Halo 5. I liked the campaign.
Where was it in 2015?
It was number 8, and now it is theoretically number 9. So it's actually fallen a slot, and I just don't really remember it, man. I really don't remember this game. I don't think I played much multiplayer, maybe 10 to 15 hours. I remember some of the maps. I think I played less than you of Halo 5. I just
you definitely
didn't click with it a lot. I remember you and Ben getting into like the loot chests, weird. It was called Ground War. Getting into Ground War.
No, it was called Warzone.
Warzone, that's it. Warzone.
Yeah.
And yeah, I don't know. I think I was drifting away from multiplayer games, or Halo 5 just didn't click with me. I definitely had fun with what I played, but yeah, I just left the boat pretty early on with Halo 5.
Yeah. I don't want to say you're wrong, but your placement of Halo 5 at the time was not what you just said.
What, number 8?
Yeah, it was your number 3. In 2015.
Wait.
Because I remember we shared it. It was both of ours number 3 in 2015.
Why have I got that 2015?
I think that might be the change. You might have... I think that was the year you hadn't finished Tales from the Borderlands.
Yes.
And you shifted everything around after the fact.
Yeah, there was some retroactive shifting, because I've got Tales as number 1, Soma number 2, and The Witcher 3 is now at number 3.
Interesting. That was your number 5. Until Dawn was your number 2. And Halo 5 was your number 3.
But also Dying Light is at number 10, which doesn't make sense, because there shouldn't be a number 10. I don't know what I've done, man. It's a mess.
It's okay. I mean, that's not very important. I just remember both of us sharing Halo 5 at number 3, and then like a year later or 2 years later, we were like, what?
Number 3, yeah. So we got moved to number 8, and now it's back down to number 9. Slowly falling down.
That's the 343 way.
I obviously liked it at the time. I just don't even remember it. It's just like nothing about it sticks in my head, except for like a couple of Warzone maps.
Yeah.
I don't remember the campaign or how it ended.
It ended with a great setup for a sequel that Halo Infinite skipped over.
Cortana flies off being evil?
Cortana takes over like all the AI in the galaxy, and then Halo Infinite picks up after they've dealt with that. And you're like, excuse me? Anyways, fucking Halo.
Yeah.
All right, I'm spoiling a little bit here. Not really, but we're in the multiplayer segment for me, okay? I clumped them all together. My next, number 87, right? Yeah, number 87. Yeah. It was my number 4 in 2019, and that is Apex Legends.
Yeah, interesting. Okay.
Apex Legends, like, objectively, a fantastic fucking game. Don't get me wrong. Everything about it is great, right? The visuals, the characters, the abilities, the gunplay. It's a great game. And I had a great time with it in 2014. Especially the summer, or in 2019. Jesus, in 2019. It's number 4. I see anyways. Dawson, our friend Dawson and I specifically, we played a lot of it. Season 2 in the summer. It was August, September. It was delightful. It was so fun. The balance was off. We were just bombing around, having a great time. And then like a light, it switched. I remember the day. It was October 1st. Season 3 launched. And that day was the day Apex Legends died for me. Because that was the day they said, this game is for hardcore fucking sweat nerds now, and that's it. And it's never left that place for me. It is like an impenetrably difficult game to play nowadays because everyone is so fucking good at it. And most of it is about being very competitive and very serious. And that's fine. You know, a whole industry has boomed out of Apex. I mean, Apex is like one of the biggest games in the world now. And that's fine, you know, but it's just not for me at all. And I have basically not played it since that Season 3 launched on October 1st, 2019. And it makes me very sad because it even has Team Deathmatch now. I tried playing Team Deathmatch last week. It was a fucking nightmare. It was so awful. And it makes me sad because everything about Apex is good, actually. Almost everything in there is just like, it's Respawn. They know what they're doing. Apex is just, it's impenetrable for me now, and that it makes me sad.
It is a shame.
Yeah, it makes me sad. And like, at least it's not like a depressing, like, oh god, the support is so terrible and like all the updates are bad. Like, no, they're still doing good stuff. You know, they're bringing more non-BR modes out and things like that. That's great. But it's just, I've never had a game like switch off like that before, where it's just like, I'm in it, this is the best, we're having so much fucking fun, and then literally overnight it's like, this game is unplayable, and I never played it again, basically. Like, it was wild. It was shocking. It was like, I've never seen it before, and I think I
did that with both Destinies.
Yeah, that's fair.
It's like, nope.
Yeah, so, Apex.
It's a little sad.
It is a little sad. I will say, Respawn, all 3 of their games are on my list, which is something.
It's something.
It's almost like I like their games a lot, but we'll talk about their better games later.
Okay.
Yeah.
My number 86. I don't think I can segue into this one because it's Goat Simulator 2014. I don't think Goat Simulator deserves to be this high on the list, honestly, and above some of the other games I've mentioned. But Goat Simulator really stands out for me because this was during my Let's Play YouTube era. And I still think to this day Goat Simulator is the most a joke has got out of hand in the gaming world. I feel like not many people realize how far that game went and that it had like 7 expansion packs. I think when most people think about Goat Simulator, they just think about a goat like butting into a ragdoll NPC on the side of a road.
Yeah.
But that game just like for 2 years, they kept bringing out more and more jokes, all based around the main character being a goat. And I played all of them, and I just have really fond memories of following the most ridiculous journey that, I don't know, that I've probably ever seen in gaming. I don't know how that game went so far. It should have just been like a Twitter gif and died, but yeah, I played like 30 hours of Goat Simulator.
I still respect the commitment
Me too.
overdoing the joke. Yeah.
What a bit.
Like when they did the Goat Simulator MMO expansion and like...
That was fun.
Yeah.
It went to space at one point.
Did you ever play Goat Simulator 3?
I haven't yet. It's Epic exclusive. So.
I like that they went from 1 to 3 as well. That's a funny joke.
I do think at one point I do have to give it a go.
Yeah.
Just for old time's sake.
Also, this is the studio that made Goat Simulator, and now they just make Satisfactory. Like, it's the hardest swing of all time.
Good swing.
Yeah. Yeah, Goat Simulator really still stands out as just like one of the great goofs of all time in games.
A lot of respect for what they did.
Wasn't there like a Michael Bay explosion pop-up that would happen when you blow up the gas station? That's the only thing I remember doing. Anyways.
There was a lot of crazy stuff in that game.
It was real stupid.
And there was Steam Workshop support. Oh my god, that game went places.
It also, like, I feel like it also created the entire like simulator genre in a sense.
Jokey simulator genre.
Yeah, because like it's still a whole genre on Steam of just like play this for YouTube. It's called Blank Simulator, you know, and they're most of them are jokes now, but I think that's all Goat Simulator's fault.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Number 86. Still a multiplayer game. You just talked about it. It was my number 3 in 2015. It's Halo 5.
Yeah, look at that.
I still would hold Halo 5 in reasonably, like we parted on good terms, you know? I played quite a lot of the multiplayer because I like high mobility shooters. And I thought the changes, I think Halo 5 is still like 343's most successful Halo because it actually tried to do some different things. And it did those things well for me. And
I don't even remember. I don't even know what you're talking about. I really don't remember this game at all. Like the thruster?
Like the thrusters and the little bits of movement changes. I liked the Warzone mode. It was flawed, but like it was still interesting and sort of casual fun. I played like maybe an hour of the 4v4 in that game because I just don't care about arena 4v4 at all. But yeah, you know, I enjoyed a lot of Halo 5 for like a good, probably like close to a year. I played Halo 5, you know, pretty regularly. And it's easily the best of 343's for me.
I'd say probably objectively.
Which isn't saying much, but
not
like,
really, no.
And like the campaign has a lot of problems and the story is bad, but like there's like actual location changes in that game and set pieces, and that's more than Halo Infinite had, that's for fucking sure.
I don't remember anything.
Yeah, so you know, like Halo 5 of the multiplayer games on this list, it's not the most interesting, but we are on okay terms. Like
fair.
I played it and I got a lot of time out of it, and then I moved on and it was fun and I had a consistently good time with it. So that's more than I can say about most multiplayer games over the last 10 plus years. So
yeah, that's true. That is true.
Yeah, but again, I'm sort of with you. Like, and the reason it's here is just because it's like I really don't remember a whole lot of it, and also Halo just makes me sad. So
yeah, it is a little sad.
Yeah.
All right, 85. This will probably be a game which comes up again. I mean, it will come up again, obviously. These, you know, the entries are set, but what I'm saying is it will definitely be higher for you, because as much as I did enjoy this, I think you will probably remember that I had some issues with this, and it was Metro Exodus.
Oh, yeah.
I really enjoyed the first 2 chunks of Metro Exodus, and then I had some issues with the back end of the game, and I found some aspect of it to be clunky, and yeah, I still really enjoy it. You know, 85 out of 100. We're getting, you know, none of this is bad.
No.
You know. Yeah, it just, the second half didn't click as much for me. I remember being annoyed by all the jabbering on the train. I just didn't really want to talk to the characters. I just wanted to roam around the world. It had some cool ideas, but just didn't bring it all together for me. But regardless, if another Metro got announced anytime soon, I would be excited to see what they did next. Yeah. And I hope they keep going, because it's a weird, out there, interesting franchise / IP. And it's like a weird AA kind of maybe moving up to AAA thing. And I just like that area. I like people trying different things. And yeah, even though parts of it didn't work, still had a good time with Metro Exodus.
Well, you'll be happy to know that they have said this. They are deep in development on another Metro game. Yeah, it's next
That's gonna
gen,
be cool, man.
Next gen exclusive. They've been. I think their earnings indicate or their publisher indicates, like it'll be out like in the next 18 months, like no later than next year probably. So
nice.
I wouldn't be surprised if that gets announced like in the next couple months, honestly.
Cool.
Because
I'm looking forward to seeing Stalker 2 come together as well.
Yeah. Both those companies, I'm sure, are having some slower development for obvious reasons. But yeah.
It's a cool subgenre of the shooter, open world, action adventure, whatever.
And like they're both basically stalker games, you know. They're like the Russian apocalypse, post-apocalypse genre is always a pleasure.
It is
to visit.
I like what's going on. I just haven't maybe found the one which really clicks with me or hits the home run.
Yeah, I think I kind of hope they stick with the structure of Exodus and improve on, like, take their lessons learned and sort of build on it. Because I think,
like we said, I like the small mini open worlds.
Yeah,
I like that.
Yeah, I'll be curious what they do with the next one, and also it'll look fucking crazy. Next gen only. Sheesh. Was that 2019? Yeah, so I guess that's 4 years old now. Holy shit.
Yeah, it has climbed. Apparently, according to this, it has climbed a spot. I don't know how, but it was my 10, and now apparently it's my 9. So there you go.
There you go. 85. Still a multiplayer.
Okay.
Titanfall.
Oh.
Titanfall 1.
Titanfall 1. God, I thought that was longer than 2013. Okay.
No, 2014, sorry. Yeah, 2014. It was like March 2014, so 9 years. I mean, 9 years is a long time.
It is a long time, yeah.
Titanfall is a great multiplayer game. The only problem it really had was there wasn't a ton of gear to unlock in that game. There are aspects of the movement and combat and map design that are superior in Titanfall 1 to Titanfall 2, but you know, it got a better sequel that'll come up again later. So, like, I like Halo, I parted on good terms with Titanfall because I went to Titanfall 2. Though Titanfall 1 dried up, unfortunately, quickly, especially on the PC, because it was Origin only, and that was back in the day when everyone was like, I'm never playing a game on Origin. I only play Steam games. And, you know, I think the high mobility shooter genre just alienates people a lot, but man, do I love it. And Titanfall 1 was a hell of a first entry, even though it was just a multiplayer game. That's all it had, which is still kind of crazy to think about.
Especially for the time.
Especially for the time, yeah. But, you know, those Respawn guys, they kind of know what they're doing with multiplayer shooters. So, Titanfall. Good game.
Yeah, I'm sure the Titanfall 2 conversation will be very merry as well, and optimistic and happy.
My poor baby.
84. You kind of mentioned this earlier, at least this franchise. It is Tomb Raider from 2013.
Oh, the
first
OG.
of the new, the first of the new trilogy.
That's what I mean. You know,
I guess the OG of the trilogy.
Yeah,
the OG of the new G. I think overall I maybe like the Uncharted-esque action-adventure genre a bit more than you, maybe? I'm not sure, because I just remember this little trilogy really landing with me, especially the new one, the first one of the new ones in 2013. I have a lot of reverence for the old games. The original Tomb Raider was the first console game I ever owned, so there's always like that little bit of bias and nostalgia. And it's always nice to see a franchise that you like be revived and modernized in a way which is successful. So yeah, when Tomb Raider came out again in 2013, it was, a little special moment for me to see this long gone franchise keep going and keep being brought back. And I'm sure we'll see Lara Croft again. She just keeps coming back. Yeah. And I really enjoyed it. It was basically another Uncharted game. And at the time, I was absolutely in love with the Uncharted franchise. So to see like a franchise I loved be kind of modernized in that way was just kind of a win for me. I liked all three of them, but yeah, I actually don't know if Rise of the Tomb Raider is on this list, and I don't know why.
I think it was because of that like console exclusivity period. I think you didn't put it on in 2016 because it technically came out in 2015, and I don't know when you played it.
That might make sense, because I was like, why wouldn't it be on here? Because it was better than the first one.
Yeah. Like they improved pretty much everything for it. But yeah, I think I think it was because of the weird console stuff.
Yeah, Tomb Raider was my number 4 in 2013. Quite high up on the list.
Yeah, well, Black Flag was my number 4 in 2013. 2013 was like, here's these 3, like, you know, all-timers, and then it's like, you know, here's another 7 games to put on there. Yeah.
I really liked the first 2 of those Tomb Raider games. I still enjoyed
Shadow of the Tomb Raider.
I do have a soft spot for that format, even if it has aged. I really like the more puzzly aspect of Tomb Raider. Uncharted definitely has similar tombs with puzzles in it, but I feel like Tomb Raider leaned more into that because obviously tomb is in the name. And yeah, I just like that franchise overall.
All right, number 84. It's the last of my multiplayer segment for now.
Okay.
This was my number 2.
Whoa.
In 2016, and it's Overwatch.
Oh my god.
A large reason that Overwatch is so low on this list is because Overwatch 1 doesn't exist anymore. I could not install and play Overwatch 1 if I wanted to, but fair. Also guess what? I don't want to play Overwatch. Overwatch 1, in its launch period of, you know, let's call it the first 8 months, I think it was, or 6 months, it was like May 2016 till December or so, was a glorious period of time because it was an unbalanced clusterfuck and it was fun. Overwatch was so fun at the time, and much like Apex and every other multiplayer game, it just kept getting more serious. And I still to this day do not know why Blizzard is so obsessed with making it an esport hyper-competitive game when the whole reason Overwatch was popular and still is popular is because it's casual friendly, and like 35 million people played the first and second game, and games that have 35 million players, they're not sweat lords.
Yeah.
You know, it's a game that's like very casual about its aim, magnetism, and, you know, recharging abilities, and like it's a game for casual fun, and it's just been ramrodded down this path of hyper competitive and
the esports bubble, baby.
Yeah, and it's just Overwatch 1 just became such a nightmare of toxic awfulness, and it just lost all of its fun and charm, and they kept rebalancing things. And like Overwatch 1, not only does Overwatch 1 not exist in the fact that you can't download it anymore, but it also doesn't exist even if you could download it. Like some of the things I fundamentally enjoyed about Overwatch so much at the time were like specific character functionalities and things like that, and those characters have been like completely reworked. And like, you know, it's sort of the weird thing with a live service game of just like it changes dramatically over the course of its life, and that's, you know, a lot of the time it's for the better, but there's something like, I wish there was a way to re-experience what it was at launch.
Yeah.
But there isn't, and that's too bad. So
no.
And Overwatch 2, it just did nothing. It did nothing. It's like the least a sequel has ever done, ever, and they have improved nothing about it in terms of making it casual and fun and enjoyable. It's horrible. Overwatch makes me miserable. I hate it.
Top 100 games of all time.
I hate Overwatch. Fuck video games. No, but Overwatch makes me the saddest of all the multiplayer games on this list, because the fun I had, most fun Overwatch moments are like the most fun. They're like it's like Halo 3 and Overwatch, you know, for me, in terms of just like, wow, this is so fucking fun. And those experiences are literally unobtainable nowadays. And it just makes me very depressed to think about Overwatch.
Overwatch is just such an enigma to me. I can spectate a lot of games and understand and get it, even if they're not my taste. But when I look at Overwatch, I have no fucking idea what I'm looking at. It's like the counter opposite of PUBG, where it's like my least favorite game to watch of all time. And I don't get it. I will never understand that game, and I'm never going to try and understand it. It's just such a fucking mess.
And I feel like that's a great example of why they should stop trying to push it as a fucking esport, because you who don't watch it, you know, that's the target audience, is like, let's get people who aren't engaged with Overwatch to watch it. But like, no one's gonna fucking watch it because you're gonna have to put a seizure warning on it, and like, it's horrible to watch. Yes,
the bitrate can't handle that shit.
The bitrate can't handle it, and it's a fucking nightmare. And they just keep trying to make it competitive, and they've made Overwatch 2 like, oh god, they've made it so much harder to like play casually. It's unbelievable. Overwatch just boggles my mind.
Yeah,
and
that game just feels like, when I play it and look at it, it just feels like so much. The design of the game and the look of the game feels above what it is. Yeah. Like, there's just like Defend the Point, like old style game mess. It just doesn't feel like it works. And obviously it does, because it's very popular. But this is just like my outsider perspective. I just feel like it should be just a different game. Right. I don't know.
Yeah, and you know, maybe the PvE stuff will finally be good, but like, I who knows? We'll see. I would love to enjoy Overwatch again, and I think like a great PvE thing could be really enjoyable, because the world and characters and art and gameplay is good. Like, it's very good in Overwatch.
Like, whenever we do Mythbusters, I'm like, oh my god, this game looks amazing. It feels great. All the abilities are cool. Yeah. But I don't want to like put 8 of those characters into like a corridor and spam every ability and try to figure out what's happening.
It's such a clusterfuck of misery, Joe. It's so awful. Yeah.
Overwatch feels like it would be really good elsewhere. Doing something different.
Yeah, 100%. So,
but yeah, we'll see.
So that's the biggest fall from grace, is number 2 to number 84, or you know, whatever.
Yeah. Well, we have another. We'll see. We got another one coming in a few more entries. But for now, my 83 is The Evil Within.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, don't have a lot to say about it. I think this is a pretty suitable place. It was my number 8 in 2014, and, you know, it's at 83, so it's sitting probably where it belongs. I am a defender of the original Evil Within. I played it even when it was a fucking letterboxed PS4 nightmare, and I still liked it. I would love for it to get like a refresh. I don't think it needs like a Resident Evil 4 type remake, but I just feel like those two games have been left in the dust, and I actually think they're really quite good.
The Evil Within 2 is very good.
Yeah, The Evil Within 2 is great, and The Evil Within is still good in my opinion. It was during a time where Resident Evil was like lying dormant and like waiting to come back. Was big resurgence, and it was, you know, it was a needed taste of survival horror, especially in like the old Resident Evil format, and I stand by that game. I will defend it. It's good.
Yeah, I actually played through that game during like the pandemic in 2020 or so, and I'd never played it before, and you know, it's a big step down from 2, but it was still it still had its charms for sure. Yeah,
it's a cult classic.
But yeah, Evil Within 2 is great.
I need to replay that game one day. It's good.
They should. There was a lot of teases for an Evil Within 3 in Hi-Fi Rush, and that'd be cool if they did that.
Yeah, that would be so. I'd be so excited. Maybe with like the resurgence of all the survival horror, maybe it makes sense for them. I don't know.
Yeah, because you're right. Even Evil Within 2, I think, came out the same year as RE7, so like it really was quite before. Or just at the very beginning of like, hey, RE is back, and the biggest thing in the world, you know.
People still didn't like it, even with Resident Evil gone.
Yeah, it's too bad, because our Evil Within 2 especially is,
Yeah, no one, I swear no one talked about Resident Evil Within 2.
I know, yeah. It's sort of a shame.
That game is good.
I remember playing that game in secret and surprising you when we talked about it for our review roundup.
Yeah.
That was funny. Yeah, good. Yeah. Evil Within... It's funny because it's been like on the mind because he shows up all over the place in Hi-Fi Rush, Sebastian, and in his trench coat. Yeah, I wonder what they'll do with that franchise.
I like Evil Within, even the first one.
Yeah. Okay, 83. This is the first game that actually has never appeared on the list because it was replacing Bloodborne. It replaced Bloodborne appeared at number 10 in 2019 because 2019 was when I finally finished Bloodborne.
Right.
And so I have swapped this in because this was my number 11, and it's Gears 5.
Oh, damn. It's quite high up the list, I will say.
Yeah, I mean, it probably should have been below the multiplayer, but like, I don't know. I had a very enjoyable time with Gears 5, and it's the only Gears game that's ever been on the list. So, I felt, gotta give Gears some love, because Gears, it just sort of holds like a special weird place in my heart of like, these games haven't changed their gameplay at all in 20 years, and they feel old and weird, but like they're still fun every 4 years to play. And 5, the open world, like light open world stuff wasn't great, or didn't really add anything to it, but that game just looks incredible, is fun to play. The story had some interesting story stuff, some good set pieces, some dumb shit, and it's Gears, and I weirdly care about Gears still to this day. And when Gears 6 comes out, like, I'll be there, and I'm probably gonna have a great time playing that campaign once. and I don't know, Gears is such an odd thing, because I have like it's not like Halo where I have this deep attachment to it. Like, it's always just been this thing that like I play the campaign, and I'm kind of, when I beat the campaign, I was like, wow, that was a really fun campaign.
It's and just then been there for so long.
Right, and it's just been like around and unchanged, and the characters are weirdly good. And Gears is very odd, but it's still good and fun.
Yeah, I'd say I agree. I will be there for Gears of War 6. I think we were talking the other day, weirdly, about the DLC of Gears 5, and I was like, I would never play a single second extra of Gears of War 5.
Right.
However, if Gears of War 6 came out, I would play it immediately.
Right, yeah.
And I don't know how to explain that type of connection.
Yeah, I've thought about replaying Gears 5, and then I look and I'm like, I don't want to play. No, but it's exactly the same. Same with Gears 4. I was like, should I? No, I don't want to replay Gears 4. Gears 5 is coming out, and yeah, Gears 6 is going to get made, and I'll be there day one because it'll be on Game Pass.
Yeah.
And it'll look amazing, and it'll be fun to play.
Yeah, they feel good on PC as well, those games.
Yeah, like, Gears is just this weirdly stable constant in life. It's like one of the last like stable things in life. It's just like Gears of War will come out and it'll be good, and I'll enjoy it. And it's been that way since 2000. I think I started with, when I got into Gears was when 2 came out, so 2008. It's like 15 years of Gears.
It's almost in that like Ratchet and Clank legacy slot for me.
Yeah, and it feels old, like it feels ancient because it's so weirdly gamey. But it's, Gears is still good and fun, and I can't.
It is.
I can't quite. There's really nothing else like that for me, where I am not super attached to it, but I'm also totally into it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I couldn't think of something else like that that's been around for that long. So there you go, Gears 5. Good job.
Gears 5.
Yeah. Congrats.
Where the hell am I? 82. You have already mentioned this. I think I got more out of this than you did and enjoyed it a bit more, and that is Fallout 4.
Ah, yes.
Which was my number 9 in 2015. Apparently now it's risen to number 8. So congratulations, Fallout 4. I'm not going to go too deep into it. I really like the Fallout franchise. Not enough to commit to 76, but Fallout 4 was shoddy, and I wanted more after Fallout 3. Fallout 3 was really special to me. But regardless, I still put like 50 to 60 hours into Fallout 4, and I still enjoy walking around the wasteland, exploring and seeing whatever it has to offer. I even put like, I think 15 to 20 hours into 76 just because, again, I like exploring the Fallout world. Spoilers, 76 did not make it here, but I had some good times with Fallout 4. Again, it was at number 9 and it's in the 80s, so I think this sits at a pretty reasonable spot.
You definitely are the Bethesda enjoyer of the two of us, that's for sure.
I'd say so.
Yeah, because I never clicked with Fallout 3, and Skyrim's like the only thing I've played of theirs that I thought was fun, but also I would never want to play it ever again.
Oh man.
Anyways.
Wait, what's the new game called?
Wait, which one? Starfield? Starfield.
Starfield. That's going to be very interesting. Very, very interesting.
Yeah, that's why I keep saying, like, when people ask, like, what's the game you're most looking forward to? I say Starfield just because it's going to be fascinating.
Yeah.
Yeah, Jesus Christ. 82. We did mention this game, but it's not actually appeared on the list yet. And it's Tales from the Borderlands.
Nice.
I remember enjoying this game a lot because it was funny. The writing was funny. I don't remember what I thought about it was funny, but I remember laughing a lot playing those episodes.
Mm-hmm.
It's the best Borderlands game. It's the best Telltale game.
Yeah.
But also, like, that structure, that type of game, like, I have no fucking interest in it anymore.
Mm-hmm.
And that they put out another game, another Tales from the Borderlands. It came out like last year, and everyone apparently fucking hated it, which is
I didn't go anywhere near it because I didn't want to tarnish my fond memories of the first one.
I think it's like completely different characters, and it was made by Gearbox because obviously Telltale like exploded. So yeah, everyone apparently hated that game, which is not surprising. 7 years later, you wheel that back out to try and save your dying Borderlands franchise. I don't know.
With Gearbox writers.
With Gearbox writing it.
Yikes.
God. But yeah, Tales was clever. It was intelligent at times with its humor, while also being sometimes very fucking stupid.
Yeah.
And kind of just like still to this day, I think people definitely respect Tales a lot, but still to this day, you say, like, it's a Telltale story-driven Borderlands game, and I just go, like, how was that ever good? How did they manage to make that good?
Yes, it is a good question.
Yeah, and they did. They did a great job.
Yeah, I didn't play it for a long time.
Yeah, it was a very fun game back in the day, in 2015. That feels like a million years ago.
Yeah.
Yeah, there you are.
All right, this one, number 81, is kind of interesting because it was my number 10 of 2013, and now, if my list were to be reconstructed, this would be number 6. So
wow.
Over 10 years, this game has climbed up 4 spots in my memory somehow. I really don't know how it was number 10 because, again, I look back on it really fondly, and that is Outlast.
Oh, yeah. Fuck, yeah, right. Yeah.
I guess I don't know why this was number 10 because my memory of playing it is a really fond one.
Yeah.
I didn't even have a gaming PC at the time. So I asked my friend Andy, I was at university, my flatmate Andy had to plug it in, play it on his laptop because mine was a MacBook and it couldn't. I'm not even sure if it had Outlast or Steam. I don't really remember. I haven't had a Mac in so long. And we HDMI'd up to the big TV in his room, we turned off the lights and we played it side by side. And yeah, I guess just like, I don't know why it was so low down in 2013, but across the 10 years, maybe because horror has been such a weak genre, not survival horror, just like specifically horror.
Yeah.
It just really stands out as like a big moment for the genre. I think it's very iconic and memorable when it comes to horror overall. It's up there with like Amnesia and Slender Man. And yeah, I just guess time is being kind to the Outlast legacy, and maybe at the time I just valued other things. Maybe I like horror more than I did back in 2013. Not sure. I look back very fondly on Outlast, and which is very interested to see it was low down on the list, and now in my mind it's definitely climbed up the list, which is it's interesting. One of the more interesting parts of putting this list together is seeing how this stuff changes. And apparently Outlast has stood the test of time in my mind.
Yeah, I think Outlast is like one of the big 3 sort of horror games of the last 15 years or so. Like it really is like the Amnesia likes and the Outlast likes. And
I guess it takes time for something. It takes time for something to become iconic. And now I would probably consider Outlast to be iconic.
Oh, 100%. Yeah,
the green camera.
Definitely. And I agree with you. I did play that game. I remember playing it. I can like I can still vividly recall like the weather when I was playing it. I remember I was home alone in the big empty house, and it was fall. It was like it was Halloween time, so the leaves were changing. And I remember playing it in like 20-minute bursts, and then like getting up and walking away and coming back, and you know, and it was and still is a great experience. And I also look back on Outlast very fondly.
I think it's because it was the pinnacle and the peak of the being chased horror genre.
And the jump scare, like, everywhere, and yeah.
Yeah, but after Outlast, I just couldn't get into another horror game which is just being chased by a monster.
Yeah.
And maybe Outlast is why the horror genre died, because no one else knew what to do, except for paranormal jump scare games and being chased by a monster games.
Yeah.
And Outlast was like the peak of the being chased around genre.
And it was fucking scary.
At the time, it was very scary.
Yeah. It was, people like people still, play that game for the first time, and I see the clips of it every now and then. Like, there was someone in the last like 8 months, I saw a clip of like the bit, where you walk past the guy slumped in the wheelchair. You walk by him like 4 times, and on like the 4th time he finally jumps at you, and it's like, I saw that clip going around of someone playing it recently, and it still made me laugh. And Outlast sticks out big time.
Yeah.
And it's a shame that it, like, 2 apparently sucked, and now they're making, like, a fucking weird PvP whatever. I don't even know.
Yeah, we'll see. I'm interested, but we'll see.
But, that's, like, one of the pillars of the horror genre, I would say. And you're right. Like, I think you have come to like horror more as time has gone on, and I think also you're more starved than ever for horror experiences, right? Yeah. And so you look back on Outlast and you're just like, oh man, why can't we have games that make me feel like that anymore? And it's just because everything is still trying to be an Outlast game.
I remember the last time I played a game and I was like really scared, because Outlast really got me. It got me good. Maybe like
RE7 for me was like an effort to play through the first time because of how spooky it was, and since then, nothing really stands out to me.
Well, at least survival horror is going strong.
Yeah. Is just a random thought, did you put Resident Evil 7 in your top 10 for 2017? Is it on your list here?
No.
Fuck.
What? No.
Yeah, me neither. Fuck, man.
Really?
I know, right? I was thinking about that this morning. I know.
Did we not play it?
No, we did. We just didn't put it on our fucking top 10 list, either of us.
Wait, what year? 2017?
2017.
How the hell did that not make it?
I know. I was thinking about that last night and this morning. Yeah.
I'm glad you brought it up, because that's an interesting, almost like anecdote of this list of things that like... How did that not make it, man? That's so weird.
I know. I don't know why it's not on my list.
Destiny 2 made it. Well, actually, we'll get there. 2017 was a good year. What?
It was, but I was just thinking about Resident Evil 7 lately, with 4 being out, and it's that's a shame that that's not on either of our lists, because I feel like
that's aged well.
That might be our like biggest snub from this top 100, honestly, because Resident Evil 7's real fucking good.
Yeah, I love that game now.
Yeah. Anyways, 81, right?
Yeah.
All right. 2022 release here from number 7 in 2022, and that is everyone's favorite fetish game, Scorn.
Yeah, nice.
I like Scorn. What a fucking
me too.
Sicko nightmare game.
Yeah, Scorn was good, man.
I more and more as I get older, I want things that are doing, not always, but I like things that are trying, they're being a little fucking weird, right? And the weirder the better, and Scorn was very weird.
It was, yeah.
And I enjoyed it. And it's one of those things that I could see myself potentially playing through again in the future, because it's so simple and it's like 3 hours, and it's one of those sort of just like experiential things that I might come back to again. So there you go, Scorn. You did it, bud.
You did it, Scorn. I'm glad it's here somewhere.
Yeah.
All right, number 80. This is like one of the open world game things which actually kind of stood the test of time in my mind, and that was Infamous Second Son.
Right.
According to my list, it was number 4 in 2014 and would now be number 6, so technically it has fallen a little bit with time. But I just have some really fond memories of Infamous Second Son. I remember the PS4 gimmicks a lot with the new controller stuff. I still remember fondly spray painting with the crappy PS4 motion controls and finding that really charming, and all the speaker stuff. And I just really like movement in Infamous Second Son, and the effect of whatever you want to call was it Jensen?
Oh,
do you remember?
Dude, it was I'm
Destin?
I'm looking. I gotta find it here.
But the effect of him
Delson.
Delson. I was kind of close.
Yeah, you were.
But the visual effects of him moving and shifting in his weird light forms at the time was really striking. And also, I remember, this is really cute, I remember being excited because the game would be 60 frames per second at times, which for me was new,
unlocked. It was unlocked.
Yeah, I wasn't
FPS.
a PC gamer at the time.
Yes, yeah.
So I remember specifically sending you messages oh, in this specific spot, it's almost 60 frames
when you're
in
up
a
high
tunnel.
in the air, or in a tunnel, yeah.
Yeah, I got some really cute memories of Infamous Second Son. I liked the first game as well, and yeah, it's kind of a shame that the franchise isn't still going, but who knows if I would connect with it anyway nowadays. But yeah, it's kind of up there with Resogun, with one of those early last gen new memories, early memories for that gen.
I'm very glad you brought it up because I, for whatever fucking reason, didn't put it on my list in 2014, even though I hold that game in high regard and enjoyed it a lot at the time. So I'm glad it got some love because it was good.
List. Interesting.
I know. I don't know what's up with that, but unless my list that I'm referencing here, I don't think I've ever edited these lists. Once we do the bit, because no, it must not be, because I have notes in here from the time of I should not have put Dragon Age Inquisition on this list. I wrote that down.
Right. Yeah.
Anyways, that was a good game, and it looked unbelievably good when it came out. It was jaw dropping. When it launched. That was the first next gen showcase. Yeah, it was a fun game. Yeah, the neon when you're running or sprinting around, and
it felt good. The movement felt good.
The movement felt great, and I would much prefer Infamous over Ghost of Tsushima, that's for sure.
I probably prefer it over Spider-Man at this point, honestly.
Oh, me too, 100%. Yeah, absolutely, yeah. Because it's weird powers and not just I'm swinging and punching. Yeah. Yeah, it was a good game. Maybe I think Infamous 2 was better, but this one just had that sheen and polish that was really really
it had
impressive.
some novelty factors going on to help.
And shaking the thing, and all the dumb PlayStation integration things were pretty funny.
Yeah.
I kind of wish more games did dumb stuff like that with controllers, but I get it. I know why they don't, but. Number 80. Speaking of weird games, this one is, I would say, risen in the ranks a little bit. It was number 9 in 2020. I didn't do your math, but it's number 80. It's above some heavier hitters here. Bug Snacks.
Oh my god! I forgot about Bug. How is it so high up? What the fuck?
It's only number 80. I regard Bug Snacks fondly.
80.
I enjoyed the jank, stupid puzzles. I enjoyed it. It always felt like you were breaking the game, and I thought that was funny. But this is sort of the Goat Simulator entry in a way for me, where it's just it is such a goofy, weird thing. Yeah, and I think back on Bug Snacks and it makes me laugh, and that's more than I can say from I don't know, it helps that it's only 2 years old now, but what's the bunger and the strabby. Whenever I have a strawberry, I think strabby.
Maybe I'll play that DLC one day.
I might too, yeah. And it's just one of those things where it's it pops up in my head more than it should. mainly because it's a bunch of food, and I eat food, and so when if I see a hamburger, I think of a bunger, and that's just probably going to be forever. And it's a fucking weird, stupid game, and I liked Bugsnax. I unironically enjoyed my time with Bugsnax, and I still like Bugsnax.
Hey, I support it.
Remember near the end of that game when you go into like the mountain and you find like the lady and she's like a fucking horrifying monster?
Yeah. The finale of that game is actually kind of great.
Oh my god, Bugsnax.
Like the last hour.
What a dumb game.
I've still got that Twitch emote where that whatever
That's
guy...
why your wife left you.
Yeah, I still can't believe that line. Shoot me to the core.
See? Bugsnax.
Isn't there like a side quest where someone's been eating a guy's pets or something? I can't remember.
Yes, yeah. He like sleepwalks into the pen and eats the pets, the Bugsnax. Yeah.
And the game was good.
Yeah, that game. Yeah. I like Bugsnax. That's the that was the Octodad team.
Mm-hmm.
I look forward to whatever their next dumb game is because they just have they've got the right vibe. They've just got a fun sense of stupidity to
They
their
know how to
games.
get people's attention, that's for sure.
Oh yeah, and they spent like 7 years between Octodad and Bugsnax, and good for them.
I'm not sure if it was worth 7 years, but it was alright.
I think it was. Bunger.
Alright, my number 79. This is another big drop, actually. It was my number 2 of 2017.
Oh.
And this is the first game from 2017 so far, the year which is doing the best for me. Every other year has appeared a couple of times. This is 2017's first appearance. Yeah. So maybe that's why Resident Evil 7 didn't make the cut. Maybe it was a very good year.
Yeah, it was.
But my 79 is the last of the walking simulators, which is What Remains of Edith Finch.
Oh yeah, right.
This game is still really cool and does some super creative things with just the format of video games. I still am a sucker for people who do creative things with video games. It's kind of calling back to what you were saying about Papers, Please earlier. But yeah, again, my affinity for just walking around in indie games, no matter how good that indie game may be, has just dramatically lowered as time has gone on.
Yeah.
But still would highly praise this game, super creative, and would still highly recommend it. My tastes have just changed, but I would say my respect for this game is still really high, and I would still really recommend it.
Cool. Yeah. That game also still like stands out a lot. Was that 2017? 5 years now. 6 years. Yeah.
6 years, yeah.
Just about 6, yeah. So, yeah, and it's still like, I don't know. That game comes up a lot still, which is for good reason, because it's very odd and very creative, yeah.
It is, yeah.
79, my number 79, another 2022 game, Rollerdrome.
Oh yeah, Rollerdrome.
Yeah, I like Rollerdrome. I'm bad at it. I still haven't gone back to it, but I anticipate I will go back to it at some point. Because it's cool.
Not too long.
No, it's not. Yeah. I don't really have much to say on that one.
All right, 78. This is the game which I'm actually planning on going back to very soon. I wonder if that will change anything. But it is Cuphead from 2017.
Oh yeah, right.
Everyone knows what Cuphead is. It got a new DLC, which I have not played yet, so I plan to play the whole game and the DLC soon, because I have not played it in 6 years now, and I really liked it. I like masochistic, difficult games, I like platformers, and I can like a good shoot 'em up, and obviously the art style is unbelievable. Even 6 years later, there's still nothing else like it.
Yeah.
And yeah, it should come up pretty soon in our podcast down the line, because yeah, this is on the to play list very soon with the DLC, and I'm looking forward to giving it a second go through, and I'm sure it's still going to kick my ass, because that game was pretty difficult.
Yeah. What was that DLC? The Last
Cup?
The Last Cup? What? Yeah.
Something like that. Last Dish?
The Delicious Last Course. There we go.
I was nowhere near, and I bought it.
It was something about eating.
Yeah.
For the last time.
Yeah, people said that DLC was really good.
Right, that
It took
finally
like
came
6
out.
years to make,
Yeah, I
and it was
know,
like
that's
6
insane.
bosses or something.
That's crazy. Yeah, Cuphead. What a thing. I can't believe that Cuphead exists.
I can't believe they kept going with it as well. I feel like
Right.
the return on investment can't be that good for how long it takes to make those things, but hey,
Yeah,
I respect
wonder.
it.
I do wonder, yeah.
Well, 6 years for a DLC, like fucking hell.
Yeah, and how much was it? $10? Yeah.
Yeah.
Huh.
I don't know about like the business plan of the Cuphead thing, but you know.
3,500 reviews on Steam. Not a lot.
No. I mean, I'm glad they did it, but I'm no business expert, but I feel like, I don't know. Maybe don't do a Cuphead 2.
Yeah, you know, we have long winters in Canada, right? So they've got to do something.
Yeah, I guess so.
Just hide inside and draw for 5 winters in a row.
Yeah.
You know, probably was great to work on during the pandemic. Just keep drawing.
True.
78.
78.
This is from 2016, number 7, formerly.
Okay.
It is Ratchet and Clank.
Nice.
Yeah. This was, the remake of the first game, so it's quite simple in terms of the Ratchet and Clank milieu, whatever. But it definitely was the one that, it was the... I hadn't had PlayStation stuff, and I had missed the PS3 Ratchets, unfortunately, foolishly. So that was the one that kicked off, like, oh, Ratchet, this is a great series, because then I went and played most of the series after this one came out. There's another Ratchet game yet to come on the list. I still think A Crack in Time is the best in the series.
Yeah.
I would love to see... Anyways, yeah, I look forward to seeing where Ratchet goes. I think their next game could be... I don't know. Anyways, yeah. I feel like we're just sort of... This was like the beginning of them rebooting Ratchet, and you have to probably take a couple games to like ramp back up to the craziness, right? So, yeah. It was good. It's quite simple nowadays, but still looked amazing. This was one thing. This was the first game I played on the PS4 Pro. This was like launching right around that time, and this was like the first console game I had played in 4K. And Ratchet and Clank in 4K in 2016 looked unbelievably good.
Oh yeah, I bet.
Of course, we now know, yes, Ratchet and Clank looks very good.
Oh boy,
it kind of blew my mind in 2016. So
yeah, it will come up again.
Yeah,
Those two little bastards. 77 is a 2022 game, my number 9. It is Power Wash Simulator.
right.
I don't need to talk about this game all over again. It's good, man. It doesn't deserve to be this high, but that's what makes it so special, is it earned its place up here. And just by name alone, it should be like down the bottom, but here we are.
Yeah.
Like 3/4 of the way up my top 100 games of the last 10 years.
Yeah.
How did that happen? I don't know, but it did.
There you go. You're gonna play that Final Fantasy DLC soon?
Yeah, definitely. Definitely gonna play it.
Number 77 was my number 8 in 2013. And I have never replayed this game. I've never touched it since then, but I think back on it fondly for good reason. And it's also partially because it's sort of in a genre that doesn't get a lot of love nowadays, which is the puzzle game. Or I should say good puzzle game genre. There's a lot of puzzle games out there, but the good ones don't seem to be... I would imagine they're hard to make. The Swapper.
Oh,
Remember
right,
the Swapper?
Yeah. Barely, but yeah.
The Swapper was a great puzzle game. With amazing visuals and a weirdly compelling story. And I remember all of it well. Like, I just... Puzzle games are so infrequent. Like, there's only like 3 on this whole list, and that makes me so sad. And that's part of why I put it up a little higher, is because of that. And it's a shame also that this was the only game those people ever made. And for like a debut game, it had this great, what's the word, like not arts and crafts look, but like the way it looked like everything was made out of real materials. And it had this like, it was really a striking look back in the day, and I remember the puzzles being complicated and challenging and interesting, and we just don't get a lot of those anymore. And I wanted to just, you know, give it a little pat on the head. Yeah, people should play the Swapper. I reckon it holds up pretty well. This, you know, if you haven't,
I think I played some of it, but I don't know if I ever finished it. I can't remember.
Yeah, I'd have to go back and like listen to the chat at the time to see if you finished it or not. But you know, 10 years later, it only has 4,000 reviews on Steam. Like, it never popped off big time, but it was great at the time, and I reckon it's still pretty compelling today. I have actually come very close to replaying it. I almost replayed it last summer and then got distracted by something. Yeah. That's all.
Yeah, that game, I swear I played it.
I think you did.
I definitely didn't beat it, and I seem to remember liking it. It's just, it might be one of those things which just kind of gets lost in the shuffle, you know?
Yeah.
Anyway, I was actually wrong earlier when I said 2017 was faring the best, since it only had one game. Actually, I haven't mentioned 2020 yet. So maybe 2020 is the last year to be mentioned, which is kind of surprising, actually.
Yeah.
This game was my number 9 of that year, but it's fallen down to number 10, apparently. And that is The Last of Us Part 2.
Mm-hmm.
So, let's start the discourse all over again. Back when Neil Druckmann... Now, of course, we're not going to go down the Last of Us 2 rabbit hole. Apparently, it's fallen down a slot over time. I still enjoyed playing this game. I like Misery, and I weirdly kind of enjoy the gameplay systems in The Last of Us 2, and I'm one of the weirdos who actually really enjoyed playing Abby's half of the game. I actually didn't like Ellie's half as much. I thought she was annoying and boring.
Yeah, I mean, I hated The Last of Us, but I agree. The Abby sections were more interesting.
I feel like liking Abby's section is a hotter take than just liking the game in general, honestly.
Yeah.
No one seemed to like Abby's section except for me, but I thought it was interesting. I like seeing like different parts of the world, which is what she kind of did with her section of the game. But yeah, maybe let's not go down the rabbit hole for now.
It'll come up again, probably.
Yeah,
The Last of Us.
Yeah, I was going to say, HBO TV fans have that discourse to look forward to coming probably 2024.
Over the next 4 years. That'll be fun.
That's going to be
TV
fascinating
fans.
to see the TV fans get to that series. But yeah, I'm not a Last of Us 2 defender. I'm in like the weirdest position, which is like, but I kind of like the game.
Yeah.
And it feels like you're not allowed to have that opinion with this game.
No, it's either the greatest game ever made, or you're like a bigoted asshole that calls it the worst thing ever. Those are the two camps, and that's it. And it's like, actually.
I had like a pretty good time playing it, but obviously my main complaint was the story. But yeah, just Last of Us delivers a level of misery which no one else goes to. Sometimes it's overkill to the point of like feeling like almost satirical and like a parody of herself. Other times I like reveling in it. And I think that is all I need to say about The Last of Us. If they announced a third one, I'd be like, alright baby, I'm in.
You can bet your fucking ass they're making a third game.
That would be...
There's also been like this rumor of a director's cut of The Last of Us 2, and I don't know what that would even mean, but it makes me laugh. Just the concept makes me chuckle.
A director's cut.
We'll talk about The Last of Us again.
Right.
Yeah, that game makes me... The Last of Us just makes me so sleepy. I'm so tired of hearing about it. Number 76.
Right.
This was number 4 in 2015 for me. Until Dawn.
Yeah, nice.
Until Dawn, I think was an accident. I think they made it accidentally. Because every single thing they've made since then has been terrible.
Yeah.
They have not changed the type of game at all in any way. And every story has been terrible since Until Dawn.
Mm-hmm.
I think it was a fluke. And that's too bad because there is still something to be said for what Until Dawn and it's, sort of that ilk are like the David Cage but good. Until Dawn is literally the only one of these games that's good. Of the press X to save his life. This whole genre sucks because the stories are shit. And I also I don't know. I don't know how much of a video game these are, but all of the David Cage games are just atrocious.
Hey, Heavy Rain's quite good. I like Heavy Rain.
Fucking sucked.
I like Heavy Rain.
Heavy Rain was terrible.
No.
But it was kind of funny. It was actually quite funny. But Heavy Rain, oh my god. And then all the Dark Pictures games are terrible. Until Dawn, what was the new? The Quarry fucking sucked.
Everyone liked that game.
Everyone liked that game, and it was just awful. But Until Dawn managed. At the time, it was the first time I played one of these games where I'm like, hey, this is fun. The story is goofy. It's teens. It knows that the character, it knows what it is. It's not trying to be too serious. The characters all start off being horrible, and by the end of it, you're kind of like, wait, actually, I like most of these characters. How did that happen?
Yeah.
They do a good job with the, motion, whatever, press the button, QTEs. They keep you on your toes well in Until Dawn. You have to be paying attention.
The not moving your hand prompt was terrifying for back in the day when it first happened. It was such an innovation using that controller tech.
Yeah. It stars Oscar-winning Best Actor Rami Malek.
Yeah.
In a hilarious performance. Highly recommend that just for the Malek going ham that whole game. It was a great thing at the time. I think if it got 4K 60 patches, it probably would hold up pretty well. I remember Sony just not caring about it at all when it came out, and Twitch and YouTube basically saved that game.
Yeah.
And everything the dev has made since has been fucking awful. And so Until Dawn really sticks out because of that.
We didn't try The Devil Inside Me. Did people like that one?
No, it was apparently worse than... it was Little Hope tier, it sounded like.
Oh, God, Little Hope sucks, man. They all suck, actually.
They all suck. Mm-hmm. But Until Dawn doesn't. It was a good time.
Yeah,
so congratulations, Until Dawn.
Congrats.
Yeah.
All right. I mean, I don't know how much you care about breaking the fourth wall, but I'm happy because this is the end of part 1 for us of recording.
Are we doing number 75 or no?
This is 75, yeah.
Yeah, okay, yeah.
I think you're right. That means we've actually done 26.
We've done 26 technically. Yeah, that's fine.
But screw it.
Yeah.
Let's go to 75.
Yeah, it's a good first chunk so far.
2 hours. Oh my god, it's going to be 8 hours.
Yeah. It's going to be hilarious.
My 75 was my number 6 from 2017, and it's now down to number 8. So, yeah, it was interesting that this has fallen off a little bit, and it is Nioh.
Nioh, right.
Yeah. Huh. I played a lot of Nioh when it came out, and I have a lot of fond memories with Nioh, it being just such a relentless journey. And it was definitely during my peak of wanting lots and lots of From Software's Souls stuff. And I was really looking around for extra stuff, and Nioh delivered a lot of extra stuff, too much in my opinion. But yeah, I never played Nioh 2, I never played the DLC of Nioh, and I did not play the Lo Wong, which just came out.
New one, yeah.
I'm just so burnt out on Nioh, and I haven't played it for 6 years.
Yeah. Yeah, I remember it took you most of that year to beat Nioh.
It's so long, dude. So long. But yeah, I haven't really dabbled in much Soul stuff outside of From Software, because I just don't think most people do it very well. Most From Software games I have problems with. So when I play the Souls games which are made by not From Software, I usually mostly find them more annoying than I do fun. I think I tried the Surge, and I couldn't get into the Surge. And Neo is the only one I've successfully enjoyed and got through, and it did have some really cool ideas. I like the stances, the variety of weapons, the massive loot system. Yeah, even though I kind of started off by complaining about Neo, I did have a really good experience with it. I just don't think I'm going to be playing Neo ever again.
Yeah.
Yeah, I get enough Soul stuff from Software like once every 2 years. I think I convinced myself back in the day that I was like a super hardcore fan, but I've learned that I'm in the middle. I like playing From Software games. I play them once, and then I usually just walk away until their next one. I'm not like a New Game Plus guy, I'm not a PvP guy, I'm not an Axiom Verge guy. I just like playing like one Souls game once every 2 years, and that does me nice. But Neo was the one time I strayed out of that. It was quite the journey, but I still look back on it mostly fondly. And it taught me that maybe I don't need that much Souls in my life. I think I'm good.
I'm trying to think what game you just meant to say, because you said I'm not an Axiom Verge guy, and that's the Metroidvania. I'm like, what Souls game did he mean to say?
The anime one.
The anime one.
I really thought it was Axiom Verge.
I don't know what you're talking about. The anime.
There was an anime Souls game, yeah. What was that one? Nexus?
Scarlet Nexus? Is that a Souls game? No, that's not it.
No.
You didn't play that. What are you
anime Souls game. It was... Wait, where? Code Vein.
Oh, Code Vein. Okay.
Code Vein.
Code Vein. Interesting.
Yeah, that's what I meant to say. I tried a little bit of it. Again, just couldn't get into it. I think it was Game Pass.
Yes. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Gotcha.
But yeah, again, I still look back fondly on Neo, but it just taught me that maybe I don't need that much Souls in my life.
Yeah. You can only handle so much From Software every 2 years.
Some people can take a lot, but not me.
Yeah.
I've got a limit.
Number 75. It's a game you mentioned already. It was my number 5 in 2013, and it's Saints Row 4. Believe it or not.
Oh wow, nice. Go Saints Row.
I think it's sort of up here a little bit because some of these games are sort of higher than maybe they should be or need to be, just because it feels like the last of a kind in a lot of ways.
Sure.
And Saints Row 4 is very much that way. Would I ever replay it? No. But I remember a lot of things from that game, surprisingly. And I very much enjoyed playing that game. There's an incredible Mass Effect spoof in that game, it still to this day makes me laugh. Like you have like a Normandy equivalent ship in Saints Row, and you can romance everyone on the ship, and the joke every time is you just walk up to them and say, "Wanna fuck?" and the character just says yes, and then you fuck, and that's it. There's no romance. And it was such a funny joke at the time, and it's still funny to this day. And there's a lot there. Yeah. Anyway, Saints Row 4 was a good time, and it's too bad that more games can't be stupid in the way Saints Row 3 and 4 were. So
yeah.
It's just the way things go. But it was a good time. Every time I hear the Biz Markie song, what is it? You Got What I Need. I think of Saints Row 4 as well. I remember they sing that in the car. I
remember Kanye West Power.
That was 3, but yeah, Power.
Was it?
Yeah, that was 3.
That was a good part as well.
Yeah, some great uses of licensed music for sure. Yeah, I very much enjoyed those games back in the day. And they probably still are fun if you hadn't played them. Like, I don't think you would want to revisit Saints Row a lot, but I bet if you hadn't played Saints Row,
yeah, I agree,
it probably still like is a totally fun, goofy experience.
Yeah.
And Saints Row post Saints Row 4 is like the saddest, just like just downward slope into shit. And the Saints Row, like new Saints Row, was apparently so bad and so expensive and such a failure that they like the whole Embracer group is like, we're gonna be very careful about games we greenlight now. And it's like,
yeah.
Oh, yeah, I wonder, huh? So there you go.
74 is South Park: The Stick of Truth.
Right.
Yeah. Again, this was really high on my list in 2014, but I don't know, man. Like when I think about the gameplay of South Park: The Stick of Truth, you know,
turn-based strategy thing, right?
Yeah, like kind of grid-based. Or was that the one after that? I don't really remember.
I think that was the second one, but they were both turn-based in some capacity.
But you know, it is kind of high up. 74 is not bad. I do remember really just like reveling in the lines they pushed, the lines they stepped over, the humor. I know South Park is not for everyone, maybe more so now than 2014. But at the time, I was a fan of the show, and being able to walk around South Park was really cool. The novelty of it literally translating exactly how the show looked. Not that it's like visually hard to do that, but still the novelty was good. There was a lot of cool things about when that game came out. It had a good zeitgeist of people being shocked about what was in it. But yeah, it's just the gameplay that's kind of brought it down, because I probably wouldn't go back to that game at this point. Definitely not the sequel.
Never been a big like turn-based strategy person anyways. I
don't know, you know, I like Persona. I can like those games, but yeah, I definitely don't gravitate towards that genre.
Yeah. And it was fairly simple as well.
It was, yeah. There were some amazing moments in that game. Some horrendous, horrible moments.
Oh, yes. Yeah. It will come up again kind of soon. Just a mild spoiler, and yes, I was thinking about that this morning. I was like, oh yeah, they went for it.
They did.
They went for it. And in a way that, like, it worked. It worked, because it's, yeah. Anyways.
We'll get there.
My number 74 is, I was going to say the first of, like, several, you know, entry one of two in a sort of series. Like, this is the first of, you know, it's Super Mario Maker.
Right.
I don't know if that's actually, I might have actually done that somewhere else as well. Yeah, Titanfall was in the bottom. Spoilers, Titanfall 2 is going to come up later. But anyways, Super Mario Maker was very good.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, it was on the Wii U, which is not good.
For every game.
Not good. And also it got a better sequel.
Yes.
And so, Mario Maker is awesome. But this version of Mario Maker is like some of the multiplayer games, dead, non-existent. I believe it's offline or is going offline this year because Nintendo doesn't give a shit about.
It is. It's gone.
Is already gone. I think
gone, yeah.
Maybe I think it might have happened actually a little while ago at this point.
Gotta remember that guy had that Mario Maker level he was trying to upload, and he didn't make the deadline, which was quite sad.
That's tragic. It's tragic. I think it's shit that Nintendo just doesn't care about these things. But what can you do? That's how they are, and that's a shame. But Mario Maker, I had fun with that game.
That's fun.
And it'll come up again.
It will.
Yeah.
73. For me is Ratchet and Clank, the 2016 reboot.
Right.
Yeah, I think you already talked about it last time, I think. I think it was in your bottom 25.
78 for me. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a solid entry. I think at this point, Ratchet and Clank has become like just a visual feast. And for me, we'll talk about it again. Ratchet and Clank, that is. I don't know, just this generation's iteration of Ratchet and Clank just hasn't quite struck the chord that it did for me last generation. I still just love the format, and it's not just nostalgia. I do think there's just something inherently comfy about this games. But yeah, the weird movie tie-in thing, it didn't it didn't make it worse, but there was just a tiny bit of ick around the whole like movie tie-in-ness around that game. But regardless, I like every Ratchet and Clank game. But yeah, if I was to rank all of them, this one would probably not be too far up out of the 5 or 6 mainline ones. Still enjoyed it though.
And it was like a smart reset for the series as well, to sort of like reel it back in so that they can ramp it back up, right? Which
even simplified, those games are good.
Yes, yeah, and charming. But the movie tie-in stuff like really killed the storytelling side of that game, because like the sequel, what was it, Rift Apart, is like the story stuff is so much better in that game than the 2016 game. Yeah. Oh, Ratchet, sweet Ratchet.
Sweet Ratchet.
Number 73, a bit of a fall from grace. This was my number 3, but this is very much a Valiant Hearts-esque entry. And it is that little game called One Shot, which I very much enjoyed.
Oh, yeah.
I thought it was very clever. It was
still
one of those
quite
games.
high up the list, I will say.
Yeah. I had a very good time with it, and parts of it I still am not quite sure how they did. They were like scrubbing data. Like I remember in the, late in the game, it like says like, hello, Jameson, like it pulls your name somewhere. And I'm like, I still don't know where they pulled it from, because nowhere on my computer did it say my name at the time. Like my login was my last name. My Steam profile wasn't that way. So anyways, it was a clever little game that sort of, stepped out of the computer a little bit with how it would get you to go into your documents and pull some real world information at times. And it was kind of a nice, surprisingly nice little story. But yeah, One Shot, it's a very, very indie game. And I would probably, like you said about some of the other very indie games on your list, if I saw it on Steam, I would never play it. Not now, but 5, 6 years ago, it was quite good and memorable, and I still hold it, in some regard.
Yeah, I'm surprised you do, honestly.
Yeah, I think these types of games really don't resonate with me.
Yes.
Now, and they didn't much back then, and so when one clicks, it's like, it sort of sticks out in the mind more than if I was consuming a lot more of these. So yeah, little One Shot. I still recommend, if people like these types of like smaller indie games, of which, there's definitely a major audience for that. People should check it out. It's cool.
Like the Undertale audience.
Yeah, it's very Undertale, except it's not obnoxious. I think it's very cute and endearing and clever and not a fucking obnoxious mess. Yeah. It definitely caught on more since it came out. I remember when it came out, it was one of those like, no one on earth has heard of this game.
I don't know if anyone has still.
Yeah, looking at Steam, 32,000 reviews.
Damn,
that's something.
Right. That's
respectable.
That is, yeah.
It is.
All right.
Yeah. So there you go. One Shot. Good job, One Shot.
Nice. On the topic of like very indie things. This one's had a little bit of a fall as well, according to my maths, my statistics. I don't know if I'm keeping these accurately, but I'm just going to go with it. This was my number 4 in 2016, and if it was today, it would be my number 8, which is a decent fall. It's because I've tried to get into the genre of this game ever since, and I can't. And when I look back at this game, I don't know what it was about it that made me give a shit, and I don't think I would give a shit now. And its success has kind of gone on to ruin the indie landscape, especially for Nintendo Directs, and that is Stardew Valley.
Right. Yeah.
My 72.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah, I had the bug. I think a lot of us had the bug when Stardew Valley came out for the first time. But yeah, times have changed. And this is the hardest part about this list, is stuff that you revered and enjoyed at the time.
Yeah.
But now your tastes have changed. And I just don't play this genre, and I've tried. like My Time at Portia. There was a couple of, I think,
there's a few others,
Graveyard Keeper.
Yes, yeah.
I've tried a bunch of these, but like on Xbox Game Pass, and I don't know, it's just not working for me anymore. It was a real one and done. Again, I enjoyed my time, but I didn't even finish, in quotation marks, because there's no real conclusion. But I think after the end of 3 years, it's like kind of the official end of the game, and I didn't even get that far in it. I loved it at the time. It must have hit like a perfect mood, but yeah, would not probably play it nowadays. The genre is not for me. I've tried.
That's fair. Yeah.
And God, do they like making them?
Yeah. It really has spawned an enormous number of copycats for like 8 years now, which is crazy. 72 is a little pack-in game called Astro's Playroom.
Oh yeah.
I very much like Astro's Playroom. It's a very small little toy box, but it is a fun little platformer game. It's it's like 2 hours long, but it just feels so good and makes such good use of the DualSense, and is just cute and adorable and full of fun, weird personality. And ever since it came out, I want to play a 20-hour
what's
big
happening
budget
with
3D
that IP?
platformer. And that team has expanded substantially and are making some sort of larger game of some sort.
Hell yeah.
I would hope that is a big Astro Boy platformer.
Oh yeah,
that would be amazing.
That would be,
because he's a great little mascot. I think that whole world is adorable, and that team is obviously very clever. So, and it was honestly like it's a brilliant thing to pack into the PS5 because it shows off the DualSense in a great way, and is also just a really well-made game with a lot of nostalgia for the PlayStation brand, which is cute. Yeah, I'm sort of surprised it's this high, but like I don't know. It feels good. It looks good. The platforming is fun. The gimmicks are fun. It's got a great personality. So, for a free game, or maybe the most expensive game on this list, depending on how you look at it, a $600 game or free, I don't know. It's pretty all right little thing.
Nice. Number 71 was on my 2022 list. So we talked about it not too long ago, so I don't have a lot to say about it, but it is Neon White.
Right.
Cool game. I will say, I kind of hit a bit of a wall with this game, and I tried to go back to it once. I think I got to the chapter where you get the rocket, like chapter 6.
Yeah.
7? 6, maybe.
Yeah, something like that.
I just hit I was having the best time with this game, and I just hit a brick wall, and I just haven't been able to break through it. It's strange. I just feel like there's a lot in there. So I think I played like 15 hours, and I think maybe I just got my feel of the gameplay loop.
Yes.
It's a cool game.
Yeah.
I had a good time with it.
There's a fair number of similarities so far in like a lot of games you've mentioned already. I will be mentioning soon. This is I have like 3 number 7s in a row here. 72 was a number 7. 71, my next one, is a number 7, and my next one after this is a number 7. Number 71 is Thronebreaker: The Witcher Tales, which we already talked about. I definitely enjoyed it more than you because I think I just like card games when there is a story component. When it's just card battling, something like Slay the Spire, it just doesn't do anything for me. And then obviously I like the Witcher universe a lot, and I thought the storytelling was very good in this, and it covered some new territory with some good new characters, and was a fun and occasionally fucking obnoxiously difficult card game at times. I remember the final battle being
that last boss,
being absolutely horrible to beat. But I always wish devs would make more weird small projects like this after they have like a huge IP sort of explode in popularity and they have all this money and time. I understand why it doesn't happen very much, but it was cool to see them make a small little spin-off game. So
yeah, it was.
Yeah, it was a good little thing.
All right, moving along, number 70. I imagine this game games are probably a bit higher on your list than mine. I think you know that I've always maybe hit a wall with this franchise and struggled to get into it, but it is Hitman from 2016.
Right.
Which technically does not exist as a singular product anymore. It's the world of assassination now.
I think
we tried to figure this out the other day, and it's very confusing, the package.
It is.
I think they tried to make it simpler, but I could still find like Hitman 1 and 2 on Steam, even though they said it's like homogenized into what? I don't know. I don't know.
Yeah, you can't buy Hitman 1 on Steam anymore, it looks like. It's just Hitman is no longer available on the Steam store. And I think it is just the world. It is weird because I have more than one entry from Hitman on here, and it's like, this is stupid. There's only one entry that exists anymore.
There's games on this list which don't exist really anymore.
Yeah.
Like Overwatch.
It's strange. Like Overwatch, yeah.
Yeah, Hitman's a super, super cool format. I love what they did with it. I just found it a little bit repetitious. I've always had a very, very short fuse when it comes to repetition. I'm very, ADHD sensitive about that stuff. I just get bored very quickly, and I played through all of Hitman, had a good time, and I don't think I made it through Hitman 2, and obviously never made it to Hitman 3. And yeah, it's dropped down from 5 to 7 on my list, maybe just time, and because I didn't connect with the franchise as its future progressed. But still, enjoyed just like watching that journey happen and this little thing kind of explode into a bigger thing. I'm glad it's done well for them. I'm very happy that Hitman is still around, and I look forward to seeing where it goes in the future, because I hope they continue to make stuff. I know they're doing James Bond next, I think.
Yeah, which is what a beautiful fit.
But yeah, I would like to see another Hitman, not just like more levels in their like weird platform, but that's just me.
Yeah. It's such a crazy journey that series went on. Like, it was wild. Yeah.
It started off so badly with the episodic stuff that people hated.
People hated the episodic stuff, even though I thought it was actually really smart.
Me too, I liked it.
But we also went through like an inverse relationship with this series, because like I didn't connect with the first game very much, and much more as it went on. And yeah, it's crazy how successful it's become. Hitman 3 is like far and away their most successful game ever, and when it came out, it was like no one was talking about it, and it's interesting. It's like people discovered it during the pandemic or something. I don't know.
But good for them.
Number 70? Yeah, number 70 is the Stanley Parable.
Right. Yeah.
That was 2013, so that, came out a decade ago.
I don't think I played it when you did this.
We reviewed the Stanley Parable, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, I think we got a code for it. Maybe we got 2 codes. Yeah, anyways.
Guess it didn't make my list.
I'm pretty sure there's a review of it on the channel from the long ago. Yeah, I probably would have had this higher on the list if I hadn't played that like re-release last year. And that's not to say the re-release was bad. It was quite interesting and clever. I didn't finish it, but it was very meta with like the reception to the Stanley Parable and things like that. It's still very funny. I think the writing and narration in that game is very clever, but the gimmick of it is sort of not so interesting anymore, because it's been a decade, and it's just, you just walk through a hallway and a guy talks at you and makes jokes, and they're good, and it's very smart, and it's very good at poking fun at the games industry, but there's not a lot of a game there. So I wonder if I ever got that achievement for not playing it for 4 years. I hope so.
Yeah, I forgot about that.
It was a very fun thing back in the day, especially because it came out like after a long period of like 5 years at the end of the 360 gen, where the game industry, AAA, was just so boring and so weird. And it was very good at making fun of them for that.
Yeah,
but,
it feels like more iconic than good.
Yes.
So it came out and it was just like nothing else like this had happened before.
Yeah, and still hasn't, and it's very singular in a way, and you can't really replicate it because
otherwise people will say this is like the Stanley Parable, but
not as good. Yeah,
like owns it.
So it's cool how singular it is, and it still stands out, and is funny. So, but as a game,
All right, the best number of them all is here.
Here we go.
Who gets the 69 award?
I was very specific with my placement.
For me, it is Phasmophobia.
Okay, yes.
This game should probably be higher, and being honest, today it was higher. But I went through a bit of like a mental battle today with certain multiplayer games where it's like, do I rank them on the fun I had in them, or do I rank them on how I actually like respect them as video games? Because Phasmophobia is like, we've revisited it twice, and I don't like how he supported the game.
It's gotten worse.
It's just got messier, and it's like it feels like too try-hardy and specific, and it's lost the party feel to it. And I feel like I've liked every other game in this weird genre that it spawned more than Phasmophobia. I like Devour more. I really liked our time in Labyrinthine or whatever. And again, I almost put it higher on the list because I really love what it started. I love all these shitty proximity chat horror games we've been playing, and every time we play one of these games, I'm like, I can't wait to see like the best form of this when someone does like a double or triple A version of one of these games, because they're fun even when they're like shoddy asset flips.
Yeah.
But yeah, as a game, it's not really very good. It's more the fun you have with your friends along the way. But again, in the 69, it's a prestigious place.
It is.
So I'm pretty happy where it is. It deserves some respect for basically spawning a genre. And yeah, I can't wait to see what other games come out of it. But Phasmophobia itself, I mean, thanks for existing. I'm glad you were there. We had fun with it.
Yeah. Oh, definitely.
A lot of fun with it.
Yeah, the multiplayer stuff is hard because it's like you said, do you rank it on the fun you had, or do you rank it on like, would I want to play this nowadays? And my ranking for this whole list is sort of just like in the moment, basically like, would I rather play this or that? And I just, and in some of the multiplayer cases, like we talked about already, it's like, I literally can't play this, so better put it low. But yeah, it's a tricky balance with multiplayer because it's so, I don't know, multiplayer feels so fleeting nowadays for us.
Yeah.
So
I think it's a respectable place for a crappy indie game like Phasmophobia.
Yeah, totally. Number 69, I moved this up a little bit deliberately to be a number 69 because it felt appropriate. We just talked about it. It's South Park: The Stick of Truth.
Ah, nice.
Yeah,
so, makes sense.
Yeah. I never really cared about South Park all that much, but like the really highlight sort of moments, I always enjoyed. The movie was great. Some of those episodes in like the season like 3 to 6 era, I think, if I'm remembering correctly, like 20 years ago, definitely stand out in my mind still. And the game, same thing. It goes for it. I haven't thought about or watched South Park in pretty much ever. I hated the follow-up, what was the game? The butt stick fart game. What was the sequel?
Butthole?
The Fractured Butthole. There we go. Yeah, we found it. I just bounced off of it immediately. But The Stick of Truth, at the time, amazing. Hilarious, delightful.
Yeah.
And I enjoyed the gameplay. I remember bumping it up to hard, and it was fun. It was a fun turn-based strategy thing. But, I'll probably never, ever, ever play it again.
Yeah, that's fair. All right, 68. I think this is going to be much higher on your list. And this is one I was a bit surprised about. When I was going through my list, I grab a game, Control X, and then I look down, where am I going to chuck this thing in? And it just kept going down. And I was like, wow, really? My number 68 is Alien Isolation.
Yeah, I get it, yeah.
Yeah, it just hasn't aged well, in my opinion. I remember my first playthrough and just absolutely having an amazing time. I still absolutely love the design, especially the sound in that game. But yeah, I think I played it once recently.
I remember.
And I did make the mistake of putting it on hard mode, and the AI gets really weird and almost unfair. But it wasn't just me playing on hard mode and feeling a little bit cheated by some of the AI stuff. Just the getting chased by monster thing, it's just a bit aged in the horror genre. Was it 2014? That it was the peak of the run away from a monster and hide in a locker thing. But now this is the point of the list. It's how we rank them now. And yeah, I don't think I need to say much. I just don't find being chased by a monster and hiding in a locker scary anymore. So yeah, it just hasn't aged very well for me.
I would be curious to do a comparison at some point, when we're done, and try and find the game that we had the biggest gap between the two of us.
Okay.
Don't know why I thought of that just now.
Okay. I think I might know what it is.
No, I don't know. There might be something else. It's very possible.
Yeah.
There will be others that will have a huge gap, but I'd be curious where we this is the game we most disagree upon. Not saying that's the case for this, because I don't disagree. I remember even when it came out, people were like, this game fucking sucks. And I get it. 68, you just talked about it. This fell a fair ways, actually. This was my number 4 in 2022, and so there's actually some games that are now ranked higher than it. But it's Neon White, and it's because of exactly what you said. This was a very brief, enjoyable weekend romance with Neon White, and then it was I'm never gonna play this game again, I don't think. And I didn't finish it either. I don't think I did. I got to the last set of levels, and I didn't enjoy the gimmick of those levels at all, weirdly enough. And I just kind of had my fill of it, and that's fine. I enjoyed it a great deal. I put 15 hours in, and I'm good. I'm good now.
Yeah,
I think it's a very good game, but it was a very brief, thing, and so it happens.
It does. All right, 67. This one was actually in my 2021 list at number 10, and according to my statistics, it's actually climbed to number 7. And no one in the world has played this except for me, and that is Heavenly Bodies, which is the zero-G astronaut physics kind. I don't want to say rage game, but it's in that genre of like your avatar's hard to control and it's kind of annoying. Except it took that concept, and actually like put it in space with interesting physics and repercussions, and actually designed like intricate machinery. And it's just if you're listening to this and if just play it, man. Someone play this game, please. No one's played this game, and it's weirdly it's the one indie game for a long time that's stuck in my memory and just like slowly keeps climbing up the ranks in my mind. Like, damn, I really enjoyed that, and I keep checking like every 6 months, like maybe it's like a DLC, more levels, Heavenly Bodies 2, and no, I keep checking on Steam and nothing has appeared. But yeah, I'm just gonna use this section of the video to plug this game because it's really unique and no one talks about it ever except for me, and I think it's great.
Yeah, wow, only 1,800 reviews on Steam. That is kind of a sleeper. I think I did try it on the PS5 over the winter around Christmas, and I was like not in the mood, so I think I just left it.
It's not for everyone. It's the genre's strange because it is annoying.
I struggled to like do literally the first task in the game, and I'm like, I can't do this right now.
I just love like the idea of it, like annoying space physics. It's just great, and it gets so like complicated and convoluted near the end as well. You're like, it escalates in a really fun way.
I was just looking at my next game and trying to figure out it's risen on the ranks a little bit, and you just talked about it as well.
Oh.
And that's Stardew Valley, believe it or not.
Ah, nice.
I think I have benefited from not playing any other games in this genre since Stardew Valley. And so the idea of playing another Stardew Valley is still alluring to me. So maybe I'm just sort of naive and hopeful about the genre. But I enjoy, it's sort of like city builder, you know, and I still have that itch of just like, I'm going to plant things and align things and, you know, manage this and do that. And I still get that itch every 2 years or so. I've never gone back to Stardew Valley, but I very much enjoyed my time with it. And I'm very curious to see what his next game is whenever that comes out, the chocolate game.
Right. Yeah.
And yeah, I still think I have it in me to enjoy this genre, but I don't know because I have not touched the genre since Stardew Valley 7 years ago. So... Yeah, but I think back on it fondly. The music was wonderful. The personality was wonderful. And I enjoyed building my farm and picking cherries, cranberries. That's where the money was.
Where the money is.
Yeah. So, Stardew Valley, what a good success story with that one.
It is.
Yeah, one dude toiling away for many years and it paying off like nothing else.
Yeah. 66 is Resident Evil 8. Which I imagine might be a little higher for you. But we talked about it, I was going to say not too long ago. It's been like 2 years.
It has been.
Whatever, time is weird. I like Resident Evil a lot. I just don't think this is one of the better ones. I would put it below 2 and 7 for me. But Resident Evil is just inherently fun in its format, even when it's a little just like weird and goofy and stupid. For me. And yeah, I'm sure we'll talk about it again, but it just didn't work for me like 7 worked for me.
That's fair. Yeah. It is a bit disjointed, that's for sure.
But it's still Resident Evil, so I can't help but enjoy it.
I could be wrong, but I think it's the only Resident Evil game on either of our lists is going to be Resident Evil 8.
There is Resident Evil 2.
Did you put 2 on your top 10?
I did.
Okay. So that will come. Okay, well, it's at least there's more. It just, yeah.
You didn't put Resident Evil 2 on? Interesting.
No, I didn't.
I can't remember any of this.
Resident Evil really feels like it's missing from this list in a big way, and we'll talk about it more as we go.
Yeah.
66, if I remember correctly, is not on your list because you forgot this game came out, and I remember mentioning it when we did this in 2014. And you're like, "Oh my god, I completely forgot about Jazz Punk."
Oh yeah, Jazz Punk.
jazz punk is such a great, weird fucking thing.
The game is cool.
It is so bursting at the seams with weird humor, and that game, the humor in jazz punk, I think, especially in those like first 2 levels, is pretty timeless because it's basically like Airplane, the movie Airplane humor, slapstick, like Hot Shots Part 2, like that genre of very specific, exceptionally stupid humor. And it speaks to me. And I haven't played jazz punk in a very long time, but I think about jazz punk a lot still, especially as we get increasingly lazy video game or just writing and entertainment. I remember early in that game, you walk up to the man in the park and he's like, "Do you have the MacGuffin? Come back when you have the MacGuffin." And that's just like all video games now. It's just like, find the MacGuffin. And it's just such a I don't know. That game is so weird and hilarious. There are so many good gags in those first couple levels. It's the only thing they've made. They've never done anything else, and I don't know what. And like, part of me is kind of glad. It's just like, never do anything else. Just make this, and then leave the planet. Just go back to wherever you came from. Jazz punk is a delightful thing. I think everyone should play jazz punk.
Yeah, I agree.
At some point in their lives. Yeah.
All right. 65 for me is Ratchet & Clank Rift Apart.
Okay.
Again, I think if I remember correctly, I think I like this a little less than you because I had some weird, not issues or bugs. I kept
issues, sort of. Yeah.
I remember just like running off the intended path and like getting stuck and being confused a couple of times.
Yeah,
in this game.
I remember you sort of just encountering some like oddness. And I did not at all.
I'm finding like the direction sometimes a bit odd. I can't remember specifically, but yeah, I still, again, we didn't need to go down the Ratchet & Clank rabbit hole all over again. I love these games. But the last 2, the current gen ones, have been like a little bit like, these are good. But not like a home run yet compared to the old days of like a crack in time. Actually, I'm just like everything. I just love all the previous games.
Yeah.
I still love Rift Apart. Great visual treat. Maybe the greatest visual feast so far. Maybe only Horizon Forbidden West can come close. But yeah, just had a couple of iffy issues with it, but I still love my Ratchet. I love it.
65. I've moved this game around a lot because I really do love it. I love it, but also, I don't know. I think if we did this tomorrow, it would be higher. I'm not sure. It's Rayman Legends, which is a wonderful, wonderful game.
Yeah.
And I feel like we're never going to get anything like it ever again.
Yeah. I was thinking about replaying it when going through the list.
Yeah, and it's tragic that it's Rayman. Oh. And Legends was... Origins is kind of a little better, but Legends has all of Origins levels in it, so it's like...
Yeah.
Whatever. You get everything, basically, you'd ever want. So, just... The creativity and the fun and the personality and the variety of like visuals and music from level to level, and it's challenging and it's like a proper respectable platformer. It's a great little series. Origins and Legends are just wonderful games, and they took the franchise and made it infinite runner games, and that's just really depressing.
That's a shame.
And also, I want to specifically shout out the sequence that I remember shouting out 10 years ago because it still stands out in my mind because it's just so baffling, which is there's a sequence where they, I was going to say make fun of, but basically, no, they just recreate the weird laser dance heist scene from Ocean's 12. That Vincent Vincent Cassel, whatever his name, the Frenchman, does his weird dance through the museum, and there's a sequence in this game where you do that, and that's hilarious.
It's such a weird shout out.
It's such a weird shout out.
That movie
of all the movie references to make, and that's like the only explicit movie reference in that game. It's like Ocean's 12.
12, yeah.
Oh, God. Anyways, good series. I wish I wish that team was allowed to make something that they probably like make like guns for the Division now or some fucking miserable thing.
God, that is so miserable.
I wonder what that team is doing. Anyways,
we'll talk about Rayman Legends in a bit.
They are credited on their last thing after a bunch of Raymans was Tom Clancy's Ghost Recon Breakpoint. They worked on that in some capacity.
Pour one out. That's so sad.
Oh, and then they worked on the Valiant Hearts mobile thing that offended you. So there you go.
Ubisoft sucks, man.
Oh, God. Man. Okay. Let's move on, please.
Yeah, let's move on. Number 64. Maybe this game should be a little bit higher, but I think when I say it, you'll be like, yeah, I understand why it's fallen down. It is Sunset Overdrive.
Yep. Yeah.
That game was amazing when it comes out. I still absolutely love the humor, and I bet if I played it today, it still feels great to play.
Yeah.
But, it's just like the infamous, grinding, jumping, crackdown, that type of like high open world movement stuff. Still, 64, respectable place. Great memories with that game. It's just another genre which is maybe faded in favor in my mind a little bit as time has gone on.
Totally. Yeah.
But, is it on Game Pass PC? I don't think it is, right?
I don't know. It's
that game
definitely
got, like,
on
trapped
PC.
Okay.
It came out on Steam a few years ago because I played like 10 hours of it like in the last 2 or 3 years whenever it came out on Steam, and it was... Oh my God, it came out on Steam in 2018? What the fuck? I thought that was like a year ago. Oh my God.
I feel like that genre got like, I don't know, like bastardized. It just reminds me of like Saints Row. What was it, like what was that Saints Row spin-off? Like Agents
of Mayhem, yes.
Like stuff like that in Crackdown 3. That genre just didn't go good places.
It just went
like might be in the peak.
It went rapidly downhill, yeah.
It did. I don't know what to call that genre, but you know what I mean.
Yeah, the sort of like, I don't know. There's something like, I almost want to say like skateboardy to those games, like, even though there isn't...
Hyperactive open world movement stuff.
Yeah.
Crackdown infamous stuff. It's good. It's a good game.
It is a good game, yeah. I think the difficulty as we go, like, there's a lot, I feel like every game almost every game now, it's going to be like, I feel like this could be higher, but it's like...
Yeah.
I know most people probably don't play a lot of games, but for us, we're like, okay, we're talking about like the top 50 to 60 games of the last 10 years, and like when we've played, I mean, I could add it up at some point, but I've averaged like 40 to 50, like I think 40-ish games a year, and so you're talking about a couple hundred games, like 250 games.
These are
they're
all
all
respectable from here on out.
Exactly. Yeah, I would say like 60, mid 60s onwards is all just like, okay, these are good games.
Yeah.
64 is Mario Maker 2.
Oh, nice.
Again, I wish it was higher on this list, but the support, the support was good, but it could have been better.
For a time.
Yeah, it was good for like 6 months, and then they abandoned it, which is unfortunate, because Mario Maker is just such a good thing. It's so well made, and Nintendo just doesn't seem to give a shit, and it's tragic.
Yeah.
It's tragic. But Mario Maker 2 was special because it was on Switch, which everyone owns, so we were able to make levels and send them to each other and get like the proper Mario Maker experience of watching other people play your levels and things like that, which is fun. So I wish it was higher, because if it was higher, it would have meant that Nintendo would have supported it better, and I would have been playing it still. But I haven't touched it in 2 years, so and may not ever touch it again, which is a bummer because it's just such a good thing. And Nintendo just doesn't seem to know what to do with it, or they just don't really seem to care. I don't know.
Yeah.
It's odd. But good game.
It is a good game.
It is a quality product.
I really like that game.
Yeah.
Anyway, 63 is Nier Automata. I still don't know which one it is. I don't really have much to say on this game. I was really slow to get to it. I remember that. It took, I think, you a while to convince me. I think I was way behind you. And then I was like, it took a while to convince me to go into playthrough B, because I was like, oh, this is the same shit, dude. I'm playing the same fucking game again. And then if you push through the shorter playthrough B and do C, D, and E, I can't remember how far it goes, but I would say the last chunk of that game is just pure magic. I would say playthrough A and B, which is quite a large chunk of the playtime, is okay. I mostly was fine with the combat. But it's the weirdness and alienness of that game which kept me around, and the crazy weird meta stuff it does all the way to the end was very cool. And I still think about like the last chunk of that game to this day.
I never finished that game. I never saw the last chunk of it because I got so burnt out on it, and then also couldn't. I was so under-leveled because everyone online was like, just skip the side content and beeline it through the story. And then I got to like play through C and I couldn't kill enemies because I was so under-leveled. I was like, well, I guess I'm done.
The end is...
I also... That game yes, I think about that game often out of like... It exists in a very respectful place for me, even though it's not on my list in any way. The weirdness, the music. Oh my god, the music's so good. And then, all the just fascinating... meta stuff.
There's some crazy stuff at the end.
Oh yeah, and I went and read about it and watched it and all these things, and it's cool. That game,
my save file is gone. That game deleted my save file.
Yeah, and that's great. That game is just is so disconnected from the reality of all other game development, and thinking. It's just like it really does feel like it was made by aliens in the most respectful way. I see.
If it was like a Kojima thing, but actually bolder and weirder, in my opinion. I feel like Kojima's someone who would fake deleting your save, but this game did.
It feels like, 20 years ago, Kojima was like, I want to blow up your CD when you die. And it's like, no, you can't do that. It's Kojima. That's insane. And he's like, oh, okay. And then he reined himself in. But these guys were just like, fuck it. No one's going to tell us what to do.
The game is so weird.
But in a coherent way, in a very thoughtful way. Yeah, that game's crazy. I wonder if we'll see more Nier in the future.
They remade the old one. I wasn't that interested, but...
Yeah, I wonder.
Maybe one day.
63 is Griftlands.
Right.
Again, I like card games when there's story stuff. This game benefits from having 3 stories, which are all solid and enjoyable. 3 different decks, 3 to build, and it's all sort of roguelite-ish. I still have it installed for when I have a card game itch, which hasn't come up for a while, but it's a great game, and I highly recommend people check it out. It's just I really like the use of card combat for dialogue stuff as well, for dialogue checks, basically. It's like, can you convince this guy? I don't know. Beat him in a card game. And the world is neat and well thought out in that game. Yeah, everything about that game is well made. Griftlands. Not much to say about it. We talked about it, not too long ago, 2021. So,
number 62 for me is Monster Hunter World.
Right.
I had a really, really good time with Monster Hunter World. I went deep in. I think I got a decent 100 hours out of that game. Killed all the end dudes before obviously the game expanded. Had a really good time. It was fascinating to get into a new franchise for the first time, especially when that franchise seemed kind of impenetrable to begin. I don't know if I would go in for another one. It's just such a big well and commitment. But I'm at least glad that I've done one. And had a really good time all the way through Monster Hunter World. And it was fun to at least see the strange fashion show, monster hunting fashion show, which is a Monster Hunter game. It was cool.
Yeah. I will be curious what the next, Monster Hunter World 2, I have to imagine. I think it's probably out, in the next 12 months, I'm pretty sure.
I think the problem for me is they seem very iterative. Even if you look back, 6 Monster Hunter games, they seem to keep the base formula and even the monsters very, not repetitive, but they like to bring stuff back that people recognize. That's what the fans like. And I've already talked about my attention span and how bored I get quickly. I would probably rather just try a different game in the genre. It's a real shame that Wild Hearts game came out and just stunk from its optimization point of view, because I'm down for a different one.
I saw recently, I think they're working on or may have just released or are about to release a big performance patch for that game. So which is good because we own it, or I own it, and it would never been launched. So,
I would like to try it.
Yeah, I think we'll get to that at some point. Yeah, but I understand. Yeah, I've never played any of those games, so I'm still very curious to see if I can get into one of them. And I'll be curious to see what the Monster Hunter World 2 is like, because yeah, that world hit bigger in a way that Monster Hunter hadn't before, because they sort of, I think, made it a little friendlier, but I don't know if the sequel will improve much, because like you said, it's very iterative, and also Capcom weird Japanese games are sometimes always going to be kind of a mess in some weird ways, you know. I remember the co-op stuff being very odd in that game.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah. 62 is a replacement game, because in 2018 I put Destiny 2 on my list again, because it came out in 2017. It was, 2018 it became
didn't even
good.
have 100 games.
So I replaced Destiny 2. Well, I've done this already with Gears 5. That was earlier. That was replacing something as well, right?
Okay.
So this was my number 11 at the time, and I feel good about having it on the list because it has risen in the ranks, and it is Tetris Effect.
Oh, yeah. Nice. That's nice.
It's Tetris, baby.
Tell us about it.
But with crazy visuals. Tetris is still good. I still play like the campaign mode sometimes. The like weird competitive modes I have tried, and they're pretty stupid and funny. And yeah, Tetris Effect has expanded since its release quite a bit. It's got a lot going on in it, and it's a heck of a good Tetris game. Tetris is good.
Tetris is good, man. Hot take.
Yeah, and it will remain good forever. So, congratulations, Tetris. You're still relevant 75 years later.
Yeah, it is. 61? Probably a little low for some people's liking, but I just don't have much experience with the franchise. Didn't have a clue what was going on with the story. And this game comes up a lot in our podcast chat about like being experimental with playstyles, because I definitely wasn't. It's Metal Gear Solid 5 is my 61. Right. I played it all the way through, had a really good time with it. But yeah, just don't have like a super lovey relationship with Metal Gear Solid. I would love for them to remake the other games, because no idea what was happening in this game. But it was just a fun espionage, stealth, sometimes not stealth sandbox. And even though I kind of played half the game with a silent sniper, I kind of couldn't stop playing this game when I started. Damn good game. I should really replay it and just use more tools than a silence gun. That's kind of what I did for half the game. But still had a good time.
Yeah. It does sound like they are remaking Metal Gear Solid 3. Which is a little odd, but it does take place like chronologically very early in like the 80s. So
I know that's the one people love.
MGS 2 and 3 both revered, and they're both great. Like 2 is awesome, but it takes place in like 2010 in the timeline, whereas this MGS 3 is early. So maybe they're going to remake it sort of like in the timeline chronology. But MGS 3, a remake of that could be pretty cool.
That would be cool.
Yeah,
I'd like to try
same
more
with
of
the
it.
remake of MGS 2, but that one's a little weirder because it was like a top-down, whereas 3 is like a third-person shooter, quote-unquote, sort of thing. So
yeah,
that it does sound like that exists and is getting made and might be announced soon. So
cool.
Who knows? We'll see.
That'd be sick.
Konami's got to do something with all their fucking IPs that they own and are just doing nothing with. 61, risen up a bit. It was number 9 in 2021. And it was a little higher on the list prior, and I'm still a little unsure about where I necessarily want it, because I do really like it a lot. And it was Sable.
Oh, right. God, it took me a second.
I really like Sable. I love its visuals. I love its music. I like that it's just a chill Breath of the Wild-ish game where you just wander around and explore what you want to. The storytelling in it was really quite nice. All the way through, and the only thing at the time that was held it back on the list was technical issues. I don't know if those have been sorted. I would imagine they have been improved dramatically in the 2 years since it came out, but yeah, Sable was lovely. It's a lovely little game, and I very much enjoyed my time with it, and it's risen up over the last 2 years. So there you go. Good job, Sable.
All right, 60. Again, this was a game, when I mentioned, was it Phasmophobia earlier? I was talking about, do you rank a multiplayer game based on the fun you had or the game itself? Because this game can fuck off, but man, did we have so much fun with it. It is Mario Golf Super Rush.
Right.
This game is such a pain in the ass, dude. But I would rank mine, your and Ben's, and sometimes Dawson's session in this game as like some of my most like favorite memories of multiplayer gaming in like the last 5 years.
Yeah.
There was just such a pure anger that would come out of this game because there's something about golf which is just so annoying. I don't know how to describe it.
Especially this version of it.
Yeah, with all the stupid Mario power-ups that can smash other people's balls out the way. And like the incomprehensible wind in this game, which makes no sense. You can play this game for 100 hours and it just doesn't. No, this game just doesn't make any sense. But there's just something magical about when this goes right for you. There was a little bit of a skill gap as well. The more you played it, the more you kind of learnt its stupid, weird language. And the golden snitch of chasing a hole-in-one was like a legendary pursuit for the group. Yeah, and like some of my like good shots in this game where I landed a crazy birdie is like some of my most amazing things I pulled off in video games for a long time. So yeah, this is a game which is high up the list because of the memories I have with this game. They're just too powerful to put this lower on the list when it's just like a kind of a shitty Mario Golf game. And it probably shouldn't be 60 on my top 100 games of the last 10 years, but I don't know. It's hard to figure out when it comes to multiplayer games. I just had too much fun with this game, and when I look back on it, I look back on it very fondly. So here it is.
Yeah, that's fair. I understand.
Yeah, I don't think it's on your list.
It was not at the time. I think it was like my number 11 or whatever, you know.
I think your misery probably pushed up 10 spots, honestly.
I know you do love it when I suffer.
The game was so mean to you. Apparently, according to my stats, it's gone up a spot from number 5 to number 4 in 2021.
Nice, wow.
Damn.
I also felt like at the time, like 3 days after it released, we were the only people left on Earth that were playing that game. It's crazy how quickly it vanished. But they put out like a fair number of maps for it, you know, new courses, which was cool, and new characters.
The city was cool.
Yeah. New Donk City, right? Yeah. Oh, Mario. Number 60 is a fairly recent one that we talked about quite a bit. The next two are very similar games for me in my mind in that they occupy the same space, which is like a fun, weird, not super great playing, but an enjoyable like 10-hour linear story-heavy game. And this is A Plague Tale Requiem, number 60.
Nice.
Gameplay, story stuff, fun. Visuals, fun. Music, great. A wonderful journey of absolute misery.
Yeah.
That game, you hadn't finished it when we talked about it, but I had said, you know, gingerly stepped around saying, like, it goes for it. I didn't want to hype it up too much, because that can always sort of ruin an experience, but I can say now that the last, like, 6 chapters of that game really put the pedal to the metal in terms of crazy rat stuff, and it ends it was a very fun journey, and I will at some point probably replay like the back chunk of that game from like the island onwards, because I very much enjoyed it.
It got there for me as well.
Yeah, that's good. I'm glad.
That back chunk is something pretty special.
Yeah. It gets like Resident Evil sort of stupid, but it takes itself completely seriously the whole time. More so than Resident Evil takes, because Resident Evil's very like on the edge and it's never winking too hard. But Plague Tale is like there is no winking; it's just tears and weeping the whole time. But it's so like some of the stuff is so ridiculous that you can't help but just laugh.
It escalates.
It escalates, yeah. And I really enjoyed it. So, and I just. Like I said, this and the next game, they're like, I just want more 10-hour action-adventure games. Like, it's just, I'm so tired of these big games. I want to be able to play something in like 4 days and move on and have it be memorable and exciting. Like the Uncharted's of the worlds, you know, these sorts of campaign things of just like, what happened? Everything is 400 hours long.
Yeah.
So, but not a great playing game, which is unfortunate.
Oh, I thought you said not a good plane game, like playing it on the plane.
Don't
next
play
to
it on
someone.
a plane either. No.
Like someone
Especially
looking
when
at
you
your
murder a child.
Steam Deck as you're. Yeah. It plays a bit rough.
Yeah, a little rough to play on the plane to Mexico.
Someone looking between your seats, like fucking hell.
What the fuck is going on there? Oh god.
Okay, my number 59. I don't have a lot to say about it because it was in my 2022 list, and that is Norco.
Right. Oh, okay.
But the interesting thing is, you know, we had a conversation. It was Norco or Disco Elysium. And you know, there's the answer. I've only said one of them, and it was Norco. And we'll get to the other one pretty soon. But yeah, love Norco. I just love its tone of psychedelic, religious, futuristic, grime, but also kind of like stupid and funny. I just thought it was brilliant. Yeah, 59. Norco.
Cool.
Decent spot.
Cool. Yeah, totally. 59 for me. Like I said, it's a not great playing, but very enjoyable to me linear action adventure game, and that was the Marvel's Guardians of the Galaxy game. The reason it really stands out, the biggest reason is that, well, it's like the closest I've gotten to a Mass Effect game since Mass Effect died 10 years ago, tragically, with Shepard in Mass Effect 3. They never made another Mass Effect game after Mass Effect 3, weirdly enough. And just that, like, I have some buds on a ship, and we're off we go and do missions. This game had, there were a couple of loyalty missions, and it was the writing and character work, and the location variety and visuals that really, like, made that game work for me. I was surprised at how enjoyable the storytelling was throughout, and it and Horizon Forbidden West are, like, the only two games that have given me that sort of, this is reminding me weirdly a lot of Mass Effect, and that's nice, because I like Mass Effect a lot, and nothing quite, there's not a lot of stuff that was that sort of mixture of, like, going back to the ship, talking to people, going out on missions, and it's also sad to me, I put it slightly higher just because also, like, we're never going to get another, and it's a shame because a sequel could have really made, like, the gameplay side of it sing, I think, and the reality is, they're not going to make another one. It bombed. The one sliver of hope I have is that the lead writer of this game is the lead writer, the narrative director of the new Mass Effect game, so there's some hope there, which I really hate feeling about Mass Effect. I don't want to hope.
Keep forgetting there's more Mass Effect coming.
Yeah, we'll see if BioWare can fucking survive long enough to ship that game. But it's sort of too bad because there was a lot of promise, and I think they could have made a really cool sequel. But regardless, what was there, I very much enjoyed. Again, that linear 15-hour thing. I just crave it, and we get like one a year. Yeah. And they're sort of the AA, like, not great, but they stick out to me because there's just so few of them. So.
Yeah, it's very AA.
Good job, Guardians. It's literally, the Guardians are the only Marvel thing, like, I have any attachment to at all. Even like I look forward to the third movie, and it'll be nice to sort of put that to bed, because then I'll be like, all right, now I have nothing to care about with Marvel, and I can just forget about it forever. But they're a good cast of characters, bunch of weirdos.
Yeah, I'm like past that.
That's fair.
I probably will see the third Guardians of the Galaxy movie eventually on Disney Plus, but yeah, I'm lost, man. I'm out. I don't know what happened. It just like the Band-Aid got ripped off. Probably because I watched too many of the fucking Phase 4 movies and they were so shit.
Probably, yeah. I've not watched really any of them, so
even Guardians 3, I'm just burnt out. I'll get to it.
Yeah.
Unenthusiastically.
Yeah, totally.
Again, I don't have too much to say about my 58 because it was 2022 as well, so we talked about it not too long ago, but it is Case of the Golden Idol.
Right.
I will just use the spot to shout this game out like I did with Heavenly Bodies, because still pretty niche. I feel like I see it pop up every now and then on Twitter, like a little bit more than I used to. But if you like puzzle games, especially of the detective variety, you really owe it to yourself to give Case of the Golden Idol a go. And it comes together really cleverly in the story right at the end. And I saw a little hint about DLC, which would make me very happy. There's not much else like this. Because Pope's never going to make Obra Dinn 2. That guy is too creatively inspired to do a sequel to anything, so...
Yeah. His next game, whatever it'll be, will be completely different and probably not out for 10 years.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But we need more detective games.
Absolutely, yeah.
At least good ones, at least. I don't want to play the Sherlock Holmes spider games.
No. Though no.
I don't think it's Spider who makes it. I don't know who makes the Sherlock Holmes, but
I don't want to play.
They look like Spider games.
I think it's Frogwares. I don't know where that's coming from, but I think it's Frogwares.
There's like 17 of those games, and
there's
like
so many Sherlock Holmes games,
and none of them review well, but they keep making them.
They must sell well.
I guess so.
Enough. They must sell enough. Let's say.
Someone's buying them.
Someone's buying them. Good old Sherlock. 58 for me is sort of a detective game because you have to really think to put the story together. And it's 13 Sentinels Aegis Rim.
Right.
What a delightful story. This is pretty much a story-only game for me, really. Because the gameplay is... it's basically a visual novel with like a very basic mech thing that you do every now and then. But... I don't know if it should be higher. I don't think so. I think it's good in the middle here. I very much enjoy the story. It's incredibly ambitious, and it works. It's coherent and crazy, and every hour the plot twists recontextualize the entire story, and it was fascinating to play through. And I very much enjoyed it, especially from sort of like the 10-hour mark onwards. And some very clever and ambitious storytelling in that game, and they did a good job with it. But
I just realized it's not on my list, but I swear I retconned it onto my list. Or maybe I've just got like the OG list here. I'm not sure.
I think we only played it like after it had come out.
And you're missed the year completely. I like my rules.
Yeah, like I think it released...
I think you're right.
It released in Japan in 2019, and then it came out in North America in 2020, I believe, and I think we played it in 2021.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Or something like that. Or, it released in Japan in 18, US in 19, you played it in 2020, and me in 2021, maybe, something like that. So I think your rules caused it to fall off the list, unfortunately.
I think you're right. I think this is a good spot for it, like around in the 50s.
Yeah, because like the game side of it is, it wasn't super interesting, but the story was enough to compel me through the gameplay side of it. And I think about Yakisoba Pan Man often.
Me too.
And I look forward to trying Yakisoba Pan one day.
Me too.
Because it doesn't sound very good, but I understand if you probably drank a shitload of sake before, it would probably be amazing. So
it just looks like soy sauce or noodles in a hot dog bun.
Leftover stir-fry noodles in a hot dog bun. Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah, that sounds horrendous.
It's carbs on carbs, just pure carbs.
It's like stoner food.
Yeah, who knows? Maybe it's good. I will find out one day.
We will find out one day. I definitely
will find out. Maybe we'll find out together one day. That'd be fun.
That'd be great.
Yeah. 13 Sentinels. I look forward to whatever this studio makes next. It'll probably take them like 7 years, but we'll get there. 57. Oh my god.
The best number of them all. It is Disco Elysium for me.
Okay.
It just pipped Norco by a couple. They fit really snugly together in my mind. I can't really explain why time has kind of elevated Disco above Norco. There's just something a bit more cohesive about Disco Elysium.
Yeah.
Norco I really respect and enjoy, but it's very all over the place, and that's part of it. But Disco Elysium sits in my head as just kind of a brilliant RPG thing. And I don't want to start breaking down Disco Elysium because it's been a while, honestly. Actually, no, 2019 unfortunately has now been a while. It doesn't feel like it's been,
almost 4 years since, this fall will be 4 years. That's kind of a while.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But when it comes to like the format and presentation, there's just nothing else like this game. It just feels very unique and iconic, and man, one of the best at being grimy. This game is just dirty. This game needs a shower, but it ain't ever gonna take one.
No.
And yeah.
I look forward to replaying it eventually because it got fully voice acted since we played it, which is crazy. Yeah, the final cut added voice acting, I think, for everyone,
But would that take away from like the main narrative grizzly man who's like your weird inner monologue?
Maybe, but the voice acting sounded pretty inspired.
And I did like how there was no voice acting except for the part where you sing at the karaoke. That was incredible. And I failed the skill check, so it was terrible.
I never did the singing. I never found that one.
Oh, it's amazing.
But I think there was also voices from the voices in his head at the very beginning. The lizard brain would talk to him at the very beginning.
That's the voice I was talking about. That crazy, like, boomy, bassy voice.
Oh my god. The weird, like, hello, lovely. There's some good. I heard clips of it, and the voice acting sounded good. What's your partner? Him. Kit. He sounded very good. Yeah, Kim Kitsuragi. There we go. Kim. I found it in my brain. Yeah.
I definitely heard Kuno. Didn't Kuno speak in the original game?
I think they were like little voice quips, you know, like sort of like a Mario does. Like,
fuck, does Kuno care?
Yes, there were like little things like that. Yeah, because oh god, that was like triggered PTSD for me.
Shit.
Fuck, Kuno, what a little shit.
Yes. I hate that guy.
Oh, Disco Elysium was good.
God, it was good.
It's too bad that studio blew up recently. Like the creators of the universe were like forced out, and they're still. I think it's still ongoing. All that drama. A shame, man. But you know, it sort of adds to the allure, honestly, where it's like this one thing, and they might make sequels, and maybe they'll be good, but maybe they'll be really bad, and it just will elevate Disco Elysium further in a way.
I don't know, man. That game is. I don't like to drop the genius word, but that game's like wow. Like these guys they're like a level above everyone else. These guys are smart.
Yeah, and they like created that universe like a decade ago and like did stuff in it since, and I think the guys that created the universe were like forced out of the studio. I don't know, there's some bunch of bullshit happening. Anyways, it's a shame. Game development's a fucking nightmare. Yeah. Disco Elysium was pretty damn cool. 57 Sunset Overdrive.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, I echo what you said. It feels a little old at this point, but it also still has an allure to it to me as well. In some, like, a good version of that speed around, shoot stuff, high mobility thing is, I don't know if it's still appealing, but I think the shitty games that came out after this make Sunset Overdrive even better, because it's like,
yeah, I know what you mean, yeah.
And Sunset Overdrive holds a special place in that it was like the first Xbox One game that it came out a year after the Xbox One, and it was the first game that was like, there's a good Xbox One game. What a concept. We finally did it.
That was a concept.
That was maybe one of the only good Xbox One games, which is yikes. But and I replayed, a chunk of it when it came out on PC, and it held up. The humor was still funny, the personalities still funny, the weapons were still fun. It looks great. It's just like a good sort of timeless art style. But Sunset Overdrive.
Nice.
Yeah, I think it's fine right there.
Good spot. 56. I think you already mentioned this game quite a bit further down. A bit of a difference here, but that is Until Dawn. I think you already...
That was number 76 for me.
A 20 gap. That's pretty chunky.
Yeah.
I have amazing memories of Until Dawn. I absolutely love this game. Like you said, it's a shame that it's the only good one that they made. Just a beautiful lightning in a bottle moment. And I always look back on that playthrough with just a wonderful time. My playthrough was great. I just absolutely loved it. It's just a shame we don't get more things like it, because, man, I had an amazing time with Until Dawn.
Well, we do get a lot of things like it, except they're not written.
No, you are right.
Yeah.
It's a shame we don't get good things like it.
Yes, I would agree with that 100%. Yeah. 56?
56.
Disco Elysium.
Hey, wow. We haven't matched yet. Very close.
No, we haven't, but we got very close. Yeah. I have nothing. We just talked. Yeah. Disco Elysium is good.
All right. 55. I'd be interested to see where this lands for you. This is the illegal to like game, and that is Cyberpunk 2077. I don't know where to start with this thing. Let's maybe not dive down the Cyberpunk well. But we were fortunate enough to be able to actually play this game. Yes, did I have to upgrade my entire CPU to get it to run mediocrely? Yes, I did. It was an expensive game. But still, to this game, maybe one of the best, maybe the best open world environment ever created. An amazing world, great characters, great quests. I actually really like the gunplay in it. Just unfortunate that it was unplayable on console, that the world was a little bit dead, and that the format was a little bit tired and old by the time it came out. But yeah, apart from that, I played 100 hours of it. I did a 100% playthrough, which I don't do with a lot of things, and I just really liked being in Cyberpunk 2077. And I look forward to going back and doing it all over again when that thing is like finished, polished, and has an expansion in it. Because I love Night City, and I think it's an amazing world to explore, and overall the game is pretty fun.
I agree, and I don't think it is illegal to like anymore.
Cyberpunk
has definitely begun the upswing, for sure, yeah.
Okay.
You know, it's up to a mostly positive on Steam now, which is...
mostly positive, nice.
Recent reviews are very positive, so it's like, I think people have definitely, in the last 8 months, have definitely sort of started to turn the page a bit on Cyberpunk and be like, there's actually lots of good things here, and I'll be curious where it ends up after the DLC this year and what that adds also, because it's next gen only, so you'd think maybe they're gonna do other things. I don't know.
Yeah.
But yeah, Cyberpunk is definitely improving in people's minds, I would say, in some capacity.
It's a good game.
But yeah, there's a lot of good stuff in that game, for sure. What was that, 55? Yeah, 55. 55 is sort of like Mario Maker, because it'll get talked about again, and this is Hitman 2.
Oh, okay.
Hitman 2 is very good. It does not exist as a standalone product anymore.
Yeah.
But it was the one, for whatever reason, it was the game that like that was when I got into Hitman.
So Hitman 1 isn't on your list at all?
Hitman 1 is not on the list. No, it was not on the list at the time either. I enjoyed it, but I did not click with it much.
Right.
For whatever reason, I was in the right mood and definitely explored and learned to love Hitman a lot more with Hitman 2. So
nice.
Yeah.
All right. 54. A little bit of an interesting one. This was my number 1.
Oh wow.
Of 2015. But when I say it, you'll probably understand why it's dropped down, and that is Tales from the Borderlands. Again, I still look back at this game really fondly. I just don't want to play a Telltale game format ever again. I just don't.
Yeah.
Great little cast of characters, great licensed music, and a great little story. My favorite of the Telltale games, but man, nah, with this format anymore, I don't wanna. This is where I draw the line.
Yeah. 54 is also an interesting one for me, because this is from 2016, and at number 10 in 2016, I put The Witcher 3 Blood and Wine, which is a DLC. So I have removed the Blood and Wine and replaced it with my number 11 at the time, and it has obviously climbed up it's climbed up. I see. It would be ahead of Stardew Valley and Ratchet and Clank and Overwatch. So I think this would be my number 7 for the time.
Okay.
Which actually feels about right now looking back on it, and that's Dishonored 2. Which
nice.
I hold in pretty high regard now, I would say. I have not ever really gone back to it, but I don't know if I'd fully finished it at the time, or 2016 was kind of a stacked year. 16 and 17 were busy years.
Yeah.
Lots of good stuff.
I feel like I've played a lot of Dishonored at this point after the 3 games. Or the 2 games and the spin-off.
Yeah. I'm definitely don't need more Dishonored, but Dishonored 2 is a game that I really mean to replay often. I really need to go back and replay, because I think about like the cleverness of that level design.
The Clockwork Mansion.
The Clockwork Mansion is crazy. That level that was doing the Titanfall 2 thing like years earlier or 2 years before, or no, maybe was that the same year as Titanfall 2? It was the same year as Titanfall 2, where you can like phase between different times. There's a level where you do that in Dishonored 2, and I think Dishonored 2 and Hitman 2 came. I think my love for them has risen because I learned after playing Prey in 2017, which we'll talk about eventually. I learned like what I like from a game in order to take advantage of that sort of immersive sim sandboxy thing.
Right.
And I think I need like a sort of grounded reality to it. And Dishonored 2. So I look back at Dishonored 2 and I'm like, I bet if I replay this, I'd really fucking like it now versus liking it a good deal at the time. So yeah, and Arcane games are very, very unique, or they were. We'll see. We'll see.
Oh, yeah.
I hope they still remain interesting, but
there's no way.
Dishonored 2 is like the world is so impressive, and those levels are just amazing. Like they were like Dishonored 2, that the sort of mid 2010s era of Arcane was just like they were doing crazy shit with level design. Like no one was even coming close, and Dishonored 2 is probably the peak of that. Like the Clockwork Mansion is just I don't even know how that exists, like how it works. I have no idea. So maybe I like the idea of Dishonored 2 a little more than the actual game, but it's been so long that I need to replay it desperately. So
yeah, we should have replayed every game on the entire list to be super thorough, you know.
Can you imagine?
Nah, fuck that.
10 years later, we finally finished our list from 10 years ago.
Yeah. The one game I did talk about replaying, which I really do want to replay, is Rayman Legends, which is my 53.
Nice. That's about where it was before I lowered it down on a little bit this morning. Yeah. So I'm glad it's higher up for you because
this game is just like basically flawless and basically the best in its genre ever.
Yeah.
But you know, the 2D platformer genre has its limitations of how high it can soar. Actually, there's a couple above it as we'll get to later down the line. But yeah, just like, I don't know where this game came from. After Origins, Origins, like you said, was decent, but Legends was just like perfection when it comes to this little strange little genre. And I don't know if they could surpass it, but I would have liked to see them try.
Yeah.
But you can't always get what you want. But that game's amazing. I never recommended people missed it. I reckon it's still amazing to this day. Because you don't get too many good 2D platformers anymore.
No, I agree. It's unfortunate. The 2D platformer genre appears, I think, maybe like 2 or 3 times on this list, and for a good reason. Because I mean, I feel like they make a lot of indie platformers, but that sort of step above is like I would love Nintendo to make a new 2D Mario game. I think that'd be fascinating.
It would be,
you know. Yeah.
They age well as well, that genre.
Of course. Yeah. They're like timeless, really. You know. They're not going to age visually, and if they control great, then you're set forever, basically. Yeah. Good game. I also do think about playing it often. If I had like I feel like that would be a great Steam Deck travel game.
Ooh, yeah.
Though I'm sure it's also on Switch. I think it is on Switch. I think I own it on
only there was
Switch.
like a mobile version of it or something.
Oh yeah, and you just tap the screen and he jumps and then he just runs forever.
Not that part.
Fuck. 53, right. I thought this might have been a little higher, but I think this feels right, and it's Final Fantasy VII Remake.
Ah, yes.
Part 1 of the remake.
Of 3? 2?
Of 3. Of 3, yeah. I very much enjoyed it. The visuals were amazing. The combat was fun. The story was a little incoherent for a while, but it sort of makes more sense as it goes, and then after deciphering what the plot of the original game was, the ending hour of this game is way more fascinating. And it was just a very enjoyable JRPG, fairly linear, which is nice as well. Like you don't have to worry too much about grinding or side quests in this huge open world. It's just a nice linear JRPG thing. And I very much look forward to Rebirth, Regeneration, whatever the next part is called.
Yeah, Rebirth.
Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. Yeah, it is Rebirth. Okay, right, great.
I really want to play the little DLC thing, but I just find it hard nowadays to find time for a 40 to 30 hour thing.
Well, I think the DLC is the whole game was only 30 hours, right? So yeah, it wasn't crazy. Sorry, I'm just gonna quit. I did boot up that DLC at Christmas because I was thinking the same thing. And
what's it even called?
It's called Final Fantasy VII Remake Intermission, and it says it's 5 to 7 hours on how long to beat.
Oh, fuck me! I didn't know that.
And the main game was 30 to 41 hours. That's what.
I should really play that little DLC thing.
Yeah, I started it up, and what was difficult for me is it's one of those ones that's sort of like the Horizon DLC where it just throws you back into the game and you're like,
right.
I don't remember how to play this game at all.
Yeah.
And I was back in the scrapyard, and it's just this doesn't look very good either anymore. But I will play it before Rebirth comes out theoretically, apparently this winter, which is kind of
I want to play
surprising.
it right before as a warm up.
Yeah, I think that would be smart. Yeah, so I'm very curious to see what the next part is. I look forward to the whole journey. Two more games in this story will be fun. The characters are great.
The visuals are good most of the time.
Most of the time, yeah. I would imagine Rebirth. I think Rebirth is going to be PS5 only, so that'll probably clean up some of the rough areas, like the weird texture stuff that game had.
I like those characters a lot.
Oh yeah, it's a great cast for sure. Yeah, so good game.
All right. 52 for me is Death Stranding.
Okay.
Yeah. I feel like I wish it would have landed on 50 because I feel like that would have been the perfect number for Death Stranding.
Totally.
Just is it good or is it bad? It's right in the middle. Yeah. I look back on this game very fondly, and I can't tell if it's rose-tinted glasses because
it is. Trust me, because it's higher on this list than your ranking of it, and I think the exact same thing. I'm like, yeah. Anyways, please continue. Sorry.
There's definitely some rough stuff in the game. I think overall, wait. I was about to say, I think I liked it more than you, but according to this, I don't know. Time is a weird thing.
Yeah.
But yeah, the first time we talked about it for 3 hours, so we won't dive too deep down to it. I liked just plodding around and walking. I think the travel part of it was really unique, and it strangely sticks in my head as serene and relaxing, and sometimes it was weirdly stressful, and that really sticks out to me. The cutscenes really stick out to me. Yeah, for me the only thing that didn't really work is the combat encounters and the World War II stuff. World War I stuff.
Yeah.
But yeah, the strange...
Well, and the story is, terrible, but...
I just enjoyed it because it was Kojima, untethered.
Yes.
And it made no sense to the point which I was hysterical with laughter at the end.
Yes.
I thought the story was terrible, but I just loved it because he's a madman, and he was free to do whatever he wanted. And that was great. And we don't get enough AAA games which are just wildly unpredictable and weird and out there. And that's what makes maybe the rose-tinted glasses shine so bright. Is because we just don't get shit like this. Weird, unpredictable stuff, but AAA and shiny. It's just so weird and not safe.
God.
But I guess it is safe because it's Kojima. But anyway, we could talk about Death Stranding all day. Yeah, I look back at it very fondly, and I can't wait to play the second one for the exact same reason.
That's that game is like Stockholm Syndrome, the game. After playing it, you're like, this was awful, and then you just go, more time passes and Death Stranding 2 gets announced, and I'm like, my most anticipated game is Death Stranding 2. Because I can't, because it's so out there and unlike anything else, and also looks like it cost $400 billion to make, and it's just...
And since 2019, AAA just gets more and more just here we go again.
Yeah.
And
a game about walking around and delivering packages is fascinating. I hope there are no guns in 2. I just want 1,000 boot upgrades or something, and that's it.
Yeah, that'd be sick.
And exo frames. Death Stranding 2 could be not at all a delivery game. I kind of expect it to be mechanically completely different from the first game.
I hope it goes deeper on the Strand weird asynchronized multiplayer stuff.
A great and terrible game.
Yeah, great and terrible game.
That was my review title, I remember. And
it's a good
I agree
title.
with that. I
Me
agree
too.
with that still, and we will talk about it again. I can't believe it. Maybe it'll move after this chat higher. No. Number 1. 52 is sort of the opposite of the nice sort of comfortable linear RPG. It's a giant, like, massive RPG. It's such a big RPG, I never even finished it. It's Divinity Original Sin 2.
You never finished it. Interesting.
No, I got 90 hours into it.
Jeez Christ.
And the last act at the time was kind of a bit underbaked, and then they did the definitive edition and added like another 20 hours to the final chapter. And
Yeah.
Until Baldur's Gate 3 comes out this August, which I am very looking forward to, this is definitely like the pinnacle of just of the like genuine role-playing game, which is people throw, RPG gets thrown around so much, like Horizon's an RPG, and it's like, no, it's fucking not. It has skills in it. That does not make it a role-playing game, you know? And this is just like the definition of role-playing game. And I like the combat. I like turn-based combat. It's got the turn-based combat. It's got Diablo-type loot systems, which I also enjoy. And it's also got fun writing. And engaging writing, and good visuals and good music. Like Divinity, that team is like low-key one of the most talented ones out there, I think, and I'm extremely excited to see what Baldur's Gate 3 is like. I still think about revisiting Divinity Original Sin 2 and starting it over as a new character, but I don't have time.
Yeah.
I don't have time.
I'd like to one day play through one of those games. I think I played Divinity Original Sin 2. I remember playing the opening mission where you're on a ship, and I think that one mission took me like an hour and 20 minutes, and I was like, this is ridiculous, dude. That was the opening, and then I think I never played it again. Not because I wasn't enjoying it, because, again, you said you were 90 hours in and hadn't even beaten it, and it's hard to, we're old, man. It's hard to find time. It's
just so dense, and I respect it so much for that density, but it does make it sort of daunting and horrifying to think about. But yeah, I think back on my time with it very fondly, and I'm super looking forward to seeing what Baldur's Gate 3 is like, especially because they're going to be going into like making the storytelling more like say The Witcher 3, where it's like third person, like over the shoulder, shot for shot type conversations as opposed to top down. And they would have spent like close to 6 years working on it, which is insane. So I think that game is going to be very good. I remember when Original Sin 2 came out, it was like 94 on Metacritic. It was like, holy fuck!
Yeah.
This like little Belgian studio just making the like, one of the most expansive RPGs of all time is pretty crazy. And you could probably buy Original Sin 2 and literally just play that for like a decade and probably never get bored of it if you were into that type of thing. So crazy game.
I'll definitely be keeping an eye on Baldur's Gate 3 just because I like to just check things out once. Not specifically a franchise, but just a genre. I just haven't played one of those. And it's always nice to just give one thing like a proper go.
What do they call it? A computer RPG? Like a CRPG, I think? Like
the C means computer?
I think so.
I know CRPG, I didn't know C meant computer.
I think.
Maybe that makes sense. If you think about it.
Because it was like out of the old like late 90s computer, they were only on PC.
It was like a mouse
role-playing game. Yeah.
I didn't know that.
Like Baldur's Gate by BioWare. In the like the early 2000s or whatever. So yeah. There you go. You learn something new every day.
Computer, okay. My 51.
The last two for this chunk, right? Yeah. 51, 50. Yeah, okay.
My 51, we're very close. We just talked about it. It is Final Fantasy VII Remake.
Yeah, that makes sense.
I agree with you. Great visuals, great cast of characters. I liked the story. Like you said, the last couple of hours gets like strange because I always like Final Fantasy and then the gods come in and it's like, fuck, the gods are here. I don't know what's happening. But yeah, even when it falls apart, it's kind of like almost in like a Death Stranding, just like weird Japanese games. It's kind of fascinating to just hold on to your chair and see where it goes. Really like the combat system, and, it's a classic, one of the most popular RPGs of all time, and I'd never played it, and some people are a bit cynical about the remake culture, and I can kind of understand certain aspects of it, but when it's super transformative, like a RE4 and a Final Fantasy VII, I think it's really worthwhile, and for people like me who haven't played it, it's really enjoyable. Even though, I feel like we've gone far enough down the road to be able to say certain things about the remake.
Yes.
Is it a remake? But, that aspect of it being like a reimagining or like a parallel split off from the timeline, super interesting. And I'm really looking forward to seeing where that goes. And seeing how the fans respond to that, or just seeing like what they do with it, because you only know at the end. So is it going to be really similar? Because you think it has to be kind of similar, otherwise people are going to be upset they're not seeing the parts they want to see remade. But whatever, we will see in time. Great game, really enjoyed it, and looking forward to seeing where it goes.
I wish more games were more interested in like retrospectively fucking with things the way Final Fantasy VII is.
Yeah, being bold.
Yeah, like the fact that a lot of the key people working on the remakes are the guys that made it 25 years ago, and they're like, let's do something interesting, and instead of just remaking it, it's way more engaging and fascinating. Because the old game, if you want the old game, just go play the old game.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I like these big budget weird remakes, and
Me too.
I kind of hope they continue making weird changes to some of them as well.
I like people who just take risks.
Yeah.
With like the most beloved IPs of all time.
That's the thing. Like FF7, my God, yeah. Like people just revere that game, and the fact that they like radically shifted some of it and have like good in-world story explanations for that is fascinating. Yeah.
It's cool, yeah.
51 I don't know. 51 is one of those like it's like the most, I should just put this in the middle of the pack. Because we have a complicated relationship, but we will also talk about its sequel later, which is Destiny.
Oh my god.
Destiny 1.
Oh my god.
Remember Destiny 1?
Yeah. Holy shit, dude.
What?
My 50 is Destiny.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Is Destiny, dude.
Wow.
My 50.
Yeah. Wow, you
Destiny's
put Destiny higher
for me.
Yeah, but Destiny 2 is not going to be higher for you.
It's not. It's not.
That's part of it. It's like Destiny. That's why my struggle with Destiny 1 was like, where do I put it? Because it was replaced by Destiny 2, and a lot of the good Destiny 1 stuff is also like some of the major raids are now in Destiny 2 as well, and it's sort of, Destiny 2 is sort of slowly replacing all of Destiny 1 with Destiny 2 type content. And of course, shaky relationship with Destiny. It was not good when it came out, but there was just something about it that hooked people, myself included. And there's something about Destiny 1 tonally that has been lost. And I think that's just inherent to anything that goes on for, at this point, almost a decade. There's a certain mystery and a certain tonally that came through in the tone. It's just like a sort of mystique to everything that I really loved in Destiny 1. And, of course, that evaporates over time because they've been putting out expansions for it for 10 years now. And it's a massive MMO, whatever. But, a lot of amazing experiences with Destiny 1. It got so much better as time went on, especially with the Taken King, which was like a revelation for Destiny at the time. And I have many fond, nostalgic memories playing many hours of this video game, but it was replaced by a much better playing, looking, and supported game. So I put it down here because I don't really know where to rank it. It's like Destiny 1 is very nearly in the Overwatch category of like, this game doesn't exist anymore. It of course does. You can go play it and you can do all the content. It's not, but like...
Oh, I actually didn't know that.
Yeah, it's still all online. But like, I'm never going to touch it again. And it's only on the PS4 or PS5, or, only on consoles, only at 30 FPS. Never got next gen, sprucing up and all that, which makes sense. It's fine. It came out almost a decade ago, and they have a sequel, which is their main platform. But if they were to put like a Destiny 1 port out on PC, I would play it. But they're never going to do that because they're slowly just porting everything into their sequel, which is fine. So
yeah, I just can't believe it's one lower than mine.
I know, it's funny. I know. I almost, like, before we even talked about it, I almost flipped it right at the last second before I sent my game. But no, I refused to do it because we'll talk about Destiny again later.
We will. I'm actually gonna break the rules, our recording rules, and I'm gonna talk about my 50 and 49 because you can probably figure out what 49 is. It's Destiny 2.
Okay, yeah, go for it.
This is the Destiny chunk.
Okay.
So the stat, which I couldn't believe when I figured it out.
Really? Okay, yeah.
So in 2014, Destiny 1 was my 10.
Yeah, sounds about right.
And now, it's my number 2 of 2014.
What?
It's climbed 8 positions.
Because Valiant Hearts went down hugely.
Hugely, yeah.
Sunset Overdrive went down.
Yeah.
Alien Isolation would have been at, like, I think number 5 for you.
South Park, Infamous.
South Park. Oh my god.
Evil Within, Goat Simulator.
Wow.
It's climbed to number 2. It started at 10.
Destiny 1 is Joe's number 2 from 2014. That's hilarious. That is hilarious. I never would have guessed that was the stat. That was going to shock me.
And I was looking at these two games, and I think time has been really kind to Destiny for me. I'm not going to go too deep into my backlog of Destiny, but basically I dropped both of them due to a little bit of repetition, and the formats or the support of Destiny has always been keep up or get out. Not pretty literally, you can jump back in whenever you want, but I've always hated the missing out on content, the sunsetting of content. I hate it. Not just from a moral perspective, just from like a FOMO, I missed this raid. It just irritates me. I don't want to feel obliged to play a game. I don't want to feel like it's a job. But yeah, I never quit Destiny because I was angry at the game or I disliked the game. I've continued to make fun of Destiny for fun, just to tease you and Ben. But yeah, I have nothing but pretty fond memories of Destiny. When I look back on the raids, they're very special memories to me. Again, I don't get FOMO on Destiny nowadays because the format is still the same, and I don't want to have another job. But yeah, every time I look at the Destiny raid, I'm like, that looks fun. But yeah, you guys enjoy it because I'm not getting back into this nightmare. I continue to be irritated by the way Destiny is handled, because I would probably still be having a good time if I wasn't obliged, if I didn't felt like rushed to buy all this. It's expensive as well. This game's so fucking expensive.
Oh yeah. Yes,
but yeah, I was just really surprised to like retrospectively think about how I thought about Destiny, and I felt really positive about my time in Destiny. Maybe I got out before it soured. Weird. An unexpected result for me, and I was very surprised when I had those two games cut into the clipboard of my mouse. Where was I going to paste it? And it just kept climbing up the list of like how I felt about those games. Just a shocking revelation for myself. I didn't even realize how fondly I look back at Destiny. How much I think, wow, that was a really good time when I played it. And we left on pretty good terms. You know, I don't like the way they handled it, but I fell behind, and then I just stopped. Cold turkey.
Yeah. I think there's nothing quite like Destiny. That's the reality of it. And like it or not, Destiny 1 created like an entire different genre, basically, that the AAA has been chasing and failing to chase.
Yeah, I don't like that part.
No, and that's not Destiny's fault. That's everyone else, not knowing what they're doing to a degree.
That's fair.
Yeah, when Destiny 1 came out, it was like, oh, this is very interesting. This is a very weird, interesting game. It's a first-person shooter, but it's loot, and there's MMO stuff, and there's raids, and And it's fascinating to see how much it has, I think, impacted the industry over the last 10 years. I might go as far as to say...
ruined.
No, I was going to say... Well, yeah, definitely. But, like, in terms of the ripples and the number of attempts, Destiny might be, like, the most impactful game that is on this list. In terms of, like, the number of studios that have chased the success of Destiny is huge. There's, a good dozen or more major studios have tried to make the PvE thing with seasonal content. It is an MMO. It's a light MMO action game, and so many people, like, and AAA, and so many people have tried to do that and just failed completely,
miserably.
Yeah, just spectacularly. And that's with Destiny as a template of what to do, and more specifically, exactly what not to do and how to recover. And no one has figured it out, and that's crazy to me. And I also think it speaks to the quality of, like, the studio. Bungie is still they still have a certain thing with however they make games and however they figure things out that no one else knows how to capture. Even like not even like in the same realm, if you ask me. Like, every knockoff attempt, The Division, Anthem, Suicide Squad, next year, 10 years after Destiny, all these games are just going to be like, they just don't got it. But Destiny got it, and I don't know necessarily still exactly what it is, but they got it. And
then you watch 343 try to replicate the Halo games, which Bungie did 10 years ago, and they still can't do it.
15 years ago, and they can't even come close to
with
that.
all the Microsoft money in the world.
Right, yeah. And so,
don't try and copy Bungie.
No.
Rule 1.
That, I think, is the most important thing that the game industry needs to learn. It's like, stop trying to copy Bungie. You can't do it.
Can't do it.
No one has been able to for 20 years. Every Halo attempt, bad. Killzone, that was the Halo killer. Bad.
Yeah.
And then all these Destiny attempts, bad. Failures, all of them.
Yeah.
And that's crazy. Warframe is like the only thing that exists, and that came out before Destiny, and it's its own weird thing. Destiny is, I think, like one of the major defining games since we started doing these chats of the last 10 years. I think it's an enormously important game for good and bad reasons. And
mostly bad.
And there's nothing else like it. Yeah, in terms of like everyone else, yes, yeah.
And the fact Bungie hasn't made another game except for Destiny makes me very sad.
That's fair. That's totally fair, And
imagine, because they could make Destiny and another game.
Well, they are. So don't worry.
Okay.
That's
but that's okay.
The rumor is it's like a weird extraction multiplayer game. So, which,
Okay.
Yeah. They are working on a new IP. That has been said. Yeah. And it's going to be like a PvP thing, I think. That has been all established. So, yes, Destiny is a fascinating journey, and it is still going, and it'll be wrapping up this part of it this time next year, and then what Destiny becomes after is, I don't know, and that's fascinating to me as well. So,
yeah. Well, just, I left Destiny in a bit of a huff.
Mm-hmm. I remember as well. Yeah, I still remember roughly when he stopped playing D1 as well. Yeah.
And irritated. Yeah. And I've made fun of that game ever since. But, when I look back, maybe just because quite a lot of time has passed, the red rage has faded, and all that is left is my memories of us doing the raids, and how good that game felt on PC, and how well optimized it was, and how good the areas looked. And it's like, yeah, those games were good.
Yeah.
I guess are good. I don't know.
They are.
I don't play it. I'm sure it's good.
It is, yeah. I mean, the shooting is still good after a decade. It's like Halo, like.
Yeah, and the truth is, if they changed their format overnight, which I know will never happen, where you could buy every expansion pack, they unvaulted everything, and you could play it, systematically in chronological order,
like a campaign. Yeah.
I would come back and I would do that, because some people have figured it out. I haven't played Final Fantasy 14, but apparently you can play that game from vanilla, and then you can play expansion 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 like it just came out. So there's got to be a way to do it, but I don't know. I guess it's hard to manufacture or make work because it ain't happening. But if it does happen, I would be back.
Yeah. It's hard to know, yeah, because they've changed their technology a lot. Even just over the course of Destiny 2, that's why they got rid of stuff.
Imagine if you could make a new character and play through the whole experience at your own leisure.
I would love that.
In the beginning.
I would love to be able to start from Destiny 1.
Yeah.
And go through everything. That would be great. But, you know, that's sort of the unfortunate side of the live services, like that. Destiny, I don't know, like Destiny 1, even revisiting it from the start wouldn't be the same. You know what I mean? Like, it would still be...
You'd get to Destiny 2 eventually.
No, I know, but it would be... Yeah, it's hard to go back and still stay the same in a weird way, but I know what you mean, and it would be really cool if they did do that, but...
I'm sure it's very, very complicated to figure that out since they haven't done it. But.
Yeah. And I mean, they deleted the half of 2 because they were changing so much just to be able to keep supporting 2, so who knows? Who knows what Destiny will be?
And they've got weird PvP stuff and all that shit to balance, but...
who knows what... I don't know what the future of Destiny is, but it's not going fucking anywhere. You can guarantee that. Sony bought that studio for $3.5 billion.
Yeah.
That's fucking crazy. That's cool. I'm glad to hear it because Destiny is the first game is a very nostalgic game for me. One of maybe the most nostalgic in some ways for me.
Vault of Glass specifically is like one of the most nostalgic things in gaming for me.
Yeah, and
doing that raid for the first time.
I played that raid with a group of strangers. I played that raid. We went in blind. I was there with a group of strangers the first weekend the raid was out, when no one even knew what a raid was in Destiny, and that was 2 nights for 6 hours each, and it was such a fascinating discovery, and a lot of experiences like that throughout the world of Destiny and Destiny 2. So,
there they are.
I think it was number 5 for me at Destiny when it came out at the time. I don't know where it would rank now for my 2014 list.
Yeah, Destiny 2 was number 9, and now it would be number 6. And Destiny has jumped, the original has jumped from 10 to 2, which is kind of crazy.
That's crazy.
That is crazy.
That is crazy. Wow. So you just did 50 and 49.
Yeah. Do you want to do 49? I mean, we're here.
Yeah, might as well. I still have to do 50, though.
Oh, right. right.
It's a little scrambled here.
It does go to scrambled.
This is my controversial one.
Oh.
Number 50 was my number 3 in 2013.
Oh, okay.
And it's Grand Theft Auto 5.
Whoa, that is controversial. Interesting.
Yeah.
Huh.
And don't get me wrong, GTA 5 is, like one of the games of the last 10 years, of course. Yeah. Like, I mean, it's going to take them like 15 years to make a sequel. And don't get me wrong, I have very much enjoyed GTA 5 over the years. I've played through that campaign a few times, when it came out on the 360, and then I remember doing a PS4 first-person playthrough, and then the PC like another 2 years later or something like that. GTA 5 is a very fine game, but I look at it and I just, from my perspective nowadays, I just don't really have any interest in it anymore, and I don't really have any emotional attachment to it. I don't know how much, I haven't revisited the story in a long time. I don't know how much I'm interested in that style of GTA humor anymore, and they've talked about that before of we don't know if we're going to be able to make GTA satirical anymore because of how fucked up the real world has gotten.
Yeah.
And that stuff, I don't know. The gameplay, I don't know. It's weird because it is such a defining game of the last 10 years, and we've put so many hours into it on multiple platforms. It was like the moon falling out of the sky when it released. It was just like a fucking... I remember the UPS man delivering the game to everyone on my street.
Yeah.
When it came out. It was like the world stopped when GTA 5 came out, and that and nothing since has felt like that. And it's crazy.
Nothing will until 6, honestly.
Yeah, exactly. And it and it's endeared... it's stayed relevant for 10 years for a reason, because it is still impressive. But I just, as time goes on, as I get older, I look at the other, Rockstar game that'll be on this list, which is Red Dead, and it's like, this is much more like spiritually where I'm at, whereas GTA 5 is like, that was cool and a little childish, It's like, that was awesome when I was, I guess 20. That would be 10 years ago, right?
Yeah.
Oh God. It was awesome back then. It's still good today, don't get me wrong, but I've thought about revisiting it, and I don't really feel anything for it, but I felt like it needed to be here-ish, if not, just because it felt weird to put it lower.
I like a hot take. Well,
Yeah.
actually, you know what? I won't say it's that much of a hot take. I understand. We're not going to get to it today, but I have a game coming very soon, which is also, it's arguable when it's similar, and it's a bit like, ooh, that's a interesting drop.
Yeah.
And we'll have a similar chat because, I don't want to give it away.
No, yeah. But yeah, it's I mean, I feel like I was playing Horizon, the Burning Shores DLC this morning, just as I was waking up, and there was a side mission that took place at LAX. I realized, the Los Angeles airport, and I realized I recognized it because of GTA.
That's
it's
cool.
like I've never been to LA.
Yeah.
But I feel like I could still recognize it. I'm like, oh, it's LAX. I remember what that looks like in GTA 5.
Yeah, that's cool.
So like GTA 5, it's a one of a kind sort of release, and I think it's like GTA 4 to 5 was a huge leap. 5 was so much better than 4. And 6 is going to be like probably the most fascinating game release of all time. At the time at least. And so I feel like I've sort of outgrown the appeal of GTA 5 a little bit, even though I still remember enjoying the campaign a lot, and of course the heist nonsense we did for a year afterwards and all that. But like, I haven't played GTA in like 5 years.
Yeah.
I have no interest in the online at all, and that's fine. So. But I'll of course be fascinated, and we'll play everything in 6. I don't know what that game's going to be, but
that'd be crazy.
5 is, it's like I said. I think some people will be shocked by it being at 50, but it just sort of feels appropriate to me.
All right,
because So what can you say?
I respect it.
Yeah. And then I have to quickly do 49 because you did your 49. So before we stop, 49, maybe a little shocking in terms of what it's above, but Wolfenstein: The New Order, the first one of the sort of reboot. Wolfenstein's important to me.
Yeah.
I didn't play a lot of games when I was young, but Wolfenstein 3D was one of them. And so that's just one of those weird like childhood things, where it's like Wolfenstein will always be important to me in some capacity. And The New Order,
it's good.
Was kind of shockingly good at the time.
Yeah.
Like I remember it got no real press coverage, and I remember when it came out, it was just like, oh, this game's kind of awesome. Like I liked the shooting, the weird mixture of stealth and combat. The world is wild in that game, and the storytelling is really good. Storytelling is
best part.
More interesting in the sequel, but the storytelling in the first game is excellent.
Oh, I'm getting them mixed up. Yeah, I'm with you.
Yeah, I'm thinking of this is the first one.
Gotcha.
Second one will come up again because I did put that on my list. It blended, like it captured some of the spirit of the old games with like secrets and hidden corridors and things, while being what I thought a fun action game. I still find Wolfenstein, the new ones, fun to play. I know lots of people disagree with that, and I totally understand it. But yeah, those games are good. The first one is a good time. I prefer the second one, but for a game that like took basically, or a series that took a very long time off and sort of drifted off into irrelevance, Wolfenstein came back and was pretty cool back then. And they didn't make a third one yet, and it fucking pisses me off. We'll talk about it again later, though.
Yeah.
Fuck.
Not sure if we get a third one. Maybe.
I don't think so. They're making Indiana Jones. Fuck off with the Indiana Jones. Just put Harrison Ford in the grave already. Holy shit. No, that's not true. I'm sorry, Harrison. I take it back. Put Indy in the grave. Let him sleep. Like, is Indiana Jones a relevant IP? Like, who the fuck cares about Indiana Jones? I don't know. Whatever.
Oh, we're halfway done.
Halfway there. 4-hour runtime so far. Not bad.
Not bad, man. Jesus Christ. All right. Number 48 for me is Deep Rock Galactic.
Right. Okay. Yes.
Yeah. According to my statistics, it has climbed a little bit from number 8 to number 6. Probably because I put more time into it since I initially placed it on the list in 2020.
2020. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, I would say I don't have a lot to say about Deep Rock Galactic. The only thing I will say is I kind of wish in the last 2 years, I kept hoping they would make maybe like a more cinematic, linear campaign style thing. You know how Sea of Thieves has done the, what was it, Pirates of the Caribbean?
Yeah.
Yeah, because I really, really like Deep Rock Galactic. I just don't like the format as much. It's not really my type of thing. Like, I've played 60 hours of that game, and I've enjoyed it, but I just don't want to do the same missions over and over again. And it's just like, not live service specifically, but it's kind of live service-esque. And yeah, I just love the world. I like the gameplay. I like the aesthetic and the tone and the weird comedy. I enjoy playing this game solo with you guys and with strangers. It's a great experience. I just don't maybe like the repetition of the mission structure that much. And yeah, I feel like I could have had this game higher and enjoyed it even more. But yeah, regardless, in the top half of my top 100 games of the last 10 years, still a great game and enjoyed it, but yeah, maybe just like that format isn't so for me. I don't have 100 hours to grind out rock and stone, unfortunately.
There's sort of like, there's a lot of those sort of like hang out with your friends type games.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, you either have time for one of those or none of them. And
yeah, it was the same as that Warhammer 40k game. It was kind of a similar thing. And I understand it's like a smaller team and they want to buff their game up and give people more to do with less production scale in their studio type thing. So I get the format. But it's just such a cool world, and I feel like it could have had an amazing like small campaign section to it, which would have been super neat. I should go back to it. It's one of those games which I will say I should go back to it for the next 5 years and not go back to it.
I'd never touch it. Yeah, yeah, it's unfortunate. I wonder if they have like a follow-up or some sort of big injection of content or something planned for it.
They announced a like Vampire Survivors game set in like, I don't know what you want to call that
Deep
genre.
Rock Galactic Survivor, right?
Yeah.
Oh, weird.
Which would be interesting.
Yeah. Cool. Yes, Deep Rock. I forgot that game existed. I wish I liked it more because the like art and personality and the gameplay ideas are also great. It's just that loop gets a little repetitive too quickly for my liking. Yeah. Number 48, the most innovative shooter in years. That's what they forced me to tell me. That I have to say that. I'm like legally obligated. Super hot.
Oh yeah, I guess I hadn't played it.
No, you did. You just didn't like Super Hot because you have bad taste in like dumb, shitty games. No, I'm just kidding. Super Hot. I love Super Hot. It's such a great, simple premise. And it's just executed so well. At one point, this was like way higher, but then I was like, wait, I haven't actually touched this game since I played it the one time. And then I guess I would have played Super Hot VR, which is a separate entity.
Yeah, that was amazing.
Super Hot VR is great. In my mind, they sort of exist together as one thing, even though they're not. But yeah, Super Hot is just, it's ever since that like first demo, probably close to 10 years ago now, that was just playable in your browser. This is a great concept, and they executed a game so well in it. I love the campaign. I think it's really fun and weird and goofy, and I like the dumb sort of meta stuff in it, and it's just a simple little game, and it's executed so well. I don't have much to say about it. I have also always meant to put time into that. What's it called? Super Hot.
I tried it a few times. The
Control Delete
roguelite
the roguelite thing. And I have not played it since that came out and into early access, which was like December 2017. So I should really see what's up with it because it's been done and out for like 4 years now.
No one ever talked about it, so
yeah, yeah. I think I prefer the like campaign because the Super Hot VR, you could definitely just load it up and play levels, but the campaign in Super Hot VR was also awesome. And as like a 90-minute thing, and
the VR version of that game has like replaced the normal version forever for me.
Yeah, my only problem would be that you'd have to set up VR, which is just never gonna happen.
That is the worst.
It's the worst.
That is
so
terrible.
When I don't want to play Super Hot VR, there's regular Super Hot, which I'm glad for. A great little game. They really don't need to do anything more with it. I think it was so successful that they like became a publisher of other indie games.
Huh.
Which is great. Anyways, yeah, super hot.
All right. This game was actually weird to place. Because the game itself wasn't good. It was more the experience around it. 47 is Pokemon Go.
Right, yeah, I was wondering why that was going to come up.
Really hard to place because the experience around this game is like one of my most memorable gaming experiences across the last 10 years, but it's just a shitty mobile app. I don't know where it is now, but even at the time it was pretty shitty. But yeah, I don't really have much to say about it. The phenomenon, the honeymoon period, was incredible. I will never forget some of the weird moments of bumping into my friends heading towards the same physical gyms and just walking down the river and seeing everyone out playing this game. It was such a weird craze. But yeah, it's still just like a shitty phone app. And Niantic, I feel like they really dropped the ball. I remember the statistics of the player drop, and it was like a world record of how many people were playing this game. And then their support was just, I
mean, I think the game is still like enormously popular, but
I think so.
Yeah, I still see like randomly every once or twice a summer, I see like a horde of people running around in the park, and I'm like, what the fuck is? It's gotta. They're chasing a Pokemon, right? They gotta be.
But that's because it was so successful that even if 1% of people left playing it or left, then it's still like millions because it was just so big. It was an amazing few weeks, but I don't know. It felt weird putting it any higher because it's a shitty phone app, and the company who ran it are not very good at making stuff. They just got lucky, in my opinion.
Yeah. There's also they're also a little bit like nefarious, like spin-off from Google, data mining, all these things.
Yeah.
Anyways, yes, certainly I'm glad it like appeared at some point. I remember when you put it on your list, and it felt good then because it was just like such a phenomenon that not having it of the last 10 years is like one of the big events, I would say, of the last 10 years. Despite it being, like you said, a shitty mobile game.
It was an amazing experience because it was such a simple concept that could only have existed at the time when everyone had a mobile phone, and it really did translate the fantasy of being a Pokemon trainer, hunter. I don't know, I haven't watched that show in like 15 years, but anyway. Yeah, it was very good when it first came out.
The reason I made a noise when you said your 47 was hard to place is because my 47 was also hard to place. God of War Ragnarok.
Ah, yes. Not bad for Ragnarok, I will say.
Yeah.
For you, I mean.
Probably. Yeah, no, I think it's, it's me being like, yeah, there is a lot of really good stuff here. Okay, 47-ish. Yeah, I don't need to cover it much, though people like...
Yeah, let's not.
People have asked, like, why was God of War ranked so low on the tower? Not to get all meta here but like...
Yeah.
We'll cover it at some point, maybe, or maybe not. But yeah, I think we'll talk about it again because there's another God of War game that'll be on this list at some point. But like, I'm just sort of done with God of War, and not in a like, not just like I did like. It's more of a formula thing than anything at this point. Like, I just think about the idea of walking around and opening chests and fighting guys, and I'm just like, I don't really want to do that ever again.
Yeah,
and I felt that way like 4 hours into Ragnarok, and that game's 50 hours long. So
yeah, you hit the wall.
yeah. Again, for like the 17th time, I still look forward to a New Game Plus, like just bomb through the story. But I also don't know if I actually look forward to that, because every time I say that, I'm like, do I really care? And I don't know if I do.
Yeah, I don't replay games as much as you do.
Yeah.
And I usually need a bit more time,
I do too,
3 to 4 years. So yeah, I'm definitely not at the point where I'm going back to Ragnarok anytime soon. But we will talk about it later, because I have to, no spoilers, because you guys know my list, but it will come up again.
When I really like a game, I like replaying it often fairly soon after beating it, to sort of redigest it all. But when I'm mixed on a game, it's very much one of those like, yeah, maybe one day if there's ever a quiet period again, which I don't think there's going to be in video game releasing, and there are other things I will replay before that anyways. So yeah. God of War Ragnarok, there's a lot of cool stuff in there, and there's a lot of not cool stuff in there.
There is.
It's more or less in the middle, is I think exactly where it should be.
Yeah, I think that's fair. Alright, my 46 is Demon's Souls. Yeah, don't really have a lot to say about Demon's Souls. I played the original way back in the day, so it's always nice to play a really crisp remaster with these old, shadowy memories of the original. It kind of amplifies walking down memory lane. I am quite surprised how well the combat kind of stood the test of time. The only weakness, everyone's talked about this, the boss design has definitely aged a little poorly. But yeah, the gimmick of it really worked for a console launch, I think. It was fun, that PlayStation 5 launch window, getting the PS5, unboxing it, laughing at the PS5, and then having this bizarre experience of replaying Demon's Souls, and it being like one of the best looking games you've ever seen in your life. It was a really novel experience, and yeah, I really enjoyed it. I didn't think I was going to enjoy actually playing the game as much as I did, but overall had a really good time, probably because nowadays it's quite easy in comparison, so it was a little leisurely. I beat the end boss first time, I know you did as well. So yeah, I kind of want Blue Point to have a little bit more courage when it comes to tweaking the foundations of the games they're remastering. Instead of being so loyal, sometimes it's nice to modernize certain things in these games they are touching up and making look pretty. But regardless, that's more of a podcast conversation. I will just say Demon's Souls was a good time, and it was a good choice for a PS5 launch title. It was a fun release title.
I think there's something to be said for the comedic value of this game is still exactly as it was in 2009, except it looks incredible.
Like a juxtaposition type thing.
There is a funny juxtaposition, yeah. And then also on top of that, there's just the funny juxtaposition of look at this game versus what it looked like before. And there might not have ever been a bigger gulf ever.
Because, it was an amazing remaster visually.
Yeah, and that original game is just so jank looking.
Blue Point definitely solidified themselves as the best at remakes from a technical standpoint, I will say.
Yeah. And they're not remaking games anymore. I think they're working on their own new IP, which is interesting. I'll be curious to see what they do with that.
That is interesting. Yeah. Okay.
Where are we? 46. Oh yes, continuing the PlayStation. There's a real gap in my enjoyment here between my number 46, which is Ratchet and Clank Rift Apart. There's a real gap between this and Ragnarok in terms of my enjoyment, but Ratchet is like a very light sort of popcorn thing, and I had a fantastic time with Rift Apart. The PC version's out soon, and I mean, I don't have time to replay it, of course, but the idea of replaying it is sort of alluring to me.
Oh, yeah, that would look good on PC.
Yeah, and I'm curious just like from a technical side, how the PC handles some of the Rift stuff. I would love to install that game on like a really slow hard drive and just see what happens.
What would happen?
I don't know. Maybe it won't even run. I'm not sure.
Because that's the PlayStation 5 like hard drive thing.
Yeah, the SSD stuff.
Huh.
But yeah, I remember you had technical sort of oddities with it. I pretty much had like a perfect time playing it through. It looked amazing. It's super fun to play. Still not the best Ratchet game, but it's pretty good. And Ratchet is always enjoyable, and I look forward to them making another Ratchet game in the next, 18 months, 2 years. I don't know.
I don't know.
Ratchet, I'm always down. Like, they really can't. Even when Ratchet is like meh, which modern Ratchet hasn't been, it's still good. Ratchet is good.
Good formula.
Yeah. And I really liked what they did with the character stuff. They did a good job with that. Insomniac, like Spider-Man, not very interested in Spider-Man, but like they're really good at their storytelling stuff with their characters.
Yeah,
Spider-Man had some great story stuff with the characters, and Ratchet and what's her name? Rivet. There we go.
Rivet.
She was a really good addition, and all that character stuff was very enjoyable. So I like this game way more than Ragnarok, but it's a big bowl of popcorn, and you know, they don't. It doesn't last super long in my mind. So
okay.
Yeah.
All right. 45 for me is Persona 5.
Right.
I did think that maybe Persona 5 would end up higher up, but I don't know. Over time, I think Persona 5 was just so exhausting.
Yeah.
That whenever I think of like playing it again, or what was that Ultimate Edition that came out? Persona 5
Royale.
Yeah.
That's the one that I started, yeah.
It's just so overwhelming. I had a really good time with Persona 5. I do think the game maybe got a little repetitive near the end and stayed longer than I wanted it to. But I understand JRPG fans are different. They're a different breed.
Definitely.
And they want their games to be 90 hours. For me, I would have been happy with 50 hours. I was always going to see this game through to the end because the style is amazing and I really like the characters and the story. But yeah, I think maybe the fatigue pushed it down the list maybe further than it deserves. Because the last taste, the ending, how you feel when the credits roll, that kind of sticks with you sometimes more than the entire experience. So yeah, Persona 5 probably deserves to be a little higher. But I think for me, it just stayed around a bit too long. But yeah, it's the first Persona game I'd ever played. First JRPG I played in years. And that game is dripping with style. And it was cool to get in like the Atlas JRPG circle, because I'd never tried one of those. And
it's a scary circle to walk into.
Yeah, I definitely will be. I was interested by the few things shown at the Xbox show. There was Persona 3 Remake Redux, which looks super cool.
And that crazy new thing.
Yeah, that looked really cool as well.
Whatever, Metaphor Refantasia. What the fuck was it called? Something like that, yeah.
Yeah, something like that. But it's been 6 years since I played Persona 5, and I'm still tired. I'm still tired. So that probably says a lot, but still a great game. And it was fun to just like try a different franchise, something a little different for myself. And I was surprised that I beat it, honestly.
Yeah. It's an achievement to beat that game.
And I beat Persona 5 Strikers as well, which makes it like a 150-hour journey.
Yeah, that's a lot. I mean, the good news is you still probably have like another 3 or 4 years until Persona 6, so
yeah, I don't know.
Lots of time to keep sleeping and recuperating. But also, yeah, Persona seems like one of those things, like there's certain types of games that you play one of them and you're like, all right, I'm good.
Like for me, that's Neo.
Yeah.
Yakuza 3.
Right.
Like I played those games and they were long, and I see like 17 more of them, and I'm like, I don't know, man. I don't know. But I will say when I look through the Persona games, they do seem very varied. Obviously, they have like a theme and a DNA that goes through the franchise. But when I look at Persona 3, it definitely looks very different in its like core gimmick and mechanic and characters, obviously. So I think I will be interested to see 6 and eventually get to 3. But yeah, Persona 5 was good. Had a really good time. Bit fucking long though.
Well, not by today's standards.
That's true.
Like, you're talking about these, like, 100-hour games, and I'm looking at my Zelda playtime, and I'm just like, oh, my fuck. And then I look at, like, Starfield, and I just think, oh, fuck. And, like, Persona,
yeah, maybe
100
right.
hours? 100 hours. Wow, that sounds like a light snack of a game right now.
I'm tired.
Yeah, I know. 45. This is not a long game. It was a perfect length game. It was like 10, 12 hours. The beautiful, the bizarre, the sometimes demented It Takes Two.
Yeah.
This one sort of moved around a fair bit because I was like, you know. Could have gone a little higher. Could have gone decent, a little bit lower, maybe, because it's sort of again a light, snacky type game. But it really, they did go for it with It Takes Two, and they nailed it as well. That's the important thing. The variety of levels are delightful. The like constant variety of everything, really, not just the art and the levels, but just like the mechanics, and how well executed they all are. The fun of it being a mandatory 2-player co-op game. I wish more things would do that, and do it well at least. Yeah, it's a fairly like recent one. It feels still fairly recent. I guess we never, I don't know, I guess it appeared on both of our top 10 lists, so we did talk about it. Yeah. It was a great ride. I don't remember a lot of it. I remember
That's because
bees.
It just never stops.
Yeah, I remember bees.
Yeah.
I remember
Squirrels versus bee go to war.
Yeah, and I remember the elephant, of course.
Yeah.
That's literally the elephant
Traumatic.
in the room. It is the elephant murder. And you know, not much else, but that's okay because I remember the general feeling of just, it was like 12 hours of surprise, which is not an easy thing to do.
That game is so good.
Yeah, they really nailed it, and it's such an improvement over both of their prior games, really. Like, Brothers is a really cool game, and then A Way Out was just kind of a disaster. But
I like A Way Out.
I mean, A Way Out was like watching a dumb B movie, you know. It was fun. But It Takes Two is like mechanically so strong and artistically so strong and so creative all the way through. So it really caused Hazelight to like jump up on the leaderboards for me in terms of like developers that I'm gonna sort of sit up in my chair when they start showing the next game. Joseph Perez comes out and starts yelling about his next trippy nightmare. I'll be there and very curious because it sounds like it is going to be another co-op thing. I think that's sort of how his brain works. It was
definitely their moment, a big moment.
Oh yeah, and it winning Game of the Year at the Game Awards. You know, that was great. It was fun.
That was great. Yeah,
and it was well earned because it's a great game. It's and it's one of those things
fun.
where if you have someone else that you can play it with, absolutely it should be played because it is just fun all the way through. So
it's a good time.
Good job,
I'd be down to
Joseph.
replay it, but switch the roles so we do
we talked about that.
Gameplay sequences. Maybe give it
one
year or so.
Yeah. If there's ever a quiet time again, it can be added to the list of I'd like to replay this. Yeah.
Talking of games that I really need to replay, my number 44 is Uncharted Lost Legacy.
Ah, yes.
I really liked this game when it came out. It has been a little while.
Mm-hmm. When was that?
2017.
17, okay.
I do think overall its structure and gameplay is better than Uncharted 4. But spoiler, I haven't mentioned Uncharted 4 yet, so you can figure out the order they are in. And I think Uncharted 4 is just higher because it's the end of a long, storyline with characters I cared about, and I think they resolved that in a really fun way. And the impact of Uncharted 4 was more impactful because like the production values were ridiculous when that first game came out. And Lost Legacy is a big expansion on Uncharted 4. But it just feels a little slept on, this game. I feel like when it came out, it wasn't really that heavily talked about. It felt like it got the same treatment as something like, I don't know, Horizon Frozen Wilds. And it was so much more significant than that. It was a really great standalone adventure. And I do think it just stands shoulder to shoulder with the entire Uncharted series, and it just doesn't feel like it gets a lot of love. I feel like people never talk about this game. And yeah, I really need to replay it because I just want to see if I still revere it like I do with my past memories, because I just remember having an amazing time with this game.
It benefited a lot from being like 6 hours.
Yeah. And the format was a tiny bit more open. It was kind of dripping into that like Gears 5 thing where there was like semi-open little areas. The puzzles were better, had some great cinematic moments, and yeah, it didn't hang around for too long, which is good for those type of games in my opinion.
It's good for most games. It's the type of game that is sort of like talked about or like dreamed of a little bit, in the sense of like, okay, this big studio spent all this time and money, you know, getting their tech and their art and everything, the pipeline's figured out. They spent like 5 years making Uncharted 4 or whatever, Mass Effect, whatever, any big game, Horizon, God of War. And it's like, all right, instead of making, you know, going right into another 5 years of that again, but having to do it for like the PS6, why don't we make a game in like 12 months using all this tech and all this knowledge that we're fresh on? And I wish more games did that, because it's great. Like a standalone, small story stuff in well-established universes is something I wish more games did, because everything is like a fucking 400-hour-long super adventure with insane stakes, and it's just like, why can't we just have a little 5-hour like evening, you know, fun, relaxing romp game? I had to look. It was not on my list in 2017 because 2017 was quite a busy year. It was at number 11 for me, and I'm glad it's on here because it is a great Uncharted experience. And yeah, you know, it's out on PC, so that will be whenever you get around to replaying it. Yeah, play it on the PC at high frame rate with mouse and keyboard. I played like the first sort of 4 chapters of Uncharted 4 on PC when it came out at Christmas, and it's nice. It's very nice at high frame rate and mouse and keyboard. It does sound good. Yeah, so
according to my stats, it used to be 7, and it is now crept up to number 4 in my 2017 list. So time has been kind to it, apparently, in my mind.
Yeah, I mean, I get it. Uncharted is good, and Uncharted is almost at its best when you just have like 6 hours to do the highlight reels, really. Yeah, you know? Exactly. There's not like 4 hours of sort of downtime. Not that the downtime is necessarily bad in something like Uncharted 4, but it's much more popcorny when it's 5 hours long. So, oh, shut up, you stupid watch. 44? Yeah.
44.
Number 44, speaking of slept on, holy shit, Pyre from Supergiant Games.
Oh, yeah, Pyre.
No one has fucking played Pyre. Hades is like the biggest game ever made, you know, most popular thing ever. Pyre rules. And I would love to replay Pyre. Again, though, ain't got no fucking time. Pyre is a very weird game because it is mostly a visual novel / RPG where you have like, you're just talking to characters and building your party, and there's a lot of dialogue and talking and world building. But then when there is combat, it's not really combat, it's these trials, and it's basically like a 3v3 pseudo basketball game. And it's such a weird thing, but it's so cohesive. Like, Supergiant Games are always, I mean, I'm a staunch, long time, since day one lover of their style, and they blend like really deep gameplay mechanics with really, really well thought out worlds, and then tie it all together with like just incredible art and music. And Pyre is no exception there. The art is sensational. The world is really interesting. It's all about language and communication and storytelling and the loss of all those things. Pyre is a very, 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 very good game. And I bet if I had replayed it, it would be way higher. But it came out like 6 years ago, and so my memory's a bit vague on it. But yeah, of the Supergiant games, Pyre is definitely the one that the least number of people have played. Which I get.
Yeah.
It's definitely much more niche. But it is also excellent, a phenomenal game. And I highly recommend people check it out because it rules from start to finish. And it's like a very me type game, and I can't really necessarily quantify what that means, aside from just being like, yes, when I'm playing Pyre, I'm like, yes, this was made for me. Thank you, Supergiant, you weirdos. Yeah, highly recommend it. It's very good. Very good thing.
Nice.
Yeah.
43. When I placed this game, I don't know, it felt low. But again, according to my stats, this was at number 9, which I'm, again, quite surprised about, because now it's at number 5. So I kind of would be interested to go back and listen to initial Joe's thoughts. Maybe 2016 was a good year.
It was, yeah.
But number 43 is Inside.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Yeah, number 9. So, I don't know, I guess past Joe didn't really like, I don't know, it wasn't on top 10 of the year, so obviously I liked it, but Inside is in the group of games which I revere more as time has gone on as this kind of classic, iconic indie thing. And yeah, one of my favorite endings of all time, one of the greatest styles in indie history, I think. Yeah, I don't think I want to say more than that, because if you haven't played it, I think it's on Game Pass, and it's like 3 to 4 hours, maybe 2 to 3 hours, and you should absolutely play it. There's really never been anything like it, and I think that does make indie games maybe climb in reverence in my head a little bit. There is a game we won't talk about for a while, which has climbed so high, just because it's like unique and nothing else like it has come out for a long time. And Inside goes in that category. Like, I remember we talked about Somerville in the podcast, and I didn't like Somerville, man. So maybe that's made Inside climb 4 spaces in my 2016 list just because of Somerville. Because no one's doing what Inside has done. I don't know if anyone can do what Inside pulled off. Super unique. Yeah. It's like a horror game made by aliens, except it's not. I don't know.
I cannot wait to see their next game whenever that finally comes out. Because I feel very strongly about Inside, and we'll talk about it again eventually.
Maybe not for a while. Maybe not for a little while. Because I think I definitely remember you were a big Inside fan, and I definitely liked and respected it, but I don't think,
I have replayed Inside more than once, and it is still good, yes.
Yeah. But yeah, there are a few things in this chunk coming up which are maybe surprisingly low.
Yeah.
But yeah.
I have a few of those, yeah.
But yeah, I did like Inside. Maybe I just... the 2D... I don't know, whatever, dude. Let's move on.
Yeah, we'll talk about Inside again.
Yeah, get back to it. I don't know. It's here. I liked it.
Yeah, this chunk is really interesting because there's like a lot of, and I mean sort of like the whole top 50 at this point is really interesting because there's like a lot of like, I don't know, self-reflection going on when I'm ordering these things, and a lot of games are getting, there's some major climbs that happen, especially near the top for me, that are because of sort of what you said about Inside, where it's like, there's not a lot like this.
Yes.
And anyways,
the industry has affected where things have stayed, climbed, or dropped in my mind when it comes to this stuff.
Yeah, even the last, like, if we had made this list 8 months ago, I think my chunks of it, especially near the top, would have been quite different. Maybe not. I'm not sure. Anyways,
I've tried to be fair, like not just like bring open world Sony games down because of, you know, the last year or so. I've tried.
Well, yeah. 43, very tricky game to place because it is so weird and barely a video game. It's Dreams.
Oh, yeah. It's hard to place for sure.
Yeah, like for a while it was way higher because of the strengths of the experiences I had with Dreams. You know, once again, a shout out to Beavis. Bless them
classic.
and their mad surrealism. They are like some of the all-time greatest experiences I've probably ever had because of the things they made. It's just like a fire hose of bizarre. That's like exactly what I want. But I have literally not booted Dreams up since I did the review for it in March 2019.
Yeah.
So that's a bummer. And seeing that they are essentially ending support for it, or they are ending support for it in September. I mean, you know, it's still going to be online, but I would say the clock is ticking now as well. Is tragic. I think Dreams was greenlit in a very different era of Sony. Like it was probably greenlit, I don't know, after Little Big Planet 2 came out like 12 years ago, when Sony was in this big like create, play, you know, that I think they had like whole branding around that. And then modern Sony never knew what to do with Dreams, and it showed because it never got the support it needed. It never got the marketing. It never got anything that it deserved. It never came to PC. It took an eternity just to get the PS5 update. It's I'm sort of very bummed about Dreams right now, and Media Molecule, the main three people that started it and ran it, all left this spring. So I think, you know, I mean, Sony is not interested in weird stuff. They want to sell live services and AAA open world third-person action adventure games, and Dreams is not one of those in any way, and that's why it's so cool. I think it'll probably have a pretty vibrant community for many years. It seems like people are still, you know, there's definitely a group of people out there, probably not a huge group, but they are going to be with Dreams for a long time and continue making amazing things. I still fairly often see screenshots, like those Jurassic Park screenshots from a couple months ago of the Jurassic Park T-Rex scene were just like mind-boggling. One of these days, I'm going to boot Dreams up again.
Me too.
Yeah. The tools were always too much for me.
Yeah.
And at the time, the discoverability was a bit of a mess. They've apparently,
say that, Dreams apparently was a little weird.
Yeah, and they've apparently done a lot of work to improve that, which is good. I'm so glad it exists, because it is such a cool, like, powerful thing, but it's sort of also a sad story at this point, I would say, in a sense, because of just it just sort of came out and that was that, and that's too bad, because it's a really amazing thing.
Yeah, it is.
It's definitely a thing. It's a tool set, really, more than anything. So, yeah, Dreams.
Cool game.
It was, yeah.
All right, number 42. Sometimes, I don't know what it is, but sometimes I personally get really lucky with games that I like getting sequels when they probably don't deserve to get sequels or shouldn't get sequels because of financial stuff or not being successful. And one of those is The Evil Within 2.
Oh, yes. Yeah, okay. Yep.
Yeah, I was one of the only people in the world
You're like
who liked
the
Evil
fan
Within.
of Evil Within 1, yeah.
Yeah, I played it back in the day when it was letterboxed and 30 frames per second on the PlayStation 4. And I really liked The Evil Within 1. And then The Evil Within 2 got announced, and I couldn't believe that The Evil Within 2 existed. And it was fucking great. I couldn't believe
really
how good that game was.
Yeah, it's really good.
It's really cool. Again, it does the semi-open world thing, which I guess was really hot during the time, and I kind of wish had stayed hot and more prevalent than giant open world games. I really like that format because it gives you a bit of, exploration freedom. But it doesn't make you want to throw up from being overwhelmed by the amount of things you can do. And it was just good horror. There's some really disgusting, creepy stuff in that game. It does dream-like stuff really well. It's got some horrendous visuals, body horror, boss fights. If you have maybe avoided the franchise because it's a bit of a black sheep of the survival horror family, maybe you're a Resident Evil fan, you really should play those two games. I think the first one is probably on PC and unletterboxed and
It's
60 frames per
yeah,
second.
it is, yeah, and it's all on Game Pass as well because it's Bethesda, so it's Microsoft. Yeah.
And the Evil Within 2 is just good. Like, not cult classic good. I think it's just good. And
Yeah,
if you
I
like
agree.
horror and survival horror, you should really play it because those games go for it. They really go for it. I don't think we're ever getting Evil Within 3. But I don't know. Like I said, I get
There
weirdly
sure was a
lucky
lot
with...
of Sebastian in Hi-Fi Rush.
Oh, yeah, that is true.
He is all over that game.
That is true.
I would definitely say the first game is cult classic status. I don't know about that first game, but 2 is
There's some good
like,
stuff in there.
Yeah, I know. I played it. Yeah. I did play it during the pandemic at some point. 2 is, though, like a legitimately great Resident Evil type experience.
Yeah.
It's scary. It's kind of goofy. It goes for it. The visuals are awesome. It's got like weird, shifting environments. When you turn around, the whole thing's changed.
Yeah.
It's really good. And yeah, one of the most slept on Resident Evil likes that there's ever been. And it's legitimately excellent. Yeah.
Yeah.
Evil Within 3 would be the most, like, there would be 2 people on Earth that would be excited, and you're like no one knows what Evil Within is, and yeah, if they announced a sequel, that would be like them announcing, like, Titanfall 3, or no, that would be like them making Wolfenstein 3, I'd be like, yeah! And you would be cheering for Evil Within 3, and we would be the only people.
We've got Alan Wake 2, so anything is possible.
It's true. Alan Wake, like 13 years later, anything is possible, yeah. If there's one consistent thing over the last 10 years with video games, it's that the business of games is crazy.
Yeah.
You can never ever predict what's going to happen.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah. So, well, you really set me up for a segue here. Speaking of Resident Evil, speaking of knowing what's going to happen, Resident Evil Village number 42.
Nice.
I would say I had pretty much a perfect time with Resident Evil Village, outside of the shitty opening 40 minutes. After that, I was pretty much enamored with the entire thing, the environmental variety, the like sort of weird structure of it, where it's just like, we had this weird idea, so we built 3 hours around it, and then they just do that like 4 times. It's a sloppy, weird, sort of disjointed mess of a game, and I love it because of that. And I was just sort of at a certain point, it's just like almost a comedy game, and I was cackling. Like the entire sort of last hour is just hysterically funny to me, and I loved it. The Ethan Winter like story reveal stuff is just magical. The hand explanation, hilarious. The part where it becomes Call of Duty and you're Chris Redfield and you're just playing Call of Duty, hilarious. The giant weird like junk mech fight thing that happens at the end, hilarious. It was a brand of stupid that I was super into, and I really look forward to revisiting Village along with all these other games one day when there's time, because I really did have, pretty much a perfect time with it. And it was just good, dumb fun.
Definitely dumb. Yeah.
It's very stupid. It's very stupid.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That game was fun.
Yeah.
All right. Earlier, I said I would try to be fair to Sony open world games because the format does not suit me anymore. I'm kind of sick of it, but I really don't want to let that negatively bring some of these things down if I did love them at the time. I know it's kind of the point of this list, but I'll just say my number 41 is Spider-Man. This kind of breaks out of that mold for me because we haven't talked about it in a while. But I was very, very excited for Spider-Man because I have a big childhood affection for Spider-Man 2 on the PlayStation 2. And this game, a core part of this game was just giving me something that I had longed for a long time. I'd always wanted a good Spider-Man game because Spider-Man 2 is just so nostalgic to me. I think a lot of people felt the same way when this game was initially announced. And apart from just the movement feeling great and having that, I don't know, almost feeling like I'm playing a remaster of a game that I really, really loved, I did really like the story and the characters in this game. I do like the combat. I think the combat is fun. It is a bit, I don't know what you want to call the Arkham Asylum format. You know what I mean. It's in that wheelhouse. And I think it's fine because, again, the movement in that game is fun. We won't talk about the stealth sections because they're bad in every single game.
Think those are going to come back in 2?
I don't think so.
I fucking hope not.
But yeah, it's a weird one to place because the Spider-Man 2 gameplay trailer came out recently with the Sony show, and I felt just nothing watching it because my tastes have changed since 2018. But yeah, I don't know. When you make a list, I do want to be fair. I loved that game when it came out, and it's other games after Spider-Man that have made me hate the format.
Yeah.
So, I don't know. I think 40 is a fair place for it. I had a really, really good time with it, especially the movement, the swinging, and gliding around the city. I did that for hours, not even doing missions. And apart from that, it's not the worst offender, in my mind, when it comes to some of the annoying open-world stuff. Except for, collecting pigeons and backpacks, and there are Ubisoft towers. But anyway, 41.
Don't think about it. Don't think about it too hard.
Yeah, I mean, let's just say I didn't play Miles Morales for like a year after it came out. And that wouldn't have been on my top 10. And yeah, I don't know. Times have changed. But when this game came out, it was really fun. I really enjoyed it.
Yeah. I'm curious what they do with various systems in the sequel.
I'm looking forward to it.
Because I think Spider-Man 1 had a lot of room for improvement in a lot of areas. Combat, open world activities, that sort of stuff. It was a little weird and disjointed at times. And Miles Morales, I thought, was much better already at sort of cohesively bringing that stuff together. So I have to imagine 2 will continue that.
They've also confirmed that you can switch between the lads seamlessly.
Yeah.
Except for scripted story stuff.
Right. Yeah, that's cool.
Which is cool.
Finally someone's doing the GTA thing.
Yeah.
10 years later. I'll be curious to see how the 2 characters play as well. I know I definitely liked Miles Morales' combat more. So if I can just be like, fuck it, I'm playing as Miles, and I don't want to see this fake imposter Peter Parker, this like hot young Peter Parker, not my Peter.
Yeah, that was so weird.
That is so bizarre. Bring back Schlubby Pete.
He's like the symbiosis thing. He's like the Venom suit, which could be kind of interesting.
Right, yeah, the Venom powers, the symbiote stuff.
Symbiote, whatever, but yeah.
Yeah.
I look forward to it. It's good, it's popcorn gaming.
Exactly, yeah. There's something still to be said. There will always be something for a place for the put my feet up, sit on the couch, and turn my brain off experience. And Sony's getting very good at that.
Such a sharp game as well. It just looks good.
Oh, yeah. And I'll be curious to see, that footage they put out looked fine, but it was that sort of a weird time of day where it's like, I want to see, this is the first built for the PS5. So I have to imagine it's going to look pretty good.
Insomniac. It's going to look very
their engine's amazing. So 41, we already talked about number 2 in this franchise. This is number 3. Again, this is the last entry of my I put DLC on the list, and now that doesn't count. So I'm putting my number 11 in here, Hitman 3,
gotcha.
Which is now the only Hitman game. We talked about all of the Hitman games now. Hitman 1 and 2 don't exist. It's all in 3. And so as a platform, this is, this represents that platform, this entry. So Hitman 3, the platform is amazing, and it continues to be great. I play it every now and then for Facebook stuff, and it's very entertaining. Their freelancer mode is clever as hell, and just makes every mission oh god, I'm so bad at Hitman. Especially when you play it once every 2 months. It's not the way to do it. As a package, the Hitman, I don't know how the fuck you buy all this. I don't know. It probably costs $800. I don't know. I bought each game on its own, and then they all merged together at some point. So I don't know how you buy all these things, but as a singular package, Hitman 3 is insane. There are, all the maps, all the story stuff, all of these spin-off modes, and freelancer, and I think they're still doing they're still updating it constantly, and that's wild. Like Hitman 3, when it came out, kind of was a flop and no one played it. It was an Epic exclusive, and I just remember no one touching that game. And now Hitman 3 is the most successful Hitman game in history and is like ever growing in popularity, and it's just like this huge, crazy, successful thing, and it's great to see. It's like one of the great stories of the last 10 years because it spanned such a huge stretch of time. With the first game having this, controversial formula or format with its release, and then Square Enix selling them for NFT money for like $12, and then them buying their own rights to their own game back, and then just running with it to absolute success. And I bet Square Enix looks at that nowadays and they're like, fuck, why did we sell it for NFT money? We're so stupid.
You are so stupid, Square Enix.
So Hitman 3, it's one of those games that, it will be the home of Hitman for many years, and it is successful. It's like, it's a live service game. It's a live service Hitman, but it's great at that. And that's quite an achievement. It really is, because like a live service single player game, they really haven't seen much of those, and they've done a phenomenal job with it. So Hitman 3, Hitman is good. We've said that about Hitman 1 and 2, and now I can confirm Hitman 3, aka all of Hitman, is good. Oh god.
It's a good success story.
Oh yeah. But also, of all the games on this list, the whole like Hitman 1 and 2 don't exist anymore thing is the weirdest, I think.
Yeah.
Like two of the games.
Overwatch 1.
Right. Like there are multiple games on both of our lists that you cannot buy or play anymore, and that's speaks to the oddness of the modern system of games. The business of games is weird. Also, I feel very okay now with my low placement of Overwatch. It's been, not to peek behind the curtains, it's been a minute since we recorded, some of these chats, and I feel even better about placing Overwatch at number 84. Anyways, that's all from me. That's my number 41.
All right. My number 40 is Super Mario Maker 2. I think I got a bit more out of this than you did. I went pretty deep down the rabbit hole. I got really into making levels, I played a lot of levels, and I even went down the multiplayer rabbit hole when that multiplayer would ever work, because my god, when it first came out, I had never seen lag like it in my entire life. It was bizarre. Completely bizarre. Usually it's like rubber banding, disconnects, or like other people or kind of glitching around. I've never seen a game play in slow motion because the internet is bad or the servers are bad. Which is a real shame, because the online component of that game was actually magical and chaotic. But by the time their servers weren't shitting the bed, everyone had kind of moved on. I've always felt like these games have a fleeting honeymoon period. It still just is like classic Mario, so you don't expect people to play for like 6 months. But yeah, I got like 100 hours of fun out of Super Mario Maker 2. Played a bunch of Marios which I had never played before. Obviously, it's not actually the games, but just like the physics and the playstyle. Playing a bunch of levels in the old styles was really cool and novel to me. And yeah, I like 2D platformers, and you don't get a lot of them nowadays. And this was a fun, weird community creation game, which I got a lot of mileage out of. Streamed a lot of it, had a lot of fun with multiplayer and creating levels and seeing my feedback. Got into watching it on Twitch as well. And yeah, just had a really good time. It's one of the few games where if it was like a live service social platform, whatever you want to call it, this is one where I actually like got really into in like all the different facets when it comes to one of those multiplayer experiences. And yeah, had a really good time with Super Mario Maker 2. Which was nice, because again, I missed out on Super Mario Maker 1. I had no Switch. The
Wii U, right.
That took me
think
like
about
10
that
seconds
one. Wow.
to remember what the fucking console's called. I didn't have a Wii U, so yeah, I missed the train to begin with, and it seemed really cool. So yeah, it was fun to have my piece of the pie. I had a really good time with Super Mario Maker 2.
Oh, Mario Maker.
Yeah, I mean, I kind of look back at it sadly with the support, but I don't know. How much more mileage can you get out of it? You know what I mean?
You're right, yeah. It's more so that, like, I don't know, in 2 years they're just gonna shut the whole fucking thing down like they did the first. Maybe not. I know the Wii U stuff died because it was the Wii U.
Yeah.
And we couldn't remember the name of it. Yeah, Mario Maker 2, yeah. You're right.
They could have supported it better for sure. They brought out one really cool support pack, which was like the Zelda Link item stuff, which is really interesting. Eventually, Mario 2 got added, which added a bunch of like variants to level creation, and then that was kind of it. And it just feels like a low effort thing on their end to support. You like chuck in a few items, and the community goes wild with a few more cogs in the machine. But they just, I don't know, it just kind of fizzled out, but I don't know. It is what it is.
I wonder if we'll see the Maker franchise, I guess, come up again. Yeah.
It would be interesting.
I saw a random comment somewhere that was like, what if the Mario team is doing for Mario what Zelda, like Tears of the Kingdom did for Zelda? And I think that got me thinking about like Mario Maker mechanic ideas in like open world platformy game, and I'm just like, I've never thought about that. We have wondered where Mario is. Yeah, because he's been dead for 7 years. Like, it's crazy.
You're right. That is interesting, actually.
Yeah. Anyways, Mario, I hope he comes back soon. Miss you, buddy.
We miss you.
We miss you, Mario.
Yeah, we do.
Have you seen him?
No, he
died. We need to start putting posters up. I should just... Oh, my God. Have you seen Mario posters?
Mario's missing as a game.
Yeah, I know. Mario's not missing. He's dead.
He is dead.
It's tragic. Number 40 is Forza Horizon 4. I would say...
Did I play that?
That was the British one. Yeah, that was the UK.
Okay.
I think you played that one. I, for many years, failed to put Forza Horizon games on my list, so 4 was the one where I was trying like, what am I doing? Why? This has got to be on my list. And I'm glad I did, because Forza, the Horizon series, this really represents that whole series, because I didn't play the first one on the 360, but Forza Horizon 2, 3, and 4, I played a lot of. 5, the Mexico one, is excellent, but I just sort of have hit a point where I'm a bit done with the format, because 2, 3, 4, and 5 are functionally all identical. They get better each time, for sure. They add new things, yada, 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 but the appeal of it is basically unchanged, and I hope when Forza comes back, we sort of see, or Forza Horizon comes back, I hope it gets a little bit of new ideas, but 5 was also the best-selling entry in the franchise, so probably won't. But the Forza Horizon series was just like peak comfort, chill out, put on a podcast, zen, race around, beautiful visuals, great sense of speed, fun, like non-track racing stuff. And I will always have a place for that in my heart, but I'm just sort of ready for it to mix things up a little bit. 4 was excellent. 4 brought in some of the Burnout Paradise multiplayer ideas, finally, where it was like you're just driving around and suddenly you can just seamlessly join these like free roam multiplayer sessions where everyone does jumps in the car for 4 minutes, and who gets the most points? Find out. That was a great idea. The seasonal changes stuff is very smart. You know, snow, spring, fall, that was all cool. The map was not the most interesting. That's probably why they did the seasons, because, you know, England is a very pretty green, rolly hill place, and it all mostly looks the same until you get to the very north and into Scotland, which they did like 1% of. Not the most varied of the maps. I sort of felt that way about 5 as well. Mexico is like, 3 was the peak for me, I think, probably, where it was Australia, so they got like the fun deserts and the jungle and all that stuff. But yeah, the Forza Horizon series is just like a consistent, like, guaranteed it's gonna be good, comfort food, fun, relaxing thing.
It's on Game Pass, so...
Yeah, and now it's on Game Pass, so like, 2 and 3 were pre-Game Pass, and then 4 and 5, it's just... why would you not have it installed on your Xbox if you like cars in any capacity? So I will always have like a special place for just car racing games, even though I don't give a shit about cars or racing them. But the game side of it is fun. It was like, that was like the original Need for Speed Hot Pursuit and Hot Pursuit 2 were like some of the first things I played a lot of when I was young. And yeah, they'll always have a place for me. So yeah, Forza Horizon is good. Good series.
It's a very, very chill game, and I like the showcases. Is that what's called?
Yeah, the showcases are always fun.
That was kind of what brought me to the party and made me stick around, was those very cool cinematic little moments.
Yeah, they're really good, and they've remained good across all the series. Yeah, so.
All right, this one, not that controversial, but maybe a little low for some people's liking. My number 39 is Bloodborne.
Right. Okay. Oh, yes. Right. Okay.
Yeah.
That took me aback for a second, and then I processed, and I understand. Yeah.
According to my stats, it's actually climbed from number 7 to number 4 on my 2015 list.
Yeah.
But yeah, when I first played Bloodborne, I had a good time with it, but I think the only Souls game I'd played was Dark Souls 1. I didn't really like Dark Souls 2, so I think I had a little bit of struggle acclimating it. I remember really struggling with the first chunk of Yharnam, and then Father Gascoigne? Gascoigne? Really struggling with that.
Yeah.
Gascoigne, that's it. I had some struggles. I didn't immediately click with the flow of Bloodborne. I remember finding a lot of the boss fights messy and just struggling. I remember Vicar Amelia.
Yeah, I remember having to help you on that boss.
Yeah, I think I had to summon you. I was having a really hard time.
Yeah.
And I did come to really enjoy the game and really just love being in that world. No one had done art like that, and no one has done art like that since, at least not to the standard that they pulled off. Bloodborne is something that I think everyone in the gaming community respects, regardless of how much you even like playing that game. I'm not trying to suggest that I don't enjoy playing Bloodborne, but I think at this point it's probably regarded as one of the best games of all time, and maybe the best thing From Software has ever made. And, you know, I shouldn't have to validate why it's 39, but I don't know, people haven't listened to the 2015 top 10 list, so I thought I would just give my background on Bloodborne. Had a really good time with it, didn't make it through the DLC, but man,
yeah,
I want a remake or a remaster for this game so bad. Not because I'm a super fan like the majority of people, because I just want to be able to go in and just see how I feel about the game now, but I just don't want to play a From Software game at 30 frames per second on the PlayStation 4. I really don't want to, but my gaming opinion has changed, especially within From Software stuff specifically. So maybe this game is higher than 39. Maybe I could be converted to a super fan, but I don't know. I just don't want to play the game like that. And we all feel like inevitably, logically, it should get a remake, right?
It's ridiculous.
It's free money. But I don't know. Even people who are in the industry, who have leaks and know people, seem to think this thing doesn't exist anywhere. So I don't know. I don't know where it is. It doesn't seem to exist for some reason. Maybe From Software just aren't nostalgic and are just moving on. But I mean, Sony owns the IP, not the IP, the property.
They do, I think. Yeah, they do.
Whatever you mean, the Bloodborne specific name. So I don't know. Yeah, maybe it should be higher. We know by now if Sony had released it in a modern form, a playable modern form. But for now, all I can go on is my 2050 memories, which were mixed from the gameplay and boss fighting. Even though I, even to this day, just respect the hell out of that game, because I can't think of a more dramatic jump in... I don't want to call it... You can't really call Dark Souls, like Bloodborne and Dark Souls, the same franchise, but you know what I mean? And like the same...
Yeah, I mean, they're essentially the same.
They're threaded together with their DNA. Yes. And Dark Souls 1 to Bloodborne, like, what the fuck, man? That jump was just radical. And they nailed it on their first attempt. And yeah, it's just revered because of that jump, the successfulness they did that with, and the incredible art. Like, to this day, it's one of the best looking games ever. And I still listen to that soundtrack every now and then to hype myself up. Amazing production values across the board. Yeah, I don't think I need to say anything more. I I'm not even a super fan of that game, and I'm dying to get a remake of it just so I can see if my opinion has changed, because it probably has. I'm better at those games now, and I would probably like it more, but for now, it is at 39 because I have no way of playing it without getting motion sick.
Yeah. Yes, I think it would be higher if you had.
I don't know. Yeah,
if you had the ability to replay it.
Maybe, yeah. Because I liked Dark Souls 3 the most, and that exists because of the energy and flow of Bloodborne.
Right.
That's why Dark Souls 3 feels why it does, how it does.
Yeah.
Because of the Bloodborne effect. So, logically, you'd think I would like it. Especially now I've moved away from the shield life and the summoning and the spell stuff, so maybe one day I'll find out. I don't know. I'm not getting my PS4 out. I'm not playing it at 30 frames per second.
I mean, you can play it on the PS5, right? Because it's back compat, but it runs
still
exactly
30.
the same.
That's fucking ridiculous, dude. What the fuck?
Yeah. We will discuss Bloodborne again. And I will just say that I think, it's like, I think the word, I don't know, it feels like disrespectful that it's just been left to die.
Oh, I thought you were going to say that's at 39.
No, well, I mean...
Some people will agree, but yeah.
I completely understand, because you're basing this off of your experience with the game 8 years ago, right?
8 years ago, yeah.
So I completely get it. I think if you had replayed it, you would have at least somewhat different feelings, but you can't, basically, and that's fucking shit. It sucks.
It's like gaming royalty.
It is, yes, yeah, and maybe they're just waiting for like the 10-year anniversary, because at this point it's less than 2 years from now. It's like March or April 2025, so like we're just under 2 years from but it's maybe the most baffling thing of all time. Like everyone on Earth knows, says that we want this, and it's like there's no way that Sony is oblivious to it, right?
Of course, yeah.
But yeah, I think it's absurd that it hasn't gotten anything at all. Not even like a PC release, but just a PS5. People have modded the game on modded PS consoles to run at 60 frames per second.
It can be done.
It can be done. And recently that same guy found references to a Bloodborne PC version from 6 years ago, and that was all that is. It's just we had it running on PC in some form half a decade ago. Anyways, time for Elden Ring. I don't know. Yeah, it's so frustrating. It's so frustrating. So I think it's a tragedy that you basically can't replay it because Bloodborne's fucking insanely good.
It probably should be higher, but I don't know.
Yeah, no, I get it.
What can I do?
I think, it feels like a form of protest almost to put it if I really wanted to, I would have put it at 100 and be like, fuck you. Number 100, Bloodborne. It would be higher if I could play it again.
Yeah.
You bastards.
There's a couple of things, the blood vial system is fucking annoying to me.
It is.
Flasks.
It is the one major flaw of that game still, for sure. Yeah.
And the Chalice dungeons I wasn't a huge fan of. It just But I'm a different person now. My brain's different. I like different games, so it'd be nice to reevaluate where it should go, but I can't. So 39 it is.
Get fucked, Bloodborne. 39.
Careful what you say.
Oh, sorry. Okay, I'm glad. Okay, this next chunk has moved around a lot. They're all sort of they at some point they were spread out, and then they were grouped, and then they were spread out, and then they've just naturally sort of grouped themselves together again. And this is what I will call the next few games are the open world game I have really mixed opinions on.
Okay.
And to kick it off, Death Stranding.
Oh, it was quite high up.
Oh yeah. Death Stranding, it's a game, it's something. I think the theme with Kojima products is the more time you get away from it, the rosier the glasses get. And you're just yes, these games are amazing. And I do genuinely think there's a lot of amazing stuff in Death Stranding and all of the Kojima products. They're all they're just so weird.
Yeah.
And for better and for worse. And what I respect most about Death Stranding is how mechanically weird it is. How it's literally just a game about, well, the majority of it is just about you delivering packages.
Yeah.
It's hysterical. It's so weird.
It shouldn't exist, really.
It should not exist. But, like, it also made the act of doing that interesting. I thought it was fun. Like, that was my favorite stuff in that game, is plotting courses, you know, building zip lines, getting there, dealing with the slippery mud, dealing with the climate, all these things. It is a profoundly flawed, weird clusterfuck of a game, and I never want to play it again. I stand by that. I said it at the time. I put it in the review. I'm like, I think I specifically said at the end of the review, I hope they never make anything like it ever again. And I still sort of feel that way, but also Death Stranding 2 is so exciting that they're making it, because I don't, like, Death Stranding 2 could be completely not a package delivery game for all we know. And there's just something about a Kojima game that's, you just never know about any of it. Beforehand, while you're playing it, like, what's around the next corner, I have no idea. Is it going to be good? Is it going to be bad? I don't know.
Yes.
What's happening? Who are these people? Is this story good? Do I hate this game? Do I love it? Yes. The answer is yes.
To all.
And Death Stranding is... I hold it in high regard in my mind, despite really hating a lot of its bullshit. But also...
Yeah, you hated that game at times.
No. Yeah, oh yeah. Like, the combat is shit. The boss fights are terrible. The story is... Again, that they're, like, fascinating story aspects, but it just fucking keeps going.
It does, yeah.
And, but, you know, yeah, the core fundamentals of it are really strong and compelling and fun. I found it fun to play. I found it fun to deliver packages. It's sort of like, I don't know, it reminds me of Zelda a little bit as well, where it's just like, how am I going to get up this mountain?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I could just walk up it and have a good time doing that, or I can do weird shit to get up this mountain and also have a good time. And it just is different.
It is.
And that is a huge, the understatement of the century.
Yeah.
It's just such a different experience. And that's what I want more than ever from games nowadays, you know? I want weird, different things. And if there's one thing you can guarantee from a Kojima product, it's going to be weird and it's going to be different. And so, you know, I think Death Stranding is a major milestone sort of thing from the last 10 years, for better and for worse.
Yeah, it's a good way to put it, yeah.
I was pretty excited when they announced Death Stranding 2.
Me too. I can't wait.
I can't wait either. It's going to be so much weird, dumb bullshit, and I'm excited because... You know, I mean, we'll probably talk about it when we do the podcast, but it's like all these games that were announced at not E3 that just happened, like, I know what all those games are.
Yeah.
Like, Starfield, I know exactly what that game is, and that's fine. You know, Spider-Man, I know what that... Avatar, I know what all... Star Wars, I know what these are. I'm good.
We've already played them.
I don't need to see any more of these games. I know what they are. I'll play them. I know what it is. Death Stranding, I have no fucking clue.
No clue, yeah. I'm not a Metal Gear Solid expert, but I've seen 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 in some capacity, and those games are radically different between every entry.
Oh, yeah.
So hugely. I think Kojima just likes subverting expectations.
I don't even think he thinks that way. I think he just does whatever
bored with it. I don't know, yeah.
Fuck he wants. And So
but I think you are right. I would not expect the same format.
No, yeah, because Metal Gear 1 to 2 is... I mean, those share a little bit more DNA, but 2 to 3 is like... 2 is a top-down stealth game, 3 is a third-person game, 4 is just anime. It's just CG, it's just cutscenes. 5 is an open-world, insane, immersive sim, basically. So I have no idea, and that's exciting. I want more games. I just want more games when they're announced to be like, I don't know what this game's going to be. I don't want to know what it's going to be.
Too.
Just talk to me when I'm playing it. And so Death Stranding is a video game.
Yeah, most of the time.
Sometimes.
Yeah, that second game, damn.
Yeah.
Alright, my number 38 is from the 2022 list, so I talked about this very recently, so I won't dive deep into it, but it is Sifu.
Oh, yeah, right.
Maybe one of the most stylish things to come out recently, and for me, I'll just do the keynotes. I do not play fighting games. My melee combat experience is like From Software games, and I would never go as far to say I'm good at those games. I've played them all like once, and I still get my ass kicked every time I play them for the first time. So Sifu absolutely destroyed me for like 10 hours straight, and the only thing I can compare this game to when it comes to the satisfaction of overcoming a challenge is Sekiro. Getting over the hump of Sifu was just magnificent. And I've never felt more like I can read the Matrix code when I finally mastered Sifu like 20 hours in. I was so bad at that game, and like the secret sauce just clicked with me very suddenly, right on the last level, and it was euphoric and amazing. I'm glad I pushed through because it's not my genre, but goddamn, the combat looks amazing, it feels amazing to be good at that game. It's fun to play even when you're getting your ass kicked, and I just love the style, and yeah, I would be interested to see what they did next, because I've ignored this studio for a while. I remember when Absolver came out, I can't remember what they did before that, but they've done a lot of like kung fu punchy games, and like I said, it's not my genre, so I've ignored all of their stuff, and I maybe was tempted to ignore Sifu again, because I don't want to break into fighting games, they're exhausting, I don't want to learn combos. I just kind of pushed myself into it, and yeah, I don't know if I would say I've broken through the wall when it comes to the genre. I'm still probably shit at all of them, but it was really fun. It was a really different experience, and it's fun to kind of push yourself out of your genre comfort zone sometimes, and Sifu was a good place to do that because, I mean, it's just good across the board and looks amazing.
Yeah. That studio just thinks differently about those, like, how to use fighting mechanics as well. Absolver was their first game, and I was just looking here. Yeah, it's, because Absolver has, like, weird, like, PvP stuff in it as well, and Sifu is, of course, mechanically a very strange game, so it's cool to see, like, you know, it's like Mortal Kombat, except it's in a weird linear, you know, story game with crazy mechanics. They just, their brains definitely are thinking outside the box, which is cool to see. And I'm glad one of us played it, because I just can't. I'm so bad.
Yeah, so, it's hard.
Oh my
God, it's hard.
Yeah. Number 38 is Metal Gear Solid 5: The Phantom Pain.
Oh, interesting little bunch there.
Speaking of Kojima,
yeah,
you said it well, where you're like, I played the whole game with the silenced sniper rifle. And I'm like, yeah, so did I. And that's a shame, because it is probably one of the most mechanically dense games out there, judging by what I've seen of other people do with Metal Gear Solid 5. It is a game that I have thought about replaying. I have started and played like the first, the opening mission, the dumb hospital mission, and then I'm like, I don't know. I really should, because I think I've gotten way better at being creative when it comes to these sorts of mechanically interesting games.
Yeah.
But I also worry that if I go back to it, it'll be like Death Stranding, where it's just like, oh, I don't know about this game. And so I'm sort of torn between just like leaving it in this place that I really enjoyed. I really liked Metal Gear Solid 5. I loved playing it through. I thought it was fun. I thought the story stuff is really stupid and hilarious. I think it's amazing that it's a fake Metal Gear game, essentially, because real Metal Gear games don't use Roman numerals, and he's said this explicitly. There are so many things about Metal Gear Solid 5 and what it could have been, that it's tragic that they didn't get to just let Kojima keep doing whatever the fuck he was on about with MGS-V or 5.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know if I like the idea of MGS5 more than MGS5. I'm not sure. It's been 8 years and I haven't touched it. Essentially, haven't touched it since then. But I don't know. I think it's an amazing game. And also, like Death Stranding, parts of it are really dumb and not very good.
There's like a couple of missions which stick out in my mind, like escort missions, which I just never want to do again.
Yeah. And I don't know how much the structure is interesting anymore. I don't know. Very complicated, weird, messy game, like all of his, and I'm and also it's
a lot of outpost raiding.
It is a lot of outposts, and I don't know. That's the conundrum for me. Is like outpost raiding sounds really boring, but you can shoot the power lines, and it cuts power to the whole base, and that's crazy. You can put a tape recorder of a man shitting his pants in the porta potties and hide in there so that you don't get detected. And like that's amazing.
Crazy. That is amazing. Yeah.
Yeah, so like that game is crazy, but I don't know if I'm ever going to be capable of tapping into that craziness, and so I just sort of, I'm going to leave it. I will probably end up leaving it alone and just being like, yes, MGS5 was awesome. I love it.
Yeah, I think I probably will be doing the same. Yeah.
But I think it'll be best just left alone, and I can every now and then watch some clips of people doing crazy things and just be like, man, why did I play I'm such a brain dead moron. I just used the suppressed sniper rifle that whole game.
Yeah.
And I never got creative. But, that's one of the problems we've talked about a lot over the years is like games being good at making you engage with their interesting systems. And MGS5, I think, was, it was so flexible that it didn't want to impose anything on you and just said, we trust you. And it's like, well, unfortunately, I'm stupid. So I'm just going to shoot everything.
I did the same thing,
Yeah. But I think back on it very fondly. I remember a lot of moments from that game. And it was a hell of a thing, and the entire explosion that happened with Konami and Kojima, all that shit, what a wild time. Craziness. PT coming out, not long afterwards, and then getting deleted. Like, all these things are sort of intertwined with the PS4, like, just starting to pop off as well, because that was the same year as Bloodborne and The Witcher, and, like, it was just, good times, sort of all around MGS5.
Yeah, for sure. Alright. My number 37. We've got a very cool block going on here of very, like, stylish games. We had Bloodborne, we had Sifu, and my 37 is Control from 2019. According to my stats, it has dropped a little bit from my 3rd to my 5th of 2019. I don't know how. I don't know. I just I figure it out, and I don't know what's gone up or down. Maybe because the DLCs were like a little bit underwhelming. But regardless, I look back on Control as like one of the most stylish and cool games from a design perspective in a long time. Maybe the combat isn't the hottest thing ever. The boss fights definitely weren't.
Yeah.
But I would say for what they were going for, the combat worked for me. I think the combat was fun. It has some of the greatest sound design. I can still hear that game. And for me, just the design in that game throughout the Bureau. What's the full title? The Bureau of something?
Federal Bureau of Control.
Yeah. Just exploring that environment was just gleeful. Some of the sequences where it comes to playing with the geometry of the environment, very trippy and very... I'm trying to think of that very specific thing where you're like in a maze and that music comes on, that heavy metal music.
The ashtray maze, there it is.
The ashtray maze. Like one of the most memorable and cool sequences in video games in years. Remedy just have an amazing style, and I don't know if they got to flex it until Control. It really felt like their big home run when it comes to what they can do. And it wasn't a perfect game. It still feels like it was a little niche overall when it comes to reaching a mass market. I don't know, but just just fucking cool. That's why it's up here.
Yeah.
When I look back at Control, I don't know how much I revere the gameplay. I definitely don't dislike it. I thought floating around and picking up stuff, whoop, and then flinging it at enemies was cool. But for me, it's all about exploring the environments and the design that was in that game, and the just weird story, the almost SCP type items, very strange and unusual, just super creative. I just love being in Control. The game.
Yes.
Not the power complex.
And that was also like your first RTX game as well, I remember.
Yeah.
Because I did not have an RTX
it
card.
looks
Yeah.
so good.
I still have not played Control with RTX on. I mean, I've booted it up, to look, but I've not. I will, if there's time, maybe play through that game before Alan Wake 2 comes out, because they are related, obviously.
Yeah.
Spoilers, I guess. I don't know. Yeah, Control is very good. We'll talk about it again later. Moving on.
Yeah.
37, continuing the trend here of complicated open world games. Cyberpunk 2077.
Oh, quite high up. Nice.
I really enjoyed this in 2020. I remember it was number 3 in 2020, despite everything, because I was just like, please just give me a 100-hour game that I can just play. Great. And it was great. It was like the perfect, get lost in the game type experience at the time. Obviously, we also had very good gaming PCs and were sort of able to get around some of the issues that game had at launch.
Yeah.
But, Cyberpunk, a very flawed, messy game with like the best, most visually amazing open world probably ever made. Those trailers at E3, not E3, last week, or this week, yesterday? I don't fucking know. What day is it? I've been up since 4 a.m. Cyberpunk is still like one of the most visually insane looking things ever. Like the expansion trailer looked better than every other game shown across E3, just visually, and it's insane. They did an amazing job with that art and that world, and the surrounding world of it. In the lore and all these. There's just so much interesting, weird stuff in Cyberpunk's lore that I love digging into. I thought there are some good ass quests in here. I think it's nowhere near the quality of The Witcher 3. I don't really remember any of the quests outside of like 2. There was that serial killer one I remember, and that's about it. The main story was kind of shit, but Cyberpunk, I just like sci-fi stuff, and we don't get enough weird, nasty sci-fi, and I got a lot of that in Cyberpunk. And of all the games I look forward to replaying, I would say the Cyberpunk replay is like the most anticipated, because that expansion's coming out soon. We'll have had 3 years of fixes and improvements. The expansion sounds quite extensive in what they are reworking. Just on a mechanical level, like it sounds like they're kind of remaking the whole game, which is interesting. And I look forward to having the finished Cyberpunk experience. It will have left early access when I finally play it again, and I also get the crazy RTX mode that they added and all these different things. It's going to be a fun revisit. I don't think it will be, some profoundly better experience, because I think inherently the structure of Cyberpunk is old and sort of flawed in that it's kind of just like a Fallout of like wander around and do caves and mini dungeons. But I think they've definitely done a good job so far of undoing the truly extraordinary damage that Cyberpunk did when it released. As an aside, somewhat related, like over the last 10 years, there's been a lot of shit that's happened to video games, and the Cyberpunk thing is probably the craziest of all of them.
That was really bad.
It was so bad, dude. Oh my god, I cannot. I still am in shock of how much of a shit show that was. But yeah, I had a good time with Cyberpunk. I thought it was pretty good when I played it at the time. Not the game that they had promised, not a worthy successor to The Witcher 3, but still pretty good, and I am excited to revisit it. And you know, if we redid this in a year after a Cyberpunk replay, maybe it would be in a different spot. I'll be curious to see it all through. Yeah,
that game didn't get enough credit for. It was their first attempt at a shooter ever.
Right, first person.
And I think that game was fun to play.
It is.
I played it for 100 hours because I liked shooting people in the face.
Yeah, the gameplay was way stronger than all the. I mean, the Witcher games have never been like great from gameplay perspectives. They've always been a little weird, and 3 was like very basic. So yeah, as a transition to like, hey, we're making a first-person shooter. It was a fun to play first-person shooter, and that's I'm glad that it wasn't such a. I mean, it was too expensive. They were never going to abandon Cyberpunk as an IP because that's not how it works. I remain fascinated to see a sequel to Cyberpunk for so many reasons. How do they pitch it to people? What is it? At this rate, it's going to be like on the PS6, right? Like, how do anyways, one of the most messy and fascinating things to have happened since we've been doing these talks, that's for sure.
Probably the messiest.
Yeah.
I would say Fallout 76 was messier, but there wasn't as much tied to Fallout 76.
Yeah. And, Fallout 76 didn't get pulled off of the store shelves for like 4 months. Yeah. That is still when Sony tweeted, like, a week afterwards, Sony's like, we are pulling this game from our digital storefront. It was just
crazy,
like that. I think that is maybe one of the single most monumental moments in gaming history, because I think that shook like the entire industry. Was just like, oh, we should probably finish our games a little more than this so that we don't get pulled off of the storefronts. That was like the earth shook when that happened.
The stocks plummeted and people were suing them, and then they got doxxed.
Oh my god.
Hacked, whatever, at the same time.
Yeah. It was insane. But yeah,
good times.
Good times.
Just me and you playing the game and having fun while everything was on fire.
Yeah, pretty much.
Good times.
Yeah. Cyberpunk. The expansion looks great. I don't know. The details sound really interesting. I'm excited to revisit it.
Yeah, me too, actually.
Yeah.
Alright, 36 for me is Resident Evil 2. Have we talked about this already? I can't keep track of this at all.
No, because the only Resident Evil game on my entire list is 8.
Oh.
We've talked about Resident Evil being like weirdly absent from this whole conversation.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Resident Evil 2, don't have much to say about it. I think it has gone on to be, I was going to say cult classic, that's not the word I'm looking for, but I think the reverence for that game has gone up over time because of the precedent that it started. It came along, fresh out the gate, and kind of saved Resident Evil from this weird place. And now Resident Evil's in a really good place, and it's because the Resident Evil 2 remake was amazing and everyone liked it. And yeah, I really like playing good remakes of games that I just cannot go back to. And Resident Evil 2 is one of those. I would never go back and play the original Resident Evil 2 on the PlayStation 1.
Ooh, yeah, no thanks.
I hadn't played a lot of Resident Evil before this came out. I'd played 4.
And
7.
And I would say 7 is the thing that sort of like brought Resident Evil back. But
it
was like, 7 and then 2 remake is like a really strong sort of back-to-back show.
Oh, I played 5 as well. I have played 5.
Oh, right. Yeah.
You
didn't play 6?
Anyway. 2 was a thing that has rejuvenated Resident Evil. I'm now a bigger fan of Resident Evil because of what this game has accomplished. I like horror, I like survival horror. I'm really happy what Resident Evil 2 has probably just done for the whole genre. It feels like we're going through a little bit of a renaissance of Resident Evil 2, or a resurgence maybe is a better term, where people are all trying to get back, Who knows, maybe Alan Wake 2 wouldn't be here, maybe Alone in the Dark wouldn't be getting a remake if it wasn't for this game. So, good shit.
Yeah.
Really good game. and all the mods of turning Mr. X into a goose were very good. And Thomas the Tank Engine.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that stuff.
Yeah, good stuff.
I didn't really think about that side of it. I would imagine like Dead Space, Silent Hill.
Oh yeah, Dead Space.
These sort of like smaller games, not small, but like not like the biggest things in the world. They probably wouldn't exist if Resident Evil 2 and the subsequent Resident Evil pop-off hadn't happened.
Yeah.
Huh. I think you're right.
Maybe a bigger moment than we realized subsequently.
Yeah. And man, they did such a good job with it. It's crazy. Okay, 36.
Yeah.
Might get a little... I might get a little flack from you for this one.
Okay.
Number 36 is BioShock Infinite.
All right, let's both talk about it, because it's my number 35.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Wow.
I wonder if we'll ever have one that actually lines up perfectly. We've had a few
That's very close.
one-offs here.
Yeah.
But not the exact same number, I suppose.
And I was actually preparing, like, the same pretext. I was going to say the same thing. About, like, but yeah, obviously, I know exactly what you're talking about. Because it's basically in the same spot.
Yeah, I mean, look, BioShock Infinite, I loved it at the time. I played it on the PC when it came out. I fondly remember playing it through the night it came out. I beat it at like 3 a.m. It was like a one-day thing, 8 hours. It was amazing. And then replaying it at a more normal pace the following week, over the course of a week, that was an amazing replay because you're like, I see, I get it, I understand. You pick up all these cool things. And I would go on to replay that game a couple more times over the subsequent couple of years. And then, of course, there was the DLCs, which I thought were really bad. And I did not like that Return to Rapture thing at all. But that doesn't matter here. I mean, I think if you had asked a year ago where I'd put this game, it would have been a lot higher than 30, 35, or 36. But I replayed BioShock 1 and started replaying BioShock Infinite. I think it was just over this past summer. Like a year ago now. And I don't think BioShock holds up very well anymore, which is fine. It was both games were very much products of their time, undeniable in the day. But
it's 10 years now for Infinite.
Yeah, in Infinite's case, it's 10 years old as of like last month, I think. And yeah, the gameplay side of it was really what I just got bored of. It's especially with a mouse and keyboard, I just used the carbine the entire time. And there's so much combat. Like I didn't remember that there was just so much combat. And the story stuff, I like the multi-universe stuff, but a lot of the other story stuff in that game is kind of like, I'm okay for this nowadays. Visually and the sense of place is still wonderful. I think the sound design is impeccable. I was like floored by how good it sounded when I revisited it last year. It sounds better than most modern games. Incredible work, but BioShock is very much a bit of an antique, sort of like it's extremely a product of the era. And it has not stood the test of time as well as I had hoped, but I'm okay with that because I got a lot out of BioShock Infinite and BioShock 1 in the day. And I would be fascinated to see them return to BioShock. I mean, they are. That is happening at some point. Like, it's a very interesting question because the ideas of, the Shock, right? Like the Shock series, essentially, and its spin-offs are great, but BioShock Infinite in particular is really just a completely linear first-person shooter, and as a first-person shooter, the combat is kind of it's a little stale and boring at this point, and it's interesting that we both lined up on this. I wasn't sure on it for a long time, but as I kept looking at all these other games, I'm like, BioShock Infinite is kind of old and not as awesome as I thought it was, which is fine.
Yeah, I would say I think it has aged as well. But I think overall the consensus has become maybe too harsh towards BioShock Infinite. I see a lot of people online just saying it's bad.
Yeah, I've never agreed with
no,
that.
I don't agree. I replayed it maybe 2020, something like that, on PC, and like you, I just mained the carbine and shot everyone in the face. But I still had some fun with the gameplay. The novelty of the sky rails is still pretty goofy, and I think back in 2013 felt quite ambitious and cinematic for combat back then. I still really like the story stuff. It bites off more than it can chew, and it kind of has some plot holes in places. It kind of ended up a bit like when you watch Lost, and you're like, oh, did they make this up as they went along? But it's just like really bold and exciting. The reveal, I mean, it's been 10 years, so fuck it. But like the part where you go back to Rapture and you realize that it's kind of like the same universe. It's just such a great moment of surprise. I do like the characters, the visuals. But yeah, just, I think you're right. It's just the gameplay loop, which feels a little bit like an antique at this point. But, you know, that's just unfortunately how some games are going to age. I still really revere this game. And I think people are being a bit too harsh in this game retrospectively. I still think this game is a good time, even if you revisit it now. On PC, it really visually stands the test of time. That art style is still so good.
It's super clean and just bright and beautiful. Like, yeah, their art is excellent to this day. Whereas something like Bioshock 1 is like almost too old at this point, where you're like, yeah, the art, there's some good stuff here. But Infinite, just a bright color palette always helps a game age really well as well, I think.
I think top 30% is pretty, like, fair. I think it's fair.
Yeah. And, you know, I was realizing that, like, because of when we started doing this, we started... also, a shout out to Bioshock Infinite was the first thing we ever did. The first review we ever did, it was like August... I looked it up the other day. It was like August 10th or something, 2013, that we put that video up.
Here we are.
Pretty much exactly 10 years ago. So that's, you know, sort of a fun historical thing. But also, you know, August 2013, the PS4 came out in November. So, like, there's not a lot of... This is one of the only 360 era games that we're talking about across these 100 games. And so it's, you know, yeah, I think an Xbox 360 game in the top 30-ish% is still something, you know.
I think so.
There's one or two other 360 games, I think, and you know, that's cool that it can still manage to hold up after all this time, because but it surprised me. I surprised myself when I was like, 30s?
Yeah.
35?
I would say the same.
36? Yeah.
Yeah, straight back to you.
Number 35... I struggled a lot with the placement of this one, and it's Tunic.
Yeah.
So this was my number one last year, and I stand by that, but it's also a game that, I mean, I outright said, like, the combat side of it, I did not enjoy at all, and I don't think is actually good, and we talked about that, and if you want to hear more, you can go listen to those chats. But the thing that struck me recently about Tunic, and it sort of occurred after we had discussed it for our best of, and I was capturing footage for that review chunk. I realized Tunic is a game I will never be able to play again.
For sure.
Because once you know that there are all these things, all these secrets, and all these paths, and all this stuff going on, and I literally don't know how to progress through Tunic nowadays. Like, when I was capturing footage for it, I was like, I don't know where I'm supposed to go. I don't know what I'm supposed to do, because I had wandered into the quarry accidentally, like 5 minutes into a new game, and I was like, oh fuck, I don't think I know how to do that again. And that's not necessarily a criticism. I think that's actually really cool that it's such a weird, unique experience that you can basically just experience it once. And it's not like The Witness or Outer Wilds, where you're like, I can't replay it to recapture that magic. That's also true of Tunic, but it's like, I don't know if I can literally ever progress through Tunic again. But yeah, the act of just solving puzzles and unraveling the puzzle aspect side of that game was incredible, and I will forever hold that in a very high regard. But a lot of the other stuff within Tunic is not awesome.
Yeah.
But I'm fascinated to see what he does next and that little group of people, because they did a lot of amazing stuff that is just like super my brand of weirdness when it comes to
7 more years
and
we'll see.
Yeah, exactly. So, little Tunic.
All right.
That was my first number 1 to have appeared on my list.
Oh.
That's the lowest number 1, I believe.
I'm just trying to think. I think
you had one number 1 shift way down when it was
Tales from the Borderlands.
Right.
And I have to imagine Valiant Hearts has appeared.
Yes, it has. Yeah.
So two of mine have appeared?
You've had 2, yeah.
Interesting. 34 is Devil May Cry 5.
Ah, yes, okay.
Yeah. This game was one of the fucking coolest games I've ever played. And I was thinking about it today, and I was like, because at first I thought I should really replay this game. And then I thought, maybe I shouldn't. Because I feel like Devil May Cry 5 was it was a game that came along at the perfect time for the mood I was in. It was one of those, like, lightning in a bottles. This is exactly what my brain needs. I think I played it on easy and just absolutely bombed through that game and decimated it. I can't remember. The visuals are absolutely incredible, and the style. I completely forgot about Devil May Cry because Capcom just did their show. And I would have been extremely excited if Devil May Cry 6 got some sort of, I don't know, tease or announcement, because it's been a while now. What's it say
2019, here? March 2019. That's over 4 years now since 5 came out. Yeah.
I would have loved like a little tease for Devil May Cry 6. But yeah, it's just got an amazing, eclectic, strange, bombastic style, tone, characters, and combat system. It's a visual feast, and it's a roller coaster ride. And even if you don't like, beat 'em ups, I highly recommend trying to get your hand on it, because I don't either. And this game is just an absolute wild thing to go through. It's bonkers.
Yes. Bonkers is the perfect word for that.
It's my brand.
You can use motorcycles as weapons.
Yeah. Rip it in half.
That's pretty good. I kind of hope you can do that in Final Fantasy 16, because that's the combat director of DMC5 was in charge of combat for 16, so I hope you can use a medieval motorcycle as a weapon. That'd be pretty good.
Yeah, it would be good.
All right, 34. We're talking about another 2022 game that was below Tunic. It's now above Tunic.
Oh.
It's Elden Ring.
Oh.
Elden Ring also, this chunk from about 25 to 35, I would say, maybe to 40, was my hardest to sort out the order. My top 25 has been pretty much unmoving for quite a while now, but this chunk has been very tricky because a lot of these games are complicated.
Okay.
And Elden Ring is definitely one of them. I had an amazing time with Elden Ring. Sometimes. Then sometimes I really wanted to just end it all. And then there was a lot of in-between feelings there as well. I still think it's too early for me to fully figure out where Elden Ring sits for me. Like, it was such a huge game, and we're not even a year since I've finished it, basically, maybe a year, and then there was a ton of more playing of it afterwards. So I still think Elden Ring is one of those things I'll need to in like 4 years, I'll be able to say definitively where I feel about Elden Ring, but the highs of it are undeniable, I think my favorite chunk of it was like a 20 or 30 hour period where you finally go into the underground, and if you just sort of follow all of that through, it's just like this, it's like a 25-hour chunk of the game that's just in this long underground, all these different zones in the underground, and I remember being up till like 3 a.m. once or twice, because it was so hard to put down, which not a lot of games have ever done, and the fact that it was a FromSoft game is always a bit of a shock to me that I can enjoy these games. So Elden Ring, we've talked a lot about it over the last year.
Yeah.
It's pretty good.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
It's pretty good, yeah.
Talking about games that we have talked a lot about, and probably don't need to talk any more about, my 33 is God of War Ragnarok.
Ah, yes.
I had a really good time in playing this game. I thought the action The boss fights, the combat were all really sick, and I had a blast all the way through. But just had a lot of problems with the story, and a little bit tired of its open world Sony-esque format. We've talked about it a million times. You can go watch our top 10 of 2022 for more context, but I think I will leave it at like a little synopsis there, because yeah, let's just leave Ragnarok alone for like one day. It was on the tower as well recently.
It was. We've talked about it. Yeah, and I think our review discussion of it was like 2.5 hours long as well. Yeah. Because it was a beefy...
It was a complicated thing.
It sure was, yeah. 33, Super Mario Odyssey.
Oh, yeah. I hadn't played that at the time, because that's not on my list at all anywhere.
Right, because you didn't get a Switch until a little later.
I think I waited a year, yeah.
Yeah. Oh my God. Right. Okay. Yeah. Mario Odyssey. I mean, it was the last Mario game that we ever got. So
yeah, that ever existed.
He had to appear somewhere on the list in a non-maker format. So, but yeah, no. Mario Odyssey is just it's just like pure delight, pretty much. Like it's so. There's just such a fun spirit to Mario Odyssey. All the things you can put Cappy on and become, the ways they use all those across the different worlds. I replayed most of it, or like half of it at least, sort of during the pandemic, in the back half of that, and it was as delightful as it was the first time through. Just, you know, the Mario team, just they have so many fun ideas. And Odyssey is just bursting at the seams with all those ideas. And
what are they doing right now? Tell me.
I know.
What are they doing?
It's crazy. We need to know where Mario is.
Where is he?
I need a proof of life, like Mario holding today's newspaper, please. Yeah. Because yeah. I want Mario back so badly. Odyssey is amazing. I should really see how that game looks at 4K, let's say.
Ooh, yeah.
Anyways, Mario Odyssey, it's wonderful. Mm-hmm. We all know it. We all loved it. It's a great game.
It is indeed. A little sad it's not on my list, but I don't know. That's just how
I forgot about that. It happens sometimes.
My 32 is the one time where I kind of broke my very strict rules of how I construct my top 10. I usually just do games that came out in the year that I'm doing, the year that we're doing, and I'm very strict about that. But one year I did break it, and I put an expansion / a DLC on my list. And that was Prey Mooncrash, my number 32.
Yes. Yeah, and it's like a little bit of a standalone thing, but I guess you do have to own Prey.
I think you have to own Prey, yeah.
Okay,
but,
never mind.
Yeah, but fuck it. It's...
Whatever.
It feels like its own standalone thing. I don't know why they made you need the original Prey. That probably hampered its, its reachability or whatever you want to call it. But yeah, this is my favorite thing that Arcane ever did. And by the sounds of Redfall and the collapse of the internal structure of that company, maybe the best thing they ever did ever. I don't know.
Yeah.
I always enjoyed Dishonored, all of them, and I did enjoy Prey. But, across the years we've had the conversations, I just never, really fell in love with any of them. And Prey Mooncrash, I don't think I played for quite a little while, actually. I think you played it before me. I think I was a little late to the party. And this might be, format-wise, one of the most intelligent uses of, the roguelite genre ever. In my opinion. And I kind of thought it was going to start, a new wave and, a new format and a new craze and bring the bring the immersive sim genre back in a new way, using some roguelite elements, because roguelite is obviously was the big thing and still is a very big thing. Immersive sim had been kind of struggling and niche, so I kind of was thinking this was going to be a movement, and I think it deserved to be a movement. And then we got Redfall.
No.
And Deathloop, and So, I didn't mean to make this entry so sad, but it does make me a little sad, because this was like a little taste of what Arcane could have been, and what they could have done. And it was the first game that really, really clicked with me. And yeah, if you haven't played Prey Mooncrash, I wouldn't be surprised. It really, really flew under the radar. I think Prey in general flew a little under the radar.
Oh, extremely. Yeah, Prey was like a complete flop.
Yeah.
Of colossal proportions, I think.
But Mooncrash is just a really interesting thing. It's really interesting the way it works.
It's such a smart idea.
Yeah. I would highly recommend it, especially if you like immersive sim stuff. And maybe roguelite stuff, even though the roguelite stuff is maybe not the strongest core of the game. But anyway, regardless, super sick. I love this little thing. Super intelligent design. And yeah, rip Arcane, I guess.
Oh, God. It only has 1,300 reviews on Steam. Prey Mooncrash.
Yeah.
Yeah, and Prey proper only has 28,000, so...
Yeah, no one played Mooncrash.
No one played Mooncrash, and it's immersive sim with roguelite is just such a cool idea.
It also doesn't translate well from like a trailer marketing point of view. It just looks like more Prey, which it kind of is, but the way it's like reconfigured is so much more interesting than a like campaign, progression story thing, in my opinion.
I still have it on video somewhere. We watched the Bethesda E3 conference back when they did those, and I remember them announcing Prey. They announced the like Wolfenstein shit spin-off and VR shit spin-off, and then they announced the Prey Mooncrash spin-off, and I was like, I'm dead. They've murdered all of my beautiful boys.
Yeah.
And I was so pissed, and I had no interest in Mooncrash, and then we played it, and we're like, oh, this is incredible. So, yeah, it did not translate well to...
I love that thing.
Yeah.
I love anything which involves like a big climactic final run, where everything is built up to like one big moment, and Mooncrash does that really well. Go play it.
Yes, go play it. I like that.
Yeah.
Well, speaking of Bethesda and their weird games that they made in the about 2016-17 era, Wolfenstein 2: The New Colossus.
Yeah.
I have a deep love for Wolfenstein. It was Wolf 3D is like one of the first games I ever played a million years ago because I'm 30. I am one of the few people that genuinely enjoys playing the Wolfenstein games. I like the sort of clunky old way in which they feel like a sort of early 2000s shooter. Obviously when I replay them, I go to easy, but I've always enjoyed playing the Wolfenstein games. But Wolfenstein 2 is where it is, not because of its gameplay, but because of its fucking batshit wild story stuff.
Yeah.
And there is... I haven't really written notes for any of these games except for a couple, and Wolf 2 is one of them. And I put the most audacious storytelling in a very long time, maybe ever. And I think that is all that really encompasses Wolf 2, because it goes to so many places, and it does it so well. Like, it executes it well, and it feels coherent. It has that sort of like Korean film-esque thing where they go from comedy to drama to horror like fluidly.
Yeah.
And it just gives it this completely unique feel. There is nothing I've ever played that is like the Wolfenstein, modern Wolfenstein story stuff. And Wolfenstein 2 has like 6 moments in it that you're like, this is the craziest thing I've ever seen in a game. And yeah, I applaud that. I think also it's tragic that this is probably the last of the Wolfenstein games, because they sure set it up for a third game. And
I was about to say, where is it?
There's a very famous bad guy from Nazi history. Perhaps you've heard of him. In the original game, he got in a mech suit and you got to kill him, and I want to see that in modern day renditions by these crazy Swedish people.
Yeah.
But they're making a fucking Indiana Jones game now, so that's that, I guess. Maybe they're also working on Wolf 3 still. I guess it has only been 5 years, with a pandemic in the middle, so... but I was hurt by the Youngblood game that they put out, which is one of the worst things ever made, and also like weirdly concludes a lot of the Wolfenstein story, but also sets up even more stuff with like multi-dimensional, multi-universality things going on. And I want to see all of that, but I really don't know if we're ever going to get anything more of it. And that's fine. Wolfenstein 2 is a game that feels like it should not have existed.
Yeah.
It does not feel like it should have been made. But they did, and it's beautiful. It's a wonderful, amazing thing. I think there's some incredible writing and just storytelling and character work in that game from start to finish. Yeah.
I don't think I realized they were doing Indiana Jones.
Yeah. Yeah, Machine Games is making that indie game, which is...
That's a bit of a weird...
Yeah.
Unless Indiana Jones is going to be mowing down hundreds of Nazis, I guess.
Yeah, there's just a certain sort of, like... I don't want to say... I mean, edgy, but not in that, like, bad way of... There's an edginess to the Machine Games style.
It's mature.
It's mature, and it's a little zany and a little hardcore in a way that feels very opposite to the fun family adventures of Indiana Jones.
Definitely.
Aside from Nazis, I guess. That's the through line.
I guess that's what they do.
He like punches 2 of them in the movies and maybe shoots a guy, and that's it.
Yeah.
Whereas B.J. Blazkowicz just murders all of them and wants every one of them as dead as possible.
Like the Doomslayer.
He is like, yes, he is literally like the Doomslayer of Nazis, and it's incredible. We need more like that.
I would love another one, just, again, for the characters and the story.
Yeah.
Alright. Number 31 is kind of interesting, because according to my stats, I actually did realize that one of my statistics was, like, a little bit off, so I don't know if I've kept track of this correctly, but according to my maybe inaccurate stats, this was number 8 in 2017, and now it's my number 2 of 2017. But still... Maybe this would be considered low for some people, but my number 31 is Breath of the Wild.
Right, okay, yes. I knew this showed up somewhere for you.
Yeah. I just replayed it before Tears of the Kingdom.
Yeah.
And I really enjoyed it. I would not go as far to say as I have come around to revere it as heavily as some people still do. I still think the reviews are a little bit extreme, and as we've seen from Tears of the Kingdom, the formula could absolutely be improved on. So the 10 out of 10 reviews, I don't know. I didn't really watch the reviews for Tears of the Kingdom because I wanted to go in like reasonably blind, and the review cycle of those games is bullshit anyway. But genuinely curious how people kind of, I don't know. How do you give Breath of the Wild a 10 out of 10 and then play Tears of the Kingdom and then be like,
9.
11 out of 10, I guess. I don't know. But regardless... when we first played it, I think I had my head too deep in the review sand. I don't know to say. I was focusing too much on the critical reception, and let it get too much into my expectations. When I played Breath of the Wild the first time, I just thought it was a little empty and repetitive. And playing it the second time, I just didn't have any problems with that stuff. I quite enjoyed the barrenness of Hyrule. I remember when I was playing it, I brought up like Death Stranding because I thought maybe that had made me appreciate just some like lonely climbing and strolling around. I can't believe when I played Death Stranding I never thought about Breath of the Wild, because there's so many times where I was just like trudging through the lands of Breath of the Wild and climbing mountains where I was like, oh my god, this really is just like Death Stranding. Like I'm doing nothing but walking around. And I just quite liked the openness at times. I think my biggest problem with Breath of the Wild is just that the Divine Beasts are not very good Zelda dungeons. They take like 25 minutes to beat, and when you get the skills from the... What are they called? The sages, I guess? I can't remember what they're called in Breath of the Wild.
Yeah, whatever they're called. Yeah.
But some of them just, like, really break the puzzles, like Rivali's Gale. Completely breaks some of the dungeons. And in Tears of the Kingdom, you can do the exact same thing, but you still... In Tears of the Kingdom, you feel like you're being, like, clever when you break the puzzles and, like, skip a puzzle, because you're using the tools to, like, lift yourself over something. But in Breath of the Wild, you're just pushing a button and flying up, and then you're on like the top floor of a temple without getting the keys, and it's like, oh, okay. But yeah, it's just an amazing game when it comes to the revolution of the open world format. I kind of revere it like I revere Resident Evil 2. It just has, hopefully, changed the format and the genre of open world gaming. You'd think after Elden Ring and Tears of the Kingdom, people will finally start to take notice. Maybe they won't, but I just really respect the hell out of Breath of the Wild when it comes to a game where you can go straight to Hyrule Castle. I don't know if you can do that in Tears of the Kingdom. Can you do that? Just go straight?
I don't know. I don't know what the end game of Tears of the Kingdom is.
I'm pretty sure. I mean, I don't want to say that. I'm pretty sure you go to Hyrule Castle.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I know you kill Ganon at the end of every fucking game, right?
Yeah.
But like, I don't know. I went to Hyrule Castle like 5 hours into Tears of the Kingdom and ran around and there was nothing there. So I don't know what the end game. I don't know. I have no idea.
When in Breath of the Wild, you can just walk into Hyrule Castle at the very beginning, and you can see it, and you can kind of experiment and fuck around and just walk in, and that is just kind of amazing, that the end of the game is right there in the middle, and you can see it looming or waiting for you, and you can choose to attack it at any time. I just think that's amazing, just game design. All the systems, from the cooking and the weather. I mean, everyone knows at this point, it was the foundation. You know, we've all just played Tears of the Kingdom. Even though it wasn't at its like full evolution, and Tears of the Kingdom is maybe taking it closer to where it should be. Just like an amazingly bold move for such a famous IP, and it feels like it's kind of changed the genre forever. At least I hope it has after Tears of the Kingdom anyway, because I think at least we would be much happier if it went in that direction rather than whatever Sony and Ubisoft have been trying to do. Yeah, it's got some weak points to it, but just respect the hell out of that game and enjoyed it more on a replay. Now there's none of that like review bullshit going on. And we're not going to get into like Tears opinions because we haven't even done our tower talk, but sometimes playing Tears of the Kingdom, I wish it was quieter. I miss the derelict nature of Breath of the Wild and just walking around and not having like something yell at you, be given 6 side quests and have people like trying to talk to you. I like the quietness of Breath of the Wild. And yeah, I'm also like, actually no, I'm gonna shut up because I'm slowly starting to trickle into Tears stuff.
Yeah, slowly. Yeah, I am just gonna withhold. I will just say Breath of the Wild is not on here for me. I have complicated feelings of it, but I also largely enjoyed my time with Breath of the Wild back in the day, and I definitely, it sort of has there are parts of it that have like a special place in my heart, but I think I'll just withhold that because that is tied fairly tightly to Tears of the Kingdom.
Very heavily,
and we haven't done our tower chat for that. I mean, I feel like I'm not even halfway through Tears of the Kingdom yet, so
depending on how much you want to do, probably not.
Yeah. So we'll stay tuned for that, I guess.
Yeah.
But yes, Breath of the Wild is a really cool game.
Yeah.
And it's insane that that they just went from what was before it? Twilight Princess? No.
Skyward
Sword.
Yeah.
Skyward Sword to Breath of the Wild is like
crazy.
Insanity. Yeah.
Breath of the Wild will come up again in the next Tower episode. It will definitely be a part of that conversation.
Oh yeah, 100%. Yeah. 31, Uncharted 4.
Nice.
I really like the Uncharted games. As we've discussed many times, I like linear action games. I want more linear action games. Turns out the good linear action games, and there's a lot of good linear action games in my top 35 here, top 40. Turns out you can also just replay them, and they're still good, right? That's nice. That's the nice thing about them. Uncharted 4. Part of me has said before, I think that Lost Legacy is the best Uncharted, but I do think as an entirety, I think Uncharted 4 is still the best of the lot, even though it is a lot longer. When I've replayed it, I appreciate more the slow start it has, the sort of more, just like slice of life pacing at the beginning and ramping up works more when you're not sort of like, I gotta see Uncharted 4 through to the end, when it's fresh and new.
Yeah, I know what you mean, yeah.
And then from Madagascar onwards, which is like chapter 5 through 18, which is like the rest of the game, is just such a phenomenal action ride. And there are, probably 8 or 10 moments in there that are all just excellent. I thought they did a good job of bringing the combat into a better place. It's still not the greatest playing game ever made, but as a third-person shooter, it's pretty fun. to play on just a mechanical level
it was
with
a big,
all the
big jump
mixture.
from 3.
Yeah. You know, they've got a little bit of stealth stuff in there, the use of the rope and the climbing in combat, the bigger combat arenas, that's all great. And the story stuff is excellent.
Yeah.
You know, they managed to make it a little more mature, but still kept all of the core tenets of Uncharted. It's still a fun and funny action-adventure game, but with a lot more heart to it. And also, it was the first and only Uncharted game that has a really compelling historical B-plot driving it all as well. I thought the whole pirate thing is excellent.
Yeah.
And as a mirror image to the modern plot as well. All the other treasure hunt plots, I don't remember. All I remember is the blue people showing up in Uncharted 2 and thinking that was really silly. And I don't know what any of the other treasure stories are in the games, but the pirate stuff in 4 is great, and I love piratey stuff. Yeah, as I think, when Naughty Dog is making good games, they just hold up. Like, they're just good, you know, and you can replay them and have a great time. And I've replayed Uncharted 4 once or twice and loved it from start to finish. So, Uncharted. And I still hope that they just leave it alone. Just leave Uncharted to be.
Yeah, wasn't there rumors of another one?
It does sound like there is a studio working on Uncharted in some capacity, and I don't know.
How many studios does Naughty Dog have?
Well, I don't think it's Naughty Dog that's working on it. I think it's like a Sony studio working on Uncharted. I'm not sure though. Who knows? I don't know what Naughty Dog's up to, and I don't know if I care anymore. But I just feel like Uncharted, like maybe in another 5 years, you know, I just feel like Uncharted still has just leave it to be for a while longer. Still, I would say, especially because 4 wraps up really nicely with the character and everything. Uncharted 4. Good stuff. Good game.
Good game.
Very good. Would recommend.
Because I haven't even talked about it yet.
Yeah.
My number 30. Actually, my number 30 and my number 29 are very similar. They are games that I don't think they deserve to be this high. Based on the games.
I would say the exact same things about my 29 and 30
as
well. Yeah.
But I have really struggled across the last 10 years to get into multiplayer gaming. I fell off the first-person shooter train. I just got bored of pointing and clicking on people's faces. But the world didn't, which is fair enough. But then Battle Royales came along, and I didn't really like Battle Royales either. So yeah, I have maybe pushed up the multiplayer games that I enjoyed maybe too high on the top 100 list. But my number 30 is Sea of Thieves.
Okay.
Yeah, and Sea of Thieves has had a very strange development history. Its support has been weird. I went from playing it a lot to playing it a little to not playing it at all, and then coming back and still really like realizing that I have a place in my heart for just sailing around in that game. Yeah, it's a strange one, and I have said many times that I'm not a fan of the way its development has gone. When it comes to serving me and my particular wants in that game, I do actually quite enjoy PvP moments. I like the slow build up, the ship chases, like when you're trying to get someone or when someone's trying to get you and they're getting closer towards you. I like the cooperative clumsiness of trying to get around your ship and like control these mechanisms and then jumping across. I just think when it's firing on all cylinders, it's great, and I like how slow it is and how sometimes you'll play for 4 hours and nothing happens. I love the water in this game. I could just stare at it all day and just dribble down my shirt because it just looks absolutely delicious. This game really has a sense of magic. It just doesn't have anything to do in it, really. Yeah, right?
It's tragic.
Yeah, it does have like a bunch of like story-based missions.
Yeah.
It puts markers on the map and you have like things to go around and do, but there are objectives and things to chase. And they've got the new Pirates of the Caribbean and Monkey Island, more cinematic, story-focused stuff, which is pretty cool. But when it comes to the base, core, sandbox, It just feels like it hasn't evolved across... When did this game come out?
It's 2017, I think?
2018,
16?
it says, unless I've got this wrong.
Oh, okay.
So,
that's right, yeah.
It's been 5 years. And, you know, I quite enjoy jumping in every now and then and doing, they're called the Tall Tales, the more, like, story-focused missions. But it's still just, like, the Kraken and the Megalodon and treasure maps and digging up treasure. And, like, the same 3 weapons. You know, there's throwables and you can have a pet. But, yeah, the foundation of that game just hasn't moved. It feels like fucking Minecraft. But even Minecraft has moved, like, a little bit more. I just don't know why, like, the core of the game, of the gameplay, of the combat is just so unchanged. And yeah, it makes it hard to go in because a lot of Sea of Thieves, as I said, is, like, slower. There's downtime. And, I don't know, we've done it all. So except for, like, the high points of these new story missions, yeah. Anyway, I'm like ripping on a game, and it's in my top 30 of the last like 100 games. But I really, really love this game. I have so many fond memories of it, and it just has a really unique pace to it. You're not really doing a lot in this game a lot of the time. You're just kind of chilling on your boat, and it's just serene and peaceful, and the music is amazing. And there is a mood and a pace which no other game has really pulled off in a multiplayer capacity, in my opinion. Yeah, it will always, when I talk about it, I will always, unfortunately, maybe go down a negative avenue of dialogue, because the games that you love and you wished went in a positive, more positive direction, you will always criticize more than games you just don't like. And Sea of Thieves is maybe one of the games that I am most sad that it didn't reach its full potential, or at least the full potential I can kind of picture in my head. That makes like logical sense when it comes to like game development. And yeah, I wish it had gone in like a more exciting and diverse direction, and I kind of wish it had been like one of the biggest games of all time, because there is some magic in there and I don't think it was capitalized on. But regardless, I still have some amazing memories and stories which came out of Sea of Thieves, and I will continue to keep an eye on it. I'm looking forward to the Monkey Island expansion. And, you know, it's been 5 years, and it's still getting content updates. People seem to be still liking it, so, yeah, I will be hanging around and keeping an eye on it. Maybe Sea of Thieves 2, I don't know. Regardless, I hope one day it goes somewhere really special. But if it doesn't, I really have some just very fond memories and stories which came out of playing that game. It's got a very dynamic and interesting social sandbox, at least when everything comes together.
I think of all the games to, like, all the multiplayer things, I think Sea of Thieves being high feels right. It feels like the most right, even though it's not anywhere on my list, and I probably wouldn't put it in a top 100 list for me, but also, like, I kind of agree with you completely, because when Sea of Thieves works, it's like, it's just beautiful. It's just wonderful. And those early days, we're one of the weirdos out there. We're like the weirdos that we really liked the game. I liked it most when it was new, like before everyone became an aggro pirate, when everyone was just, we were just a bunch of people playing the shitty game, and everyone was like weirdly nice, and like, remember the Scottish guy?
I do.
And remember when we were doing myths and we just approached a random person and asked them in chat to help, and they did, and like, those are wonderful. Those are wonderful little moments, and so few games have ever encouraged that type of just like friendly interactions. And Sea of Thieves pivoted so hard away from that, and then they've sort of looped back around to it a little bit. But yeah, the Megalodon, remember the fleet that we had chasing the Megalodon? And you know, Sea of Thieves, like any game that has a lot of, hey, remember that moment, it's a win. And Sea of Thieves has like 5 or 6 or a dozen of those, which is more than most any multiplayer game I've played in the last 10 years.
Now I think about it, it actually almost has like a bit of DNA with extraction shooters, because it has that like tension of when you've like been hauling treasure onto your boat for 2.5 hours, you're on your way back to an outpost and someone is tailing you, and you're like, oh my god, please don't fucking ruin this. We've worked so hard for this. The game can be really like, it makes me really anxious at times.
that's exactly pirating, right? Like that's exactly what you would feel if you saw a pirate ship appear. You'd be like, oh fuck.
Yeah.
And it does emulate that really well at times. Yeah. And it is so beautiful, and the music is so good, and yeah. Sea of Thieves is a special game, even though I agree with you completely that the opinions are complicated, very complicated on it. Yeah.
I mean, it's cool to see it still getting stuff.
Oh yeah, it's very successful. It's gone on to become very popular, which is, that's okay. Yeah. I'm okay with that.
That Pirates of the Caribbean and Monkey Island is a direction I can definitely get behind compared to other stuff.
Yeah, I'll be curious to check out the Monkey Island stuff.
Yeah.
I never got super far into the Pirates either, but yeah, those are good tie-ins. More like that would be fun.
Yeah.
Where's my Master and Commander tie-in?
Oh yeah.
Let me play the violin and the cello.
That'd be cool.
Do you want to talk about your 29 as well? Because my 30 and 29 are like the same thing for me.
Sure.
You said yours was also like 29 and 30 were similar. So why don't you also talk about your 29?
My number 29 is Fall Guys.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, totally. Absolutely.
You see the theme here?
100%.
Yeah, this game probably shouldn't be this high, but I don't know. I don't play a lot of multiplayer games. Also, it kind of mirrors Sea of Thieves when it comes to feeling like the support of Fall Guys has been uninteresting. Just adding like 3 to 4 maps every 3 months is like not enough, really. And they've added the custom map stuff now, which is interesting, but maybe a little too late. We will see regardless. Anyway, the honeymoon period, the 2020 pandemic, when everyone was playing this dumb, stupid game, was amazing. Kind of like Sea of Thieves, I really enjoy multiplayer games where without changing game modes, it can ebb and flow between different tones. Like Fall Guys is like 90% bullshit and you are laughing at your friends falling over. But every now and then you end up in like Hexagon and it's just you versus one other guy and your palms are kind of sweaty. It doesn't happen very often. Same as Sea of Thieves. Most of the time you're chilling, but every now and then you're being chased while you have a lot of treasure. And I really like games that can deliver on mostly party game atmosphere. But then every now and then there's this moment where everyone shuts up and lets you concentrate. And those moments are really kind of amazing. It's just a real like lightning in a bottle thing. Like I said, I didn't really get into multiplayer shooters. I definitely didn't get into battle royales. And, calling Fall Guys a battle royale is either a push or completely correct. I can't tell which one of those it is. But it was nice to finally have my way into that kind of flow of multiplayer gaming, that feeling of, playing through loads of rounds and being the last out of, it's not 100 in Fall Guys, I can't remember how many, maybe 50 or something in Fall Guys. And yeah, it feels great to get a battle royale victory, even in a dumb party game made for children. I played way too much Fall Guys. I enjoy playing it with you guys. I enjoy playing it on my own with people on the stream. It's just a constantly good time. I just think the support was a little bit underwhelming. But I will always be keeping an eye on the new seasons, hoping that it has like a breakthrough moment and recaptures some of that lightning. I don't know. I don't know what it needs to do to accomplish that. I don't know if it ever will. And it doesn't really matter because that 2020 honeymoon period was, I think, memorable for a lot of people. Not just for me, who went on to play 100 hours of that game. It was just like a really special moment of the pandemic, which is kind of a weird sentence, but you know what I mean.
It was like it was the first like beacon of light in after like 5 months or 6 months of really, really horrible unpleasantness for the planet, right? And obviously it wasn't perfect after that, and it didn't end right there or anything, but it was like everyone for 2 weeks at the end of August is watching and playing and laughing at Tim the Tatman and all this bullshit, and it was just like the first laugh I feel like that everyone in the gaming community had. It was a wonderful moment in time, and it was incredibly funny. I love watching Fall Guys. I don't love playing it as much. It is a wonderful spectator sport.
Fall Guys is just like the tone of multiplayer that I really, really want.
Yeah.
That's when multiplayer is at its best for me. It almost reminds me of the old days of Halo 3. where 80% of Halo 3 was just fun, having fun with friends, doing dumb stuff. But every now and then, I don't know, the switch would change and things would get a little serious. And that is what really makes multiplayer gaming work for me. I just can't deal with like 90% sweat and 10% laughs with friends. I need the complete opposite. And when Battle Royale came around, it just felt like I didn't have access to a lot of those. Twitch was in its peak. Everyone was taking gaming very seriously. It was all about being good at video games. And then Fall Guys came along and it was like, finally, something I can play at least for a little while. So yeah, has a special place in my heart. I still kind of play it quite often, actually. It's a good time.
Yeah. And they just put out the like map maker tools, right? Which is, I feel like that was the thing that if they had that at launch, it would have been like, okay, we're done.
But that's been a little slow, and
3 years to get that out is
those tools have got a ways to go. But hopefully they keep updating it because it has a lot of potential, even in its very rudimentary state at the moment. You can tell like, there's some real shit you could do with this, and it could be really fun. But now you've got 2 now.
Right. Yes. Okay. Let's see if you can find the theme between my number 30 and my number 29. Okay. Metro. Number 30 is Metro Exodus. Number 29 is Metro Last Light.
Gotcha.
It's really interesting. Metro Exodus was my number 8 in 2019, and Metro Last Light was my number 9 in 2013. So they were very low on my list.
It does feel
at
low
the
for
time.
you.
But the reality is that I've gone on to I just love the Metro games, and I have replayed both these games multiple times. I think Last Light is still the best of the 3 because it just the linear format was just excellent in Last Light. I like the wide format in Exodus. I'm glad they mixed it up. I'm glad they didn't just make another one of those linear games. But Metro just like has a special place in my heart. It's just a weird, European. I mean, it's Ukrainian. It's just this weird thing, and I love their dedication to that. I love it was introduced in Last Light. I love that there's an entire button bound to wiping shit off your gas mask. I love in Metro Exodus that when you get a crack in your gas mask, you slap duct tape onto it. I love that you have to pump up the pneumatic weapon to fire it. That sort of just like, what's the word for that? There is a word for that.
Physicality?
Like tactile physicality. Yeah, like the focus on that and the dedication to the first person, and these, this sort of lightweight survival-ish ideas, not mechanics, but sort of just like, you gotta keep up with these things. They just feel so suited for the world.
Do those games have UIs? Because I remember in Last Light you get out, not Last Light, Exodus, you just get out a physical map, which I always really like when games do that.
Yeah, no, they have no. The only UI element is like an ammo counter. I think that's pretty much it. Everything else, so it's a physical clipboard with your lighter to look at the map. All this stuff is physically in the world, and that stuff is just wonderful.
I always love that. Yeah, I love that stuff.
Yeah, and then, you put that together with amazing art and technology and just a sense of place and, a little bit of sort of horror stuff in there. I love these games, and I have replayed Metro Exodus at least once since then, and Last Light I played many times back in the day. And I remain a huge fan of the Metro games, and I look forward to seeing where they go. I also think that I find their storytelling stuff weirdly endearing, even though it's never excellent or even great a lot of the times. There's just a little
iffy.
Yeah. Oh yeah. But there's like a they're going for it. They mean it, right? Yeah. It's very genuine. And they do occasionally, in the peripheral, have some very interesting ideas in their story stuff, with just, politics and like little fiefdoms in the underground and all these things are that stuff is all really interesting. And they're just like, I would say this is like the beginning point on my list. Maybe around Wolfenstein 2 is where I'm just like, all these games just sort of, they're just my thing, you know? They we're getting into the territory where it's just like, I just like this because that's how my brain works. And Metro Exodus and Last Light are absolutely those types of things for me. So, yeah.
If
I like those games a lot.
If a new Metro game got announced, you would be the first person I thought of instantly.
Yeah.
That feels like your franchise. It feels like
and I can't wait until the next one is announced because they are making it and they've been working on it for a few years.
I'll be very interested as well.
Next gen, current gen exclusive Metro sounds real hot. So, because Metro Exodus still looks fucking crazy, and that game came out like 4 years ago. 4 years ago, yeah. So, yeah, it's interesting. I wasn't like amazing, super hot on Metro. They were low on my list both times, but they I don't really know why, because I knew why for Metro Last Light because that was 10 years ago and I was just discovering that I loved them, but at Metro Exodus anyways, I
feel like just stuff that has like a unique flavor to it climbs the ranks.
Oh, it does. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Just you wait.
Okay, interesting.
So that's my number 29 and 30. So there you go. Back to you for 28.
28, you talked about not too long ago. We were quite close with this one as well, and that is Uncharted 4.
Ah, okay, yeah.
I absolutely loved all 4 Uncharted games. Drake's Fortune is definitely a little rough around the edges at this point, but Uncharted 2 was like one of the most ridiculous games I've ever played at the time of playing it. I still really like Uncharted 3, even though it wasn't as much of a jump. And Uncharted 4 is just an amazing conclusion to the story and the character arcs that have been, built up across that trilogy and then the 4 games. It had some of the most amazing cinematic moments I'd ever seen. The visuals and production were ridiculous. And it's just a great swashbuckling adventure. You don't really get many games which are this tone and pace. It's the Tomb Raider adventure game, and you just don't get games that are like this very often.
Yeah.
Like you said, I think the combat was actually quite improved. Console shooting still was always a little rough for me, but I remember all the cool cinematic moments of like swinging on a rope and punching someone in the face, and it just felt, more cinematic and interesting than the previous games. And yeah, I just have such a place in my heart for the characters and the journey that they went on. I can't really think of many franchises which have 4 entries and it's just like one set of characters and one continuous story, and then they just land so successfully. I really, really loved Uncharted, and the 4th one is... I'd say the second one definitely stands out more to me, but the 4th game is probably like objectively the best one by miles in this series. It's just like a great technical achievement, and it's just a marvel probably even now. I should really replay it, honestly.
Yeah, 2 was definitely like, 2 is just mind-blowing.
I didn't realize games could look like 2 when I played 2.
Oh, yeah. There were so many things about 2 that you're just like, oh, this is what games can be?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. And I remember I replayed 2 like before 4 or after 4, and like it holds up really well. And it's a shame that they're sort of stuck on the PlayStation, because I bet 2 still holds up in a lot of ways.
I think you said it as well, when you're playing a good Naughty Dog game, it does feel like you're playing a game from like 2 years in the future, maybe 3 years in the future. And Uncharted 2 and 4 really had that feeling of like, Jesus Christ, look at this thing.
They're just so polished.
Yeah.
And put together. Yeah.
It's a great ride, that game. It's a great ride.
It is.
The whole like quadrilogy. I don't know what you call 4 games, but the whole thing is great.
A saga.
The whole saga is great.
28. We've never talked about this game before.
What?
Just kidding. It's Horizon Forbidden West.
Ah.
You will note it is above Tunic.
Yeah.
Even though it was below it at the time. That's, look, Horizon is... I really loved Forbidden West. I think it's got problems. I think there's another Horizon game that we'll talk about that has a lot better of story stuff, of course. But in most other ways, Horizon Forbidden West is a better game. But sort of like Elden Ring, it's really big. It was 100 hours. I think my playthrough was 92 hours, and then the DLC brought it to like 110. And I just finished that DLC, so like I still feel like it's like I just finished the Horizon meal.
Yeah.
So give me another 2 years to really like lock in the Horizon Forbidden West feelings. But yeah, it was a great game. I had a great time with it. That's all.
Yeah.
Moving on.
Interestingly, I haven't talked about it yet.
Yeah.
It's quite interesting. My number 27. This game has kind of gone all over the place. According to my stats, it was number 10 of... I won't actually show the year because I don't want to give it away, but it was number 10.
Oh, okay.
And this is going to give it away. And then all of a sudden, it was on my top 10 games of the generation. Now it's down.
I don't remember your list.
Now it's down at 27. So this game's kind of been up and down, up and down. This is Dying Light. Is my 27.
Oh yeah, okay. Yeah, okay.
You know what I mean?
That feels right.
27 feels right. This is like a... I feel like guilty pleasure isn't the right word, because I do think this game is just overall great. But, you know, we talked about it recently when we did The Tower. I have a weird... I just really like mindless zombie games. I don't know why. It's a really weird guilty pleasure. And Dying Light just gets everything right for me. I love the parkour. I love the weird kind of in-between AA and AAA feel to it. I love the tone. I actually quite like the characters and the story. I like the scary nighttime parts. This game just kind of came out of nowhere. And, you know, I've talked about it a few times now. I would actually be interested to go back and listen to our top 10 of the generation, because it just climbed in my head with how much I respected it across the years, probably because nothing else like it had come out. And maybe it's lower down than I thought it was going to ultimately end up because of Dying Light 2, Dead Rising 2. It doesn't have like this unique spotlight as much anymore, and like we've been saying for a few games, like the less comparable games something has across time, I think the more it slowly climbs. And Dying Light now doesn't feel as unique, especially after Dying Light 2. But for me, this is still like a AA cult classic. Absolutely love this thing, and would not be surprised if I replayed it again in like another 2 to 3 years, because probably won't be replaying Dying Light 2, and I don't know about Dying Light 3. But yeah, there's just something about the jumping around and killing zombies and upgrading loot in an RPG format, which I just love. I just love these games. And Dying Light, in my opinion, is the best of whatever that weird subgenre is.
Yeah, it's interesting. I remember being very glad when you brought it up for the best of the gen, because it's a game that just gets better with time, and I respect it more and more over time. Though I also I really liked it at the time, but as the years go on, I respect it even more. And as I sort of occasionally boot it up and play it for a few hours or a week or something over the years, I'm like, this game is just fucking awesome. And it was not on my list in 2015, and I'm looking at my 2015 list now, and if I were to reorder it, it would probably be like my number 4 for 2015.
Nice.
And it wasn't even on my list back then. So like, I'm with you. I feel very strongly about Dying Light, and Dying Light 2 just makes Dying Light 1 look better, like, across the board. And they really did get pretty much everything right.
Yeah.
And it also has that sort of special, like, early PS4 game. It was like January 2015. So I remember, you know, the just being like really impressed with the visuals at the time, and that everything about that game is fun and well done and well executed. Like, they had such a vision for it, and they just nailed it completely. So I'm glad it's getting its love over the years.
It was. I think I replayed it like 2021 and had a really good time. Yeah. The expansion is good as well. The Following, where you get a car and you can upgrade your car. It's great.
Yeah, the Following. Yeah, I think so, it's great. Following? That expansion's awesome. Yeah. I loved that expansion. Yeah, good job with Dying Light.
Yeah.
I'm glad one of us, man. If Dying Light hadn't been discussed over the years, if it was just, I would have been really pissed off.
Almost did it. Number 10. Jesus Christ.
I know. Yeah. Number 27 is Soma.
Oh, yeah.
Soma is an amazing story. As a video game, it is deeply flawed. So much so that they eventually added in the mod that I had played it with when the game was new, which is hey, the monsters don't attack you anymore because we realized it kind of ruins the game. But that's in the game now. That's like official dev support, so that's cool. They have sort of owned up to that. So as a game, you sort of pick that part of it up and push it to the side a little bit. But as a story and like a tone piece as well, a setting piece, Soma is pretty much unmatched.
Yeah.
I have replayed it at least once since it came out, if not twice.
Yeah, I need to replay it.
It holds up. The storytelling is phenomenal. The sort of sense of place and horror all around you is still striking. No game has really captured the dark, worried sci-fi tone of the 70s the way Soma did. Mm-hmm. It's deeply concerned with a lot of very complicated issues that pretty much no one is dealing with in storytelling. A little bit here and there, but not on a level that Soma did. And it was quite a surprise. It was my number 2 in 2015, and I remember just being like, yeah, it looks like the game from the Amnesia people. I don't want to play it. I don't like scary games. And then you get into it and you're like, wow, this storytelling is extraordinary. So, the main character is a bit of a goof, but it works in the context of the story. And just, there's a lot of...
he's an idiot.
Deep... Yeah, and, that's fine. I think it works for that.
I think it works as well,
There's a lot of just deeply distressing existential horror in that game.
Yeah.
And it's pretty incredible. And I think people should absolutely play it. Even if you're not a big horror person, know that you can play it without having to run away from the spooky monsters.
Yeah.
It is still sort of scary because, it is, all that stuff is still there, but you can more or less just go through it as like an adventure game and read and experience the story, and the story is 100% worth experiencing from top to bottom.
If you like sci-fi concepts, you should not miss Soma. It hurt my brain for weeks.
That game is just a nightmare. Yeah.
Okay, my number 26 is another one we do not have to talk about very much. It is Horizon Forbidden West.
Ah, okay, so we're pretty close.
Yeah, pretty close,
one.
but I was quite surprised it was above where you placed it. But everyone's list is like, there's not objectively like where it's ranked. Everyone's list has got different games, and that's going to like weigh things differently.
Because I would say I like Horizon Forbidden West more than you do. Yeah. Probably, I would say. The lists are complicated.
They are. Depends what's on it. But we've talked about it a million times. You went into it for the tower. And we'll probably keep talking about that game during the tower because it's like a weird, complicated game for me. I have mixed feelings. The Too Long Didn't Listen is, production-wise, it's one of the most amazing games I've ever seen. I really like the combat, but I just did not like the ubification of certain parts of that game. And I did not like where the story went at the end. And the story meant a lot to me. So that part was a big disappointment. But yeah, complicated relationship with that game. Love some stuff. Think some stuff in it is maybe the best has ever happened in video games, and some part of it kind of broke my heart. So, yeah, it's complicated.
Not very complicated 26 entry for me. It's just good. In fact, it's probably the best 2D platformer ever made. It's Celeste.
Damn, nice.
I should really replay Celeste on a real controller because I played it on the Switch at the time.
Yeah.
And I mean, I got very good at that. I got good enough to beat that game with the shitty Joy-Cons. But Celeste is, like I said, I think it's just the best controlling 2D platformer I've ever played. I have some weird, just brain things when it comes to platformers that I want like very specific things from how they control. And Celeste is the 2D game that was just like, They got it. They did literally every single little thing that I want from a 2D platformer control-wise.
Yeah.
They did it. And they they know their controls are good because the level design gets so difficult as it goes on, and so demanding, but it's so satisfying to master that stuff. And they were also really smart, for me who's not super great at platformers. They had some really good little accessibility options where you could sort of customize very small things or different things about the difficulty, where it's like you can get like your mirror image of yourself to do an extra jump. You can just like turn that on for the whole game, so that's cool. I remember using that at times. It was a cool way to sort of handle difficulty, I thought, for someone like me who's not super good at that stuff. I never played the DLC and never will, because it's apparently the hardest thing ever made. And that's fine.
Fucking hard.
Celeste is just an excellent game, and I really like the games that this team makes. Matt makes games, isn't that the name of it or something?
Yeah,
I don't know.
Sounds right.
Because I loved Towerfall as well. Towerfall is a wonderful game, completely different, but again, just tight controls in all their stuff, and I'm really curious to see that third game that they've announced. I don't remember what it's called.
It was a bit of
they are working on
undramatic showing.
Yeah, it was just like a title reveal, essentially, and then I think they said, see you in 2024, and that was like a year ago, so that they just get it, they know what they're doing. And Celeste, and there's so much content in Celeste as well. There's so many levels, there's so many collectibles, there's so many remixes of levels. It's insane. It's crazy. Celeste is a banger.
That is a banger. We will talk about it.
Okay.
Yeah.
I couldn't remember if it had appeared on your list or if you like played it slightly after, but yeah.
It was on my list, yeah.
Okay.
My number 25, quite a surprising one, actually. This one has probably gone up over the years. I've now played it twice. It's Shadow of the Colossus, the 2018 remake.
Oh, right.
I really, really love this game.
Yeah.
I feel like when Shadow of the Colossus came out, it was one of those games that had been so commended. It was like this legendary thing that I just never thought it could ever live up to the hype. I mean, maybe hype's not the right word, like live up to the fan base. But whatever people connected with, I did as well. Which is hard to make happen when you know other people. How do I explain this? It's like when you know people are like super into something, you're like weirdly guarded about falling for, I don't know.
Right.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know, when there's already a massive fan base, you're kind of like, oh, alright, yeah, sure, I'm sure it was good back in 2012 on the PlayStation 2. Alright, I'll try it, why not? It's got nice shiny graphics and there's big things to climb.
Yeah.
There's just something really, like, special about this game. I don't know what it is, but I feel like I could just play this game over and over again. I think cinematically, it's just incredible to watch the Colossi stumble around. It feels like it was kind of made by an alien as well. There's like no rules to this game. The seamlessness of just riding your horse to and fro with basically no UI stuff at all, no dialogue. It's kind of like sinister and quiet and strange. It's a really strange game. And there's no like explanation of the story. You can see there's like this girl who's basically dying on a bed. So you can kind of put two and two together that you for some reason have to kill the Colossi to bring her back. But it's just got a really somber, almost scary, dark, weird alien tone, which I absolutely love. And I do really just like the gameplay. I just like the strange, like, climbing up these beasts that are like, get the fuck off me. And then this, like, sad, slow plunging of the sword into their weak spots as they die sadly as this music's like, damn, dude. That was just a nice big bird just chilling out. It's just a weird game. I think I connect with games which have a bit of weirdness going on. And the spectacle at times is just incredible. I think when we first reviewed the game, I also talked about the fact that I always wanted to play something like this when I was a wee youngster. I always had dreams of just like climbing up giant massive beasts and fighting them. I remember being really excited about Lost Planet and being a little disappointed. But yeah, there is just something childlike, or that brings out the childishness in me when I am fighting a boss which is like a skyscraper. I don't know why. I just find it really cool. It does something to my brain. And yeah, Shadow of the Colossus is a really special game, and I just love playing that thing, and I'm already ready to play it again.
That game, yeah.
I remember it was not your thing.
I wish I was capable of enjoying it because, yes, I agree. Like, all the tonal stuff, the art style, the music, it is all so unique and so striking.
It's hard to quantify. Yeah. It's got a weird, unique, I don't know, feel to it.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
It's like that game's cold. Does that make sense? It's like a cold game.
Yeah.
Something strange about it.
It's, yeah. There's something like almost like it feels like you're committing like a sin, where but it's like in the name of something worth it, and you're just like, I have to do this. I know it's evil, but also, oh God,
it's also like empty. There's nothing in that world.
Right.
It's just strange. There's something strange about that game which I really like.
Yeah. Every now and then, there's just like, it just feels like you said, made by aliens is, I think, the perfect way to describe it, because you would never make a game like this nowadays.
No.
Or if you did, it would be by like a tiny team of indie people.
Yeah.
And everyone would probably hate it if it wasn't done like so precisely as Shadow was. Yeah. Number 25 is the one I have struggled with the most, probably on this whole list. Oh. It's moved around a lot.
Yeah.
It was my number 2 in 2018. It was in the top 10 list of the generation.
Whoa.
It's God of War.
Damn. All right.
I think God of War 2018 is pretty much a perfect AAA game. It is like the distillation of how it's just everything you want and a AAA game to be of the era of the last 5-6 years. They just nailed it, right? In God of War. Everything. Combat, exploration, side stuff, it's genetically perfect AAA game. And I loved God of War. I still revere the first game very highly, absolutely. I played it through several times. Thought it was fun as hell. The story stuff is solid. The art is incredible. The music, the gameplay, the boss fights, all this stuff is amazing. The reason I've struggled so much with where to place it is I sort of talked about it briefly with Ragnarok. It's that I'm done with this. I don't want to play this this structure again.
Yeah.
And I think part of that is because I replayed God of War a couple of times. So that sort of maybe hinders it, but also while also speaking to the fact that like I played it through several times because it's fucking great. But I will admit to being sort of still sour about God of War in general after Ragnarok.
Yeah.
And like there were so many things about the story in God of War that were so compelling and so fascinating to me, and they were all of the great questions that were arisen throughout the first game and were part of why I loved the first game have now had the air sucked right out of them, right? And that hurts it a little bit for me as well. They could circle back to some of that stuff and, in the future and undo that, maybe, I don't know, but God of War in general is just in a weird place because I have played it many times. I think it's a wonderful, excellent game, but also I just don't know if I ever want to play it ever again or like touch it ever again because I'm just sort of done with that now. So it's very hard to move. I've moved it around so many times, and the reason I put it at 25 just felt like a nice sort of round number. And everything above it feels a little bit more like I look at it and I don't feel everything above it, I just be like, yes, absolutely, great, perfect. Whereas God of War, I just have too many sort of wishy-washy, confused emotions with it. And I don't feel that way from number 24 to 1, more or less. So, God of War at number 25. I think I'm okay with that. It was a struggle for sure to figure out where to put it.
Yeah, I think that's fair. I won't spoil it, but I would say Ragnarok has not taken away my respect for God of War 1. Since I haven't.
It hasn't either for me, I would say. Like the respect is there 100%. It's just like, is my heart still there? I'm not sure.
Sure.
But it's a hell of a game. And as a moment and like a release and a rebirth of a franchise, pretty much unmatched. I think a lot of games need a God of War, in the sense that a lot of games need to fundamentally rethink the type of game the franchise is, and then just, you know, make something completely new.
That would be nice.
A well-known thing, you know. Halo needed that. A lot of the Microsoft stable of games need that, I would say, and a lot of other modern franchises need that. Of just like, let's just hit the pause button on this like never-ending factory of game production and maybe think things through a little bit more here. And they, you know,
that would be ideal.
They really,
but
they thought long and hard about God of War, and they really made something like it feels sort of impossible in a way to go from God of War Ascension to God of War 2018. Is just like the amount of the amount of work and like intellectual contemplation and experimentation to get, and it's out.
You can see it in the documentary as well.
Yes, and you can see it in that doc, and you can, you know, like they worked for years to just figure out what it was supposed to be, and the fact that they nailed it so much in the first game, and for me, like, they nailed it with the first game. I thought the combat was perfect in the first, like, I just, everything about it, they just did it. And then Ragnarok, like, it was so good, it basically made a sequel to it impossible for me, pretty much. Impossible in the sense of, you can't top this, and they didn't, for me. So
no, they didn't.
Is a complicated thing for sure, but God of War is undeniably a hell of a game.
It is. We will talk about it in a little bit. I think you mentioned this game not too long ago. I shouldn't be forgetting, because we're obviously recording this in one giant...
It's been a long day.
Yeah,
my just poor throat.
In one go. Sorry, shouldn't have forgotten when you did Celeste, which is my
that
24.
Was just one game ago.
Oh,
how could you forget?
How could I forget?
That was my 26.
How could I forget? Yeah, like you said, Celeste is an incredible little 2D platformer. I actually went through kind of an interesting journey with Celeste, because I played Stage 1, or Group 1, or whatever you want to call the levels, the way it's like put together. And I got to level 2, which is the one where you're like in a laundromat, and there's a bunch of like red goo you've got to avoid. And I dropped Celeste for quite a while. I didn't dislike Celeste, I don't know. I just didn't really click with it immediately, and it took me quite a while to come back to Celeste. And then I went through a pretty unexpected journey with Celeste. It went from being a game which I almost stopped playing completely to a 2D indie platformer which I spent 60 hours in.
Wow.
Which is not what I expected when I got to that laundromat level and was like, yeah, this is cute and kind of alright. And then got distracted and, didn't come back for months. The depth in this game is kind of ridiculous. If you don't want to go down a ridiculous rabbit hole, there is a really tight and well-designed and interesting little 2D platformer here. I think this game gets better as it goes along. It does the little Nintendo thing where every level has its own little gimmick, and I think it just kind of gets more interesting and challenging as it goes along and just more creative. But for me, the reason it's up here is definitely because of the B-sides, the C-sides, and eventually the horrible farewell DLC. This is like one of the hardest indie platformers I've ever played. And I kind of am a sadist, a masochist, and I can revel in that. And it was a weird journey because Celeste has such a cute undertone. It's a real... I don't know, this game could be a little bit of a softie, trying to pull at your heartstrings. It's got an endearing and cute sentiment. And then it became like the most brutal game I've played in years. And that journey is super memorable. Like you said, it's very accessible. You don't have to go down that rabbit hole if you're not feeling up to it. But if you like platformers, you absolutely have to play this game because it's incredible. And there's a ridiculous amount of content hidden away if you want it. If you don't want it, it's probably like a nice 7 to 8 hour little indie thing. I can't really remember because it's been a long time since I played through the game normally.
Yeah, I can't remember either.
Maybe longer.
Especially because those late levels, like, are so hard that I could have spent 6 to 7 hours on a level for all I know. I don't remember.
But yeah, for me, it was the chase of all the extra stuff, and I just love it when a game has, like, extra layers that you have to unravel. That will come up a lot as we start to go higher up in my list.
Yeah.
It's a weird Joeism. It's something that my brain just absolutely loves. I love going into a game, thinking it's one thing, and then it just has this, like, onion-layered rabbit hole that you can dive down if you want to. I just love that stuff. And Celeste was one of those games. I loved it.
Yeah, not a lot of stuff has the amount of flexibility that Celeste has, which is cool. Yeah.
It kind of reminds me of, like, I never played it, but it sounds like the people who played Hollow Knight thought it was going to be like this small little Metroidvania.
Oh, sure.
And then it has like 17 layers that just keeps going and going, and Celeste was one of those for me.
Yeah, I don't even know what the layers in Hollow Knight are.
I think it goes.
Yeah,
One day
definitely.
I'll give it a go.
I know people love that. People love that game.
Maybe before Silksong, maybe.
Well, I got lots of time, so.
Yeah, 5 more years.
Number 24 might be a little surprisingly low. It's Doom 2016.
Interesting.
Now, Doom 2016 is a miraculous game release, really. One of the greatest surprises of the last 10 years, I would say, because everyone had written it off, and they did not show the campaign pretty much at all because clearly the PR people did not know what they had, which was a masterpiece of single player action as a reboot of Doom. You know, bring Doom back to life. It's just like this is the God of War of the first-person shooters, you know, in terms of just bringing something old and revered back and still keeping the spirit of Doom very much alive. It's top to bottom. It's so good. Like, it's just so good. The pacing is so good. The visuals, the speed, everything is excellent. Doom's biggest problem is that there is another Doom game that exists.
Yeah, I think between you and me, I think the gap between how much you enjoy Returnal compared to 2016 is bigger than it is for me.
Yeah.
I really, really like 2016.
I do too, definitely. But also, I don't think I can ever play it again because of Returnal and the changes it made. 2016... Yeah, it's so good. It's so good from start to finish. Yeah. You know, they maybe lean it a little too heavily on just like the same big combat arena style stuff in the last, I don't know, 2 or 3 levels, but like it's so good across the board. But they're, you know, we'll talk about Doom again and why 2016 is sort of unplayable to me now in a way.
Yes, Doom will definitely come up again.
The opening 20 minutes of Doom is... holy fuck. It's so good.
I still love 2016. I would absolutely replay that game.
I wish I could, yeah. I'm with you, because it's amazing. And it's super fun to play.
Just give it long enough till your brain's, like, fallen out of the muscle memory.
Maybe, yeah. Yeah, we'll see.
There's definitely some stuff I would miss. Like the grenades being in the combat loop.
Yeah, there's a lot.
Yeah, there is a lot.
It would take a lot of work for me to excise certain muscle memory at this point, I think.
Yeah.
But that's okay. That it doesn't take away from the fact that Doom is amazing. It's amazing. So, I know we'll talk about both games again.
Yeah. All right, 23 for me is Soma.
Ah, yes. Okay.
Again,
great.
We talked about that
3 games ago.
3 games
ago. 27 for me.
Pretty close. I think I probably enjoyed the gameplay of Soma a little more than you because in 2015, I was still like mostly on board for the very old style of Amnesia-esque, let's get chased by a monster and run away and hide under a desk type gameplay. I was mostly still okay and on board with that. But for me, it's just the storytelling of Soma. I don't think there is a story on this list in a game that stuck with me so profoundly as Soma did. It went into like a lane of sci-fi that my brain had never thought about or considered. And I'm sure a lot of people have read or seen movies that tackle this type of sci-fi, but I'd never given consciousness much thought. And Soma was a game where, after I beat it, I was thinking about the ideas and concepts it was based around for like weeks to come, and it really messed with my head in a great way. I really, really like the performances of the two lead characters. I like their interactions, and like you said earlier, I like that, I can't remember what the main guy's called.
I
can't remember. It's been, again, I haven't...
He's got like a normal name. He's like Steven or... Now it's really bothering me. Now I have to look it up.
That does sound right for some reason.
I gotta look it up.
But yeah, I think he's a great protagonist. He's a great everyman. Because... Simon, you were pretty close.
I was so close.
Because again, the concepts and the stuff which is happening in this game is very high concept and hard to grasp. And he is an everyman fool that just can't get a grip on it to the point where it's frustrating. You want to grab this guy and shake him. I mean, he's not a guy. Anyway.
Not really. Not really. Not much guy left in there, but...
The ideas and where they take those ideas and how far they go with those ideas is just amazing. It kind of reminds me of when I first played 13 Sentinels. It's not about just having cool sci-fi concepts, it's about driving off a cliff with them, in my opinion. And Soma really just goes for it. It's got an amazing ending. I love the ending of Soma. It's just really clever. And yeah, at the time, I was still okay with the get chased by a monster gameplay. And the environmental stuff is great. But for me, it's all about the sci-fi story and performances from the lead actor and actresses that makes it really... You gotta play that game if you like sci-fi. I think I've already said that before. I can't remember.
Yeah.
You gotta play that game.
It's a nice length, too. It's like 8 hours, you know. You can get it for cheap. It's a really nice, digestible thing.
And if you don't like horror, you can turn off the monster.
Exactly. Yeah. It's called, I think they call it adventure mode.
Right.
Which is a very accurate way to describe it. Yeah.
It's a bit of a weird monster. I remember looking like a turkey.
Well, there's like 4 or 5 of them.
Is there? Oh, I don't remember.
Yeah, there's like the one that like if you can't look at it, and there was one that was a turkey guy, and there was a few of them. There was like a weird diving suit man at the end.
I beat it in one sitting, so...
Oh, wow.
Yeah, in one go.
Yeah, I've replayed it once, so it's a little fresher in my mind at this point. Okay, 23 might be a little bit of a surprise.
What's the surprise?
For how high it is on this list, but it deserves a place of honor.
There's one game which I'm waiting for. Actually, there's a few games I'm waiting for.
Okay. Well, my number 23 is Ring Fit Adventure.
Huh, okay.
And there are very few games that I have played throughout my life that I can look at and be like, this was like you can draw a line from this game to a bunch of things happening, right?
Right.
Halo 3 is a good example. We wouldn't be doing these without Halo 3. We wouldn't be doing any of this. Wouldn't know you. All these things. Ring Fit Adventure was the game that helped me, realize exercise is good. Turns out they were right. The bastards.
Bastards,
I hate them. I hate them all for being right about that.
They are right.
And I got it. I bought it right at the end of January 2020. Weirdly good timing with that purchase.
Yeah, I followed you in that.
Because, 6 weeks later, it was hard to find for various reasons. And what a nice thing to have for the pandemic. And it's an effective product. That's the thing. Like, it's good at what it does.
Yeah.
It's not crazy complicated. It's not demanding. You're not like doing anything too crazy.
I don't know,
but
the wide squats are pretty demanding.
Well, those are fucked.
Yeah.
I've not. What the fuck? But you know, it's a very digestible. I mean, it's a Nintendo game, right? So it's presented so well and so intelligently, and they get so much out of their two little Joy-Con adapters.
Yeah.
And it, you know, I don't really play it anymore at all. But that's because like I do other things now regularly, and I would not be doing. Yeah, I wouldn't be doing those things if Ring Fit Adventure hadn't come out.
It's an amazing tool to start exercise from zero. Like, I did the exact same thing. I did not work out, and I did the same thing. I played like 20 to 30 hours, and then I transitioned into, you know, like an exercise bench and actually going outside. But it was just great, because starting from zero is really hard.
Exactly, yeah.
You just kind of tear all your muscles if you try anything.
Well, and you can do it in the like comfort of your own home, right?
Yeah.
On your own, and the light gamification of it is
fun.
You know, yeah, it's effective, and it triggers like the sort of Pavlovian responses, right? When you're like, you hear the music, and your body's like, ooh, it's the Ring Fit exercise. I know what we're going to be doing for the next half hour or whatever. That's good. And I ended up beating it twice. I think I put 65 hours into it or so. Yeah. And it's fucked. It's fucked. Beating it that's like one of the hardest final bosses ever.
Yeah.
It's like 50 minutes long to beat it.
Christ.
And it's really shit. But yeah, it was great, and I spread the word on it as much as I could, which is cool.
Yeah.
And it's just a great product, and I never thought like an exercise video game could be effective, but it was very effective. So
yeah,
thank you, Ring Fit Adventure. Highly recommend.
I support and follow that sentiment.
Yeah,
if you
wanted to give it good love for that.
If you're an unhealthy nerd like we were, and have never worked out in your life, and you have a Nintendo Switch, I really recommend it. It's a great way to go from zero to something. Because the hardest thing about being active is just like starting. Because it's just like, do I want to go for a run? I've never run in my life. I don't want to like be seen in public like vomiting on a park bench, and I can't lift weights without everything trembling. It's just it's a really good starting place, and it's fun. Yeah,
it is. Yeah, it's a great thing.
Yeah, I would say it also had a pretty positive effect on my life as well.
Cool. Yeah, that's neat to hear. And yeah, not a lot of games you can say that, because most of them you just sit there and you're like, that was a good game.
Yeah.
I liked it. Or I hated it. But it's like, my life is better now because of Ring Fit Adventure. So, number 23.
It's a good thing. My number 22 is something that has come up a lot frequently. It was on the tower recently, and in our top 10 of 2022, it is Elden Ring.
Never heard of it.
Never heard of it. Next.
Yeah.
We've already talked about it 100 times. Maybe one of the greatest feats of gaming exploration ever. One of the most amazing in-game maps ever. We both had some issues. I didn't like some of the boss design. Some of the balance was a little funky. But yeah, exploring that game across 80 hours was a magical experience. I think that's all I'm going to say, because we've talked about it for hours at this point. But very excited to see the expansion. Elden Ring is in a very similar spot as Breath of the Wild was, where I was like, oh, this is an amazing first attempt of something potentially like legendary. I know a lot of people say Elden Ring is already legendary, but for me it's like right where Breath of the Wild is, or was.
Yeah.
Where it's like, I like this a lot, but I know that like the perfect iteration of this could be absolutely insane. I'm very excited to see what the expansion is, because we all know it's going to be 50 hours long.
Yeah, it sounds like it's not out until next year. So that's like 2 years. 2 years for FromSoft, like they could make an entire video game in that time, it feels like. So
I really hope they just, there's some overall, I hope it's not just an expansion. I hope it's like an evolution and an improvement on certain things.
I wonder, because like most of their other expansions have been pretty samey. Yeah.
Another like place and bosses.
Yeah, like here's another 10 hours of a level, basically. Yeah. I mean, I've not really played. I've played the Bloodborne DLC, and that's about it. So I'm fairly limited on what I'm pulling from here. But I wonder as well. And Tears of the Kingdom definitely has proven like, Because before, like 6 months ago, I would have said like, do it, Elden Ring 2, really? I don't know, but there's definitely proven like, you know, a lot of Japanese devs are really crazy smart and know how to improve their game in some pretty wild ways. So yeah, I think I'm with you that sequel to Elden Ring would be really fascinating. Elden
Ring is not the end product to me. It's like a stepping stone towards something much better, in my opinion.
Yeah. Oh, okay. I had scrolled up a little farther than I meant to here. 22 is a game I have not talked about a whole lot, but I know everyone, you know I love it. It's Astroneer.
Oh, yeah. I like that it's here.
My sweet Astroneer. This is just such a lovely, delightful little game. And I've put a lot of time into it over the years, and I really look forward to putting a lot of time into it again. They've added a lot of interesting things since I last played it, like 4 years ago now almost. And it's just, it has these light survival elements, and that's fine. And it's just a great like exploration and what do you call this genre where you're like building stuff? I don't know. Exploration and survival and base building.
Yeah, base building. Usually be like automation, but it's not quite automation. Industrialness.
Well, they've got automation stuff in there now, sort of. Like they've started adding automated things.
It's not quite like Satisfactory or Factorio.
No, yeah.
It's not quite a survival
and Factorio. Yeah, it's sort of a good mix of a bunch of different things, and that's what I like so much about it, is that, that mixture of all those things. And it's just got such a wonderful personality and visual style all the way. Just everywhere is gorgeous, and everything about it is fun. There are no enemies. There's no combat. You don't have to sleep. It's just a very lightweight in a lot of areas, and that's a big strength for me. And then also it's way more flexible than it seems. That we've done a lot of things to Astroneer, and the game has always just been like, yeah, okay, this works, no problem.
Yeah.
And it's shocking to me, like Dawson and I, you were on that server as well, where we built the ramp from like the core of the planet out into the atmosphere.
That was me and you.
That was you and I? Okay, yeah. It's all sort of blurred at this point.
And we did the big explosion.
We've blown huge holes into the planets and built platforms out in orbit basically, but they're stuck to the planet via a giant ramp, and the game just doesn't bat an eye at any of that, and that's so cool. I saw recently someone had paved over an entire planet with a paver, which is hilarious.
Christ.
They just did that.
Those planets are not small.
Those planets are not small, and the game just keeps on trucking. It's just a delightful little product, and they've added a lot of things to it that I'm really excited to mess around with when there's time. Of all of these types of games, which I still don't necessarily know what to call them, it is far and away my favorite. It's really the only one that I've ever actually properly loved through and through. It's a great game, and every time they put out an update for it, I'm just like, yes, the next Astroneer playthrough is going to be so satisfying and delightful.
I will one day commit to a full playthrough of that game. I struggled with some of the onboarding, I would say, but that was quite a long time ago now. At least 2 years ago, I tried to do a single player playthrough on my own. Yeah, and they've since added an entire quest system and to help with that, sort of guiding you, in directions and light automation and trains and hoverboards and rolly vehicles that so you don't get stuck on every other piece of the environment. And they've done a lot, and I keep hoping that they're going to add some huge new thing, like a new solar system or something. But even if they don't, it's fine. I'm fine with that. Because there's 8 planets in there already, and there's more than enough variety to allow for lots of replaying, which is cool. Nice. All right. My 21 is kind of similar because it is. I don't know if it's the only one of this genre in here, but it is the top of my list when it comes to the survival genre. My 21 is also one time I did a little cheat and put an early access game on my list. I'm usually a bit more strict than that, but I couldn't ignore how much I loved Valheim back in 2021.
Right.
Valheim, unfortunately, maybe should be a little higher if the development support had gone in a little bit of a different direction. Still a little confused about why certain things are taking so long. I believe the first expansion is officially out, the Mistlands, I think. But yeah, Valheim just kind of popped up out of nowhere, and then it took them like 2 to 3 years to make one other zone when there was already 5 upon release, and they said they were going to do like 3 or 4 more. And yeah, they just kind of lost their momentum, which is really unfortunate because I absolutely loved playing this game. And for a while, I can't remember like doing the 2021 top 10, but it took me a while to pinpoint exactly what it was about Valheim that I really enjoyed. What I really love about Valheim is not only does it have an amazing, in my opinion, I love the aesthetic of Valheim. The weird, like, lo-fi retro look with really nice crisp lighting. I love how that game looks. I really, really love the base building. But I'm a bit of a masochist, as I said, and I just really like how scary this game is at times. There really is no game like Valheim which is as stressful when it comes to resource gathering. This game is procedurally generated, and sometimes when you need iron or steel, it can just spawn 45 minutes away from you, and there's nothing you can do. Because the teleporter system in this game doesn't allow you to take certain items through it. So you can teleport to a place and save yourself a little journey there, but if you want to bring that stuff back to your base, which you obviously do, you need to haul that all the way home. And after playing Tears of the Kingdom, and maybe Death Stranding as well, I realized that I just quite like transportation objectives, where my entire aim is just to take a thing from here to here. I don't know if you know what I'm talking about in Tears. There's like the shrines where you just have like this big green gem and you have to transport it to a certain place. I really like those things in Tears of the Kingdom. My most memorable moments in Valheim is not just like building my base for 70 hours and really loving those systems.
And just killing your frame rate.
Yeah, absolutely tanking my frame rate in early access when it didn't like me making a moat around my entire base. So bad that I had to quit that game for like 6 months before they patched that in. But my best memories of this game are being on a boat, swimming, boating for 45 minutes across an ocean, mining for 45 minutes in a really slow and quite monotonous way, and then just being terrified on the way back of being attacked by a Hydra. And seeing a Hydra and being like, holy shit, for the love of God, do not kill me, because not only will I lose all my stuff, I will die in the ocean, I'll lose everything which I'm wearing, I have to rebuild a boat, come all the way back. This game is very punishing. Very, very punishing if you die out in the wilds. And it just doesn't give a shit. It really doesn't give a shit. And I think it's why me and Ben had a co-op playthrough going, and it fizzled out eventually. Because some of those gameplay mechanics were not made for Ben. Because it's just really punishing at times. In a way which probably shouldn't like be allowed by modern mechanics, you know? Modern gameplay is very kind to players. It doesn't want to put them off. But Valheim's just a son of a bitch at times, and it creates this element of stress which I really like. And it's a little bit of a throwback back to when I was talking about Sea of Thieves and Fall Guys, where I just really enjoy games which are like 80% chill and then 20% like stress, panic, or excitement. And that was mostly my time in Valheim. Spent most of my time building a base, chilling out in my local area, and then just being absolutely terrified as I wandered off into this horribly hostile world. Especially when you like don't know what anything does. You see like a mosquito and you're like, oh, I don't care, it's a mosquito, I'll just bash it in. And then you die. And you're an hour away from your stuff because you didn't know that this mosquito was a level 40 bastard. I just like brutal games. They create really horrible, scarring memories, which I revel in for some reason. And yeah, I just like the...
What's wrong with him?
I don't know. I just like the slow, like, exploration of Valheim. It just felt like a world which wanted you to die, and I like overcoming those type of worlds. It just satisfies me for some reason. And yeah, it would have been higher if there was a bit more support, or maybe just not more support, but quicker support when it comes to the expansions. But I will, keep an eye on it. I've still got my little base, which I'm really happy with. and I will just wait for it to be done, and I'll go back and I'll beat the other half, and I look forward to doing that in fucking, I don't know, 2026 or whenever they get that game done. But yeah,
when you're a retiree and at 80, you can go back to all these games. Yeah.
But Valheim, that's for me, that's one of the best survival games ever made.
And that was also like a pandemic-ish game, wasn't it? That was like a
early
good, just
2021.
Like, get lost. Right. Okay. Yeah. So sort in that like sort of second chunk of it.
Second lockdown.
Yeah. We're getting into a lot of games here where I feel like I'm surprised that they're lower than your list. So like,
okay.
So like, my number 21 is Returnal.
Yes. Yeah.
And that is lower than yours, obviously, unless it was also at number 20. At number 20, I guess. But you know, there's a lot of good games left to come here, and there's a few of them that are pretty high up on the list for, you know, reasons that'll be discussed shortly. I
don't think like comparing lists is how much we like a game, because our games are all different, and the weight of every game is different. So it makes things. I know what you're saying. But
it's curious, because like with Horizon Forbidden West, you know, like I said, I definitely like that game more than you, but it's higher on your list. And I think I probably like Returnal more than you, but it's higher on your list, which is interesting. But we both fucking like Returnal.
I fucking love that game, dude. Yeah.
Returnal is so cool. Returnal is easily one of the coolest games ever made. It is an exceptional game, like stylish, weird, creative mixture of ideas.
God, yeah.
The fact that they made a third-person roguelite shooter that also is a bullet hell game, in the way that most of the Housemarque games have been, is fascinating. It's so clever, visually excellent, the gameplay amazing, on a PS5 as well, right? On a controller, they made a shooter feel like better than anything on a controller, and a lot of that was the haptics and just the general sort of the generosity with the auto aim and things like that. It was such a pleasure to discover Returnal and experience it and get way into it. I love the sort of eldritch Lovecraftian vibe to the whole thing. The boss fights are maybe the best boss fights on this list for me, especially number 3 and then number 4. The one at the end of the weird like Citadel and then the Hyperion boss are incredible. The Hyperion level and boss is like just one of the best things of the last 10 years, without a doubt. Even though the other bosses are also very cool. Even the final boss, like, it's sort of a pushover, but just visually,
still cool.
Audio design. The audio in this game, oh my god, it's... Everything about Returnal is great, except for the story, which is a bit of a... it's fine. As we said back in the day, I think if it had really stuck the landing with the story for me, it would have been like an unbeatable game. Even with that, though, like, it doesn't really matter, because it's pure gameplay joy. The one like maybe negative I would say about it's not really a negative, it's just more of a curiosity. I put a little bit of time into the PC version, which is excellent. The PC version is like flawless now.
Nice.
But it was surprising to me how something's a little lost on PC, believe it or not.
Interesting.
Because it's actually too easy with a mouse and keyboard, and there's no difficulty, I don't think, unless I miss something. Like, it it looks crazy good, it feels great on a mouse and keyboard and high frame rate, all these things like we had hoped for, but it is too easy. And I played through the first 3 levels in one go without like dying or taking any damage or suffering any negative effects at all. And that was sort of surprising to me, and I do think that slight difficulty struggle is important to the balance of Returnal, because you want to die in a roguelite. Like, that's the whole point of you die and you get better and you get stronger and you get further. And so, I was just sort of surprised by that. And the lack of haptics actually is sort of missed. I maintain they should make mouse and keyboards with haptics. I think that would be really cool. But, whatever. So, I was sort of surprised by that. And I didn't feel like super compelled to keep going with it, but it has also been, not very long. It's only been 2 years since Returnal came out, and I put a lot of time into it on the PS5, so I sort of just leave it there for when the itch comes up, and I still have never touched the Tower of Sisyphus.
Yeah,
that DLC.
It was cool.
I've never touched that, so that's all sort of just waiting there for me. I would like to see. I wonder if you can mod the PC version. I doubt it, but I would love to see like just a harder difficulty for it.
I have to imagine so, right?
Maybe Sony games are tricky. They're a little locked down.
Yeah.
Just not like. I think just more of it in the sense of like the engine and stuff like that. There's a lot of proprietary tech that they use, right? And it's like it's not as easy to crack open like an Unreal game, even though this might actually be an Unreal Engine game. I don't know, but I haven't looked into the state of Returnal mods. Maybe they're out there. That'd be sweet. I would love also just like random new modifiers to play with or something.
Yeah.
Doesn't necessarily sound like we're getting a sequel because their next game is another new IP, which is fucking great.
Yeah.
So
yeah, fine by me.
Housemarque with Returnal just shot up so quickly
to
to one of the most anticipated devs for what they do next, because they really knocked it out of the park with Returnal, and I loved it. I love that game completely. It is the best PS5 game.
Mm-hmm.
I will say that quite confidently. It's the best PS5 game without a doubt, and everyone should play it.
Yeah, it has climbed for me across the years.
Yeah,
literally, only 2 years, but across a couple of years,
right?
It has climbed.
Yeah, and I wasn't sure. Yeah, because there was a big talk with 2021 about number 1 and number 2, and it was a tricky thing to decide, and I haven't talked about my number 1 from 2021 yet, so Returnal is still at number 2 for me for that year. But
I'm not saying anything, but yeah,
it's a hell of a game.
Mm-hmm.
It is a hell of a game,
yeah.
And it's sort of a sleeper hit. I think I don't know if it was very successful.
Yeah.
I'm looking at Steam, and it has 2,500 reviews, which is like nothing.
I think the PC version didn't really take off all that much.
No, it didn't seem like it. But maybe it's going to be one of those, over time, it just gets more and more, because it is such a cool game.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It will come back up.
Indeed, I know. Yes.
All right. My number 20 is a game that you've already mentioned. It was a little while ago, actually. I'm not too surprised. It is overall more my genre than yours, I would say. My number 20 is It Takes Two.
Oh, yeah. That's a bit of a gap.
It is a little
bit.
That was
number 45 for me. So
damn, 45.
20 yeah.
Yeah. I just had an incredible time with It Takes Two from the moment it started to the moment it ended. Cooperative games in this genre are, I was going to say rare, they just basically don't really exist. The co-op genre seems to be like horror and puzzle games, and that's kind of all you get. Or Far Cry.
Oh, God.
So yeah, games like this just don't really exist. The only thing I can honestly think about that it reminds me of is my first ever Portal 2 co-op playthrough with my friend at university. Yeah, It Takes Two is just an absolutely legendary experience, something I will just never forget. And I remember when it came out, the reviews were crazy, and I was like, I mean, it looks cute, I guess.
Yeah.
And it was just, you could just almost hear Joseph Fares on cocaine, like spitting ideas across a table, and then demanding that every single one of them get put in, even if it doesn't make any cohesive sense whatsoever. And that's what you play for 12 hours. It's full of just like a million ideas. It looks really good as well. Super exciting. And it just never slows down. To the point where it's almost like a little detrimental, where you like, at some time you just want to fucking breathe. And it just never stops. I don't think I need to say any more. I think, as we said earlier, you should really play this game with a friend if you have not. It's magical.
And they smartly handled the business side of it, where only one person has to buy the game.
I know, so good.
You can split the purchase. It's not two $60 buys. I mean, it's only like a $40 game, I'm sure, or less. But yeah, only one person needs to own it, which is so smart. I don't know if I've ever
seen that elsewhere with other games. I'm not sure.
No, yeah, A Way Out and It Takes Two are the only things that have done that. But again, like, there's so few co-op. Only game, like this game can only be played in co-op, right? There are lots of co-op modes or, adjacent things, but games built solely for co-op, I can't really think of anything else.
Yeah.
That's why it stands out.
It really does,
They're thinking differently. The crazy Swedes.
That game is absolutely wild.
God. Well, speaking of wild 3D platformers, my number 1 from 2021 is my number 20, which is Psychonauts 2.
We were so close. It's my number 19.
Damn.
God, we're so close.
We were so close.
God damn it.
Yeah, I remember waffling a lot about Returnal or Psychonauts, but at the end of the day, and 2 years later, Psychonauts 2 is still number 1.
Yeah.
Because of its spirit, I would say, more than anything. I mean, that's not to discount the fact that as a 3D platformer, it feels very good.
It does, yeah.
The levels are great. The art is exceptional. The music rules. But the spirit of Psychonauts 2 is what really makes it a better experience. The storytelling, the characters, the writing. There is so much writing in it. It's like, it's like a 20-hour platformer.
I know.
Loaded with genuine story and lots of dialogue, and it's funny and heartfelt. Really funny. And it's just a wonderful, wonderful game. I watched through the entire extraordinarily exhaustive Psychonauts 2 Psych Odyssey development documentary.
Oh, yeah. How long was that?
I think it's 22 hours.
Jesus Christ.
It took a month or so to work through that. It's incredible. I have no idea how Psychonauts 2 ended up as good as it did, because it was
good.
It was just like a tumultuous development, the way most games really are, it sounds like, but that is an amazing piece of documentary work as well. It's just, I remember just being so blown away by it from like the first hour, and that just not stopping all the way through. And it was just, it just gets better as it goes. And the Psy King level with Jack Black, and just there are so many great levels in it. Man, and the fact that it came out, like, it exists. They made Psychonauts 2 almost 20 years later. The same people made Psychonauts 2, and it is so much better than the first game in every possible way. It's maybe the most feel-good story on this entire list.
Yeah. It's also just incredibly creative. Just from like a pure artistry point of view. I think that's one of the most surprising things, is I was like, this will be a funny, cool platformer. And it was a funny, cool platformer, but there's like some really abstract and out there moments which are just kind of like eye-watering and boggling and mesmerizing. This game is like beautiful at times. It's beautiful and funny and heartfelt and well written. It just feels like everyone involved is or was on just like the peak of their game.
Yeah.
But again, it's taken 20 years to come out, and I mean, I don't want to like rip on Double Fine, but everything I played from Double Fine across the last 10 years has just been like good. It's been good. I like Double Fine games. But this, to me, was like a work of genius almost.
Yeah. I love Double Fine as well, and I have really enjoyed all of their games, but they've always been sort of smaller.
Yeah.
And flawed and endearing and really creative. But they've always been, smaller. They don't really, stick around. I've played pretty much all of their major releases, and this is the only Double Fine game on this list for a reason, right? The quality leap that happened here is extraordinary. And I do think it's one of those cases where actually them being bought by Microsoft was directly responsible for it to coming out better than it would have, because they cover it very, very explicitly. They had run out of money and time and were preparing to just ship what they had like in 2019, and then Microsoft bought them, and they were just like, and Microsoft said, just do what you want to do. There's no problem. Take whatever time you need. And they spent another year or two, I think almost 2 years working on it. Like, there were going to be no boss fights in the game.
Right.
And then Microsoft bought them. And yeah, it's incredible what they did with it, and sort of like Housemarque, Double Fine is now shot up the list even more. I mean, I was always going to be excited when Double Fine announces a game, because you always know it's going to be something weird and fun. But now after Psychonauts 2, you think, oh wow, the next Double Fine game is hopefully going to be incredible. And I hope it's not another tiny little sort of fun nibbly game, and I hope it's another bigger,
me too.
Higher budget quality product like Psychonauts 2 was.
That game's that's like a magnum opus type thing. It's incredible.
Yeah, it really is. Yeah, and
it's almost too good for just like a Psychonauts sequel. I really like Psychonauts 1. I really like it.
And as there are so few great 3D platformers.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah.
And no 3D platformers that I can think of actually have a compelling story either.
Most games don't have a compelling story.
Most games, yeah, you're right. Yeah, almost every game is just like there's nothing
good
there.
Writing.
And the fact that this is so loaded with everything, it is almost too good in a way, because you're like, well, I don't need to play a 3D platformer again until Mario, and then that's it, I guess. I don't know.
Oh, it's so good.
It's wonderful, and I really look forward to replaying it. Because it's just yeah.
It puts all other video game writing to shame.
oh, it really does. Yeah, it really does.
God, it's so good. Everyone does a great performance as well in that game.
Oh, everything about Psychonauts 2 is so good.
It's just top.
It's ridiculous.
In every area.
It's just like there are some games where you can just really deeply feel the passion.
And skill. And mastery,
and
honestly.
Skill, yes, and mastery and all these things. And you can just tell it's people doing their best work. And that's Psychonauts 2. Every part of Psychonauts 2 feels that way. Everyone that worked on Psychonauts 2 was doing their best work. And, maybe they'll do even better work in the future. That's always what you hope for. But in 2021, no one came close to topping Psychonauts.
Yeah. All right, back straight over to you.
Oh, okay, right, yes. Number 19 is wait, let me check. Yes, it's the last old generation game from the 360 and PS3 era.
Okay.
It's The Last of Us.
Oh, I think I said The Last Guardian. Interesting, The Last of Us. All right.
As a preamble that I will try to keep brief, I more or less hate everything that The Last of Us has become in the last 10 years. I find everything about it exhausting. I think 2 was a disaster. I think the TV show was shit from what I saw. I think the way people treat it like the greatest video game ever made is embarrassing. I think everyone involved with the endless reverie for The Last of Us just needs to cool their fucking jets a little bit. But that doesn't really matter because The Last of Us is still pretty damn good. This probably would have been lower had I not revisited it recently, and it would have been lower out of spite more than anything, and exhaustion, because I'm so tired of hearing about The Last of Us and the world of The Last of Us. Also, fun fact, I'm going to date this recording, The Last of Us turned 10 yesterday. But I replayed the game in September or October of just this past year because I was craving a nice, 10 or 12 hour linear action game. And I gotta say, The Last of Us holds up pretty much perfectly.
Yeah.
Turns out it's a pretty good game.
It's a very good game.
It's not the best game ever made, but it's pretty fucking good and an undeniably seminal release that shifted the entire sort of approach that big budget games take now. Games got serious because of The Last of Us, for better and for worse. And the pacing is excellent. The editing, it's such a small thing, but I mean, I would call us editors as our job, even though I feel weird saying it, but we are editors, really. And so you sort of notice, every now and then when you notice the editing, it's either really bad or it's because it's really good. And the editing in The Last of Us is so good, man.
Yeah.
Like, they hold the beats perfectly. And it's such a small thing, but it makes such a huge difference to the quality, because the show opens exactly the same as the game, and the show is not edited properly. It does not hold for the right amounts of time, and it completely sucks the entire air out of the scenes and the moments and the drama, whereas the game holds. And it holds for just the right amount of time. And that is not a small feat. And games, I wouldn't say games are well edited ever, because there's very little of that. The story is what it is. It's a character piece. It's still great and complicated. The writing and performances are excellent, unaging. The pace is just fantastic. Really, the only thing, the shooting is still good and stressful. The higher the difficulty in The Last of Us, the better. It really becomes more of a proper survival horror.
Yeah.
And the only thing that I can fault in that game really is the occasional dumb box and ladder puzzle, and that's about it. Mm-hmm. And there really aren't that many of those. I was sort of dreading that, replaying it. I was like, oh god. But there's very few of them. It's very good still, and I have to give it the respect it deserves, because it does deserve it. And I certainly, I've played it through 4 or 5 times now over the last 10 years, and every time I played, I'm like, yep, that's a good fucking video game right there.
Mm-hmm. I like that game a lot.
Yeah, it's great. It's a great game.
It's a very good game.
Shame about everything that happened since, but what can you do? It doesn't take away from the fact that you can just play it through and have a pretty much perfect time still. Unless you're on PC, apparently that port is a disaster. So
yeah, that was funny.
There you go. The Last of Us.
The Last of Us. Okay, number 18 for me. I don't know if you would think this is low, but my number 18 is The Witness.
Yeah. Okay. I mean, yeah, I get it.
Yeah, The Witness, I'm not sure why it has kind of crept down a little bit over the years. According to my stats, it is now my number 3 of 2016, when it was my number 1 of 2016. I think what The Witness did at the time is I'd never played a game like The Witness, which did discovery and revelation as good as The Witness. And now, the Outer Wilds exists and other things exist. But The Witness was like the first experience I'd ever had where I realized this was one of the things which I prioritize the most in video games that I really enjoy and connect with. The way this game unravels, again, I mentioned it in Celeste, this is a real big thing for me. I just love it when you go into a game. To start off with The Witness, I think you were ahead of me, and I played the first few hours and I just did not get it. I remember I took a left and I went to the set of puzzles where you have a blue and an orange line and they're mirrored. Yep. And I was just like, I can't remember what I said specifically, but I think I just said like, this is kind of boring. And I wasn't really feeling it. And yeah, the rabbit hole you go down when you are exploring that island, the lengths it takes line puzzles to is almost like satire.
It is almost a joke at a point. The
game is based around moving a line through a maze, kind of. That is simplifying it a little bit. But it ends up being like a 50-hour deep mind-bending adventure. And if you're playing it alongside other friends, it's a magical experience because everyone's brain struggles with different things, and people will find certain things will come to them very naturally, and some people will just not understand certain things because the puzzles are not about, you don't use the same like type of your brain to solve all the puzzles. Some of it's logical, some of it's like reasoning, spatial, color, sound. I never really want to talk too deeply about The Witness because it still feels like a little niche. I think it might be a little bit of a tough sell when you see the trailers.
It's always been a little divisive too, I think.
Yeah, some people do not like or get The Witness, which I can definitely understand.
I understand.
It has a little bit of a pretentious energy to it at times.
Oh, of course. Absolutely, yeah. That's definitely the Jonathan Blow way.
Yeah. But if you like puzzle games, I've said this over and over again, but I like doing these videos and recommending games to people which they maybe have missed out on. If you like puzzle games, you should absolutely dive into The Witness. I don't know if I want to say much more. It's very high up on my list, and it's because this game has some amazing reveals, and it really goes places you're not expecting for a little puzzle game, especially when you start. And I think I will leave it there. I know it's going to come up again, and it's a game which is really... it's better off if you go into this thing blind and not knowing a lot. I will just say it's an amazing, amazing puzzle game. In the Hall of Fame for me, when it comes to the puzzle genre.
Yes, I agree. To be continued.
To be continued.
Number 18 has risen quite a bit. There's a few here. Actually, quite a lot of the next few are big climbers. It was my number 4 in 2020.
2020.
And I swapped it around a little bit here and there, but I ended up realizing I like it more than a couple of these other games, and that is Half-Life Alyx.
Right.
Part of the reason I wanted to put it up above a few things is because it's the only game of its kind out here, which is to say it's the only good VR game. Ever.
Maybe not.
The first and last VR great game.
Yeah.
In a way. Every now and then there is something that comes out that I think is literally, in a sense, the first and the last. Like, I was first introduced to that concept with 2001: A Space Odyssey. I saw that described as like, it created the science fiction genre and ended it, you know, because it was just so expansive. And I feel that way about Half-Life Alyx and VR, because it created a standard for VR experiences that I want, and no one will ever be able to do that again unless they make a Half-Life Alyx 2. Valve is literally the only company that's ever going to put the time and money into doing it. And that's amazing and tragic. But as a linear action experience, Alyx is also incredible. It is truly exceptional from start to finish. Valve just is built different when it comes to those games. This is the only Valve game that I've played in the last 10 years, which is upsetting to think about, but it's true, because Portal 2 came out in 2011, and that's, they've done a lot since then, but it's not for me. I don't want to play Dota or CS. I want linear Valve, good Valve. And that it's sort of wild to think that this is the first single-player game they've made in a decade, but it was worth it. And it just everything about it was sort of amazing and surprising. Like, it was rumored for so long that they were working on a Half-Life or some sort of VR thing, and then they just announced it on Twitter on a whim 3 months before it came out, and then they just shipped it. And it is the perfect culmination of every good lesson learned from VR from the past 6, 7, 8 years.
Yeah.
And it made the Half-Life universe make sense to me.
Yeah.
And what I mean is, I had played through the whole series, basically, sort of somewhat near Alyx coming out to sort of finally sit down and do it. And all those games just didn't do much for me. I was like, yeah, they're okay. I don't know. They're cool, I guess. But then Alyx was just like, oh, yes, the Half-Life universe and story is awesome.
Yeah.
And I can't really tell you why beyond just saying, it just all makes more sense in VR to me for whatever reason.
Yeah.
And, I don't know how much needs to be said about Alyx. It's sort of... it's a little tricky to talk about because VR is so impenetrable, and a lot of, so many people are never going to be able to play Half-Life Alyx, or maybe not for another decade, and as VR gets more accessible, and that's kind of tragic. But it is also what makes Alyx so special, in a sense, is that they were not compromised with anything. They just said, we're making this for VR, and that's it, and we're going to put all the time and money that you expect into it. Yeah, start to finish, it's an amazing ride. The level variety, the visuals, the sound design, the moments of horror and VR being a nightmare, the spider hotel, the train crash. Oh my god, that sequence is
sick.
There are so many sequences in Alyx where I'm like, oh, I want to play that again right now. And then I realize it's too much of a fucking hassle to set up VR.
Yeah.
The ending hour is amazing, and I cannot believe that they made the story of Half-Life relevant again and set up a third game. They actually did that, and that's wild. And it was not, and it's like the type of fun story stuff that I love, and I know you love too, where they're it's the type of story stuff that only comes with sheer ice cold confidence of just like, nah, fuck you, we're doing this. It's crazy, you're gonna get over it and you're gonna like it. And Valve is just one of the only studios that can do that, and it's amazing. And I want more like Half-Life Alyx. I feel like we're never gonna get anything else unless Valve does it.
Yeah. Oh yeah, definitely. Yeah, definitely.
Yeah. And that's a bummer.
That game is a magical experience, and the whole lead up to it coming out of nowhere, the build up to Half-Life, to be continued, like you said.
I just want to have a 300 or 400 square foot padded room.
I know.
With the best VR headset in the world, and and it be wireless as well, and I just want to experience Alyx in like its full magnificence.
For sure.
Yeah. One day. Maybe.
Yeah. Alright, so this one might be, I don't know, a little surprising to you, especially because it's above where you put it. But it's another weird one, because according to my stats, it's actually dropped a place on my 2018 list, but my number 17 is God of War.
Right, okay, yeah.
And yeah, it's interesting because when I played God of War, I really enjoyed it, but I had some issues with it and some things I didn't connect with, but I replayed it before Ragnarok. And yeah, just everything came together almost perfectly on my replay. Can't explain why. The human brain is weird. You change as a gamer how you approach things, how you play things. Maybe you get better at certain things. But for whatever reason, when I replayed God of War for the second time, I was like, oh, yeah, this is kind of a perfect little thing. I connected with the combat way better than I did the first time. I think I appreciated the little hub area. What's the little hub area called? Lake of the Nine?
Lake of the Nine, yeah.
I really appreciated how that kind of transformed and the water level allowed access to certain places. I don't even remember like talking or appreciating that the first time I played that game, but I thought that was
so smart.
Really clever gameplay-wise and level design-wise. And yeah, it's just a perfect little story. It kind of mirrors a little bit of The Last of Us, you know, a fatherly figure going through a journey with an annoying kid and where that journey takes them. Again, the boldness of the transformation of the IP. Yeah, I just absolutely love that game. I think the first time we talked about it, we were also kind of blown away by how like weirdly deep it goes, like the different realms and the small little roguelite in Svartalfheim.
Yeah.
The misty place.
Yeah.
Yeah, just a ridiculous thing to come out of nowhere.
Yeah.
Yeah, God of War. I think that game is absolutely amazing. And I think earlier in this video, I also said that I've done my best to not be like swayed or affected by a way that a franchise has progressed and the way that I have come to maybe not enjoy certain open world formats. I've done my best for stuff like, you know, Horizon, God of War, The Last of Us, because, you know, a lot of these franchises haven't gone the way that we would like them to.
No, and that's fine.
Yeah. But yeah.
It doesn't take away the greatness of prior entries. Like,
yeah, and I obviously quite liked Ragnarok a lot.
Yeah.
Yeah, but God of War, when it comes to like a retransformation of an IP, might be my favorite one. I really respect like every franchise that does it, whether it's Zelda, etc. But God of War just came out of nowhere and nailed it on its first attempt, and it's just like a perfect little package, in my opinion.
Yeah, it really is a perfect AAA game.
Yeah.
Like, it's wild.
The right length is not too long, there's not too much stuff.
I know. It's like, it really is the Goldilocks, like, perfect middle, just everything. In every way. Like, just, yeah, it's crazy.
God, it's good.
how perfectly engineered it is, perfectly crafted, because that's, there was a very deliberate human intelligence to end up at that perfection.
Yeah.
And I'm sure we're going to be seeing sort of the ripples of that game for many years to come.
I hope so.
Because it sounds like Final Fantasy 16 is kind of that game.
Ooh.
Yeah.
That's going to be very interesting.
So, yeah, that's cool. Number 17
getting up there.
was my number 5
Whoa.
in 2016.
Ooh.
And it's a game you've talked about. And it is Inside.
Oh, yeah.
I loved Inside when it came out, but the reason it is high on this list, sort of like a lot of the games that we're going to be getting into here, is it's like, how much does it occupy my brain, or how often do I revisit it, sort of those sorts of things. That's really my greatest determining factor for how much I like a game. And Inside is a game that I have replayed every 18 months or so since it came out. About every 18 months I've replayed it. So probably 5 times now. I play it through in one sitting. I turn the lights off. I put the headphones on, and about 2 hours later it's done, because it's about a 2-hour game at this point. The puzzles are fine, I would say. I replayed it, around October, I think, of this past year, and I was definitely there were a few puzzles where I'm like, it's not the greatest puzzle game, but that's not the reason I replay it. Is not for the puzzles. The reason it's so high on this list is not for the puzzles. It's because it is like it is the most striking and bizarre and kind of like just mind-bogglingly put together visual audio style piece probably on this whole list. There is just nothing I've ever played that is like Inside's world. Like just the quality of the art and sound and the cohesive weirdness of that game and the journey you walk from left to right on is unlike anything ever made.
Yeah.
There's a reason they spent like 6 years making a 2-hour game, and it's because of that world. The backdrop, the things you see and do are unbelievably striking. Striking, I think, is the word for Inside. There are probably a dozen moments in a 2-hour game that are like stop you in your tracks, and especially the ending, of course. But there's 3 or 4 moments prior in the last like 30 minutes of that game that are all striking, like just amazing. Like that room where there's like just the explosion thing happening over and over
sound
again
wave thing,
is crazy. Sort of like you said, I think people should just go play Inside.
Yeah, why not?
It's a 2-hour game. Like, it's probably on Game Pass, and if it's not on Game Pass, if it's not, it's like $3 on Steam or wherever. It is an incredible surrealist walk that you go on, and it's tense. Like, it still is stressful and creepy after multiple replays over the years. It is a masterpiece of doing exactly the one sort of thing it did, and no one can ever touch it except for them, I think. So Inside, I will replay that in a year, probably.
Yeah. All right. My number 16 is a pretty big game. Is one which you've already talked about quite a while ago. I don't think you'll be surprised that it's high up on my list. I think overall I do like the IP more than you. I really do like the IP. My number 16 is Grand Theft Auto 5.
Oh, right. Yeah, that was 50 for me.
50, yeah. I love GTA. I really, really do. I absolutely loved GTA 4, and GTA 5 was no exception. I adored this game. But for me, the thing that always will stand out in my mind is the multiplayer fun times we had. I love the heist. I love the shenanigans. I love doing all of the, getting up to mischief with people online is what really sticks out in my mind. It was the only midnight lineup I ever went to, which should not go into where a game is ranked on a list. But regardless, yeah, GTA just works for me. I don't know what it is. I thought the characters were great. I liked the writing. I liked fucking around with mods on PC. It's just a legendary game, and it just deserves a top spot for me personally. I don't think I need to explain GTA 5.
Yeah.
But yeah, I love the campaign. I love the multiplayer. I just wish GTA Online was, you know, a little bit of a different beast. I tried to get into it multiple times, and it just always feels very empty and strange, and I've never connected with any of the objectives. But it's basically its own thing. I'm not sure if GTA Online even counts as GTA 5. It's more its own little machine at this point. But yeah, it would have been, I don't know. It would have been nice to like really connect with GTA Online like some people did. But regardless, I had an amazing time with GTA 5. I played through it a couple times. And the mission design is a little bit old nowadays. It's a lot of driving to and from a place and shooting people. But the personality of Los Santos, I believe. It's been a long time. The personality of that city is still just amazing to be around. Yeah, GTA 6 will be very, very interesting indeed.
GTA 6 is really like the game. It's it's like the last of a dead breed, really. Of just like the nothing else. I feel everything else has come out, right? GTA 6 is the last game that will like shake the earth.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
but GTA 5, especially on PC, just, I don't know, it's a special thing. It feels amazing to, like, pop everyone's head off, because on console, it was obviously, like, the auto-aim and push the stick, like, lightly up gameplay configuration, but it just feels great on PC, looks amazing, and messing around with mods is just an absolute laugh. Had an amazing time with that game. A lot of good memories.
Oh, yeah. Same for me, 100%. Yeah. Aside from having to go through the torture of figuring out how to set the heists up in the online.
Yeah, I wasn't there for that last one you guys did, but it sounded weird.
Oh my god, fucking GTA Online is such a weird, confusing mess, but that's okay.
I've tried multiple times to get into it. I have had some fun with like some of the weird races, but I've always found like finding matches to be strange and confusing.
And it was such like a stapled on thing, really, when it, you know, and at the time when it was released. So, and it always has felt like that game feels like, or online feels like it's a mod that they've just been supporting and trying to keep alive. So that's what will be so fascinating about 6 is what have they learned from 10 years of running the like biggest game ever made?
Yeah.
Yeah. Grand Theft Auto.
I can't believe it's
been a decade and Grand Theft Auto 6 is not out. It's so insane. It's wild.
I'm actually like scared of that game, I'd say.
I know.
I'm scared.
Well, my number 16 is the exact opposite of everything you just said.
Okay.
It is small. It is not scary. It is a beautiful, perfect little indie game, and that is why it is so high on this list. It was number 6 in 2017, and I remember you were surprised it was low. It was in the bottom half of my list. That's because you know how much I love this game.
Yeah, I do know what it is.
Steam World Dig 2.
Yeah, I've been thinking about this game recently, actually.
Steam World Dig 2 is a perfect video game.
Yeah.
I fundamentally believe that. There are not many games that I would call perfect, and my definition of perfect is, I don't know, maybe different, but SteamWorld Dig 2 is perfect at doing literally everything it sets out to do. And I have replayed it multiple times since it came out. It's a great Switch game now that it's out on the Switch. It's like a 6 or 8 hour thing. And the loop of it is just so good. You mine, and then you go back up and you upgrade. And you get cool upgrades and you mine more. And you go back up and you get cool upgrades and you mine more. And they escalate the upgrades. You eventually get a jetpack. You get a grappling hook. There are little puzzles every now and then. I think in some of the in some of the like sort of side caves, there's sort of like light puzzles. The personality is delightful. The music, the visuals. There are lots of like little hidden areas to uncover. It is just a wonderful, simple, delightful thing. And I adore what they do with the SteamWorld universe. I love that they just make all these weird different games in the same universe. The next one, SteamWorld Builder, is very exciting for me. I'm looking forward to that quite a bit, and I'm curious what they're working on, like a 3D like co-op game. They announced it years ago. SteamWorld is just a great thing, but SteamWorld Dig 2 is definitely their best entry.
Yeah, for sure.
Their best game. It is just, I mean, I don't know what else to say. It's a perfect little indie game, and that's pretty amazing. And it's a great replay. It's because it's you know, there's nothing really to like learn or worry about remembering, you know, because you just dig and you upgrade and you keep doing that for 8 hours, and it's great. And you get faster at digging. You do a little adventure, a little light story stuff that's got cute personality. SteamWorld Dig 2 is one of the best games of the last 10 years.
Nice.
And I love that I can finally put it really high on a list, on the list.
My number 15 is a game that, you know, I think it's on your list. I believe so. It is The Witcher 3.
The Witcher 3? What's that?
I will say, I was a little surprised about how high it was up for me, because I haven't played it since I beat it in 2015.
Yeah.
And, you know, 8 years is a long time. And I feel like you can get a little bit like, I don't know, a little bit of apathy can come out of not playing something for a long time. But, you know, going through this list, you either replay the game, which I'm not going to do just for 100 games, or you just kind of like look at footage and dig through the shadows of your mind and really like pull out those old memories. And I realized that when I look back on The Witcher 3 that I actually fucking love that game. I didn't really know what was going on in the story. I mean, it's the third game in the series. I haven't read the books, so I didn't really know what was going on. But I did every single quest in that game and the expansions that I could find. I didn't like get up an FAQ and literally dig through everything on the map, but everything in my quest log, every monster hunt, I did in that game. I did all the Gwent tournaments. I just never stopped playing that game while there was content for me to do. And
that's a lot of video game.
That probably means something.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, the PS4 playtime was balked, so I never really knew how long I played that game. But
that's a good, like, 150 hours.
I played both expansions, the base game, and I did every single quest that I could find. So yeah, I played a lot of that game, and it sticks out in my head as almost like a period of time more than a video game.
Oh, yeah.
I remember the specific Discord channel that we had. Or maybe Skype channel, I'm not actually sure.
It was pre-Discord, yeah.
The little Skype channel we had just talking about The Witcher 3 for like 2 months straight. I can close my eyes and see all the locations, the big story moments, the characters. And yeah, one nice thing about doing this list is it makes you contemplate on certain things and how much they meant to you. And The Witcher 3 is one of the surprises. And again, I'm not going to spoil anything, but there is another game coming up which really surprised me. Like, when I think about what a game has meant to me over time, there is one overall which I'm like, holy shit, how is it all the way up here? But that is for later. But for now, yeah, The Witcher 3, one of the best RPGs that came out in the last 10 years. Some people, I don't know who, might say it was the best RPG. I don't know.
I don't know. Yeah,
I don't know. But yeah, I had an amazing time with this game.
Yeah, I realized yesterday that it was like the first game that we've all played that is in the same line of Elden Ring and Tears of the Kingdom, where it's like an unfathomably gigantic thing that just occupies everything for multiple months.
Yeah, I love a zeitgeist.
And that was The Witcher 3, and it's like its story, you know. And whereas Elden Ring and Tears of the Kingdom aren't, and that's what's crazy to me about the Witcher 3 is just like. And yeah, to answer your, like, I did my first playthrough with both DLCs, doing pretty much everything, was 175 hours. So so you probably were, you know, in that, somewhere in that range, from 125 to 175, which is a lot of a video game. It
was one of those RPGs I specifically remember where I was standing. It was in like the main big city where it's a bit of a slow portion of the game. I can't remember what it's called.
Yeah, Novigrad.
You were in Novigrad, and I remember doing my last quest. It was a Gwent tournament, and then my quest log was done. My character was maxed, max level. I think you can max level in that game. I think 50.
Yeah.
I had no more quests, and I was just stood in the street, and I was like, I'm done with The Witcher 3. And I remember just like opening my inventory and like looking at all my stuff, and it just felt so weird to just shut that game and knowing that I was done with this specific Geralt, this playthrough. And you have to go through a real journey to feel confused by stopping playing something. And I specifically remember when I was like, oh, I'm done with The Witcher 3, at least within this save file, and just having to turn off my PlayStation 4, and it just being really weird leaving him standing there.
Did you just do the like Pablo Escobar now what meme?
Yeah.
Where you're just like, huh.
So yeah, that's a profound thing. Yeah. So that game did something to me.
Yeah.
It's just good as well. The combat maybe is not the most thing, but
no.
You know it's good enough combat if you play for 140 hours without like complaining about it.
Yeah, the combat's like, it's fine.
It is.
It doesn't get in the way for me of what the real strength is, which is the world and the storytelling. And
I'd say the combat's like satisfying. The flow of it is fun to zip around.
It can be pretty good. Yeah. I can definitely enjoy the combat at times. Yeah. That game will come up again.
It will.
Spoilers.
Yeah.
You set me up really nicely for my number 15 when you said, you're sort of surprised at times making this list when you look at the game and you're like, oh, yeah, this has occupied my thoughts a lot for many years, and that means something, and that is what my number 15 is. Probably easily the biggest example of it.
Okay.
This was my number 8 in 2014.
Ooh. Big jump.
And it did not finish being made until not very long ago, and it is Kentucky Route Zero.
Oh, damn, yeah.
Kentucky Route Zero is a one of a kind. And the reason it is so high on this list is because I have only played it through once. I played it through as it was released. So it occupied, I think I started the playthrough in 2013. I did like the first 2 chapters, and then the third one and the fourth and fifth came out over the next 7 years. And so that sort of, helps keep it a little fresher in your mind. But I've only seen those scenes once, and I think about things from Kentucky Route Zero probably every couple weeks for a decade.
Yeah.
And the game is a work of art in the way that, like, pretty much nothing else on this list I would call in that sense. Yeah, in that it is like, it's an experience, and it is a piece of something, and it has a specific vibe to it that very few pieces of art or media ever capture. And I don't necessarily know the best ways to describe it, but to compare it to something. So, like, I think David Lynch movies and content have a certain unspoken understanding that the world and life is kind of sad and also weird and also beautiful. And I don't know if there's a word for that, but that is something spiritually that is captured by all of his stuff, and that is something I feel Kentucky Route Zero captures.
Yeah.
There is a spirituality to Kentucky Route Zero that speaks to me very deeply. And it's not so much, it's not really a story, it's an experience of feelings that that are wildly varied. I remember there are moments where you're like going into this weird mine, and they're talking about like the people that live in the mines, and I remember being like genuinely creeped out by it. And then you get down there and it's like this weird, it's not creepy at all, and it's actually kind of funny, and it's like a very bureaucratic thing.
That part freaked me out because I have like nightmares / dreams that are just like that, where I go to like a shop, and then all of a sudden I'm working at the shop and I don't want to be working there. And that happens in that scene where I think you like enter through a church and you go underground.
Yes.
And then you just get given a job, and I got like anxiety playing that part because I have nightmares just like that.
Yeah, and I remember the part where you just sit down in a diner, and it's like the most David Lynchy scene, of course, with the diner scene and then someone starts singing, and the roof of the building floats away, and you're just sitting there in this moment, and there are a lot of little things like that just drift up into my brain. There are songs from the game that I hear all the time. Every time I travel from the second episode, they sing a song called The Long Journey Home. Every time I'm flying home, it's in my head. I'm just like, okay, we're on the long journey home here. 30 hours later, it's going to be worth it. Yeah, I really want to replay it when I have like the sort of time and mental energy to just like zen out and let it wash over me again.
Yeah.
Because I also think that it probably hits pretty differently after the last few years. Because there's a lot of like, especially chapter 5 has a lot of there's like a very sad sort of death of like something special in the world is dying, and where as everything just becomes about work and bureaucracy and the modernization of all things. The end of the game is a bunch of people singing a song for horses that have died. And yeah. Anyways. Wow, I actually have to stop talking about that. It's actually getting to me a little bit. Yeah, Kentucky Route Zero is a wild, wild thing. And it's the only game I can say that it's the only thing I can describe the way I just did. So good job, Kentucky Route Zero. I know it's not everyone's cup of tea, and it is so hilarious that I'm just looking at the thing here. It started as a Kickstarter January 2011.
Wow, yeah.
And the last episode came out January 2020.
Jeez.
That's hilarious. But every time it came out, it did not disappoint. And every episode was fascination.
Yeah.
And an experience. And I think it is the only thing ever made of this quality and of its kind. There are definitely games that like evoke, what was it? There was something recently where like, it's sort of Kentucky Route Zero-ish at times. I guess Norco, has that a little bit.
Yeah.
There are definitely games that you can sort of feel some of those things, but there's nothing that's quite as specific as Kentucky Route Zero.
It's hard to make artwork in video games without trying too hard.
Yes.
It takes like a very special talent to make it feel effortless, or just to make it work at all. And Kentucky Route Zero never feels pretentious.
No, yeah. It is, yeah.
It's good.
And that's why they took so long making it, because they were just like, they're not making a game, they're just making art. Like, it's like people, it's just like, they didn't care about a release schedule or anything. They were just like, we're making exactly what we're going to make.
Yeah.
And you're going to play it when it's done. And that's it. Because it's not about... They didn't make it... I can't imagine... It doesn't feel like something that was made for money or fame or anything. It was just like they had to get it out of their brains.
Yeah.
The Kickstarter was funded $8,500.
Jesus, that's nothing.
That was their total funding. They asked for $6,500 and they got $8,500.
Yeah.
That is adorable. Huh. Weird.
So
yes, there you go. Kentucky Route Zero, number 15. Very high for a reason. It could have actually gone higher still.
Yeah.
But, a lot of the games left are like video games that I'm just like, let's play these games. Whereas Kentucky Route Zero is, it's not something that I necessarily want to or need to replay very often. It's a weird thing. Yeah.
Yeah. Good game.
Uh-huh.
Alright. Number 14. This one has climbed a little bit. It was my number 3 of 2021. And now it is my number 1 of 2021. I can't tell you why specifically it's climbed above the 2 games that were below it, but my number 14 is Returnal.
Right.
Yeah. Again, I just think the coolness and the stylistic nature of Returnal has grown on me over time a little bit. I don't know, I think one of the most interesting parts of this list is compiling some stuff, ignoring where stuff was in your original top 10, and then checking back on how things have changed, and almost sometimes not fully understanding why. I don't know if I can really tell you why Returnal is now above Psychonauts 2. I can probably tell you why it's above Valheim, but Psychonauts 2 is kind of like a work of genius. I don't know. There is something about Returnal which, in hindsight, now feels very special. It's been, only 2 years since Returnal came out, and I feel like there's been a real lack of single-player, good first-person shooters. There's been a lot of boomer shooters, a lot of them. But I feel like when it comes to anything outside of that, stuff like Returnal, stuff like Doom, even looking back towards Titanfall 2, these things are starting to feel more and more rare and more special. So maybe that's why Returnal has climbed up a little bit from where it was only 2 years ago. But yeah, we don't really need to talk about Returnal. It is the best playing console shooter I have ever played. I am not good at console shooters because I don't play on console. So obviously you are not good at things you don't do. But somehow they made it work in a fast-paced action bullet hell game. I felt good with this game on a controller, which is one thing I was kind of worried about when I saw it, and I'm kind of worried about that with any console shooter that I'm forced to play. But yeah, Returnal just felt incredible, and the style and format and the weird, like, psychedelic horror stuff that was hidden in was amazing, even though there wasn't the greatest payoff. Like, the mystery and intrigue of the first few hours, just super unique and special. And I think that might be a theme as we start to climb up the list. Certain things that stand alone, especially across the years, have really, like, climbed the list. And, time has been kind to those games, compared to games where their genres have kind of exploded, if that makes any sense. But yeah, Returnal just feels like a really special thing, even 2 years later.
Yeah, lots of sort of je ne sais quoi type experience things, coming up here where it's like, yeah, this game has a little bit of a little something special.
Yeah, we'll get to a few of those very soon.
And this is a good transition. You said like weird, something special, psychedelic horror-ish sort of things. My number 14, you talked about it not too long ago, Control.
Ah, nice. Very nice.
Control does many things well, and better than a lot of other games I've ever played. And one of those, maybe I would say the thing I love it most for is style. It just oozes style. It has so many fun, creative, stylistic choices all throughout it, right down to the way the font hits when you get to a new area.
We like that font so much that we stole it.
Yep. When I typed out Control for the video edit, I was like, oh yeah, right, that's the Control font. And when you type out Control in the Control font, you realize that. The way they have like overlays of the director and its live action video, the way just they use sound design, their brutalist architecture, the never-ending like hiss murmuring, and all these things are just so, they're such choices. And it just executes so well on all that stuff. It's flawed, yes, definitely. But none of those things really got in the way of me just being like, wow, Control is so sick from start to finish. Where was I go? Oh yeah, and like I really like the gameplay of it. I think it's a fun third-person shooter action game. Yeah. I've always liked Remedy's gameplay. Like Quantum Break got a lot of shit. I thought that game was pretty awesome as well for a lot of the same reasons. But Control, they did a lot of good stuff with their gameplay. And maybe most importantly, after the style, is the Control did the thing I've always wanted a game to do, which is to have some balls and say, we're merging our disparate, disconnected game universes together and making something cohesive. Mm-hmm. And, I won't go into it too much because maybe people still haven't played Control or uncovered all that stuff, and Alan Wake 2 is coming up soon, but I mean they did the thing, and it was such a pleasure to uncover. And like the first time I remember reading a document where it was like they just made an obscure reference to Alan Wake in these documents. That's cute, as a one-off thing it would be like a cute little thing,
typewriter.
But then you just go more and more and you realize that this is like deeply woven into some of their past games, and that just makes their future games more exciting. Alan Wake 2 is probably my most anticipated game right now because of Control, and Control 2 is happening as well, which I can't wait to see. So, and Control was just like a moment for Remedy. Remedy really sort of came into their own. They found, like, they locked everything in, and also they just became way more successful because of Control. They'd always been these sort of like sleeper studio, that sort of scrappy type thing, and now they've got all these projects in the works, and they just seem to be, this seems to be like the perfect heyday era for Remedy right now, and that's really exciting. And Control, just, there's just so much cool stuff. The board, oh my god, the board, every time they come on and talk to you is just so fascinating and delightful and weird. And the little puppet show you find on the TVs, and
oh yeah, I almost forgot about that.
There's just so much Remedy in Control, and I love it. So yeah, Control is a wonderful game, and I reinstalled it the other day, so because I think it's time for a replay, because I've never replayed it. I want to see that RTX goodness. Probably re-go through the story ahead of Alan Wake 2 and take a break.
Now I'm thinking
take
about
a break
it as well.
from the 100-hour open world hellfest we're in right now.
Does sound comfy.
Yeah. So, Control's so good.
Okay, my number 13. We've talked about this a lot. I keep bringing up over and over again that some games have climbed the ranks because of hindsight and living in a genre that maybe doesn't get as much love as it used to, or just creating a unique experience that nothing else comes close to. And there is one game in my... What the fuck? Sorry about that. There is one game in mind when it comes to being like the king of that. And that is Returnal of the Obra Dinn.
Oh, yes.
There is no game that has climbed the ranks in my mind more than Returnal of the Obra Dinn, because it does things that no other game does. There is not a detective genre in puzzle. You get occasional detective games, very, very rarely.
Yeah.
But it's so infrequent that at this point when one appears, you're like, oh, it's an Obra Dinn-like.
Right.
You know? Like when Case of the Golden Idol came out, it was the most, the biggest comparison. And it's because, people just don't really make detective games. I guess you could count the Sherlock Holmes series,
right.
But I don't. They're like kind of like action puzzle games.
Yeah.
This is a true detective game. You have a notebook, you have the ability to write down notes, and you just have to use the power of observation to deduce and figure out a quite complex and interconnected series of events. And I remember when I first played this game, I did have problems with it. It can be a overwhelming information dump to begin. There can be a lot of repetition. You can hit a lot of walls, so you can kind of be banging your head against those walls, just looking in scenes and not knowing what you've missed. I think some of the UI stuff can be clunky, but when you get to the end of Obra Dinn and it all unravels, and this game has some amazing snowball moments, which are even more satisfying when you have been hit by a wall and have been stuck by it for a while. But that unraveling is just in itself like an unforgettable gaming experience, up there with stuff like The Outer Wilds. It's just an amazing detective game. It's the best detective game ever made. Because it just doesn't really give much love, this type of format, which seems strange because I don't know if anyone else was different, but as a kid I used to love detective stuff. I used to think it was really fun. People seem to love murder mysteries when it comes to TV and games, for TV and books, sorry. But when it comes to games, I don't know, it just doesn't seem like something that's been tapped into a lot. And like you said, back when we reviewed this game came out of nowhere. You played it first, and then I went in very blind based on your recommendation. And wow, what a thing. I think ever since this game has come out, there's been like nothing like Return of the Obra Dinn that I've wanted more like, if that makes sense. God, I want more games like this. And, I mean, the puzzle genre in general isn't... We don't get like huge waves of stuff on the puzzle genre. I think it's a very difficult genre to develop for. and I don't know, maybe not the most lucrative as well. But yeah, give us more detective games, please. When they're done right, they are amazing. It feels great to deduce and explore and figure out stuff on your own. And yeah, this is the best of that has ever been made, at least so far.
The nice thing is that it has like gone on to fairly respectable success. Like it's a pretty well-known name at this point, I would say.
Yeah,
which is
it still doesn't feel like, I don't know, doesn't feel like hugely talked about.
No, but like, as we've been talking about some of these games, I sort of pop onto Steam every now and then and look at like numbers of reviews as a rough metric, and Obra Dinn has like 20K, which is a lot more than a lot of other games that are in my mind bigger than Obra Dinn. So, but yeah, it is odd, now that you've mentioned it, that like it feels like every other book or TV show is a detective story and or murder mystery.
Especially books.
Right, yeah. And like the amount of Netflix content that's just like, it's the murder in this island, and it is odd, yeah. And it's also tragic that we won't have another game from him for like 9 years. But you just know when it finally comes out, it's going to be amazing, whatever it is.
It's just a great genre to translate into gaming.
Yeah.
Whodunit is fun.
Absolutely.
People have been playing Cluedo for years. We like figuring out mysteries. And yeah, I don't know, people haven't very successfully translated it into the genre of gaming, the format of gaming. And Lucas Pope did it, and he absolutely nailed it.
Yeah, I think it's probably a tricky thing to do, which is why it's done so infrequently.
Yeah, it must be.
Yeah. Number 13, you mentioned this a long time ago. A game that is definitely sort of,
mixed
among people's, they either love it or they're kind of like, Alien Isolation.
Yeah.
I like me some Alien Isolation quite a bit. I've never had, every time I play Alien Isolation, which I do boot it up every 18 months or so and play like a chunk of it. I guess I've sort of like technically been replaying it for the better part of 10 years. Because I only play about an hour and then I'm like, okay. Every time I play it, I have like a pretty much a perfect experience. I know people have talked for years about all the many undeniable flaws of Alien Isolation, but for whatever reason, it just like works perfectly for me every time I touch it, which is kind of interesting and maybe a little surprising because it's not really like my genre. It's not really my thing most of the time, but it just is extremely effective at doing exactly what it sets out to do for me. And I think maybe the biggest reason that it is so successful at that is because there is like essentially nothing in media that I actually care about or enjoy or have any nostalgia for. But if there was one thing that I had to point out and be like, yes, it's Alien for me. It's like the way people talk about Star Wars, and Star Wars was like, when I was a kid, Star Wars just changed. I just revere Star Wars for the rest of my life. Like Alien is that for me. I was like sort of raised on Alien and Aliens, and there's like, of all the media out there, I think Aliens stuff is the only thing that gets me. Like the designs of the ships, the sounds, the interiors. When I see that stuff, I'm like, oh, Alien. I like understand what it means to like feel actual nostalgia for something. And Alien Isolation is such a like lovingly crafted nostalgia piece, as well as a very effective survival horror game for me. The Alien I just have always found deeply terrifying. Probably because I watched the first two movies when I was way too young. And
he's a scary boy.
Oh yeah, and like existentially scary as well. You're trapped in an unescapable ship with an unkillable thing coming to get you. It's like a very primeval, like primordial thing.
Oh yeah. Even if you stab that thing, it leaks acid onto you.
Right. It's so fucked. It's such a messed up. It's horrible. And like every year or two, I have a nightmare about being in an alien scenario with the xenomorph. Still, like, it's less frequent now, but it still pops up every now and then. I'm like, what the fuck? Like, there's like deep terror in there somewhere, and Alien Isolation just taps into that perfectly for me. So I will always hold it in a very high regard and recognize its flaws, but I just think it's amazing at what it does. And you know, it's one of those things. It's like we'll never get anything like this ever again.
Yeah.
I mean, there'll be lots of games, you know, where a monster chases you and you hide in lockers, but this specific, it was the perfect use of Alien and the Alien franchise. And like, they just executed everything so well. It visually holds up phenomenally. The sound design is just incredible. Just everything about it holds up for me to this day.
Yeah.
And as technology gets better, you can just, like, crank the resolution higher and higher and make the game look better and better. And it's sort of an unaging thing for me, and I hate it.
Yeah, movie tie-ins, movie crossovers don't usually work or translate.
No,
and you cannot say that they didn't absolutely nail like the feel and aesthetic of Aliens.
Yeah,
and Alien.
Absolutely, yeah.
All right, my number 12 is, I think, probably the last surprise I have left. From 11 onwards, you probably will not be too shocked when every one of those games comes up. But number 12 was my number 7 in 2014. And now it is my number 1. And this also surprised me. I think I said this not too long ago. There was one game where, when I was placing it on the list, I kept thinking back to it and I was like, wow, that game it wasn't just like a good game that I really enjoyed for like a couple of years straight. It was a game which I enjoyed like the entire scene behind it. I went down the Twitch rabbit hole. It's actually how I got started on Twitch, was watching people play this game. I still watch plenty of streamers today that I found because of this game.
I'm completely blanking on what it is, but as soon as you say it, I'm gonna get it. Yeah.
And yeah, like I've said a few times as we've gone along, I haven't got into a huge amount of multiplayer things. 2014, yeah. So when I go down a multiplayer rabbit hole, it really sticks with me nowadays. My number 12 is Hearthstone.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
Hearthstone, of course.
I feel like I have never done a very good job of explaining, at least like you and Ben throughout our podcast years, how much I got into Hearthstone. Because when I reviewed it in 2014, I was a bit of a new player. I was still really enjoying the game back in 2014. It was my first foray into the card genre, and in typical Blizzard fashion, it was super polished. A lot of it was kind of pay to win, but that is a reason I went down the content path, because I wanted to see people play with these cards I couldn't get and couldn't afford. And back in 2014, you could kind of get away with that stuff a bit more. But yeah, there was just a lot going on in this game, and my favorite facet of Hearthstone was there was a lot of RNG, which people maybe don't want in a lot of their card games. It made the esports scene, which I also got into, of Hearthstone very drama-filled.
I bet.
Yeah, when you have like people winning based on a dice roll compared to people who have been consistent in the tournament, there was a really juicy drama, and people who are very upset because of that. Yeah, I just loved the mayhem of this game. I haven't gone too deep into the card genre. I don't know. What's the one that Dinn's really into? The big boy.
Oh, Magic.
Magic the Gathering. Yeah, I haven't played Magic the Gathering. I used to watch Yu-Gi-Oh! As a kid, but I wouldn't say I really know what's going on. But I feel like, for me, Hearthstone has the biggest factor of chaos. There's so many cards in that game where when you put down that card, you have no idea what's going to happen. I remember when there was an expansion where there was a bunch of god cards, and one of the cards just like plays 17 cards in a row, and you just sit there for 2 minutes watching chaos unfold.
Oh no.
And I'd never played a game which had like synergistic stuff to that extent. People would use synergies obviously to make consistent and effective decks, and people would just make absolute chaos decks. And that was the stuff that I really enjoyed, was playing the game and watching the game for hundreds of hours. And then you would still see stuff happen where you're like, holy shit, I didn't think that if you put this card plus this card, this thing could happen. And that got more and more exciting and surprising the more cards that came out in that game. And yeah, apart from that, it's not just that I enjoyed Hearthstone. Hearthstone to me, or my time with Hearthstone and within the community, really reminds me of only a few games. Halo 3 would be one of them, and the last game I can think of would be PUBG. Even though I wasn't a big PUBG player, PUBG had that all-encapsulating internet movement. Where not only are you playing the game, but you're watching the game, and you're enjoying the drama in the game, and you're on the subreddits, and you're watching people talk about the game, and you're watching people play the game, and watching people from different parts of the community run into each other in the game, and then you're playing it with your friends, and it becomes this giant thing. It's not just a video game, it's like a social community bubble, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
And with Hearthstone, I didn't really talk about it much at the time, because I was the only one who played it. I did play it with my friend Andy quite a lot. But yeah, not only did I play this game a lot, but I just went really deep down the Hearthstone rabbit hole and just found it like a fascinating community to be a part of. And to this day, I still watch people like Disguised Toast, who else was there back in the Forsen, and all these people back from like 2014 and 2015 and the early days of Twitch. And yeah, it just really stands out. It's not just a cool video game, which I really enjoyed playing. It was like the last big multiplayer circle that I was really a part of. And again, the only one I can think of was like the Battle Royale era, which, as you know, and I've talked about, I wasn't really like deeply involved in when it comes to playing. So yeah, that's why Hearthstone is so high on my list. It's just something I haven't experienced in a long time. I would love for it to happen again. I'm still open to falling down a rabbit hole for multiplayer gaming or with a multiplayer game. Just haven't found that in a long time.
Yeah.
Which is a little sad. We talk about it quite frequently on the podcast, and I'm still down. Even with the right first-person shooter, it just hasn't really clicked with my brain. And Hearthstone across these 100 games is the biggest one.
2014 to 2023 is a long gap to go without falling into a multiplayer rabbit hole.
Yeah, I mean, that's why Sea of Thieves and Fall Guys were quite high up in the list.
Absolutely,
When you fall out of first-person shooters, it can be a little hard to find like big multiplayer games, especially if you don't like MMOs either.
Totally, yeah.
You kind of lock yourself out of a lot of things.
Yeah. As you like name your criteria, you just like cross out basically every game. Well, my number 12 is also a multiplayer game in some capacity. It is the last game that I would look at and say I like it in a large part because of the multiplayer. It is my sweet, beautiful Titanfall 2.
Oh yeah, I didn't realize it hadn't popped up yet.
Yeah, because I don't think it was on your list in 2016.
No, I don't.
And the first one
I like the campaign.
No, Titanfall 2. It's so good. It's like a perfect video game as well. Yeah. The campaign is wonderful. I've replayed it several times. It's just like it's like 4 hours long, which is great. Honestly, there's just something to be said for that. It has the appeal of the Call of Duty campaigns or the old appeal of the Call of Duty campaigns, but with so much more interesting stuff going on from level to level, and it feels so much like a Valve game in a lot of ways, where they're just like, here's an idea, okay, let's build a level around it, and then throw it away and come up with a new idea for the next level. And that is just such a fun, it makes for such a fun campaign. They're just, there's like 5 or 6 different great moments in a 4-hour game, and all the level escalation is delightful. And every time I revisit it, I'm just like, yeah, what a blast. But then also there's the multiplayer, which it was the most consistently fun multiplayer of the last 10 years for me. And it did not end on a sad note. I mean, I guess the sad note is Apex Legends, but that's fine.
Not sad for Respawn.
Not sad for Respawn, whatever, it happens. They went on to bigger and better things. Titanfall was always a fairly unsuccessful franchise because it's a very niche sort of thing. It's an arena shooter with insanely high skill ceiling movement abilities. And I just love that stuff. The movement feels so impeccable in Titanfall. The mixture of on foot and big dumb robots, the level design and verticality, the multiplayer progression loop of unlocking shit. It was the last one of those I ever enjoyed, because in that Call of Duty style. And I put 50 hours into it on the PC and did everything, and probably prestiged once or whatever they called it. And then I did the exact same thing, 50 hours, max level, and probably a bit of prestige on the Xbox. And then I did all of that also on the PlayStation 4 over the year, over the year and a half or so that I was into Titanfall 2. And that's just because it never stopped
Smurfing.
No, I was using my main account. It just, you just switch.
Okay.
The great thing about Titanfall is everyone always fucking sucked at it. So
that's me.
The good players just dominated. It didn't matter. You didn't need to smurf because people didn't use the movement. And if you got good at the movement, you were just untouchable. And I just love stuff like that. I love high skill ceiling first person shooter. And especially when there's high mobility, and Titanfall 2 is just every time I think about Titanfall 2, it just makes me happy, and I just would love to see more Titanfall, even though it just really doesn't seem like that's ever going to happen. Maybe, I don't know.
It just seems too close to Apex,
Yeah, and Apex is such a different thing, and is great.
I feel like mechs are not like a mass consumer thing.
No, they've never been. They've always been sort of niche and for weirdos, That's what made the Armored Core 6 announcement so surprising. It's like, you're going back to mechs in 2023? Yeah. But I'm just like, yeah, mechs, cool. I like big dumb robots. Yeah. I love Titanfall 2 so much, man, and I
have really fond memories of doing myth bosses in that game.
Oh yeah, it was great. Everything about Titanfall 2 was great. And the interesting thing was when I played the beta, they had made a bunch of changes, and then they reverted a bunch of them for the final release. And I remember not liking the beta. I remember being like, this is not as good as Titanfall 1 at all. And then they tweaked it and made it way better for me. And yeah, it's just, there's a half joke, half serious pinned message somewhere in our Discord that says, if they announce Titanfall 3, I will do a fake, jumping on my chair and react and crying like an embarrassing YouTuber that I am. And that, as more time passes, it's not fake. I wouldn't have to fake it.
Yeah.
The tears would be real, man.
We've all got one of those.
Yeah, and that's Titanfall. I love it so much. It's so good.
Yeah. All right.
Oh my god, we're almost at the top 10.
Ooh, number 11. What is the game that didn't quite make it? So close, but so far.
Yeah.
My number 11 is Sekiro.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, so close, Sekiro.
Wow.
But not quite.
I feel like that's risen a lot for you.
Yeah. It was very much my second playthrough. I think if you went back now and listened to our initial review, I had finished the game, but I did have some mixed opinions of Sekiro because I really, really struggled for the first 10 to 15 hours because it's really hard to get a grip on Sekiro if you have some deep ingrained muscle memory of the Dark Souls. And I just couldn't break through that. And yeah, that led to frustration. And yeah, just having a really difficult time. I don't usually replay From Software games quite quickly after beating them, but I could tell near the end of my first playthrough of Sekiro that I was actually really starting to get it. And as soon as I rolled credits, I still had the taste for it. I was like, I just felt like I was good at this game, but I just rolled credits. Kind of want to go back in and see how it feels a second time. And that was one of my favorite playthroughs of a single-player game ever. It just feels so good to get your ass kicked and then 180 it and come back and be the ass kicker. It feels amazing. And it took me longer than a lot of people to get there. I think a lot of people got that on their first playthrough. But hey, regardless, there's actually a game coming up not too far from here, which I had a very similar experience with. You might even know what I'm talking about. I pushed through. And I had an incredible time with Sekiro, and sometimes it's even worth having the bad time at the beginning if when you come through the other end, it makes for a more memorable and satisfying experience. And apart from my personal journey through Sekiro, I don't think I need to, talk about the obvious things that it's a beautiful game, I love the design of the world. And for me, it is probably the pinnacle of melee combat in any game ever. Definitely for From Software. Again, I'm not really into like the beat 'em up genre, so I don't want to say too much. But for me, Sifu is the only thing that really comes close to taking it on. But you know, it's From Software, and their world and their bosses is always going to unfortunately trump a little AA/indie game like Sifu. Sekiro actually damaged Elden Ring for me, because I played Elden Ring and I was like, this combat feels quite dated and clunky and limited, and there's no backwards and forwards in Elden Ring. It's kind of like I attack when the boss stops attacking, and Sekiro has an ebb and a flow, and there's benefits to being aggressive, and there's benefits to being defensive, and it just feels like you're really fighting someone, and you're a master at what you do. And yeah, I just feel like a lot of games are still stuck in that old Dark Souls flow of wait for opening, hit, back up, wait for opening, over and over again. And there's a few games which are just starting to figure out how to break through that. And yeah, I'm not very like deep in the genre, but Sekiro and Sifu are the only games that I've really experienced that. And Sekiro is obviously my favorite because the production values are ridiculous.
That game, yeah. I just remembered the giant snake.
The bosses in that game are incredible.
And the monkey.
Yeah, some of the level design, the visuals, the spectacle. And there's also just like a bit more respect, kind of like with Bloodborne, when a studio just does a 180 and does something very radically different. And From Software just has this weird ability to just land their experiments almost more than their bread and butter.
Right, yeah.
Like, I feel like Sekiro and Bloodborne are maybe more like revered and respected across the years than any of the Dark Souls are. Which is kind of interesting.
It is, isn't it?
I will be very interested, because I will assume that they will do it again. You know, I can't imagine From Software ever like completely changing what they do. They have a soul and a DNA in all of their games. Yeah. And obviously we all want them to keep evolving and pushing away from like the Dark Souls format. But yeah, I would just be looking forward to whatever they do, which isn't like high fantasy. It's always really exciting to me.
Yeah.
But yeah, Sekiro is incredible.
That game is impossibly hard for me, and I respect it so much for doing that. It's so good. I love when a developer's just like, we don't care how hard it is or how impenetrable something is. It's part of the vision, and we're going to stick to it. Yeah,
there's no way through Sekiro except for getting good at it.
Or cheating.
You can't use... Yeah, or cheating. You can't use magic. There's no different weapons.
Yeah.
You just gotta figure it out.
There's no cheese in Sekiro. You can cheat, but you can't cheese it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You just gotta master it.
You just have to master it, yeah. It's like a perfect embodiment of that ethos as well, for that sort of era, the samurai era and all that stuff. It's just like mastery or fuck off.
Basically, yeah. It caused a whole accessibility dilemma and argument across the internet.
It was delightful, yeah.
The Geek people were very happy.
Some 10 out of 10 tweets from that era.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a legendary tweet.
Yeah. Number 11 is Hades.
Oh, so close, Hades.
So close, yeah. I mean, Hades has gotten its due. Everyone, you know, it's fucking Hades. Everyone except you loves Hades.
I like it.
I know. And we've had many great conversations about the different approaches to the roguelite genre and which one works better for us. I adored Hades the first time through, put 100 hours into it, did literally everything possible. Gameplay, art, music, storytelling, writing, character work. You know, I love Supergiant, as I've discussed earlier on the list. I think Hades is the culmination of their 10 years of work and their 4 games. It's, for me, pretty much perfect. I don't need... it's pretty much perfect for me. And I was surprised at how easily I was able to slip back into playing way too much of it after my Scotland trip last year, where I read the 2 excellent Madeline Miller books. I was like, I want more good Greek mythological storytelling. Oh yeah, Hades. I'll mess around with Hades on the PlayStation. Haven't played it on the PC when it came out, so I haven't played it on the PS5. Sure. And then over the next month, oops, there goes 30 more hours into Hades. and that's just because it just feels so good from start to finish, and the writing is so good. So it's just, their writing is so strong, and their character work, and then you just wrap it all in this cohesive package of art and music and just deeply satisfying and addicting gameplay. It's impeccable, I would say. And I would have sort of preferred them to make a different next game, but also I know that like Hades 2, they will, they're not going to like phone it in with a Hades 2. And
it does look quite similar, I will say.
Yeah, I mean, it is Hades 2, so it's not surprising, and whatever. It's sometimes you just gotta say, we would like to make an extra to $40 million over the next 2 years.
Yeah.
Let's make a sequel to our insanely popular, beloved game.
It definitely makes sense.
Instead of an expansion like everyone sort of wanted. So, I've never had anything but a great, great, great time with Hades. And I could see myself very easily slipping into playing another 30 or 50 hours of it if I wasn't careful.
Yeah, I'd be very interested in Hades 2.
Yeah.
Because there's only a few things that like really held me back in Hades.
Yes.
So if they fix some of those like issues, a bit more varied, a bit more of a rabbit hole to dive down, I could get myself involved. Because my next two games are actually roguelites with a bit of a block here, a bit of a theme. My number 10 and my number 9 are roguelites.
I kind of probably know what they are. I just don't know what the order.
So these games to me are quite similar.
Okay.
Visually, not really.
No.
But the things they have in common is a shit ton of enemies, a clusterfuck of chaos, and what really brings them together for me, and it turns out something that I really like. And again, we've been recording for fucking like 9 hours now, so I maybe am repeating myself. I can't really remember.
Yeah.
But one thing I really, really like is playing a game, and then the game unravels itself and shows that, hey, there's 17 layers of hell you can actually go down in this game. My number 10 is Vampire Survivors.
Yeah.
We talked about it very recently. It's still my number 1 of 2022. The base game of Vampire Survivors is fun. It is very fun. It's a dopamine, serotonin explosion of light, spectacle. It's very easygoing when it comes to playing it. It's barely a game at times. You literally, when you get your build going, you can sometimes walk away from the computer and you'll be completely fine.
Yeah.
But for me, I really do. I like the spectacle. I like the simple gameplay. It's very easy on the brain. It's like, of course I like it. It's literally designed to be mentally addicting. The guy who designed the game used to work in a casino making, the flashy digital slot machines.
Really?
That is his background, yeah.
Oh, wow. That explains so much.
His job was like psychologically satisfying people's brains and eyeballs. That was his job.
I almost dislike that game more now. No. But okay, that makes so much sense.
Ironically, Vampire Survivors is like economically the fairest sale of all time.
Yeah.
So maybe he felt guilty about being in the industry. I don't know. Anyway. But yeah, it's not just the gameplay, which I do find fun because I have a monkey brain. It's the strange evolution that the unlock system in that game has. Oh shit! Wait, you have to edit that out. You have to edit that out. I just said my number 9. Jameson bleeped it out. He knows what it is, but you guys don't.
I don't know what you're talking about.
My number 9 is what I meant to say. My number 9 has a very similar thing. I used to really love achievement hunting back in the day.
Yeah.
Back in the Xbox 360 days when we didn't have a lot of money, you could get a lot of bang for your buck by opening up the achievement list, writing things down, and giving yourself just something to do. Again, like Vampire Survivors, achievements are satisfying. Blink, blink, pops up on the screen, number goes up. Very good for dopamine and monkey brain. But as I got older, I had access to more games, luckily, and I just didn't really go down the rabbit hole of achievement hunting because we don't have time. I barely have time to roll credits on most things nowadays.
Oh my god, tell me about it.
But there's still that little part of my brain which likes it. I like chasing achievements sometimes. It's satisfying. But I'm never going to do it just for achievement points on, I don't really play Xbox much. I do on the Game Pass app, but I'm not chasing Steam achievements. Like, who gives a shit? But what Vampire Survivors does and my number 9 does is, I've never seen it before, except for these 2 games, but it ties achievements, objectives, which are based around achievements, which are kind of like these innocuous kind of random things that you would never go for normally. It ties those to unlocks. And when you unlock stuff, the games change and evolve and morph forever. And I can't explain how much that specific system works for my brain. I love Vampire Survivors. I love my number 9 as well. But it's not singly the gameplay and the game itself, which is why they're so high. It's this specific system. And I don't know if there's a name for it, but I just can't stop playing games that do this.
Yeah.
It turns out I love roguelikes which give me kind of peculiar things to go for.
Right.
I don't know why. Again, maybe just a bit of nostalgia for the Xbox 360 era days. But I also love games which allow you to unlock things which change the way the game works forever. Like a good example in Hades would be, again, I haven't gone too deep into Hades, but I know eventually you unlock like a gate which gives you like a bunch of modifiers which kind of change, it like recontextualizes the flow of the game. Not just like the weapons you're using, the enemies you're fighting, the game itself changes forever.
Yeah.
And like in Vampire Survivors, you get an item which breaks the 30-minute limit, so it doesn't exist anymore. And that's a core part of Vampire Survivors. You have 30 minutes, you got to get to the end, and then the Grim Reaper gets you. But eventually, like 50 hours in, you can break that, and that 30-minute limit is not there for me anymore. And yeah, I don't want to spoil too much because that is my favorite part of my number 10 and my number 9. I am going to reveal my number 9. I think you kind of knew that was coming. These two have to kind of be, said at the same time. My number 9 is Risk of Rain 2.
What? I can't believe it.
These 2 games were always going to be very close together. I wasn't sure how I was going to order them. Vampire Survivors is so much more accessible than Risk of Rain 2. And I think that's why Risk of Rain 2 just trumped Vampire Survivors. It also helped that it was the first game I played with that format. I would love to know if the Vampire Survivors guy was influenced by that progression system in Risk of Rain 2, because it really is like one for one. Like Risk of Rain 2, again, like has these weird Steam achievements which unlock different characters. And it also changes like how the game flows. Again, in Risk of Rain 2, you can like break how that thing works. Like, when I play Risk of Rain 2, I don't have any chests anymore. All the chests are gone, and enemies drop items, and then I can double the amount of enemies that spawn. And I can also half their health if I take double damage. So I can just make like 4 times enemy spawns, and they all drop items. So yeah, that is the type of thing I'm talking about. I don't know if I've done a good job explaining what it is about Vampire Survivors and Risk of Rain 2 which made them so special for me. I do think they both stand strong as video games in their own right. Risk of Rain 2 is probably a better game gameplay-wise. Lots of different characters. In Vampire Survivors, the characters don't really change a lot except for like some stats and their starting weapons, but in Risk of Rain 2 is radical. There's like massive gameplay changes, and Risk of Rain 2 is a challenging game, depending on the character. Some of the characters are really hard to use. There's probably more to do in Risk of Rain 2, or it's just going to take you longer in general. And what I really respect about Risk of Rain 2 is that game was made by aliens.
Yeah.
Vampire Survivors has a quite a clear way to unravel Vampire Survivors. You just follow the objectives, and you'll just eventually start to see everything. You'll snowball when you'll go down, a certain road, and things will start to happen. Again, I give props to Vampire Survivors for that. It's way more accessible to get down that avenue. But Risk of Rain 2 is like you have to open a wiki. Like this game is for sickos. You'll just like find codes on the wall and you'll be like, I don't know what any of this is. And yeah, I don't want to spoil too much about these games. They both play well. Risk of Rain 2, in my opinion, plays better, is more demanding, and there's more game in Risk of Rain 2. Vampire Survivors is almost a mobile idle game, but I still love that thing. Oh my god, and the soundtrack in Risk of Rain 2 as well is absolutely incredible. I love its weird graphical style. I actually really like the music in Vampire Survivors as well, but Risk of Rain 2 takes the cake. I have amazing memories of like being a little bit, let's just say, rough in the morning, Doing a bit of a gaming crime and muting the Risk of Rain 2 music and putting on Daft Punk, what's the final song on their last album, Contact, I think it is? Just blasting that in my eardrums while playing that game, and it's like a euphoric experience. It's like transcendental. It's just incredible. So yeah, I think I've talked enough about them because it's fun to dive into those rabbit holes without knowing what's going to happen. I will say for me, that part of the game is very core to my enjoyment of it. I have a lot to do in Risk of Rain 2 and quite a lot left to do in Vampire Survivors, and I've kind of hit a wall with both of them because I feel like I've unraveled both of them. I understand the secrets, I understand how far that game can go, I've hit the limit with them all, and there's still so much game for me to do in Vampire Survivors and Risk of Rain 2. And I don't know, I just haven't gone back to them as much because I feel like I've unraveled the core. I'm at the middle of the onion, if that makes sense. And the game on its own is good, but for me, it was like the 60 hours in Vampire Survivors and the 90 hours in Risk of Rain 2, where I just didn't know where this thing was heading, and there was mysteries to uncover, and yeah, the rabbit hole of those games is what really stands out for me, and it's been a bit of a theme when it comes to my list and why things are so high up. I like surprise, I like discovery, I like mysteries, and when you tie that to two just like fun roguelike games, you get 2 games in my top 10 of the last 100 games I played, at least across the last 10 years.
Yeah. I knew both of them were going to be high up. I knew Risk of Rain was like a minimum top 10. And then as we went on, I was like, oh yeah, Vampire Survivors, yes, of course, that'll be up there pretty high as well.
It was nice to finally talk about them side by side. Because to me, they're very symmetrical.
Yes.
They really go together, at least when it comes to the core design things that my brain really likes.
Right. Yeah.
And if you're a Vampire Survivors fan, I would recommend Risk of Rain 2. It is a much, much more demanding game. I would almost say it's a controller might be pushing it for certain characters.
Yeah.
But I know some people have 100% of Vampire Survivors twice and are looking for something else. So yeah, Risk of Rain 2, it's a little harder to get into, for sure.
Yeah.
Vampire Survivors really streamlined whatever Risk of Rain 2 is. But yeah, I still give it a massive recommend.
My number 10, both my number 10 and 9 are high climbers from their prior rankings. And number 10 is a game that you have sort of talked about, but is definitely more of a me product. It was my number 5 in 2017.
Whoa, 2017, okay.
It is Prey.
Oh, damn, that is high, yeah.
And Prey was always high up on this list. It was always in the top 15 or so, pretty much from the first draft. So this is not some sort of post-Redfall depression statement or anything. Prey is number 10 because Prey changed how I think about games, I would say. It came out in the era where we were discussing a lot, and there were a lot of games that were about sort of player freedom to use systems, and we were struggling a lot with sort of how do they get people to think differently and use the mechanics in these cool games, right? Instead of just blinking around and using the sniper rifle on everything.
Yeah.
And Prey, for whatever reason, was the game that made me think differently with mechanics. And the reason I say it maybe it changed how I look at games is because every game after Prey, especially, well, not every game, but every game in a certain sort of genre type, has me... I go to start poking at it the way I poke at Prey, and then I realize, oh right, no, stop it. This isn't Prey. You can't poke at this game this way because it's not going to react the way you want it to. And Prey is just a game that is so meticulously designed and thought through that everything you think about doing, you can do it, and the game has thought about that before you. It's sort of tricky. So I think a good example is the world itself, the design of the world is like this. It's such a meticulously thought out and logically designed space station. It feels like such a place, and there are so many parts of the environment that they look like they just exist for no other purpose than because you need them. You know, like you need these pipes up high because that's how they run electricity through things and things like that. But then Prey is just like, here's the goo gun. You can go up there. Do you want to go up there? Go for it. There are no invisible walls in Prey. You can go literally everywhere with the items if you try hard enough. And pretty much every time you go somewhere weird, they have something up there the way that a Mario game has little invisible golden coins, right? In their little tucked away places to be like, we see you. Good job for getting up here. Well done. Prey is just... It just engages my creative side in a way that most other games don't. And I think that's because so much of it feels so grounded, despite the fantastical setting and abilities and the fact that you can turn into a coffee cup. It feels so grounded in reality that the juxtaposition of that grounded nature with the insane things you can do makes me just want to poke at everything all the more. And I find that games that present themselves as being like a fairly realistic setting, something like the Hitman games, or there was something recently as well that had me thinking about it. When they present you with these like realistic settings, that's what makes me want to try and fuck with them more for whatever reason. The way something like Dishonored doesn't. And Prey, it just is the pinnacle of immersive sims for me, I think, across the board. And it's probably the last of its kind, not just from that studio, but I think in general, because these games all were monumental flops. And I get it, because Prey doesn't really force you to engage with any of its weird, crazy stuff. And that's part of the conversation that we've had many times over. And it's like, it's so tricky to get people to do that. And for whatever reason, Prey is that game for me. And I reinstalled it recently for reasons you wouldn't even fathom. I don't know what would have gotten me to have installed a good arcane game, and booted it up and was just like immediately struck by how just everything about Prey's visual style and world and sound and like the opening hour, the looking glass stuff when you shatter. So cool. That is such a cool mechanic. And then even in that first like hour that I played, or 2 hours, I was coming across new things that I had never realized. And like I had seen someone comment recently about how you get a plastic toy crossbow that shoots foam bullets that do no damage. And it says it in the item description. It says, the tips of these bolts are touch capacitive, so you could use them to press buttons or hit buttons on a computer. But I had never thought about what that means and used that in Prey. And so in the first hour I get this and I'm like, oh wait, I don't have a way to open this door unless I break this window and get a really specific angle at this computer, which has the open door button on the monitor, and you shoot it pixel perfectly, and it touch capacitive activates the screen and opens the door. And like that sort of stuff is what makes Prey so phenomenal. For sure. And nothing else works that way. And it's sort of frustrating because there are times in games where I'm like, I just want to do the thing that Prey would let me do, but it's not one of these games, so oh well.
It's interesting because Prey didn't really connect with me because I just went through that game with a shotgun.
Right.
That's all I did. But Prey Mooncrash is, in the top 30 of my top 100 games the last 10 years, and that's because the format made me actually use the toolkit in Prey. And obviously, I had a really, really good time with that toolkit.
Right. Yeah.
But it's just something to do with like formats and how different brains react to different objectives. I'm not sure.
Yeah. And this is something that we'll talk about a few times, I think, over the next probably couple of Tower episodes, is something I realized is that enemies in immersive sims are not there to be fought. They're there for you to they're obstacles. And when you look at them as an obstacle, not to be fought but to be gotten around in some other way other than fighting, that's when the immersive sim elements in games can really start to come to life. And that's how I always play through Prey as well. It's just like, yes, the shotgun, I think that was how I did a lot of the first playthrough, is like just walk up and shoot them in the face with the shotgun. It works really well. But when you start to look at each enemy, and I crank the difficulty on future replays of Prey, when you look at them as like real threats and you're like, I can't engage, I want to get around or disperse of them in some other way than head on. That's when you start to really, you really start to see the systems and the possibilities, and you look at a giant room differently when there's an enemy standing in it, and you're like, how can I get to the doorway that they're standing in front of without shooting them in the head with the shotgun and losing a bunch of health and ruining my suit and all that. And that stuff, Prey does that stuff super, super well. And yeah, it is always interesting to see which of these types of games works with which type of brain. And I for so long didn't think I would ever be good at getting creative in these games, but Prey is that game. And Prey makes me look at like MGS5 and think MGS5 is so grounded in reality, but then there's also all this goofy stuff in it that I bet, now that I've like unlocked the knowledge in my brain of how to enjoy these types of games, I feel like something like MGS5 would be totally different experience. And it's something that we'll talk about with like Tears of the Kingdom versus Breath of the Wild, because Breath of the Wild was before Prey, and I'm playing Tears of the Kingdom a little differently now. So
I can imagine.
So yeah, Prey is a hell of a thing. Very niche, very specific, but an undeniable sort of moment for me, and understanding how to play games and what I like about games. So
nice.
I really,
Top 10.
I really think very highly of Prey.
Yeah. Like, yeah, this list has been interesting because I think we both know what each other likes, but maybe not to like what degree, you know?
Exactly, yeah. Because when you do a top 10, it's also very fresh, you know, and like Prey was a middle of the year release, and I'd played it through once, right? And but then you go 6 years later, you realize, this has been, there's no real opportunity to talk about it. I think it was my number 12 in the top 10 of the generation. I was like an honorable mention, but yeah, some of these games really, this list, the top 15 especially, really bring out like the super special things that we just sort of like quietly adore completely.
Yeah, for sure.
My number 9, since you did both of yours, my number 9, let me look at my numbers here. This might be, I would call this the highest climber on the list, even though like technically it's not exactly, but it was my number 9 in 2015.
Whoa, yeah, big one.
Bloodborne.
Yeah. Thank God someone put it in that top 10. We won't get in trouble now.
Yeah, I know, we're not going to get put on a list. I had quite a journey with Bloodborne. I got to a point in my first playthrough in 2015, fairly late in the game. It was in that upper cathedral ward with the stupid witches, and I just hit a wall and could not get past that, and I was getting so angry and so annoyed, and so I just put it down. I gave up. I'm like, I'm never going to beat Bloodborne. And that was in 2015, and then 4 or 5 years later, almost to the day, for whatever reason, I went back to Bloodborne. I was like, fuck it, I'm going to try beating Bloodborne. It was, I think, after Dark Souls 3, or it was that. I think Dark Souls 3 might have come out, and I had that sort of like From Software itch, but I didn't want to play Dark Souls, and I went back to Bloodborne, and I beat Bloodborne, and that was the first FromSoft game that I'd beaten legitimately, because I did beat Sekiro, and maybe it was after Sekiro. That's probably what it was.
Maybe,
and it felt like such an accomplishment for me to like go back to Bloodborne and beat it, and I realized like how much about the combat system I liked. And then Fast forward another couple years, we have Elden Ring, 170 billion hours in Elden Ring. And then last summer, I was like, I want to replay Bloodborne again, now that I've really started to understand how to play From games and that I can actually really quite enjoy a From game. And also, I used the axe for the entirety of my first playthrough of Bloodborne, and I wanted to use different weapons, so I went and replayed Bloodborne last August. I used the whirligig saw, the pizza cutter, for a lot of that playthrough. I did the DLC. I beat the entire game, and Bloodborne is From Software's best game for me, absolutely 100%. It is such a triumph of world design and art. Of course, we've talked about that. It's unmatched to this day. But the combat systems are so tight and so satisfying, and it's such a faster, snappier game than their other things, except for Sekiro, of course. And that combat system just feels so excellent to me. And using the pizza cutter was like, oh yeah, okay, more than just the axe is fun to use. That's good. And it's like, it took me like 12 hours to do everything in that, to do the entire game. Damn. Which is wild, because the first time took me like 45 or 50 hours. And it was fun to just sort of bomb through it. It is, of course, still sort of frustrating and obnoxious because it's a From game, but the pace of it, linear, I do think linear is where they do their best stuff.
I think so. At least at the moment. At
the moment, yeah. And Bloodborne's pacing and level variety is so great. Like every chunk of it, I mean, it's obviously just sort of one giant path that you walk through, but it's definitely broken into chunks, and each chunk is such a great little sort of 45-minute thing that it's hard to put down. And yeah, over the last 10 years, I've really realized how much I like Eldritch horror and how little it's ever done well. And Bloodborne is the best Lovecraftian horror product probably ever made. Yeah. It has such a complete understanding of the unknowable and the horror, and like just the back half of Bloodborne is such a trip into hell, like cosmic horror hell.
Yeah.
And that is a huge part also of what I love about Bloodborne so much. But I was struck by how incredibly playable it is, even at 30 FPS. Even on the old PlayStation 4, it was just like, wow, this game feels fantastic. And I didn't really appreciate that side of it as much when I was first playing it. I definitely loved the world, but the gameplay I always thought was kind of like, it's okay, but I really liked it a lot on the replay, and it definitely went up. It probably rose like 10 spots on that replay last August, because yeah, I realized it is a one-of-a-kind masterpiece for sure. Yeah, and so I don't think we need to say anything more. It's Bloodborne. No. Everyone knows it, and everyone reveres it. Turns out for good reason.
I'd love to play it again.
I know.
Anyway.
I know. Yeah.
It's nice that, something that From Software made ended up connecting with you.
Yeah, and I even like 3 or 4 years ago, I never would have thought that a FromSoft game could be in my top 10 of a decade-long period of time. But here we are. Yeah.
It's a good one to put there, I think.
Yeah. It's my top 10 has
people's choice.
Well, the people's choice, yeah. It's a cool list of games, I think. In the top 10, I will be curious to see like what the genre variety is like between our two top 10 lists, because it's going to be like a really good, all-encompassing sort of just like, here is like a direct sample of exactly the types of things we like, and turns out we like a lot of different things from games, and that's something that sort of stands out with Bloodborne. Is like it's very different from a lot of the other experiences on the list here.
One thing I'm surprised about is the year that won. I have the year that won. There's one year that appears most in my top 10.
Oh yeah. I haven't really done the math on that. I think it's 20. Yeah, I won't say yet, but
yet.
I'm not terribly surprised by it being the year. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I know which. Yeah. I see a first, a second, and a third, I think, based on numbers here.
Quite surprised by mine.
Yeah, I'll be curious to see what that is.
We're kind of heading into familiar territory here, I will say.
Yeah.
I'm not sure when we did our top 10 of the generation.
2020, I think.
Yeah, I mean,
like end of 2020. Yeah,
we're kind of doing like a little bit of a repeat at this point. I feel like the goof and gimmick is kind of coming to an end, and these are games that we've mostly talked about a lot, but maybe some of the order could be kind of interesting. My number 8 is Dark Souls 3. And I believe you just talked about Bloodborne, so 2 From Software games back to back. I think there's been 3 From Software games very close, actually.
Yeah, like almost 3 in the top 10 between the two of us. That's
my 11, my 8, and I think you're number 9. So that's like 4 games have had 3 From Software games. So congrats
it's almost
to
like
them.
they've had a good. It's almost like they've had a good 15-year run.
Yeah, I think they deserve to be up here in some capacity. And yeah, again, we've talked about it a lot of times. Everyone has a From Software game which clicks with them for one reason or another. Maybe one of the most interesting things about From Software games is there is definitely some games like Bloodborne, Sekiro, and Dark Souls 1 which seem to be the most popular. But it's always very interesting because people just seem to connect with different games in the series in different ways and have different favorites, and I quite like that. That's always a conversation, and there isn't really a clear objective favorite among the community. I would probably say Bloodborne is the majority winner. But it really feels like there is a spectrum of like different choices, which is really fun.
Yeah.
And for me, it was Dark Souls 3. Like I said earlier, Bloodborne I did like, but it was a big jump from Dark Souls. And Dark Souls was, my bread and butter. It's where I started. Dark Souls 1 was my favorite, even after Bloodborne. And then Dark Souls 3 came along. It was the first From Software game I had played on PC. So I went from 30 frames per second to whatever my, 970 could handle at the time. I assume it was higher than 30. And I think my first Dark Souls 3 playthrough might be similar to your second Bloodborne playthrough, where you just pick up the controller and you're just in, and you connect with the combat, and you just kind of kick the game's ass.
Yeah.
Relatively so when it comes to a From Software game. Dark Souls 3 still whacked me around. But compared to Bloodborne, Sekiro, Dark Souls 1, and maybe even Elden Ring, I kind of stomped Dark Souls 3. I think some people had some complaints about Dark Souls 3 because it was so familiar that maybe people had similar experiences and didn't like that. I just found it really satisfying. And also, when you kind of kick From Software's ass, the games flow amazingly from a pacing point of view. The reason I usually walk away from a From Software game is I hit a boss, I get irritated, and then I'm like, I'll come back tomorrow. But I didn't really have that with Dark Souls 3. I think I beat this game in 3 days, and I played for like 9 hours on a Saturday and then on a Sunday. Had a completely empty weekend, had a couple of beers, and just absolutely blitzed through this game. And it was like the pace that I got through it which really made it stand out. It's just like this kind of perfect From Software experience. And apart from that, I just think it's a good From Software game. It feels like it's a little, I don't want to say disliked, but it's maybe a bit of a black sheep when it comes to popularity. I feel like people don't really talk about Dark Souls 3. But it's my favorite of the Souls when it comes to the trilogy and Elden Ring. I would consider those the Souls games. It's my favorite of the 4. I think the boss fights are amazing. I think the world design and visuals are amazing. And it's just the Bloodborne added speed that came from the repercussions of that game being really successful, which for me makes it feel the best in the franchise. And every now and then you have a perfect experience with a From Software game, and for me that was Dark Souls 3.
Yeah, not a lot of people seem to talk about Dark Souls 3. I feel like it's definitely the sleeper. I mean, Dark Souls 2 is also like a sleeper, but that's because, we don't talk about Dark Souls 2. But
I didn't like
3 of
game.
the ones of their games that are like, everyone agrees they're great. 3 is definitely the one that I feel like I just hear the least about.
Yeah, I would.
Interesting.
Yeah. But hey.
Yeah.
It's my favorite.
Exactly. Screw them. Who cares?
So far,
yeah. Armored Core 6 maybe your new favorite?
I'm not sure about that one. We'll see. Who knows?
My number 8, you just talked about it. I can't remember when.
13.
My brain is 13. Wait.
I bet it is.
How do you know what my number 8 is?
Just because it's the only thing.
It's Return of the Obra Dinn.
It is, yeah. I just know.
He just knows. I also wrote down your remaining because I figured yours out, so I'm curious to see how close my ordering was. You said it well for Return of the Obra Dinn. You know, I wrote down it's like the only game that has really felt like solving a mystery, like truly, you know, without the game really helping you much at all, because it really doesn't.
No.
I think that's sort of the amazing thing about the gameplay side of it, is that you talk about these snowball moments of revelation and putting the pieces together, and like your moments of snowball are different from mine, and that's really cool as well, because everyone that solves the mystery sort of solves it in their own way, and yeah, it just, the lack of hand-holding and the trust that it puts in the player to just be like, all the clues are here, use your head and this book to keep track of everything and solve it. And it's such a satisfying and unique experience. And then the other side of it that I really do love a lot is the sort of like the wrapping that it's all in, the story, the mythos of the combo of like mythology and old seafaring ship stuff. The music, the visuals, the weird, like, supernatural.
The music. The soundtrack's amazing.
Oh, it's like the best soundtrack ever. I love it so much. That stuff I also really do like a lot. And I think, you know, it would still be a really cool game without that stuff. But those are the things that really wrap the game up into being super special, is the presentation and style and the... You know, there's like a good like 5 or 6 moments where it cuts to the moment in time, and you're just like, what the fuck is going on here? What is happening to this ship?
It's a good shock factor.
Oh yeah, and punctuated by the music with all of its cellos and bassy percussion-y stuff, and just such a singular, one of a kind, like just unbelievably specific game that just works so well. So that's all. We talked a lot about Obra Dinn over the years, and it's just amazing.
All right, I'm actually gonna have to do another double.
Okay, here we go. I think I know what these two are.
And my 6. We've already talked about one of them, and I alluded to the fact that one of those games is much closer to the other game in the series for me, maybe compared to you.
Yeah.
My number 7. Which one's gonna be first?
I know. I'm pretty sure.
I don't think you do. Number 7 is Doom from 2016. And number 6, is Doom Eternal from 2020.
We're really fucking up the order here, because... Well, there's the first ever overlap is occurring.
No.
But we have to like just ignore my 7 for a second, and 6 is also Doom Eternal for me.
Oh yeah, this has got a bit messy.
But we did it. We had overlap.
We had an overlap.
Maybe just anyways, go ahead.
So to me, I think I've mentioned a few times throughout this 10-hour video, I don't really play a lot of first-person shooters anymore. We do for DefendTheHouse videos, but I just kind of drifted away from the multiplayer because I don't have the time to like keep up with being good at those games. And I think I'm more fleetingly, I get bored a bit quicker than some people, and I just look for new experiences. So when Doom came out, I think you played it first, the 2016 one I'm talking about first. I didn't really care, because the marketing didn't really sell it at all. It just looked like a generic boomer shooter. What else do I have to say, man? These games are fucking electric. They are, to me, the pinnacle of first-person shooters across 10 years. Obviously, it's not really my genre, so maybe it would be something else for different people. But to me, when I think of shooting games, I just think of Doom immediately. I absolutely love Doom 2016. I played it through maybe like 3 or 4 times. And Doom Eternal, I actually had a little bit of a struggle with. A very similar journey to Sekiro, actually, where the first time through Doom Eternal, I struggled to get into the flow of like the different spinning plates. And was getting kind of frustrated with Doom Eternal because it's a bit more of a demanding game. And in Doom Eternal, more than Doom 2016, I feel like if you don't manage the situation quickly, you get overrun in a way which can feel a little bit messy. And I was kind of blaming the game for being messy and clunky and like there being too many enemies. It's because I'm not killing enough enemies. That doesn't happen if you're in the flow state. You could maybe criticize that if you're bad at a game, it shouldn't kind of feel worse, but I don't know. I respect the design principles of Doom Eternal. I think they said that Sekiro was an influence. It's a get good game. Not many people make get good games because, they're not approachable, they're not friendly, they're off-putting. I would consider myself a good Doom player and reasonably decent at first-person shooters on PC. And Doom Eternal was, I don't want to say kicking my ass, but I was having a bit of a struggle with it. But like I mentioned with stuff like Sekiro and Sifu, I'm a weird masochist where I like overcoming challenges, and I end up liking games more in the long run if I hate them in the short term. I don't know. It's a weird thing where if I start off disliking something and I go over that hump and master something that I was finding irritating, it sticks out in my mind as a memorable thing. For me, Doom Eternal just trumps Doom. I absolutely love 2016, and I reckon I could happily replay 2016 because that game has some really fun platforming sections. Maybe more so than Eternal. Eternal is more just fucking shoot a million things, and it's very focused on that.
Yeah.
These are the pinnacle of first-person shooters in general, in my opinion. Maybe a hot take, I don't know. I think they feel amazing. And for me, it's the mastery. It's getting good, the skill curve, and that satisfaction which comes with the music climbing and crescendoing as you get into the flow state and you see the Matrix code and you become the Doomslayer himself. It's euphoric when you get into that headspace. Incredible. I love these games.
Yeah. I'll maybe just pause my Doom Eternal thoughts so that we don't get too much of a mess in terms of this ordering.
Yeah, this is getting messy, man.
I'll come back to Doom Eternal in a second. My number 7 is Destiny 2.
Wow, okay.
Because it was time to, no more hemming and hawing, be The reality is, I really fucking like Destiny a lot.
Yeah.
And we had actually a really great talk about it. I know it was 7 hours ago, but the Destiny chat, right in the middle of this video, or of the list at least, was really good. I think we covered most of the bases there, and it was actually the longest chat of the video, which is maybe not surprising at this point. But in a lot of ways, Destiny is sort of a bit of a dream game in the sense of it's a visually amazing and fun to play first-person shooter that I can just keep coming back to, and there's always something new to do or pursue, and this is, this is representing, in a lot of ways, the totality of Destiny over the last almost 10 years. Even when it's been a disaster, it's still just fun to play. And it's just had its hooks in me for almost the entirety of the last 10 years, which is kind of crazy. And I've put an ungodly number of hours into Destiny 2, mainly because it's on the PC and the PC port is immaculate, and it's just it's Destiny. I just find it fun to play still after a bajillion hours and years playing it, and that's kind of crazy still to me that it's I can just still boot it up, and it just has such a gross, terrible, awful, psychologically manipulative gameplay loop.
Yeah.
Where it's man, the shooting feels so good. Oh man, the visuals are so good. Oh, look at all this loot. Oh, all these things are popping up. Oh, I completed this and this and this and this.
Dopamine.
dopamine, fire, 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 and it just does that so well. It does it better than any other game of this kind, and it deserved to be up high. And it was number 7. Got to keep the Bungie 7 stuff going here.
Yeah.
It just deserves to be high on this list for me because
it does
play it all the time still, and every time there's a new expansion, I'm extremely excited for it, and I'm fascinated to see how they wrap up this 10-year chunk next February. I'm fascinated to see where they go over the next couple years with the franchise, because I will say it does feel like Destiny 2 is sort of reaching end of life in terms of what they can do with this game. Because there was one other game that we talked about not too long ago where I said parts of it felt like it was like modded in, and Destiny 2 sort of feels that way, where you're like, here is a game that they built for 2017. It's now mid 2023, and they're like stapling all these things into it to try and keep it fresh, and they are keeping it fresh, but like the servers are exploding every other week, and they're sort of running out of new ideas and new ways to keep things fresh because it's a 6-year-old game at this point. So I sort of hope that they like put it all to bed at some point and make start anew again. I don't know if they can do that though. Anyways, Destiny has also sort of ruined my ability to care about loot, like other loot games, because I just play it and I'm like, oh yeah, this is, I'm getting loot for a thing that I'm just gonna stop playing in like 4 days. Why do I care about any of this loot? Whereas the Destiny loot, for the most part, sticks around for a longer time. And anyways, it's sort of been weird to, let's say, be playing Diablo at the same time as a new Destiny season. Yeah, Destiny. It's a video game that I keep playing for better and for worse.
I mean, Diablo is like revolving door loot.
It's truly, yeah. It's
Absolutely,
just also meaningless. I'm just like, bigger number, click, equip, don't care about anything else, whatever. Number 6.
Yeah, still you.
Yeah, number 6, as I said, is Doom Eternal. It's our first true overlap.
We did it.
Where we finally did it, and I think it's amazing that it's Doom Eternal, and that when we're looking at 100 games, it's at number 6.
Yeah.
That speaks to how good everything about Doom Eternal is. And it really is, to me, the best first-person shooter combat ever made by a landslide. There's nothing that feels more like work than Doom Eternal in terms of... it doesn't feel like work. It feels like... Destiny feels like work. Doom Eternal feels like exercise.
Yeah.
And the amount that you have to put in is rewarded with just like the most fun and satisfying combat. That's like your reward for working so hard is it's just fucking fun.
Yeah.
And at the end of every fight, you're just like, I feel exhausted. Let's do it again. And I definitely clicked with Doom Eternal like almost immediately. I think an hour into that game, I was just like, oh, this is what this game is about. And I've always enjoyed shooters that have really high mobility and ask you to, or at least give you the option to sort of like play like your life's on the line in terms of just like, I gotta show off, basically. But Doom Eternal is like, you have to play this way. And it's just so satisfying to do that. And every combat encounter feels different. Their AI is so good. The variety of weapons, the way all the different enemies basically force you to use all of the items in your toolkit.
Yeah.
Like that balance of health, ammo, chainsaw, grenade cooldown, that stuff is just so immaculate in Eternal. It's unbelievable. The DLCs are excellent. They really ramp up the difficulty in those. They get really fucked up. And Doom Eternal also is like a huge leap forward from Doom 2016 in terms of the art. That's like it's sort of a small thing, but the art in Eternal is great. Way more varied. It goes out there in some places for sure. we've had many chats about Doom Eternal, and it's fun that we've been talking all this time about Doom Eternal because your like progression is all documented, right? We reviewed it like right when it was fresh, and then we revisited it that year, and it was our number 2 for that year, and we talked for like 45 minutes about it in the 2020 video, and here we are, and it just gets better over time because there's nothing like it.
Yeah,
it is completely unique, and yeah, it's ruined my ability, probably, I think, to go back to 2016, because I've put a lot more time into Eternal, and I just find the speed of Eternal is so much more satisfying than 2016. And that's fine. I don't really hold that against 2016 at all. So, people that don't like Eternal, I just don't respect them anymore. I hate to say it.
Game's hard. Some people aren't very good at games.
Game is hard. It is, but easier difficulties do exist for a reason, but it is still demanding of you at all times, and it is so good.
All right, I reckon this could line up. I don't know.
We could have a few lineups here in the top 5. Yeah.
My number 5 is Horizon Zero Dawn. It's not a lineup. Damn it.
It's not a lineup.
Not a lineup. I mean, we've talked about this a million times. I think earlier I said I was trying to be fair towards games which are maybe in an older format, which nowadays is maybe aged a little. But Horizon Zero Dawn continues to be my favorite game world maybe ever.
Yeah.
Nothing will ever like replace or make me forget the first time through Horizon when it comes to the story revelations.
Yeah.
That's where it really stands out for me. Although if I think back to it, when the game first came out, it was actually like a technology revelation as well. It was absolutely stunning from a visual, mechanical, and animation point of view. And I remember seeing the trailers for Horizon, and everyone was like, that's not real. That's an E3 trick. That's one of those fake trailers from Ubisoft. And it was maybe better than the showcase, and the showcase was unbelievable. It just felt like a game from the future, but it is the storytelling and the sci-fi writing which sets it so high for me. It would still be like really high up because when it first came out, it was an amazing... I think the combat's great. I'm a mouse guy, but when it comes to controller games, I think Horizon feels great. And it probably helps because they're giant robots with big old weak spots which you can shoot off, pick up, and then shoot back at them. I think that makes it quite friendly to console gameplay. But yeah, I can't really say too much about it in case people haven't played it yet. But it tells 2 parallel sci-fi stories which are both super interesting and creative. And it's like set in a time period which you just don't really see in TV and video games. From an angle which is really interesting and actually like makes use of post-apocalyptic in a new, fresh way. It's a really intelligent game from a writing point of view, from a gameplay point of view, and the fact it kind of came out of nowhere, me and you got a little bit of an early copy. One of the most memorable and special gameplay or game revelations that we've ever gone through. Quite similar to God of War, where God of War kind of snuck out and we didn't know what it was going to be. Horizon was like that, except we had that kind of special feeling of getting it like a little bit early. And as much as I love God of War, Horizon is just kind of like more my jam.
Totally. Yeah.
And those first 3 days, the first 3 days of being like, wow, this is the Killzone guys. How did they do this?
Yeah, there is something like very specific and unique about playing a game pre-release before there's reviews. I think we got it like on the Friday and the reviews were like on Monday, and then the game was out the following Friday or the Tuesday or something like that. And when you're going into a game with literally no idea, like no expectations aside from, the E3 demos looked cool, you don't even know how it's reviewed. It makes it all the more unique and special, especially when you are uncovering like a gem that's just every part of it is good, and it's got like some of the actually best sci-fi storytelling you've seen. It was a very special first 3 days, like you said. That just, I remember playing it for like 10 hours the first day after we got the code, and I was just like, what the fuck, this game is crazy good.
Yeah, it was, you don't get many like home runs when it comes to AAA games. There's usually always an asterisk or a but, you know? I love this game, but Horizon doesn't have any of those. It just was immaculate and top of its game in pretty much every area. And yeah, we just weren't expecting it. We were a little bit early, and it was a huge surprise. And, you know, even without that novelty factor of getting it like a little bit early, I still think just objectively it was an incredible game, which people still don't really care because it came out same day as Breath of the Wild. But
yeah,
I thought it was way better than Breath of the Wild.
Oh yeah, I agree. I would still hold that opinion.
Me too, definitely.
Absolutely, yeah. I am also curious if my number 5 perhaps lines up with your number 4, maybe? We'll see. My number 5 is Red Dead Redemption 2.
It does not.
Interesting. Okay. The top 5 is forming here. Yeah. It's shaping up. We've talked extensively about Red Dead over the years. It's Red Dead, you know. It is sort of a behemoth. I think the things that really set it apart from everything else is just nothing is ever going to be Red Dead Redemption 2 ever again. No game this expensive will ever be this weird.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, all the people, the creatives that were responsible for Red Dead are not at Rockstar anymore. I'm sure GTA 6 will be a fascinating game and obviously the most expensive thing ever made. But Red Dead Redemption 2 at the time was the most expensive game ever made, might still be. And they made a weird, like, insane person game that is completely and utterly focused on two things, I realized. One is it's the sense of place, obviously, but more so it's the sense of pace that they were so focused on. And that's the thing that I love so much about it. It is so dedicated to emulating the like ethos of cowboys, which is the modern world sucks. Let's be out in the nature and at peace and move and do our own thing, move slowly, enjoy what we've got. And Red Dead is all about that. It is all about just moving slowly and taking your time and enjoying the land and the things in it. And that is such a weird thing for like a multi-$100 million 8-year in development massive AAA game to focus on. And then you wrap all of that in like just a phenomenal story adventure that has the best main character in a video game. I think just flat out, like Arthur is just, he is like such a complicated and sweet and difficult character that, and like so naturalistic and human and humane, despite all the shit that he does and goes through. It's such an achievement in story work as well. Really, the only thing that Red Dead doesn't nail is its gameplay side, which is like, it's fine, and at times it can be pretty cool, but it's not like, you know, I look at Horizon, I'm like, yeah, that game is fun to play. Red Dead, I don't really think about the gameplay, or I should say the combat. I don't really think about that when I think about Red Dead. I think more about just like the leisure, like I cannot believe how slow the default walking speed in Red Dead 2 is, and I love it. I love it. And I can't wait to like replay it in its entirety eventually one day, because it's a huge behemoth of a ride. One of a kind. I don't know how it exists. I don't know how it exists. It feels so... It feels like at times it feels less like a game and more just like you're walking around in like a weird time travel capsule. Yeah. And like a weird like historical ride in a sense, because it's so dedicated to the time and place. It's insane that it exists, and
it is.
everything about it is magical, I would say, for me. I connect with the pace and the spirit of Red Dead 2 so much. So
same. So do I. Anyway, my number 4. We've already talked about it. My number 4 is The Last of Us.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, we don't need to talk more about The Last of Us. I was not too bothered about the sequel being a little bit of a letdown for me. I definitely liked The Last of Us 2 more than you did. I haven't watched the TV show. So for me, The Last of Us as the singular beginning game stands pretty much untarnished. I just think it's fucking amazing when it comes to character writing and storytelling. When it first came out, the visuals were absolutely breathtaking. And I'm a sicko. I like the misery. I really do. I liked it in The Last of Us 2. I don't know why I have problems. But no other game series franchise, they don't do this because it's hard to sell miserable experiences. And The Last of Us is just kind of depressing. And this was from like the chirpy Uncharted people. Yeah. We went from Nathan Drake to, you know, the opening scene of The Last of Us, and then when you look at the ending scene of The Last of Us, it's really, I think it's like really bold and wild that they went for it.
Oh yeah.
And you know, since The Last of Us there's been some weird stuff, but The Last of Us was a very special experience for me. I played it side by side with my sister. She sat and she watched the entire experience. We played through the whole thing together. And I don't think I've ever done that with my sister when we used to live together at my parents' house. I can't think of any other games experience we really shared. She mostly just played Animal Crossing forever. So yeah, we still talk about that. It's still like a really fun memory to go through that with my sister. And yeah, I just think the experience itself is kind of incredible. And I kind of weirdly like the gunplay in The Last of Us. It's like heavy and deliberate.
Totally.
I like it. I just think it's fun.
I'm with you, yeah.
I played it through only like 3 times, I think. I replayed it just before Last of Us 2. I played it on hardcore mode or hard mode, not like the professional, whatever you want to call it, the one down from the top. And yeah, I love the looting system. I love the crafting. And it's just like, in my opinion, like the best character relationship arc in video game storytelling.
Yeah.
I love that game. And I won't let maybe an unideal sequel tarnish it for me. It's legendary to me.
Definitely. And if like there's one game that's like, you know, shaped the last 10 years, it is probably The Last of Us in terms of so many games realizing that they can be more serious.
I just think Joel and Ellie are just incredible characters.
Yeah, they are. Yeah. And it's a legitimately good survival horror game. I've always felt that way.
Yeah.
And I feel like it doesn't get talked about enough in that sense.
It's got great pacing. It knows how to handle emotion. It's not too depressing, and it doesn't try to be too quippy. It knows when to bring some levity, which is what The Last of Us 2 is really missing. It just gets the balance right. Emotional pacing, gameplay pacing, all of that. It just works.
Yeah, definitely.
It's not too long either. Not 20 hours.
No, it's like 12 hours, you know. It's fantastic, yeah. It is a pretty much a perfect package. Yeah, I would say. Yeah.
Love that thing.
Number 4, very close to lining up. Horizon Zero Dawn.
Nice, close.
You said it well. I did write some sort of notes for like my top 7 or 8 here, and one of the big notes that I wrote for Horizon was just the pleasure of uncovering something in a way that we didn't. It's like the only one of these experiences that we had. It was a very particular uncovery, and it resulted in it being like maybe the best surprise of the last decade because we're just like, oh, it's the Killzone people, and they craft, and you said it as well. I wrote the same word, intelligent. Like the story stuff, the writing is so intelligent. Yeah. It's so thought out. But it's also, as you said, it just does everything well. Like the storytelling, the combat, the visuals, the music, the enemy design, the variety. Like it does everything well. And I think it also, as time goes on, you know, yes, the format of it is a Ubisoft game essentially, but it also does the format of a Ubisoft game well in that it shows restraint. It's the thing that Forbidden West does not do, which is not show restraint, Zero Dawn has restraint. There are like
does.
5 tall necks in the map. You know, there's like 8 enemy bases. There are not a lot of those side activity type things. And the ones that are there, you know, some of them, like the tall necks, are way better in Forbidden West, but they're still compelling in Zero Dawn, and they're worth doing because there's 6 of them, and they massively improve the map, you know. That is something I think that doesn't get appreciated enough, is that like this formula is seemingly undying, ever popular, and I think my biggest problem with the formula most of the time is the sheer bloat of it. And Zero Dawn is just a very digestible open world game. It's like 30 hours, you know. And if you play it not as an open world game, you have like this nice sort of 20-hour like action adventure to go through. So I think my favorite thing about Zero Dawn, and I've said it many times before when playing it through the first time, it was the feeling of there's no way they're gonna like tell this story stuff so quickly or so up front, and then like 15 minutes into the game you're in the underground and they're talking about the old world, and you're like, oh, I thought this was gonna be like at the midpoint of the game that they were gonna reveal this stuff. And there were like 6 moments in the game where I'm like, this is probably the end of it. They're probably not going to reveal any more. And then they just keep going and giving you more and more and more information. And it's all good all the way through to the end. It was such a pleasure to discover Zero Dawn. And it holds up so well. It really holds up fantastically, especially on the PC port, like mouse and keyboard, and the improved visuals there. It remains sort of tragic to me that the Horizon franchise has released next to unfortunate other giant games, and sort of it feels like it's in a way always been a little overlooked.
For what it deserves, I think so.
For what it deserves, for how good I think most of it is, it seems like a lot of it has just always been sort of brushed aside, which is unfortunate, but fuck them, who cares? We know good games, so.
Yeah, we do.
Yeah. The top 3!
Top 3.
Oh my god.
Maybe one of the biggest surprises of the last 10 years. You've already talked about it, it came out of nowhere. My number 3 is Half-Life Alyx. I really, really like VR. Maybe not so much anymore. But that's not because I don't like VR, it's because I've been defeated by VR. And waiting for stuff to come along. I adopted into VR quite early. I think I bought your DK2 headset back in 2017, 18, around there.
No, that was like 2015 or
wow.
VR has been around for like way longer than you realize.
And I became an enthusiast for the early days of the Oculus and just VR in general. I was a bit of a fanboy. But then I just kept waiting and waiting and waiting. And eventually I just sold my DK2 because it gathered dust. And then I got a PSVR. And I played 3 games and they were really cool. And then I sold my PSVR because it was gathering dust. And then it just kind of felt like VR wasn't meant to be in gaming. I was like, maybe this is for like mobile gaming, little novel experiences on the couch with friends. Maybe it's meant for, I don't know, theme parks when people get together in those big rooms. It just didn't really feel like it was a consumer product. And then, first of all, before we go any further, I love Half-Life. I'm a massive Half-Life fan. I grew up playing Half-Life 2, Chapter 1 and Chapter 2 in the orange box. I went back and I played Black Mesa, and I absolutely loved that as well. I remember, I think we were recording some like Modern Warfare Mythbusters or something.
Probably,
I just have this like weird memory of being in Verdansk on the airport place.
That is, it's ringing a bell as well now,
I have a visual memory. I don't remember stuff very well, but it's always very visual for me. And I just remember you being like, there's a Half-Life game coming out for VR. And I wasn't that excited because VR's always been a bit of a gimmicky platform. You know, when you see like Resident Evil on the VR, it's like, they're like remaking their game for the VR space, and it's like a gimmicky thing, maybe just made by Oculus. And then it's like, no, it's actually made by Valve. Like the first proper game they've made outside of like Dota in a long, long time. I'm still skeptical because it's virtual reality. But yeah, it's the best VR game ever made. And at this pace, maybe that will ever be made. I hope not. But yeah, apparently Valve still have their secret sauce. I can't really... Oh, that's almost a little bit of a pun there. I can't really explain what their magic factor is, but there's like a childish wonder to kind of everything they make. I would honestly put Half-Life Alyx up with like Portal 2 for me.
Oh yeah, 100%.
And when VR is good, it's really, really special. Really special. There's nothing like VR. It's just like an incredible immersive experience. It can be exhilarating and terrifying and shocking in a way which two-dimensional on-screen video games just can't do. To the point where I at one point thought VR would become the standard. But obviously like the clunkiness and the accessibility is probably going to make that not so. People don't want to have a thing around their face and be waving their hands in the air because we're all fat, lazy gamers. But when it's good, I think it's like one of the most incredible things ever, and it feels like you're in the future.
Yeah.
This game's amazing. It's incredibly immersive, and there's something very surreal about being a fan of a game world and a game series and then stepping into it. Like 5 months after it was announced.
Yeah.
Yeah, I could go on all day about like the small things that make Half-Life Alyx like really special and make it really work. It was the only VR game where I didn't get motion sickness outside of like using teleportation and snapping. I could move around fluidly in Alyx and I didn't feel sick. I don't know how they did that because every other game makes me feel nauseous. Yeah, like I said, Valve is magic. I think the game itself is super fun, super creative and cool. The levels are surprising. The Spider Hotel was the scariest thing I've ever played. And the ending was an incredible surprise, which I won't spoil because I know getting into Half-Life Alyx is still a little bit gate shut by technology. I know some people can't get their hands on it, so I won't say what it was, but yeah. Some of these games, kind of like Horizon, are up here because of the experience around them, and Half-Life Alyx is definitely one of those. I still think on its own it's an incredible game, but it's just like the weird nature of it being announced, skepticism, then it just came out in a couple of months and it was incredible and like transformative for the genre and the format. And yeah, I kind of thought it was going to be the beginning of a VR revival, but nah, apparently it's just the only VR game to ever come out.
It wasn't transformative for the genre, it was ruinous.
Yeah, maybe you're right.
It's just like killed VR.
I thought this was it. This is the beginning of the renaissance of virtual reality, and apparently no one else can really do it. I mean, I shouldn't be judgmental. I don't own a VR headset, but yeah, I've heard mostly middling things from most VR experiences.
Did you get rid of the Oculus?
Yeah.
Did you? Yeah.
No, it's in the cupboard. It's in the cupboard.
Oh, okay. Same thing, really. I mean, let's be honest.
I'm not getting that out.
No. I tried setting it up like a few months ago. I'm like, this is too much of a pain in the ass. It's staying in the closet. I wouldn't know what
to play.
No, I know. I just wanted to replay Alyx.
Yeah.
And I just couldn't get my headset working in my office for whatever reason. I'm like, fuck this. Oh, God. Yeah. I don't care.
That game just feels so good as well with like the little telekinesis gloves. Man, it just feels fluid.
Oh, the gravity glove is so satisfying. The little flick to catch things. It just
feels so responsive. The way your brain wants it to work, it works. And that's what makes VR work. That's what makes it immersive. And they just accomplished it.
Yeah.
So good, man. So good.
It is. It is such a great game.
I wish we had just had more good VR games. Even just like 2 a year. 1 a year.
Even just 1 a year.
Yeah,
even one every 2 years. Mm-hmm. You know, anything more than a single great VR game would be awesome.
Because for me, when they're good, they're like incredible.
Oh yeah. Like Alyx feels completely different from every other game on this list because it feels like you've lived it. You know.
Yeah.
Because your brain sort of has, in a sense. Like those places feel like places I visited.
Mm-hmm.
Because it's so 3D and immersive, and that's the whole point, yeah. I know, it's so frustrating.
Yeah. Anyway.
What a good game.
I
really want to replay it.
Yeah, I want to replay so many things. No time.
There's no time. Number 3, you've talked about it, The Witness.
Damn.
I love The Witness. It is well known. As a quick aside, one thing I do like about The Witness quite a bit is its reminiscence of Myst. I remember Jonathan Blow talking about this game like in 2010. He was like, I like Myst, but Myst is bad. And he's right. And he's like, I'm going to make Myst good. And I'm like, yes, I love Myst. It was like one of the first ever games I remember playing. It's a very important sort of seminal historical artifact for me in my childhood. And The Witness is nothing like Myst, but it is a little bit like Myst in the sense that you're on a weird, quiet, deserted island doing puzzles. And I like that part of it. But the real joy of The Witness is it's the most... no game has ever had such powerful moments of revelation to me as The Witness. There are a couple other games that have like amazing holy shit moments for sure. One that we've yet to talk about, but The Witness, there were multiple moments in The Witness where I felt like I almost fell out of my chair, where I was just like, what? The main secret, finally discovering that is like just seared into my brain forever, and is such a great moment because it is unique to the individual. There are spots where it's obviously set up for you to finally notice it, but everyone notices it in a different place, and that is such a clever thing. And just the sheer variety of puzzles and revelations you have about the puzzles is completely unique. I still think it's the best puzzle game because it is so focused on puzzles, and the way you can just like wander away from things. That is such a key part of The Witness's great design as well, is the fact that it is basically a little open world puzzle island. And when you get stuck at something, the worst thing you can do is just keep ramming your head against it. And The Witness is so great about just being open-aired and letting you walk away and go somewhere else. And the cool thing about the way all the different puzzle areas have like very different strategies and logic to them, but the core principle is always the same. And as you learn more about other puzzle types, it makes it easier to go back to stuff you were stuck on and unlock them in way faster. And then also, you've talked about it a lot with various games. The Witness has such an unraveling, a well of madness to go down, I found. It just keeps going when you get into the mountain and the like insane difficulty of the puzzles inside the mountain. The culmination with the challenge, possibly the best boss fight ever. I'm just like, do all of these randomized puzzles in like a minute and a half.
I love the challenge.
So stressful and so satisfying to get to a point where you can just bang those things out really quickly. But then there's also this other layer of The Witness, which I really also deeply love, which is like the crazy bullshit in the peripheral. There's a room where you can watch live action videos of things, and they incorporate puzzle stuff into that, and that's insane to me. There's a video that you can find that has Jonathan Blow in it, and it's such a weird video. Weird. And it's also like perfectly encapsulates the feeling that you get when you finish The Witness, which is like, I see these puzzles everywhere. It's ruined my brain.
Yeah.
It is just, I just so deeply loved everything about The Witness, and that first playthrough of those 50 hours of that unraveling and that rabbit hole was unlike any other game I think I've ever played. And it sort of like Alyx, it sort of like killed puzzle games a little bit for me, because it's just like nothing's as satisfying as The Witness anymore. And it's sort of tragic, but also that's fine. And it's one of those games that you can never have the first time through again.
Yeah.
But the puzzles are inherently satisfying and challenging to solve, and I do boot it up every now and then and just bang my head against some of the puzzles that I've not finished in like a fresh playthrough. And I've got like, all the Tetramino swamp puzzles are there, and it's like, I can still go and do those, and they're still challenging. It's not like you memorize the puzzle solutions. So it still holds up in that regard. But that first playthrough was unlike any other game I've ever played, and will always stand out very, very highly in my mind for the madness of The Witness. It's there's like probably close to a dozen moments I could name right now of just like of holy shit moments, and nothing has quite that many as The Witness does.
Yeah.
So it was a very special experience.
Bring back good puzzle games.
Yeah. And I mean, I think they're probably immensely difficult to make, but...
Oh yeah, for sure.
And The Witness was like, it was like 8 years or something, 9 years to make it, something like that. And you can tell that they were finished the puzzles and then spent like 4 years polishing, and optimizing and honing it all in to be this perfectly crafted thing. There are not a lot of games that have that certain, just like hyper thoughtful craft to it. I think Valve games are like that, where it's just like you can tell they play tested this so much, and they thought about how the different brains are going to interact with these systems. They think about those things so much, and there are some games where you can just feel that, and The Witness is one of those, and Half-Life is one of those, and Portal is one of those. But it is not a game that I can like. It's not one that I'd be like everyone should play The Witness, because it is. Like you said, it's a bit sort of pretentious and impenetrable in a sense, and sort of cold. But I love. It is like it just feels like so crafted for me. And I felt that way about Obra Dinn at times as well, where it's just like, they just made this for me. They made this game for me only. Oh, I love it. And it's really a special feeling when you come across things like that, where it's just like, my brain, someone sees my brain perfectly here. Thank you. Yeah. Good old The Witness. What good a game, fucking crazy, ridiculous, stupid thing.
All right. Top two.
Two. Here we go.
You already know my top two.
I do, and you know mine as well.
Yeah, you've already talked about number 2, and I think you said it very well. My number 2 is Red Dead Redemption 2.
I feel like it's higher than I thought. I thought you were gonna have it around like 4 or so.
I think time has been kind to this game. 2018 wasn't like too long ago, but the AAA market has continued to be, let's just say, a lot of false promises.
Yeah.
And Red Dead Redemption 2, in hindsight, now seems impossible. I think you actually said the exact same thing. It seems like an impossible game. I think when a AAA game is announced, sometimes you can have an unhealthy imagination of what the best outcome could be, and Red Dead is one of those rare cases where it's that. It's kind of incredible from its scale point of view. It just doesn't feel like there's enough people in the world to make this product. Yeah. It's just absolutely ridiculous. I absolutely love the story. I love the characters. But I think you've already said it. My favorite part was the pace. I can't believe Rockstar went from like GTA 5, where at the time that game was mostly, proliferated by GTA Online. And when you went on GTA Online, it was cars with rockets shooting RPGs into your face as you tried to open 17 menus, and 6 text messages popped up, and then a bounty would be on your head, and it was like, oh my god, please. And then Red Dead Redemption 2, you can just slowly walk out into the wilderness and hunt for a specific type of bear skin to make something in your camp look better. Even though I knew, because I'm talking about my second playthrough here, even though I knew I was going to move camp, I just wanted to be a part of that world. And it's just like the most immersive game of its production scale, I think. And that's what makes it really special. It's just an incredible work of art, dude. I think a lot of people had problems with the game design, and I do think it would be nice if specifically the mission design was more open. But for me, it never bothered me too much, because there's an ebb and flow to Rockstar's stuff, at least when it comes to Red Dead Redemption 2. Yes, the missions are quite closed, but I like the cinematic nature of them. I don't know if I ever needed to have like a lot of options. I feel like some of their instant fail stuff is a little extreme at times. But I always found it forgivable because you can do a scripted mission in Red Dead Redemption 2, and it's kind of like stepping into a storybook. And then there's this juxtaposition of the opposite. When you're outside of a mission, I just feel truly immersed and free to do whatever I want in this world, and it feels like the world is going to react to that. And I think that's why Red Dead Redemption 2 works for me overall. And yeah, apart from that, I think you've said it very well. Super immersive, super rememberable. And I just love being in that world. And just nothing else kind of stands up to it now, all these years later. And I don't think GTA 6 will either, honestly. No, it's just got like a special sauce, a special pace and spirit. It's the soul of that game to me. That's something you can't like quantify in just like game design.
Totally, yeah. It captures the soul of the time and like what westerns are about and all these things that, you can't really... You're not going to get that ever again because it's very specific to Western mythos. And like GTA 6, those leaks, that crazy leak was like, it looked like they were incorporating some of the speech stuff from Red Dead where you can talk to people, right, with left trigger, but it's still a modern city game, right? So I'm sure it's going to be a crazy, impossible game as well, but nothing will be Red Dead.
Yeah. It's got some incredible stuff in it.
There are a lot of good moments in that game, yeah.
I'm not usually someone who likes, like, milling around.
Right,
I'm quite an objective-oriented guy. And I can't really think of any other game which made me just want to live in it. I think I've used the term carrot on a stick a lot of times across the year when it comes to talking about how my brain works in video games. I even mentioned, Vampire Survivors and Risk of Rain 2, how I've maybe trailed off from playing that game after I've seen everything, when it comes to revelations and new mechanics. So yeah, I can be a bit fickly and difficult to immerse in a video game. But yeah, Red Dead made me want to walk around even though there wasn't a direct gameplay reward for it.
Yeah.
Which not many games can accomplish. I really can't think of another one that has accomplished it, honestly.
No, yeah. Red Dead is like... going for a walk in real life has like very little, immediately tangible benefit. I mean, it's like a little bit of exercise and mental clarity, but like you just feel better after you go for a walk outside. Yeah. And Red Dead is like that in a video game. You're just like, it's a fake world, but it just like is soothing to the soul to play Red Dead.
It is. I don't know if any other game has a sense of place like it.
I don't think so. And it is because, like you said, it feels like it was impossible. Like the credits, there's like 3,000 people in the credits for a reason, because like the birds all are accurate, and they all have this complicated cycle, and the deer, and there's like 7,000 of those little random encounters that just make the world feel like an actual place and not a game. Yeah. I mean, they spent 8 years making it with multiple thousand people. Like it's ridiculous. It's completely ridiculous.
It's usually like quite an untapped portion of time and setting when it comes to video games as well.
Yeah, definitely.
It's a great time. Everyone likes cowboys.
It reminded me, just talking now, I really like the sort of like apocalyptic sensibilities in that game, because the cowboy...
Yeah, it's sad.
The cowboy is going extinct at the turn of the century, 1899. And as someone that was like raised in the country, I fucking hate cities, like major cities. And Red Dead has such a love for like peace and quiet. And every time there's like I love the shot when you get to Saint Denis, and it's just like this horror music is playing as they ride up to the city, and there's like, oh my god, the city, this is gonna be hellish. And that's what I like. Like that is something I relate to as well. It's just like Red Dead. It's just like, let's just all move out to the country and just relax. And oh no, the cities are encroaching and taking over everything. And it's horrible. Yeah.
All right. Let's keep it rolling. It's so fucking hot in here.
Oh shit. Okay. Well, when I say my number 2, you'll know.
Okay.
All right. Hold on to your butts, everyone. My number 2 is The Witcher 3.
Whoa! Holy shit! I can't believe it. No way! Really?
Yes. Yeah.
Wow.
I've given The Witcher 3, its due.
Yeah.
For a long time. Obviously, I love The Witcher 3 very deeply. It is like, it's sort of like the Lord of the Rings, but for games for me, in the sense that, like, here's this epic story that is also just pure, like, warm, comforty blanket, and that I want to revisit every year. In the case of the Lord of the Rings, I want to re-experience that stuff every year because it's so pleasant and enjoyable and grand. And The Witcher 3 is that in game form. It is like unbelievably gigantic in terms of its scale. It does feel like genuinely the only epic story game, I think, of the last 10 years. Because a lot of these games are big and too big, but The Witcher is like entirely about stories, and that's amazing to me. I have so many fond memories of that feeling that we've had a few times now fairly recently, like the first time you go into the depths or the first time you go into the underground in Elden Ring, where you're like, excuse me, this game is what? Are you fucking kidding? I remember that. I can picture exactly where I was 3 times in The Witcher 3 where I felt that when I was first playing it through, where I was like, you get to Velen and I open the map and I zoom out. I'm like, huh? What?
Yeah.
And then like 50 hours later, I'm still there and I'm in Novigrad and I look at Novigrad and I'm like, this is a tiny little portion of the map. And I think, what? I'm still here? And then you go to Skellige at like hour 80 and you're like, you zoom out on the map and you think, what? This is an entire other region. And that was the first time I'd ever experienced that in a game, where I was just like shocked by the sheer scale of it. But what it ultimately is about for me is the world and the tone and the story stuff and the characters and the writing. I have come to really love the Witcher universe. I have read all the books because of The Witcher 3. The books are wonderful, and the game captures the spirit of them really, really well. It is just such a like sort of messy, complicated world. It's very gray and very drab and at times extremely grim. But it's also, it's got a sense of humor and fun to it, which is essential to lighten things up. I just love being in The Witcher 3. I love the way it looks. Even better now with the fancy ray tracing update. I love the atmosphere of the Witcher world. The music and the bright sunsets and that stuff is just so seared into my brain. And I keep revisiting it. I keep re-experiencing those stories and having a great time with them. I've put, I think something like 400 hours into The Witcher 3 over the last 8 years. And that's because it's just got a shitload of great stories. It's maturely written in a way that games aren't. I especially love that the characters are all old and world weary and experienced, and it's not about like being quippy or funny or like it's about real complicated fantasy stories, because it's also, a ridiculous fantastical setting. The Witcher 3 is a one of a kind as well in that sense, in terms of just the sheer scope of the storytelling and the quality of the storytelling throughout. Definitely not the best video game. As we said when we discussed it earlier, everything video gamey in it is completely serviceable, but you're really there for the story journey. And I don't think much needs to be said about The Witcher 3. It's, it's like the most beloved game, or one of the most beloved games of the last 10 years for a reason. It speaks for itself at this point, and I don't know. I don't know if we'll ever get something like The Witcher 3 again. We'll see, maybe. I'm not sure.
Maybe.
But it was also one of the few like monumental game releases, I think, as well, that sort of shifted things a little bit, sort of like The Last of Us. I feel like everyone for a while was like, oh my god, we have to be like The Witcher 3, and then they realized, no, we can't do this. Let's just make Ubisoft games. It's impossible.
Oh, God, yeah.
We're not crazy Polish people. We can't do this. Yeah, I've always loved The Witcher. I love The Witcher 2, and 3 was just such a leap. And again, like you mentioned for Cyberpunk, this was their first open world game, and Cyberpunk was their first-person shooter. This was their first open world game, and they nailed it. Like, it's crazy how well thought out the world is, and just the placement of settlements and the pacing of story stuff. Yeah, it's a crazy video game, and I love it a lot.
Yeah, that's a good game.
That is a good game.
All right. Fucking hell, man.
We did it. We're finally here at number 1.
Oh, we're never doing this again.
No, we're not. Thank God.
God.
This was really a very stupid thing.
Yeah.
But it's been relatively fun sometimes.
Sometimes.
Our number 1 is shared, and please call it.
Our number 1 is The Outer Wilds. And for me, I have The Outer Wilds plus Echo of the Eyes written down as well. Because for me, it's become like one package.
Yeah, it is, totally. Yeah.
Outer Wilds is like my perfect video game.
Yeah.
If you play games for long enough, eventually you're going to get lucky and someone's going to make a game which is just for you. Obviously not just for me, since it's your number 1.
Yeah.
And everyone who's played it just seems to absolutely love this game. But yeah, it just feels like The Outer Wilds was made for my brain. I love space. Any sci-fi nerd likes space as a setting. But video games have always been, a little restrictive because the technology's been difficult. You get a lot of the hidden load screen, which you get from No Man's Sky, and it seems like Starfield is doing the same thing. When you leave a planet, it does that kind of clever little blend, little dip
slowly
out
fly through the clouds for slightly longer than you'd hope. Yeah,
which is a completely fair compromise. It's a good little illusion. But I think Outer Wilds is the first game I've ever played by a little indie studio that made a actual physical solar system. With really accurate scientific gravity and physics. And that's just like one facet of what makes this game really special. But it's an important facet because it brings this chaos theory to a lot of the things you are trying to accomplish in the Outer Wilds. You will have moments where the gravity of a planet passing by another planet will slurp your ship up into space, and you'll run, run being in quotation marks, but your run will be ruined because the sun has slurped up your ship while you were underground. And sometimes you won't even understand. You're like, why the fuck is my ship 700 meters away?
Oh, God.
That's because space is kind of a nightmare.
It sucks.
Yeah. And a lot of games use space as horror. And I think space is a great horror setting because, it's kind of like the ocean, but bigger and worse. And space is a nightmare in this game, but mostly because it's just trying to kill you a lot of the time. You can just hop out your spaceship without your suit and suffocate, and you will do that at least once. You'll fling yourself around a planet by accident that has low gravity and break your legs. And all those moments will feel very emergent and natural to you and specific to you. This is like a meticulously designed, incredible sci-fi feast of a universe or solar system. Every planet is full of personality and is super unique in its gimmick. Everyone's got a favorite planet, and I think every planet really stands on its own. And individually, the planets do things that I've never seen other games do in the genre. And there's 5, 6, 7 planets, and they're all really unique and interesting. I love the sci-fi story in this game. There's by the end of the game, there's 3 different species / communities that have their own mini stories that all come together and overlap. And I really like the personality of all the 3 different species. What else does this game do that is amazing? We haven't even talked about the puzzles and the discovery and how everything is seamless and you can do this game in any order. And the fact that we hadn't even heard about Mobius. I didn't even know what this game was. It came out of nowhere. And it was just one of the most incredible puzzle exploration things ever made. To me, it is the best ever when it comes to puzzle and exploration. But yeah, like we said before, sometimes expectation and the experience around that and the zeitgeist is a part of it. And that definitely was for us. It came out on the Epic Store No one knew who Mobius was.
Yeah.
I can't remember which one of us played it first, but it spread through the group very quickly. And yeah, we just had one of those great indie moments as well where we're all playing it side by side and sharing stories and moving and discovering different things at different times. Also, this game's like a decent length as well. It's like a nice 15 to 20 hours. Yeah, man, I just like ramble on when I talk about the Outer Wilds because it's kind of like Horizon where like every little aspect that it does is just incredible.
Yeah.
Especially just for like an indie studio's first go at like a proper project, right?
Yeah. They started working on it in it was like a university project, like a game design school project that spun out into they started the studio, and this was like another one of those games that was worked on for like 6 or 7 years. And it shows it. Yeah, the moments of discovery in this game are legendary for me. It is a game like Obra Dinn, which respects your intelligence. The only like downside to that structure is sometimes you do hit some dead ends and you hit some walls. But you can always just look something up online if you need a push in the right direction, or you just be stubborn like I did and be completely lost. I remember in Echo of the Eyes hitting a wall which lasted for like 90 minutes. I just could not break through it. And there's nothing wrong with looking up a guide to kind of give you a nudge, but I just kind of enjoyed the space. Not literally space, just like the planets and just being in that environment. So I had no problem just peetering around until I broke through, and those breakthroughs all felt absolutely amazing. It has that ability to be like, I wonder if this will do anything, and then the game responds, usually in shocking and amazing ways. The music's amazing. I really like the visual style. For me, it's just a home run in every regard. I just think it's kind of a masterpiece, and I can't believe that like a little expansion came out with like a tiny little teaser trailer, and I thought it was like just as good, if not better, than the original game. For me, it just, what the fuck, man? What the fuck? I know.
Jesus Christ.
A couple of months ago, I was like looking at my top 5, and I was really trying to think like what, because number 1 in a 10-year period with 100 games is like quite a, definitive, I would say, statement to make. And I was like, I don't know, the more I looked at Outer Wilds, the more I was like, I think if I'm being like a little bit objective here, even though I also, when you talk about like the emotional subjective side, is also just as powerful, but like I think if someone were to ask what's the best game I've ever played, I would just be like, it's Outer Wilds. Because it just takes advantage of everything that's cool about games. It has freedom in exploration, it has striking visuals and music. It has compelling story stuff. It has really clever puzzles. There aren't a lot of like puzzle sections in the game, but the ones that are there are really good.
It's hard what you can define as a puzzle sometimes,
True, yes.
There's deduction and exploration.
Yeah, and then there are also like those explicit puzzly areas where, like in the
Giant's Deep, maybe.
Giant's Deep, there's like tower in the center where you're using the moon, the moon substance stuff to sort of teleport things around.
Quantum puzzles. God, the sci-fi stuff is so cool, man.
Yeah, that stuff is all like really good. And then the thing that's like maybe the craziest is what you mentioned, which is that you can approach it from any angle. The whole game from any angle, and it makes sense. That's the crazy thing. Like, we all experienced a completely different path through Outer Wilds. Yet we all know what the story was. We all know what happened. We all had similar moments of aha and revelation, but they were also all sort of unique to us. And we all experienced the story and the path through, and it was completely different from each other. And that's like, I don't know how they did that, especially the story stuff. The fact that you can just uncover it in whatever order you uncover it is the order it plays out, but it makes complete sense. And
it's very exciting when you start the game as well, because you don't know how to finish it.
No, yeah.
For a long time.
You don't know how to do like anything in that game to start. You don't know anything about the world, basically, when you get into it. And that's... It blows my mind that it works that well. And then, you factor in like the physicality of everything, the fact that you can see all the planets and locations, and then they all just exist, and that they all have these crazy things going on, and that the planetary oddities are ingrained into like the the exploration of those planets, and they build sort of puzzles around that stuff. I even like the time limit, the 21-minute time loop limit, because it sort of encourages you to explore from different angles. Like when you're deep in a cave going through story stuff and you get pulled out of that, you sort of have to be like, okay, I want to get back there. Is there a faster way back there? And it sort of encourages you to look around more. And it turns out most of the time there are clever ways to get back there quicker. And I like that aspect of it quite a bit.
Yeah.
And when you factor in Echoes of the Eye and the main story, the storytelling is so good as well. That's another thing. Like it's really nicely written. It's a very, like, there's no antagonist. There's no drama, really. There's no infighting. It's all audio, written logs, because there's no dialogue, spoken dialogue. It's all just written logs of scientists just being scientists, and they're exploring and uncovering things, and they're excited. And then, you know, the only antagonist in the game really is like just this horrible space rock that kills everything, and then also the other antagonist is just the death of the universe. Yeah. Which is like spiritually a very difficult thing to deal with, and the game just so effortlessly, there we go, covers incredibly complicated concepts, both on like a small scale with things like quantum mechanics. Not that that's a small scale thing, but compared to the death of the universe, it is a small thing. And it covers a huge spectrum of emotional stuff really well. And I think it has the best ending ever of any game, which is that ending sequence is powerful in a way I have never seen a game do. Not only is it a good culmination of all of your knowledge and exploration in terms of like, I got to get this thing to here. Like that alone is a good sort of roguelite-ish mechanical finale. Yeah, sure. But then it has a really, really, really good emotional finale and deals with like really complicated subject matter, really difficult subject matter that everyone probably at some point struggles with a little bit, and it makes it very comfortable, and in a way that's like kind of shocking. You're just like, wow, they dealt with the end of all things in a way that felt nice and reassuring. Yeah. And that's wild. And it's done like it just the editing and the cutting and the sort of light horror-ish elements that weave in and out throughout the whole game, really. I think as a game, it's like kind of unmatched in almost every regard. And I just, when I was looking at the list, I was like, I think being a little objective, like it's the best thing I've played, probably just flat out. And yeah, let's go. And it's hard. It's pretty hard to beat as an experience. Yeah. There's nothing else like it in the last 10 years. Nothing else has covered so much ground and covered it so well, and also come out of nowhere. Yeah. Because I remember Annapurna, like they had a trailer for it, and I was like, and it was like 2 years before it came out. I was like, oh, cool. We were like, oh, a small scale No Man's Sky. That sounds like a good thing, actually. Yeah. And it is sort of that in a sense, but then it just came out, and I remember seeing Austin Walker on Twitter being like, this is one of the best games I've ever played. And I was like, he's a very smart man. That's interesting that he likes this so much. And then we started playing it, and I think it just consumed us immediately. And we were just like, wow, this really is an all-time masterpiece. Flat out, stone cold, undeniable. God. Yeah. Best game of the last 10 years. It's Outer Wilds. Yeah. I just feel lucky that it exists. Oh yeah, totally. Yeah. I feel lucky that it exists. 100%. Yeah. It's one of those rare game experiences where you're like, I am glad to be alive at the time that Outer Wilds exists, This is why it's a hobby. For stuff exactly. Like this. Yes. For moments these are the highs that are chased forever, basically. Yeah. This is why you deal with shit for years and years and years. Because just once you get that taste, there's no going back, really. No, there isn't. No going back. Yeah. Yeah. I don't think anything more needs to be said. Really. I'm sort of.
It's been a real journey.
This
I can't
video,
believe. Yeah.
Or this. Yeah.
I mean, today has, my room is fucking, my brain had just like completely shut down at one point during like this last hour.
That's fair. Yeah.
It's been a heat wave in England, so that's been great to do a 10-hour talking video.
Yeah, we were really good about spacing these recordings out, and then we decided we really wanted this out of our lives, and we did like most of the last 7 hours in the last 5 days. So
yeah, it's been a lot.
Yeah, if you listened all the way through, well done. You get nothing, but well done. Congratulations.
What's wrong with you?
Yeah, what's wrong with you? I don't know. What's wrong with us? I also don't know. We talked for 11 hours about video games. You know, we like playing games and we like talking about them. That's become very evident. If there's one thing that's undeniably factual about the last 10 years, it's those two things. So, you know, we'll keep doing that. And I enjoy it. Despite hating games, I do like them sometimes.
Yeah, I'm never talking about any of these 100 games ever again.
Yeah, I think that actually sounds great.
That does sound great.
Yeah. And I don't have to hear your voice, and you don't have to hear mine for like a week as well, which is great.
It's done.
All right, it's done. We're
Thanks
out.
for watching, everyone.
Get a life. What the fuck?